with Hochanda easier.
Good morning. Oh, I thought we was going to have a nice little tune to start the day. How are you? Good morning. It's great to have your company. It's Thursday, one day away from the weekend, but every day's a weekend at the moment. It's great to have your company here on Hochanda, and we have a fantastic morning, if not day, lined up for you. We are live now on Hochanda until 9 o'clock every single day. It's great to have your company, and it's great to have the company of people on Facebook Live as well. So if you do have any questions throughout the shows, you can email in studio@hochanda.com, or you can leave a message on Facebook if you want to. Now, we've got Creative Grid for you in the show lined up today. A superb show, actually, because we also have Natasha with us. And Natasha's going to run through all these fantastic items we've got for you on the show. But you can start shopping ahead on the website, which a lot of you have already been doing. This is all about your quilting solutions, being able to make the right measurements, being able to make the right shapes to make those fabulous quilts, and of course table runners and different designs as well. And it all starts right here. So head to the website, have a look at all the items we've got available for you. You can shop ahead, but the lovely Natasha is here, and she's going to take you through the counter and also with some demonstrations as well. Natasha, how are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you. It's so lovely to actually be here.
I know, but from a distance. From a distance, of course,
yes.
As Bette Midler once sang.
Once or twice, I believe.
She did.
Worked out okay for her.
But of course, you're all about sewing, you're all about quilting, and when it comes to the right tools for the trade, well, you really know your onions, and of course, so did Creative Grid as well.
It's essential, absolutely essential, and I was really lucky when I first started quilting to find Creative Grids very early on. Saved me a lot of money, because otherwise I would have been replacing all of my rulers with these.
Well, let's talk about the rulers we've got on the show and take us through the different items as well, so people can start putting them into their basket.
Okay, so we've got some that you will have seen before, but we've also got new ones. So we're going to start with brand new ones that we've got today that I will demo and show you how to do. This is probably one of the best tools for making one of the best known quilting blocks out there, which is a log cabin. And you've got it in two different sizes here. Let me just pop a little bit of fabric behind it so you can actually see. There we go. So this is your 4-inch log cabin trim tool. There's a lot of words there, isn't there, going on there? And basically what this does, it allows you to cut back your log cabin strips effectively and accurately every single time, so there's no wonk, because we get a little bit paranoid about being a bit wonky with our quilts, and this allows you to trim back every time. So look at the 3 different designs that you can make with it. You've got your courthouse steps as well, your traditional log cabin. It's all in there so that you can absolutely make all of those perfectly every single time, and this will finish as a 4-inch block. So it's quite a small block, but then of course you can you know, 4 of those together is going to make you an 8-inch block, and so on and so forth. So it's a really handy size. But if you're going, well, you know, and of course never throw away your instructions. Each of your Creative Grids will come with brilliant instructions. Never throw them away. I just get a little quilt clip and clip them to them so that I don't lose them, and it gives you step-by-step instructions in there which are absolutely fab. And also, if you've got one of those whizzy QR reader things, you can just scan that in and go to their website where they can then show you another demo if mine isn't enough. No judgment, it's fine. And so that is your 4-inch. Now, exactly the same concept, but a larger size. This will give you a 6-inch finish. So 4 and 6 inches are really popular sizes within the quilting world, because 2 of those and you're going to get, well, 4 actually of those will give you then a 12-inch block. Again, that's another really popular size. So your 4, 8, 6 and 12-inch, you've got covered with these 2 rulers. This will do you a 6-inch, and of course 4 of those are going to give you a 12-inch block. So you can soon work up quite a sizable quilt, should you wish, or table runners or whatever. But your log cabin is a very traditional block. You've got the centre square, which you can see moves along as we trim back. I'm going to show you these, but you can see up here. So you would traditionally have a red block in the middle, which is the heart of the home. and then you'd have a light one side and a dark colour the other to get that contrast. It's a beautiful block, really beautiful, and of course perfect if you've already bought strips or anything like that, or if you've got your Stripology ruler. Yes, it's back on the show, and quite frankly you need excuses to cut strips, because that is actually what happens. Everything's going to be when? Dispatched on the 28th of May. There you go. Now, Creative Grids is a UK-based company. They are just outside of Leicester. You will see the fox, which is the symbol for Leicester. Janice is having a little dance in the studio over there, because that's where they're based. It's a family-run company with Sheila and Rachel. There we go. And they still run the company. There we go. So this is your pineapple trim tool. This always reminds me of like some sort of bass speaker. It's just brilliant. But the vibrancy and the different colours that you can get with this. Again, the concept is the same in terms of you sew round and round and round and then trim back as you go. But again, pineapple trim tools, pineapple can also be quite a tricky one to trim back. So this takes all of that effort out, and I will be showing you how. Yes, 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 £22.94, 328056. So I completely forgot about giving you prices or anything like that, you know. I do get a little bit excited. Now, this does have instructions. I've taken them over there because I was having a little play before the show. So I'll show you all of those later when we come to that. Oh, look, I've got wires everywhere. Gosh. Now, all of Creative Grids, every single one, what they are absolutely renowned for is their non-slip grip. Now, with some rulers, and this is why I say I was very, very lucky to find Creative Grids early on in my quilting career, if you will, because it meant that my fear of cutting went. Up until then, the rulers that I had experienced slipped around all over the place. Or you bought the ruler and then you had to try and find sticky things to whack on the bottom of them to stop them from going all over the place. Forget all of that nonsense. With these, you just don't need it. So what you'll see is these little opaque circles. That is your built-in non-slip grip. It's almost like having a little bit of sandpaper, but not quite as rough on there, and it's built in. It doesn't wear out, doesn't rub off, doesn't do anything. But look, and it's all around the edges as well, so it's going to hold your fabric firmly in place. You've got a little hole there if you want to hang it up somewhere as well. And this is your itsy bitsy ruler, because sometimes we need to cut itsy bitsy amounts. So let me just pop that fabric behind so that you can see, and that gives you those tiny, tiny increments that you need with your inches. So case in point, I've just been doing a little tilde design, and it's beautiful, it's very intricate, but my goodness me, it's got some funny measurements on it, and this is absolutely invaluable for getting those tricky little measurements. So I think everybody should have a little one of these, because the smaller increments, you know, are sometimes harder to see on rulers, or just not given that definition that you get with this. So for £15.95 you're getting a fab little piece of kit that you're going to use time and time and time again. It's your bread and butter, this. And so then this as well, because sometimes you need to cut funny shaped strips as well. They're not always in ½ inch and ¼ inch increments. Sometimes you get things like 7/8 of an inch. So as soon as you start working with half square triangles or anything like that, if you're not using your Creative Grids, then you start working with 7/8, because that's just what you do, and then it gets a bit tricky to cut. So this takes the trick out of it. Oh, you can see a camera in there. And again, it's got that non-slip grip in there perfectly every single time. Now, the other thing to note with Creative Grids, and you'll probably see it better on the next one, which I will show you here. Oh, can I just show you one thing on this? One thing on this, because this is the ruler that most quilters start off with. Like, I'll even unravel my fabric for it. But what you'll see, this is your 24.5 by 6.5 inch ruler. And when people say, where do I start, Natasha? Here. Start here. This is a great one, because your fabric, when it comes off the bolt, is folded in half. It is 44 inches from selvage to selvage, most of your quilting fabric, which means that when it's folded in half, that's 22 inches. What this is 24.5. So you've then, when it's folded in half, got a safe inch to put your rotary cutter against the base, and an inch off the end of the fabric, so you can safely cut a full strip of fabric, the full width of your fabric, safely with this ruler. Now you can see along here, all of the white are inches, full inches, and you can see all that non-slip grip, all of that in there. But if I spin it around, then what you've suddenly got, and this is the genius of creative grids, is 1.5 inch increments, because it's very, very easy to misread a 1/2 inch and then you've wasted fabric. So don't do that. You've got the 1.5 inch fabric, 1.5 inch increments there, which is just absolute. This is the genius behind creative grids. They are quilters who make for quilters, so they totally understand what you need. And you think about the number of times you would cut like a 2.5 inch strip. You can line it up there rather than trying to find with another ruler. Oh, where's that 1/2 inch? You know, you only need to be out by 1/8, and that's it. You've got to put that piece of fabric to the side. So this is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, other ones of note to have a look at, let's have a look, is the Stripology Extra Large. This is so busy for this. 1/3 of the stock gone. It sold out last time we brought it to air. The only time we've brought it to air here. It is the latest of the Stripology rulers from Creative Grids. It has taken over from the old large Stripology grid. That now doesn't exist because this one is fabulous. It's on a flexi buy, so you can get that for 2 payments of £31.40, and your item number is 416906. There we go. There you go. Fab. Right. I just need to have a little tidy up because I was playing. This is the thing. Now, if you got, here's the thing, if you got all of your K-Facet fabric for the one-day special on Sunday, Monday, you'll be getting that soon, and you'll be thinking, what am I going to do with it? What am I going to do with it? I need some inspiration. As soon as you have a ruler in your life, you have stuff to play with, okay? And that's the genius of it. We're going to start looking at the log cabin trim tool, okay? We're going to do a traditional log cabin. So if this is something that you fancied having a go at, then get one of these. Either size, doesn't matter, doesn't make any odds to me. It's so much fun. And it's accurate, and that's the beauty of it. So as you look at your creation, maybe you're going to start small. Maybe you're just going to make a table mat or a table runner. That's absolutely fine, or a cot quilt. But equally, you know, you can just repeat the process and go full out, full out. Okay, so the instructions say I'm going to use 3 fabrics, one for the square in the middle, and then one for one side, one for the other. Now, traditionally, this would be red. If you want to go traditional, you'd have a nice warm colour in the middle. It's the hearth of your home. Do not forget your instructions. They are very, very clear. So it says right at the beginning, the blocks are constructed by adding each strip in a clockwise direction. Just be consistent, okay? It doesn't matter if you go left or right, just be consistent. Now, the seams are sewn with a scant 1/4 inch. So I've got on my sewing machine, I've got my 1/4 inch set up already. If you don't have a whizzy sewing machine that has all of that, I would suggest you get your itty-bitty ruler and pop it underneath the edge of your foot and move your width. Just change the width of your stitch, and that will move your needle across so that you can put it, and just do it so that it's 1 increment smaller than a 1/4 inch, and that's you scant sorted. Now, I work with a wool pressing mat, so actually I know that my seams are going to be okay. But if you're not, work scant would be my top tip for you. So that's the start. So the very first thing that you have to do is cut a precise 2-inch square. This is perfect for scraps. These are scraps that I had off a show that I did last week. So there's 2 ways that I could do this. I could get my Stripology Mini and I could cut myself a little 2-inch square, or I could get my little precise tool there. It doesn't matter. Let me show you. Let's just start off here with my Stripology so that you can get an understanding of what it does. So I need to start off with a 2-inch. Now, I'm working with a check here, just is how it is. So I'm going to just go on 0. This has got lots of little kind of slim tunnely things, grids, yeah, grooves, whatever. But it just means that when I put my blade in and press down, I can't wobble. I can't go all over the place. It just cuts straight. So what I've done is I've lined up the bottom of my fabric. Actually, I've gone with the squares on this. Along that bottom line there, I've made sure there's enough space in these teardrops here for me to be able to get my blade in when I start to cut. This is a fabulous little ruler for cutting back blocks. You can see very clearly here. As soon as you start to work with any diagonals, then you're working with what we call the bias. So there is every opportunity once you start working with a bias for things to get a bit wobbly and you would need to cut back. So here we go. So then I just realign that edge, and this is how you would trim back a block. And then I'm just going to pop my blade in where it says 2 inches and cut. Now I'm having to put minimal effort into all of this. I'm all about minimal effort, and we love minimal effort, says my producer, don't we just? And that is a perfect 2-inch square, so I know that accurately already I'm starting with a great start because I've cut accurately. And that's how you would trim back, and this is a really handy little one. I had someone message in one of my shows last week saying, oh, my daughter's staying with me and my big Stripology is too big, what else can I go for? Well, you know, any of these smaller ones, there's the Stripology squared or the mini, and you're still going to get that great cut. And you can also cut through layers as well. So I've got 3 layers there. I've just folded it. That means that I've now got 6 layers. And again, out comes my little mini because I'm working with smaller amounts here. So the next instruction is that with the that I need to cut at least 1.5 inch strips. So this fabric was cut a little while ago. It has travelled with me. Travelled, I tell you, travelled. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take off that edge there. I've lined up, I folded it and I've lined up along the bottom there, and I am going to just take off that bit there. So I'm already starting with a flush end. Now, you'll see down here stars. That's not just telling you you're a star. You are a star, of course. But every time you see a star, that is 1.5 inch increment. So forget about having to do maths. No fractions here. As soon as you see a star, you know that you are cutting in 1.5 inch increments. So all I need to do is put my blade in, push down and cut. And again, where that 3 is, push down and cut. Next star, up there, push down and cut. And what that's given me instantly is perfectly cut 1.5 inch strips. It's done. That's the tough bit done, and you're good to then start. So what I'm going to do is start with this colour. Now I'm going to do darker one side, lighter the other. Which one shall I go with? Which do we think? Do we want to go those two or those two? Ooh. That one and that one, those two. Okay, we'll go with that then. Meg's decided. She's in the driving seat today. I don't know about that, it's a bit early to be driving. How did you get here? Right, so what we are going to start with, whichever one you pick, you put right sides together down one side. Now, you've got a great long strip there. If you want to, just trim it. It's easy, 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 easy peasy. Now come over to here and foot down, 1/4 inch, scant 1/4 inch, off you go. Yeah. So Meg's saying she's new to quilting. These are a lovely gateway. Yes, they absolutely are. Very, very much so. In fact, what I will do is move my ironing mat over to here. No, actually, I'll keep it over there. Right, so that's the first round done. Easy, easy, easy. So then I'm going to go right sides together, and I'm going to line up along there. You can pin. Of course you can pin should you wish. You can absolutely pin. And then to the machine, 1/4 inch. Now, you can use your scraps. You don't have to have cut your 1/4 inch, 1.5 inch rather, accurately. And you can see, look, cut. And then when you set your seam, I don't know if you can don't know if you can see when I press. Set your seam, press down, that sets your stitches into your seam, and then with the edge of your iron, knock it back, press it back. Okay. And that's going to give you a beautiful crisp edge. And before you all start shouting at me, that is okay to use that woolen pressing mat on an ironing mat, as long as I'm not using steam. Right, then we get our second colour. And again, we just keep working around. The first one is actually the hardest one. So as long as you remember to do 2 sides and then change your fabric, then you're good. Oh, hang on. I've lost you. There we go. So we're just going to finish off this round. We've got one more to cut, and then, but this is where, if you get lost, if you go away, maybe the doorbell rings and, you know, your Hochanda deliveries have arrived and you've got to go and say, oh, thank you, pop them in there at a safe distance. And then you come back to go, oh, where did I leave off? When you get to this stage, my tip for you, and this has helped me on so many different occasions, is where do I have three pieces of fabric? And that's where I'm going to sew. That's where I'm going to line up and sew. So you can see I've got 1, 2, 3. That's the line that I'm going to go. Okay. So take this to here, and off we go. And then again, press and trim back. And this is where, you know, having your iron near, close to hand, always handy. Right, this is when we get our trim tool. And so what you can see on here is you've got round 6, round 5, round 4, round 3, round 2, round 1 with weird squares. And it's all looking a bit strange. Yes, it is. But here's the thing, okay? We've just done the first round, so that's round 1. So what I will do is, can you see there? My round fits perfectly because I started with that accurate 2-inch. So my round fits perfectly in there. And I will trim along that side and along that side. Then I will turn it. And I will then trim along there and along there. It's even showing me my seam allowance. Now, as I line it up here, where my seam is, it's even got a guide to make sure that you can just wiggle and get your seams along there. And that's what makes this so accurate. So yes, I've got another seam there, so I'm going to make sure that lines up and that lines up. Yeah. We're all lined up, and then I will trim back. And that's where you're getting your accuracy. That's why this is such a great tool, because otherwise you'd be trimming all over the place. And it could end up being a right old mess. So line up your seams, line up your square. You've got all of those different references. It might be that you just need to jiggle it a little bit. That's absolutely fine. Just manipulate that fabric, put it to where you need it to be. And like I say, then when you're going to trim, if you do if you do have a rotating cutting mat, bring it out now. They're on the website, and they are incredibly handy things. So again, round 1, I am making sure that where I've got seams, these all line up. My block is in the middle there. I'm cutting away from myself. So if you don't have a rotating cutting mat, that's absolutely fine, but please make sure you cut away from yourself. I will be a health and safety nag, but it's so important. And that is my first round done. Done. Perfect. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, you might go, okay, so now where do I start? I've lost myself a little bit. Do you remember that tip I gave you? Find where you've got the 3 seams. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's where I've got my 3 fabrics and my 2 seams, rather. So I will start again and place it across there. So back, sew down there, back, change fabrics, and you just build and build and build. And that is that. It's as simple as that. There you go. All right.
Thank you, Tash. I think we're going to go back to Natasha in a few moments' time, but I'd like to remind you of the extra large I'm going to say it again, extra large non-slip Stripology ruler. Whew, don't want to get that wrong. We are so, no pun intended, busy for this. Half the stock has gone. Made by quilters for quilters. That's really important, isn't it? When you buy any product for crafting or any kind of industry, really, you want it to have been made by somebody that actually would use it themselves. And that way, they've made sure that everything is spot on for you. You've got your 45-degree and your 60-degree lines in here to use. When you pick this up, because of the size of this, you can go up to 12.5 inches, by the way, with your cuts. When you pick this up, always, here's a tip, pick it up from the side here and the side here, and then lift it up and take it to your crafting area. You must do that because of the way that this has been constructed to carry it safely. It's a marvellous piece of measuring tools for you, and it is available on FlexiBuy. That's 2 payments of £31.48. You know yourselves as sewers, soft crafters, that if you're making quilts or if you're making anything with seam allowances on especially, once you've cut, if you cut wrong, you can't go back. And you don't want to waste fabric. You don't want to waste fabric. What you want to do is to use all of your fabric, including your scraps, correctly. And that's going to give you a chance to do so. Now, these will be dispatched on the 28th of May, not too long to wait. And again, available on FlexiBuy, making it affordable, interest-free payments. Top quality from Creative Grids, a Leicestershire company, very, very proud of that, of course, from Melton Mowbray. And you know what they say, if you want pork pie, go to Melton Mowbray. If you want your non-slip Stripology ruler, go to Creative Grids because they know what they are doing. Family-led company. Right, available on FlexiBuy. What is FlexiBuy? Well, here's our lovely Leonie to tell you some more.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi order offer.
Do you want to come back to me?
This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
No, I can see you. Oh, sorry. And that was Leonie telling you about FlexiBuy. Welcome if you have just joined us here on Hochanda. Remember, you can watch these shows again on Rewind, so you can follow the excellent demonstrations that Natasha is delivering for us. But what we are going to do is just take a break from the demonstrations, just to lead you down the counter, not lead you up the garden path, to see all the other products we've got on the show. You can actually see them all on the website as well. So you can shop ahead, which is always advisable, especially when we're very, very busy. So here are all the items on the show. You can have a peruse and pop things into your basket. Remember, you've got FlexiBuy, so the more you add to your basket, if you get to the end and you're like, oh dear, I can't afford that today, it's absolutely fine. We'll divide the cost into 2. It's interest-free payments, and we'll sort all of that out for you. So it's very, very easy to pop that in and sort out. So those are the items, but what we will do is come back now live to Natasha, who will take us through the items on the counter.
It's like playing tag, isn't it?
You're it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is another really handy one to have in your armoury as well, which is your 6.5-inch square. So once you start quilting, you'll notice various numbers keep reoccurring: 6-inch, 12-inch, 5-inch, 4, those sort of things, and 1/4 of an inch and 1/2 inch. So This is 6.5 inch, so you can trim back your what will be a finished 6-inch block. So the reason having that extra ½ an inch is so important is because when we quilt, we use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So if you've got a 1/4 inch one side and a 1/4 inch in the other, you've added an extra inch on. So before you sew your block and you want to trim it back so it's perfect to sew, you've got that 6.5 inch with the seam allowance in there. Now what you can see with here is that you've got your non-slip grip in there, and on one side you've got it so that you've got a ½ inch of it, and on the other you've got a 1/4 inch. So even if you just need a quick guide as a quick check whether you've already sewn your seam and you just need to check, oh, did I do that a 1/4 inch, or maybe you're marking a 1/4 inch to sew something, then it gives you that extra handy guide. So this is one that I use, yeah, I use this a lot. Or even if I'm just boxing out a bottom of a bag or something like that, and I just want to mark off an inch square or something off the bottom, this will be the sort of thing that I will reach for. And at $14.49, it's a really handy one to have. And again, you've got that spinning around thing whereby you've then got your 1.5 inch increments up there. Fabulous. And that happens on all of them. So then the next size that is very, very handy, of course, as well, is your 12.5 inch. Again, same situation with your inbuilt non-slip grip. You also have your 45-degree line there for you, so that if you are lining up and you have done half square triangles and things like that, you can line up that seam very, very easily as well to trim back. And again, you've got your inches there. If I spin it round, whoops, then you've got your 1.5 inch increments along there. So it just makes it really easy. Your inbuilt non-slip grip there, beautifully marked out all through. They are just so easy and intuitive to use once you get used to spinning them around. I tried using another ruler the other day. What a mess that was, because I was like, hang on a minute, it didn't feel safe, it slipped around, I didn't like it, and then when I tried to find my ½ inch, so yeah, these are just absolutely fab, and the more you can collect, the better it is. And I just find myself reaching for them more and more and more, and think, because I thought, oh, I don't need all of these rulers, but actually when you get them, you so go, oh no, actually I don't want to use such a I don't need that square now. I've got one that's nice and slim, and I can just trim back if I'm doing smaller things. Then actually this is the size that I need, rather than the 24.5 inch one. This is 12.5 inches by 6.5 inches. Again, another really useful thing. I sell so many of these because they're just such useful sizes when you come down to quilting, and that's just $17.95. 174 374. I feel always that I should apologise, because if you do already have rulers, you're not going to love them anymore once you get a creative grid. You're just not, and you'll start to realise how unsafe you've felt, or how much grip you've had to use to keep that ruler from slipping on your fabric. You've bought beautiful fabrics, right? You've invested in gorgeous fabrics. Don't miscut them. And this is incredibly busy, because this is your way to accurately cut every single time. Now, this is the latest in the Stripology family from Creative Grids. It has now made the other large one redundant. That now doesn't exist anymore. This one has taken over, and it is just fabulous for many, many reasons. You've got these little grooves that you put your rotary cutter in, and it means you can't cut anything other than straight. You just physically cannot. You can only cut a straight line, and it means that down here, if you are someone who's bought pre-cuts, maybe you've bought jelly rolls, maybe you've bought charm packs, anything like that, they come at a premium because someone has had to cut them, so you pay for that. You know, that's not no company is going to give you time for free. So if you buy, then you buy a charm pack at a premium. That's absolutely fine. That's widely accepted. But what about all of those fabrics that you have at home that you could then cut into your own charm packs, that you could then cut into your own strips, 2.5 inch strips? Well, this is it. So every 2.5 inches, you've got a little square. So rather than having to count on 2.5 inches, and if you've got wobbly maths, then that's not going to be your favourite thing. Just put your ruler, you put your blade in every time you see that square, and that will cut you 2.5 inches. The star down there cuts you every 1.5 inches. So again, these are increments that as quilters we use time and time and time again. Already this morning we've used an 1.5 inch strip for our log cabin. Brilliant. Now, you'll also see slightly different markings than you might have been used to before with the old larger grid. Now, that's because they've built in the squaring off facility. So you'll see here, you've got lots of white squares, and you've got a cross going through it. So even if you're doing quarter square triangles with your quilting, you can line up those seams and you can safely cut back. And that's absolutely fabulous. And then if I spin it around, what you've got down here is it's going to show you, you line up in the middle, this up here starts to be your centre. And then down here you've got, if you want to cut back to a 4.5 inch block, then you would cut there and you would cut there. Spin it, cut again there and there. Up to 12.5 inch, which is generally the largest size block that you would use in quilting. So you've got that at every 1/2 inch increment along there to square off, which is just fantastic. And the previous one to this didn't have that. You would have had to have bought the squared ruler if you wanted that. But it's just, so this is a fabulous piece of kit, does everything that you need. And you can get it on 2 flexi pays of £31.48. These are flying out, 70% gone already. 416906. And I can tell you that some of the manufacturing for some of the grids now happens in America, and they're still based in the UK, but some of the manufacturing happens there. And these, when this stock is gone, the next shipment isn't due in until the summer. Yeah, so if you want it, get it now, basically. That's all I'm going to say. Come with me over here. This is what I recommended to the lady that messaged me the other day and said, actually, now that I'm having to share my space with my daughter, who's seen all my sewing and now wants to sew with me, what size should I go for? This one, this one. So if size is of a premium, and this is the one that Paola started with when she said to me, which creative grids do I want? And of course I said, get the extra large. She went, I think that's a little bit big. So she chose this one. And this is absolutely perfect because you still have all of those 1/2 inch increments along there. You still have your square every 2.5 inches and your star every 1.5 inches. So you still have all of those, and you can still, you can see here, you can still cut back and trim back those blocks. So this is great. So if you want something that isn't quite as large, still trims back your blocks, still has increments every 1/2 inch, and that you can still cut your strips with, but just isn't quite as large, then go for this one. Everybody's workspace is different. If 848199, and a quarter of these have gone as well. Right, now, the little mini one. I love the little mini one, and this is great, especially if you, do you remember the days when you used to go to quilting workshops and things like that? And you wouldn't want to lug larger ones, but you would be working on blocks and then trimming them back. Then this is the one, or maybe you just want to try and see, oh, what's this all about? Then again, oh, it's back to front, there we go. Take off the code. You've got down here again, you've got here, I went every star, didn't I, to cut my 1.5 inches. That's on there. Now, say you wanted something that had 1/8 of an inch extra. I would cut my 0 line so that was nice and flush. So I'd cut my 0 line, and then, I don't know if you can see here, there's a little dotted line that says 1/8. And I would just move my fabric across to that 1/8. And that adds on 1/8. Or maybe I need 3/8. I would move the edge of my fabric along there, and then off we go. And in your booklet, which isn't here, it will give you, if you need to cut up different increments, it gives you where you would then cut. So again, you're not having to do any complicated maths. It will give you which lines to cut and when. So that was really well thought out, and that's £37.95. Great piece of kit. 434515. Now, again, using a lot of these, you start to do things that maybe require you to cut at different angles, and that's when a rotating cutting mat is incredibly useful. Really, really useful. Oh, you've got different colours. Nice, nice, nice. Pink, green, grey and blue. They're on the website, so go and have a little look at that. Now, before we move on to the pineapple trim tool, which I have handily left over there, so I'm hoping someone might be able to hand in for me, let's just have a look. Whilst Janice was, it's the one that looks like it's disappearing into, that's the one. The one that Janice thought was an optical illusion. She's like, where's the rest of this Rubicon? Thank you, thank you. Right, so before we do that, whilst Janice was just chatting over there, I did another round. I cut another round, and I just wanted to show you what you would then go on to do. So again, this is my starting point. This is my starting block here. I did round 1. Do you remember we trimmed back round 1? Now I go to round 2, and that is marked on there. I'll spin that around so that you can see. Round 2, ding ding. So I will put that in my square there. Instantly, I can line up that seam along there, and I can line up that seam along there. So I can start to line up all my seams, which is what's going to give this the accuracy that you want. I'm going to cut away from myself. I will spin my rotating cutting mat around, which is why it's really handy to have it with these rulers. And then I realign. Which way round do I need to align it? There. I realign it. I've done round 1. Let's have a look at round 2. Basically, if you don't align it right, you don't end up with any fabric to cut. It's as simple as that. So line everything up. And if you need to give it a little jiggle, then do. And then spin around. And that is your second round, and you can start to see you are building up such a beautiful, accurate square. And look, there's hardly any offcuts there. There we are. And so you would just build up and build up and build up until you got to round 6. Bink, bink, bink. And then there it is. That's that one done. Now, shall we have a look at the pineapple trim tool? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. A moment to tidy. We do need to see it in action because it does look a bit weird. I'm not going to lie. Right. Tidying as we go. So this is it. This is the one that we're going to look at. And it does such things as these. It does look a bit for me, I would go zesty bright colours with this. And it has really, 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 really thorough instructions. Okay. And so the very first instruction it says is to cut a piece a precise 2.5-inch square. So we're going to do that in just one moment. And then cut the strips any width as long as they are at least 1 3/4 to 2 inches wide. You know what that's calling for, don't you? Miss Stripology. Miss Stripology. This is the extra large. It's limited. Oh my goodness me. Right, okay. Okie dokie, right. Let's have a look then at where we're going to start. So, 2-inch squares, 2-inch strips, right? That's what it was just calling for. So pick your fabric. I'm going to go with some zesty ones. I do love a zesty fabric. Anybody that knows me. It's beautiful fabric, isn't it? Well, it's actually it's K Facet collective fabric. So yeah, on at the weekend. So you know, if you are eagerly awaiting yours, first thing I do, line up my 0 line there and just take off that edge. When I folded my fabric, I've made sure that I've lined up that bottom line along one of those straight lines there. Means I'm going to get a nice straight cut. I'm going to go 2 inches. That's what they said, wasn't it? Every 2 inches. So there's my 4, 6, 8. Now, if I'd have been doing my 2.5 inch, if I'd have wanted to recreate a jelly roll, then I would have gone with my squares. But that's my perfect 2 inches. Cut straight away. Now I need to have a contrasting one, and here we go. So I'm going to pick my next fabric, isn't it lush? And It's beautiful, isn't it? So this is a Philip Jacobs one. He is part of the K Facet collective. He is an incredibly talented designer, and I just adore his fabrics. And he works, and so the colourway with this was done by Kaif, because when Kaif works with the K Facet, as you probably heard me say over the weekend, Kaif will do the colourways, but Philip Jacob does these beautiful, intricate designs for them, and it just all works beautifully. So the extra large is now sold out. Well done if you managed to get these. Let me just show you. If you have gone for the squared, you can still do the same. Okay. So let me just show you. The other thing to show you with these as well is, say you wanted to do your own charm packs, then, or your own little 2.5-inch squares or anything like that, then 2.5-inch strips, I'm going to go every square. Do you remember? I'm going to follow my squares along there. And then we'll just do a couple. And then what you can do is lay out those pieces like so. It's beautiful fabric, isn't it? Yeah. And then every 2.5, every time I see that square, I'm going to cut, I'm going to cut, I'm going to cut. And what that is doing is giving me my own little charm pack pieces, all cut perfectly, ready to go. And you can do that with any of the Stripologies, and that's absolutely perfect to do. That's easy to do. Right. Now then, our first instruction was to cut a precise 2.5-inch square. I could use my Stripology, I could use any of them. What I want to do is use one of the itty-ditty ones. The reason that I want to use this one is because I want to try and centre this, this orange to be the middle. Of course I do. Of course I do. So that's why I've switched over to this one. So I want that accuracy to see, actually, there's my 1/4 inch seam. Okay. Yeah. So if I just move that along, I'm going to end up clipping the edge of this either which way I go. So I'm going to cut that there. We'll have to spin it around. And so this is your itsy bitsy one. So it's got those itsy bitsy increments on there for you. So I'm cutting, I know that I'm cutting a precise 2.5-inch square. And so great for fussy cutting as well. You can really see what you're cutting. Now, with the pineapple trim tool, it's ever so slightly different, because I'm going to stick with one colour on my first go round. Okay. And this is the bit I always forget, and because I'm so used to doing the log cabin. So just bear that in mind. Right sides together, I'm just going to, and again, just roughly cut it back, and off we go, back over to here. Same principle applies. Quarter of an inch scant seam down there, press back. You can finger press that. I mean, I have gotten away with finger pressing before, and that's also okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're all right. Yeah, you're okay. There are no quilting police. It's all good. It's all good. Well, yeah. You know, no one I know. It's one of those things, you know. Yes, we strive for perfection with our quilting. Of course we do. But don't give yourself a hard time. You know, it's meant to be fun, isn't it, at the end of the day? Now, okay, next side. So if you were doing the log cabin, you'd have changed fabrics by now. And again, you can. I mean, I've done that before on a show, and it just gives you a different effect. That's all. So 1/4 of an inch. So what I like about this, I find this nice and methodical, and once you get into the groove, you just keep going and keep going. So the process is similar. The cutting back is different with these. So let me just now. What I would also recommend is that you just give your fabric a little spritz of something like a best press spray, a little starch spray, something like that. It just gives it a little bit more body. So what I would just do, whoops, is just flip that open, give it a little misting, and it just helps. Especially, it's not so bad on this, but if you are working, as soon as you work on diagonals or anything like that, then you start to get a little bit more play, more movement with your fabric. So I've done that now because we're going to start cutting on an angle. Okay, so this is the one that Janice was like, hang on, where's the rest of it? Did we snap it? No, we did not. Has it disappeared into the bench? No, 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 no. So same principle applies here. Then we're going to centre. This is round 1, and you can see it says on there round 1. So we centre that, and then we are going to cut back. And then my scissors out of the way, spin it around, turn it, and you will cut again. Okay. Spin, turn, cut. I'm turning the mat, I'm aligning up. I've got my seam allowance there, my 1/4 inch seam allowance. There is slightly more waste on this in terms of fabric, but of course we never throw anything away, and those pieces are absolutely perfect for English paper piecing, so I would just pop them there. So that's my first round done, and then I get my other fabric, and I'm going to go again in exactly the same way and just do those 1/4 inch, and because we've cut our 1/4 inch seam, what you'll notice when I press and fold back, and this is why people shy away from a pineapple, is that look, perfect point, because it's been cut perfectly. And that's what you're looking for. When you were cutting back here, you had your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So when you can see where I've lined that up there, on the edge of that, my 1/4 inch was cut perfectly, which means that every time I sew round, it's going to be perfect. It's going to be absolutely perfect. Whoop. And so you just build up and build up and build up as you go round. And I'll just finish off this one round so that you can then see the effect that it starts to give. But it's so easy, and it's made so because of this trim tool. Whee! Meg's saying that you wouldn't be able to do it without the ruler. You can, but my goodness, is it faffy, and people just kind of shy away from it. And because we get a bit obsessed with having perfect points and stuff like that, yeah, you know, it's not ideal. So let me just sew this line, and then we can trim back, and I can show you how easy it all is. So, again, and this time I'm just going to give it a quick misting. Back to my cutting mat. Now, we are now round 2. Ding, ding, round 2. So we are going to find our round 2 square. Where are we? Round 2. It's the other end. Okay, so you go alternate ends, and off we jolly well go. So line that up, and then trimming back. So here you can actually trim back 2 in 1 as you go around. And then, but you've just got to look for your rounds. So there's my round 2 there. Line that up. You can line up all your seams and everything else. And that is my next round. So isn't it lovely? And so then the next round I would go back in with that one, and then you build and you build and you build until you end up with something like that. Perfect.
You've been doing an amazing job and they've loved the show. I hope you've loved the show. Stay with us. We've got more for you coming up on Hochanda, but do go and check out your baskets. Yes, coming up next, the Blanche One Day special with the lovely Leonie. Paper Babe mixed media after that. It's all about creating the perfect face. And then we're going to introduce the quilt room to you.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well. So you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
A very good morning to you. It's the one day special time. Our one day special is always launched on Hochanda at 6 p.m. every day, and it's a lineup of products at a discounted price for 24 hours. Now, we're always busy when we have a one day special because we have excellent deals, and we are always busy when it's from Leblanche. We have got an incredible deal. When you see these stamps, you're going to fall in love with them, as everybody here at Hochanda has already. Look at the price, everyone. You're saving £12, normally $34.99, but for your one day special, $22.99 gets you 14 stamps, 30 sheets of A5 and A6 speciality stamping paper. Oh my word, these are fabulous images, they really are. And this was a worldwide launch yesterday here on Hochanda, and half the stock has already gone. Let me tell you about these stamps. Got the lovely Leonie here, by the way, with some demonstrations. There she is. Oh, hello. Hiya, love. Hello. Crafting away, which of course Leonie loves, and I know she's a huge fan of Leblanche as well, so we're looking forward to those demonstrations. But the moulds themselves are silicone moulds, and they're already mounted. Stamps. I said moulds, I meant stamps. But they're moulded. But you'll see they're already mounted. And what's lovely about these is that they're so easy to use. The detail on here is absolutely incredible. And this is something when you first put these to your stamping pads, that you'll see the detail come alive. I'll pick that up in a moment's time. But because you've got the padding there, when you put it down, all you have to do is just press with your fingertips even to get that precise detail, and there really is some incredible detail on these stamps. Now, of course, the theme that you're seeing here is a maritime theme as well, and that runs through all the different products that we've got available on the show. The stamping card that we've got for you, those sheets of paper, should I say, is the right paper to use to get the right effects when you're using stamps. So when you get these out for the first time, those crisp, clear, beautiful images will be right there before your eyes, and then you can start to add some colour. These samples are absolutely amazing. Now, I do need to tell you that everybody that purchases today will get a free mould. That's when you buy any Leblanche item. I knew a mould was on my mind somewhere, and there it is. So everybody will get one of those. But isn't that gorgeous? Love the use of colour in here to give you that depth, and also to give you that wonderful light in the background. Now, I like this because you could have this maybe in any direction, but I love that cave style effect. Using colour is really important, of course, when you're stamping, but if you're using your stamps with a silhouette style, I think these stamps will really give you that wonderful, whimsical, thoughtful, mood-like style cards, and of course home decor as well, because you can make your lovely canvases from this. When you're using your stamps in silhouette as well, think about the colours and the use of light in there. It's a gorgeous image. She will have definitely got a story. Maybe she's a spirit come back to have a look at the lighthouse because this is where her ship went down. Oh, that's a bit dark for a Thursday morning. But I do remember a film, a black and white film, from, must have been the 1940s. I can't remember the name of it. If you remember, please email in. And it was a film about a man who lived in a lighthouse, and he was a painter. And he used to paint this haunting image of a lady that used to come and visit him on the rocks every night. And it turned out she was a spirit. And it was something like the lady in the picture. But that's what this stamp set reminds me of. Yeah, just sirens, mermaids and ships. Maybe ships that pass in the night. Fantastic images, a great deal, £22.99. I do like that one. That is absolutely spectacular, isn't it? Superb. Now, everything is going to be dispatched on the 21st of May. Not long to wait, everybody. Top quality stamps, and you'll see that when Leonie starts to demonstrate. But we're very busy. Half the stock gone. 276109. A worldwide launch here on Hochanda. Now, ceramic and glass stickers, nobody does this like LeBlanche. These are absolutely fantastic. If you've got an old jar or an old vase, if you've got maybe a bowl or something like that, and it's looking a little bit plain and you want to upcycle it, this is the perfect way to do it. It's the easiest way to do it as well. 719292 is the item number, and these will stick to ceramic and glass. So you've got 12 sheets of reusable stickers. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Because if you've got a dinner party, or, well, hopefully we'll have a dinner party, but maybe you've got a dinner party with the people you're living with, you could put these on maybe a vase, and then you could peel it off and then put it on maybe a glass plate or something like that. It's really interesting. You've got lovely images here again, all maritime images, some from the, looks like the 16th or 18th century. You've got your man of war there, haven't you, with your ship. And look at that lady there. What's she doing? She's got an umbrella. She's got a seat. Hey, some binoculars. She's looking out to sea at the ships that are coming in, or maybe the ships that are sailing away. Maybe she's just looking out into the sea to see what she can see out at sea. Fabulous, aren't they? And you have that vintage vibe to them. Now, they're beautifully packaged as well. If you wanted to buy these as a gift for somebody, there's no limit, everybody. So if you did want to buy 2 or 3 of these, you're more than welcome to do so. I do need to tell you that because lots of people do actually multi-buy on the Blanche shows. £17.99. These are also on extended delivery. 719292 is your item number. Does it surprise me that 60% of the stock has gone? 12 sheets of those stickers. That is marvellous, marvellous value for money. And they've got a really nice, cool, almost embossed style feel to them. So they've got a little bit of texture to them as well, smooth texture. Now, we've got some decoupage paper for you. I mean, this is absolutely spectacular when you see some of the samples that surround me. Let me take you through the papers, and I'm going to show you some of the samples. Right, so you get 12 papers. They are 35 by 50 centimetres, and you've got 4 designs. So let me show you the 4 designs. Let's start right here. It's almost like 60, was it 60 leagues under the sea, or was it 100? 120 leagues under the sea. I'm not talking about football there. We're talking about depth and distance. Marvellous images there. I remember my brother had an Action Man who had one of those. It was the deep sea diver Action Man. Do love that. And you've got your octopus in there. You've got your fish as well. Superb. Right, so that's one of the sheets. Remember, you're getting 12, so you get 4 of each design. So you get 4 of those. Sorry, 3 of... Yes, sorry. 3 of each, 4 designs. It's early Thursday morning. Math, Thursday morning. Coffee, yeah. I do love this, love these images. And again, they tell a story. Leonie and I were talking about the story that these tell, and we were thinking how lovely it is to see these parents on the beach with their child, just going out to sea. Maybe they're there for the day, eating some ice cream, collecting some fish for the evening meal. And then let's just turn this around because you've got a little bit of colour, a dash of colour. And I like this because if you've seen any of the old images or postcards and things like that, sometimes there's a dash of colour and that's been hand painted in. You've got a lovely script in the background there as well. So you'll get 3 of those images, 3 of those, as well as the 3 before. Now here's your Man o' War. Love. This is a spectacular image. It really is. My goodness. And again, I'm not sure whether this is 16th century or 18th century. Maybe you guys know at home. Maybe there's a difference in the size of the sails or how many sails they've got on there. Instantly recognisable to you at home. But it is such a strong image, such a thoughtful image as well. Very... Is it evocative or provocative? I can say evocative. It's not naughty, is it? Well, it doesn't matter. Listen, what's wrong with a bit of evocation in the morning? I don't even think that's a word. Evocation. Just no. It's a Janicism. We'll take it. This is a lovely image as well. Now, can I show you some of the samples? Because I'm just surrounded by... Oh, where do I start? Let's start here. 70% of the stock of these have gone. Look at that. That is absolutely spectacular. Upcycle an old tray that you might have in your home, or an old plate, for example, with the right mediums to attach them with. That's incredible. Let me show you this. Oh, look at this. Because you get 3 of each sheet, you can cover a sizable area. Isn't that magnificent? Think about the shops that we will be allowed to go back into eventually. The boutique shops, when you go in and you want to buy a special gift for someone for Christmas, something like that, it's always about £25, isn't it? Well, now you can make and create these yourself because you've got these excellent papers to do so. Another couple of samples here. Actually, I picked this up, thought this was really heavy. It's just lightweight. Look at that. It's just paper, made of card and paper. That is spectacular. Absolutely love these papers, absolutely love them. And if you want to create a piece of artwork, one more to show you if I may. Has that got it? Now, it looks like that's got some resin or a protective layer on it. If you can see that? I'm not sure what that is. It's either like a self-leveling resin, or it could be, oh, glossy, a glaze on there. Yeah, like a glaze. That's spectacular. Oh, I love that. Love that. Very busy for these. Very, very busy. Leonie's not doing her hair, by the way. She's got a heat gun and she's just prepping for the demonstrations. So if you do want to go for this, remember, very, very busy. 325624. You get 12 sheets, 4 designs. That's 3 of each. Magnificent. We've got more for you on the show before we head to Leonie. If anyone has any inspirations they want to share from previous launch of Le Blanche, I'm sure Leonie would love to see them. It's always nice to see what you guys do with the collections as well as what we do here in the studio. Right, we've got a paper craft kit. 80% of the stock has gone of this. Could sell out this hour. Right, the papers. Same designs as you've just seen in the decoupage and a little bit more. So you've got the lovely nautical scene there, the underwater scene. Love that. Love the colour that's on there as well, and the vintage vibe. There's that lovely family going out to the seaside for the day. You've got another lovely scene there. Where's she been? She's been in the sea for a paddle. Maybe she got her hair wet. Look at the dog. The dog's running away because he doesn't want to get wet. What are the odds of that? Lovely image, gorgeous colours as well. Use these in journaling, use these for card making. Because they're a good size as well, 12 by 12, you could simply use these as they are. I mean, that is a great image, isn't it, of the UK. Just pop that onto a canvas board and maybe add a few details to that if you want to. Some nice fish there. I think that is a tuna fish. Tuna fish and another fish at the top. So great designs, 12 by 12 papers. Oh my goodness, they're double-sided. They're double-sided. Do they all have the same? No, double-sided papers, everyone. Hopefully I showed you all of those. You've got 15. So yeah, double-sided. Yes, so same design on each side. Fantastic. Also, there's more. You've got your smaller cards here. which are great. So you could pop these onto the front of a card, or you could make cards with these. I wonder how many you get. 46 lasered elements, and you get 15 tags. 15 tags. Is that enough to make a pack of cards? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Look at that image there. What are they doing? What are they up to? What malarkey are they up to on board the boat? Have they met for the first time? Or have they gone on holiday together? My word, I hope they've got a chaperone if they have. Great images. Love these. Love these. Pop these onto some artist trading cards if you want to. Great images within. And you get a whole selection. You've got the lovely nautical scenes. And then you've got the laser cut as well. And these are already cut out for you. Absolutely magnificent. Because you've got so much detail, isn't it a good job that they're already cut out? Love these. Great value for money, $19.99. But we're very busy. How much of the stock has gone? Over 80% of the stock has gone. What a magnificent deal. Remember, if you're loving everything you see on the show and you're putting things into your basket and then you go, ooh, I don't know whether I can afford that this month, we'll divide the cost into two for you. It makes it easier for you, and it's interest-free payments as well. Now, we're having a few issues with the website at the moment. Please, can you give us a call on 01733 62000 to make your orders? The call centre will be there to take your orders. We are working on the website. We will get that fixed for you. There's a freedom price on your stencils, £16.19. You get 5. They're A4 in size. Some great images there. Maybe, again, use these for your journaling. Use these on fabric. Use these for your texture paste. Use them with your inks as well. Maybe some acrylic paints in there. 5 A4 in size. So there's a lot of stencilage. Can I say that? Is that a word? A lot of stenciling to be done, but lots of elements within those stencils that you can use separately from the whole design. The website could be back working, everyone. Give it a go. Give it a go before you call us. Give it a go before you call us. Right, freedom price on your stencils. I think it's now time to head over to our lovely Leonie.
Oh, thank you very much, Janice. Hello and good morning. It's lovely to have your company. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so what I wanted to do, obviously I thought I need to use that one day special because that is the star of the show. I've already cut out, now I'm using the speciality paper. I've cut out a really dodgy looking circle. I know it's not a good circle, but it doesn't matter because I've got a plan. It's going to sit behind that. Now, there are the MDF. That's your MDF kit that we have got on the show. And that is the rope wood that we've got on the show as well. So I will be talking more about them, but that's my plan. That's where I'm aiming. Now, I'm working on paper, and I'm sorry it's white on white initially. I'm not working on my mat because my mat's so dirty. I'm picking up the ink, you see, so I need to give my mat a good clean. So, oh, there goes my water spritzer. So that's why I'm working on paper first of all. So, deciding what image to use. The lighthouse is gorgeous, and do you know what? I haven't used the lighthouse much, and I think in there that'll be beautiful. But I must admit, this is where you see I start faffing because I do really like the ship. And I think the ship in there is just going to look too good, isn't it? It's going to have to be the ship again, I'm afraid. It is a bit of a favourite. Really love these images. Now, when you're stamping on the speciality cardstock, this is a really interesting cardstock. It really, it soaks that ink in, but you want to be using a permanent ink. Your permanent ink, your dyeing, your Adirondacks or your stays on, something like that. So you want a permanent ink. I've done it again, my finger straight in it. Permanent ink, and that will dry on the cardstock. However, even when you're using your distress still dries on that cardstock, but it's a really interesting way of using the inks because it kind of sinks into the cardstock, and then you get this really interesting ability to layer. So it's lovely to use and have a play with. Now, as Janice was saying, LeBlanc stamps, pop it down and literally just press with your fingers, and that'll give you that fabulous crisp image. I mean, look at that image. It's absolutely beautiful. I love that ship. I just think it's such a stunning image. Then you see in there, look how good that's going to look. And I mean, I could do it centre, but I quite like it See, I've left myself a bit of room so I can play with it. I quite like it going off to the side. So that's the ship. Now what I am going to do is give it a blast with the heat gun. Now I'm blasting it with a heat gun because I absolutely want that to dry. If it's not dry, when I work over the top of it, I might smudge that image. And that is not what we want on live telly. I'd like a nice clean image today, if at all possible. Obviously, you can let it dry on its own. It's a permanent ink that is going to dry on its own. Now the fun bit, to start building up layers, to start building up our beautiful sea. So first of all, we're going to put the ocean in. Now, I'm only going to go with this. I'm not building it up too intensely because I'm going to go for a more sort of distressed background, if you will. So just taking, now I'm actually better using my cut and dry in squares. So let me just get what I'm better using. I get a better line with these there. So I'm kind of going in for a bit of a line. Actually doesn't matter because I quite like that. I like it when, you know, when it sort of fades out and becomes a really soft line. So it's not perfect. I like that. Now watch this because it's so interesting. So we've got our first sort of line along the water. That's with the darker blue. There we go. I'm then going to bring in a tiny bit of black. Now I'm only bringing in a tiny bit of black. The reason I'm using black is just to emphasize the line. So I'm just bringing in a line across the water like so. Is that a song? Meg's made that into a beautiful song. There we go. So already you've positioned the boat. Already it looks really quite cool, and I think that's what I love about this. It's dead easy to suddenly get something that looks really quite cool without even trying. I'm just going to give a tiny bit of colour behind the boat again before I start layering those colours. And this is with just a little bit of the scattered straw, and what I want to do is just blend it over. Now this is why you need that image dry. If that image isn't dry, then obviously when you do something like this, then you're all over the shop. I'm going to cover the piece of card up with my fingers because I know what I am like. I get mucky fingers everywhere. So bringing that in. Okay, and that scatter straw, it gives you such a beautiful sky. This is before we've even started really playing. It's that easy and quick to create something beautifully effective. Okay, so just bringing that in like so, which I love. Look, gorgeous, gorgeous sky. And again, I mean, I could leave that like it is because I think that looks really quite effective. Just like that. It looks real. Doesn't that look beautiful? I might not. Decisions. I'll still go a bit player. Let's go a little bit player just to see what it does. Okay, try this for an experiment. So you've got your first layers on. Okay, this is the lovely thing about this cardstock, how unusual it is. That's your first layer on. Now I'm going to get tumbled glass. So really nice light blue. Okay, I'm going to put it on my cardstock. Now, I remember I'm working on my cardstock because my glass mat is so mucky. You could be working on your glass mat. I quite like doing this on my cardstock though, because it does mean, again, I'm creating a background on there anyway, so you've got all sorts going on. Then, just pick this up. Now look, you suddenly get a beautiful print over the top. Can you see? And this, I love this because it just gives you that really, it almost looks like an old picture or something. Do you know what I mean? Now, if I blast this dry, this is where the cardstock is seriously interesting. We've still got the yellow underneath. The yellow hasn't moved. But now, as I blast this dry, you're getting that wonderful, can you see how it's kind of bleached it almost? I love this because it really, really creates some interesting effects. Your ship is absolutely fine. That hasn't moved because that's your permanent. It's picked up a bit of the blue, so I've moved a bit of the blue. And obviously it's merged a bit with the yellow to give me that gorgeous green. going round the outside. So just blasting it dry. And then what I'll do is pick up some of the excess. And I just think that looks so interesting. So imagine, and you see you've got another background there, so it already looks quite cool. Now when you put this over the top, look at that. So you've got all that sort of crackle, so it gives it that really interesting vintage look. Bring the black in again. Where did I put my piece of paper? Bring your black in again, because I want to bring that line in. So I want to emphasize that line again, just in case you kind of lose that line, because you need some of your lines to be really quite in focus, to draw that in. But doesn't that look seriously cool? And then, just to give me a bit more depth, I'm going to go back in with my scatter straw. And again, where is it there? And again, the lovely thing is, look, that we've just done, that beautiful work that we've just done doesn't move. So you can layer. Look at that. It just intensifies the colours. Doesn't that look cool? And I adore working with this, but it is one of them, you know what I'm like, I like to experiment. It's absolutely one of them you want to experiment with. You definitely want to see what different techniques you can get with this. Put the blue underneath, and again, you've still got that beautiful movement. You could, under the shape, you probably want to put a bit more black, just to give it a bit of a, almost like a shadow going on under there. Superb, right? I'm going to mess, I'm messing, but I love that. Now, as you're checking out your basket, it's going to have the wax. So this is your, it's called your end of coal, so it is your wax. Now, have a look at this. So, your cardstock. Now, where the ship is, you can see it kind of shine, but otherwise, it's not really shiny. Right, the wax is cool. So it's a multi-purpose wax. It is a pen tart product. You can put it on all sorts. You can put it on wood. You can do all sorts with it. But on the speciality card, it's also really quite cool. So you just take your wax. It smells lovely as well. So you just take your wax. You're going over the card. Right, so remember to check this out as you're checking your basket out. So pop your wax on. Yeah, it goes, hey you, would you like a little bit of this? And you go, yes, please. And then buff it off. And it is quite fabulous. It gives it a really smooth finish. But you'll see in a minute, it gives you a fabulous sheen. So, ready? Have a look at that now. Look at that sheen. Cool, innit? And it just gives it such a beautiful effect. So that's your checkout item. So as you're checking out your basket, don't miss out on that. Your finishing wax, not going to lie, it smells lovely. So make sure you get that one as you're checking out your basket. Okay, that's there. So that's where it's going to sit, which I just adore. Doesn't that look cool? What an amazing finish. Now, we want to create our frame. So, do you want me to break and then create the frame as a separate demo? Or shall I do it that way? Oh, and we've got a little bit of Blanche as well. Now, obviously, I've had a play with one technique, but we have got some wonderful clips from Blanche that she sent in some demos. Let's have a see. Blanche is using the beautiful One Day Special.
First, I'll use VersaFine Clair Monarch. I work on specialty stamping paper.
What, darling? Oh, have we a clean one? That would be marvellous.
Now I use archival ink Seafarer.
I haven't had a chance to clean this. Jan is super, thank you.
This is
you're a superstar. Oh yeah, that's
and
good.
Archival ink cornflower blue.
Yes, keeping that social distancing.
And now this is archival ink shadow grey.
It's probably her finishing stuff that she uses. However, we have got that glass varnish.
Again, I use archival ink.
Well, I reckon that'll be her pouring medium, but on these smaller ones, you know, on these,
now
it'll
I
be
use
that we have got on the show.
Summertime for the fishes.
How much time have I got?
And again, archival ink Seafarer.
See what she was doing.
And as if by magic, we don't have Blanche here, unfortunately. I do miss her, I really do. But we have the card right here Blanche was putting together. But look at the detail, especially in that. That is incredible. And that's the quality that you're getting with these stamps. Make backgrounds, make pictures, make stories with your stamps. And very, very easy to do so as well. You don't need a stamping platform. You don't need any mounts to use. All you do is simply take that stamp and use your fingers. Just put that pressure on. Even pressure. Now, Blanche has said before, it's almost like putting a Tupperware top back on. You just evenly go round. Or was that John next door? Maybe that was John next door. But it's the same principle, same principle. Taking that stamp, placing it down, and then creating these lovely maritime images. There's something about these images that I absolutely love. It starts bringing up stories in your head, thinking about different scenes that you can create. Maybe you've got some sentiments and you're not quite sure what to use those sentiments for. Now you've seen these stamps and those sentiments just fall into place and will look absolutely spectacular when you're putting together your cards or your artwork or your journaling. Very thought-provoking images here, maybe for your journaling. Now, with your one-day special, this was a worldwide launch yesterday here on Hochanda. And we're very proud of that. Very, very proud to be working with Blanche. With your one-day special, with the 14 stamps, you're also getting 30 sheets of A5 and A6 speciality stamping paper, and you get 15 of each. And the great thing about that is that when you get your stamps, you put your ink on, you place it onto the paper, you lift it up, it's going to look absolutely perfect each and every time. So it's a really good size card, 2 sizes that we've got for you. And that way you can start to create your card toppers and stick them on your folded cards. Now, I do need to tell you we are approaching 60%, and everybody that buys something today will get a free gift. It's this mould. That's lovely, isn't it? That really is nice. And you could cut up some of the images that we've got coming up in the show and maybe pop them in there. Maybe you've been thinking about your family tree. Maybe you have, after the VE celebrations, and maybe you're thinking about, oh, family trees. Wouldn't it be nice to have that and then maybe put a picture of your grandma, your mum, your daughter, your granddad in there? Be lovely. And then create your own family tree. Be amazing. Only £22.99. That's your one-day special at a reduced price, reduced down by £12 for 24 hours only. The final call show will be at 4 o'clock today, and everything is going to be dispatched from the 21st of May. Right, we've got more for you. We've got ceramic and glass stickers. This is the easiest way to get this effect. All you do is peel it off and stick it on. And then you could remove it and then place it onto something else, because these are reusable. Let me just pick this one up because it's out of the packaging that you can see here. So this particular image with that collage is fabulous. So all you do is just peel that off like so, and then you can pop that onto a piece of glass, a piece of ceramic, a smooth surface. Do you know something? I guess you could use these on boxes, but I don't think they would peel off as well. But you could still use them for other designs. But to go onto a glass jar or a plate, that would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. Love that. And you can see it's got like a glossy effect on there as well. So it feels slightly raised. So it is absolutely top quality that you're getting. You are getting 12 sheets in total and you get 6 designs and you get 2 in each. So let's just run you through the designs here. So you've got the lighthouse there. And you've got the 2 people in a boat. I wonder where they're off to. You've also got the images there of the lady out to sea, the theme running throughout. That looks like Lord Nelson. Might be. Other captains are available. Other captains are available. And you've got your man-o'-war ship just there. And your fish and your starfish in there. Let's pop that way. Very, very easy just to simply peel off and put on to your designs. We've got some lovely designs here in the studio, actually. Maybe get a candle, an LED candle. That'd look fantastic. But very, very easily, you can just just peel that off. And then you can pop that somewhere else and you can just peel it back down again. Love that. Yes, a themed event, actually. Maybe you and your housemates or you and your family that are in the house with you at the moment. Eventually, when we can go out again, maybe something in the garden, maybe a nice maritime themed effect in the garden or the bathroom. Kind of suits the bathroom, doesn't it? And you might have some salts or bath salts things that you might want to put in your bathroom. And you might have a spare jar to put them in. Or maybe an LED candle like this. Don't put a real candle in there, just an LED candle. Maybe you've got some candy in the shape of shells. Maybe you've got some rock candy in the shape of shells. Or maybe you've bought some. Maybe you've got some from Skegge, from Skegness. And you want to pop a sticker on there to make it look fancy. I used to love those rock sweets from Skegness. Absolutely adored them. Lovely. So lots of different projects that you can put these to. It's a great price at $17.99 and they're reusable stickers. 12 sheets of those reusable stickers. You are watching the One Day Special show. Everyone that buys something on the show will get a mould. Will get a free mould, a free gift from LeBlanche. So it's a special occasion. It's a worldwide launch of the One Day Special that we've got for you. Right. Decoupage paper. Love these. Love all the samples that we've got round us as well. You've got 12 sheets. They are 35 centimetres by 50 centimetres and you've got 4 designs. So let's take you through the designs. First of all, you've got the lovely man-o'-war ships just there out at sea in a great sepia colour. Very, very nice. Oh, it's a bit choppy there, isn't it? A bit stormy. You've got your man-o'-war ships just here, and the smaller images, do like those. And this one has been used on a sample at the back, just here, just to show you it in, you can see. So you take your decoupage paper just there and make something quite extraordinary. And this, we believe, might be the glass varnish that's available for you on the show. So you could use glass varnish on these images and they look absolutely stunning. Look absolutely stunning. We'll put the details at the bottom of the screen for that. You get, it's $11.99. $11.99 for that glass varnish. Let me just prop that back up there. Ahoy, stay there. Right, that's 2 of the sheets I've showed you so far. Here's the third one. Again, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 main images and 2 of the smaller images. Really like that one again. You've got sepia, but you've got a little bit of colour added to that with your lighthouse. And then the last one, I've showed you the man-o'-war. Oh, how, yes. Another lovely, it's a sepia and grey effect. Lots of detail in there, fabulous. And a couple of samples to show you of that. Because you're getting 12 sheets all together, so that's 3 of each design, you'll be able to maybe do something like this. That's fantastic. Fancy serving some prawns and some roll mops on there. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Roll mops. A roll mop. Have a look what that is. A heron roll mop. And they're pickled. They are nice. The right roll mops are lovely. And then you've got this huge box here, which is great, which is lovely. And you've got that rope effect, the rope detail going around the edge. Right, if you want to get your decoupage papers, 325624 is your item number. There's plenty more for you on the show, and if you can't choose and you're placing things in your basket and you're thinking, I like that, and I like that, and I love this, and I want that, and that will go great there, and your basket comes to £60 or more, and you go, uh-oh, well, I'll tell you what, we'll divide the cost into two for you. So it needs to be at least £60. We'll divide the cost into two. It's interest-free payments. It means you get what you want when you want it. You have your cake and eat it too. Oh, I love some cake. We've got a papercraft kit for you now. We're limited stock on this. I knew we'd be busy. You've got your 12 by 12 sheets. I don't know what I was going to say then. You've got your 12 by 12 sheets. I'm going to say another word. Anyway, your 12 by 12 sheets, they're double-sided, everyone, double-sided. So 12 by 12 sheets, that's one side, that's the other side. You've got that design right there, turn that over, and that's the design on the back that you see just there. So let me just grab those. You've seen that one. Double-sided. I love that. I love old maps. Fascinated by them. I really am. You can see the division there. You've got the England, Wales, Scotland at the top, and Ireland. Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland. That's nice with the reflection, isn't it? So double-sided sheets. That's your double-sided just there. Nice area, nice space here to do a bit of stamping or put a sentiment, or you could chop into the images if you want to as well. Some lovely distress style backgrounds in here. So 12 of those, and if that wasn't enough, sorry, it's 15 of the papers. They're 12 by 12, 15 of the papers. And you've also got some really cool bits around the edge as well. So do have a look at all of the paper, because you'll find you've got little bits around the edge that you can use as well. Also on top of that, you've got laser cut images, which are fantastic, and you've got 46 of these, and these are on, see, they're heavyweight paper or card. So you could, oh my goodness, we've got a handful left, or we really have. It's going to go any second. And you've also got the cards, your tags as well. So if you are thinking about this, you do need to put it in your basket, because we've only got a couple left. £19.99, limited stock. Right, we've got some stencils for you. You can have a look at those on the website. We're busy for those. We've got a set of 5 stencils for you. Lots of images within the stencils that you can use as well. So you've got your lovely flourishes, your roses, your damask style images, and you can use those on fabric, on paper, lots of different, and your texture paste as well. So you can head to the website and see those. Right, look at these little medicine bottles, or put a message in a bottle. You've got mini glass bottles in assorted sizes. You've got corks. I don't know why I've gone all soft. You've got corks and 3 meters. Oh, 3 meters of your crinkle ribbon. Now, do you know what I'd do with these? You can decorate them. Of course you can. But I think sometimes it's what's inside. So how about putting a message in a bottle? Putting a memory, a special moment, maybe a sentiment to somebody, and popping it in that bottle, maybe using some of the ribbon to tie it up and give it someone. And if they open it and read it, they do. And if they don't open it and read it, then it's up to them. But they'll always have it there. Maybe it's something you've always wanted to say to somebody, but you've never had a chance to say it to the face. Maybe you want to propose to somebody. Maybe you want to tell somebody you love them. Pop it in a bottle. Put some love potion in the other one as well and give that to them if you want to. Or just to seal the deal. Yeah. I love you, will you marry me? Here's some potion. Yes, you will. And the potion could be lavender, because that's a lovely smell, isn't it? That potion could be, I don't know what it could be. Nice little love potion. I'm going to go and buy, I was going to say I'm only going to buy movies I've seen, but, you know, the old style movies. Anyway, message in a bottle, little bottle, colour it, really nice. Or you might actually do your essential oils. That's probably more better, is it? Put some essential oils to get somebody to love you. There you go. We should never make anybody love you. I don't know where I'm going with all of this. I do apologise. I do apologise. It's about maritime theme. Well, I'm thinking maritime, marry time. Yeah, maritime, marry time. Anywho's 9.99, 501 509 is your item number. We've had a sellout, everybody. The papercraft kit has sold out. We thought it might. That was very busy. That's now gone. So just thought I'd tease you by showing you that, but it has now gone. And we had Melly last night. Got Leonie now. No, we had many sellouts last night. We certainly did. Right. Oh, we've still got some rope in stock. We're very busy for this, and you get 1 metre of your moulding design rope, and you get 2 intricate corners. That's great for upcycling. Turn the ordinary into extraordinary. Right, I think it's time to head back to our Leonie.
Well, hello and welcome. Thank you, that were funny. Maritime. Okay, I just decided to start making a board, didn't I? Because I thought, oh, I should have made a board with these just to show you. These are the Galaxy Flares. I love these. Now, they're cool on black or on white. I'm just putting them on white for the second. But, I mean, so far, I haven't even used a crystal one yet. But have a look at that. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. Look at those colours. Boom. Oh, they're lush. They look better in real life than they do on my monitor there, so hopefully they look even better on your TV. They could be definitely mermaid scales. I mean, they're just divine things are these, and they feel really nice and lightweight as well. Now, I started doing this. I'll do the last one, shall I? We can't leave the last one off here, can we? Oh, and I've got 11 minutes. Let's pop the last one on, because this one, look at this. Isn't that just gorgeous? The silver. It's like a silvery white. So crunch it down. So I'm using double-sided tape. Crunch it down. Take off the excess. So you've got, look. It's beautiful. If you do want those, you're getting 4 massive tubs, £12.99. These will work beautiful. You know, in that resin that we've got, the glass varnish. It's like a 2-part resin essentially. So it'll dry really hard, but it'll also dry super clear with that beautiful sheen. You put those in that, I mean, trap them in, that'll look absolutely amazing. So definitely something to play with. I am going to use these, but I just want to start from A instead of going straight over to D. The glass varnish, you can absolutely make your own capuchons. You can use them in moulds. So say you've got plain, I've got some plain like capuchon moulds. So you'll be able to use the glass varnish in that, definitely. Now, what I am using for the frame, I've got my frame ready, but I obviously want to show you what I'm using. So first of all, the MDF kit. The MDF kit, you've seen this a few times. You get the pocket watch, so you get the outside, you also get the layers, you've got frames in this as well. You have got a lot. In fact, let's have a look at the picture. Yay! So see, you've got the pocket watch, the frame, and then the back, the beautiful frames. You've got the mini pocket watches, you've got the laser cut details, and then you've got your lovely little characters, which are amazing. It's a massive kit for $18.99, and do you know what, we have had that on before, and it has been really popular. So again, I know there's people who bought these. I would love pictures. If you've already decorated yours, I would love to see what you've done. So I'm using that, but I'm also using the mouldable wood. Now, I'm not sure if this is the same one that you're getting, because I haven't seen the one that you're getting in real life, to be honest. It's either this one or that one. Right, the picture looks... let's have a look. Intricate corners and one moulding. Yeah, we'll have a look at the picture. We're trying to... it's this one for sure. Yeah. And you're getting 1 metre of this. It's really cool stuff. And then you've got those edges as well, the corners. Now, with your hairdryer, I always do this. I always blow the whole collection off. Get it on a nice hot heat. Nice hot heat. Not the cold heat. Nice hot heat. And then just start to mould. Now, it only needs a little bit of heat. Don't, when it's in a row, when you first get it, don't, and I did it, the first thing I did was try to pull it open. Don't do that, because it'll actually crack. You need to apply the heat. But have you seen that, how bendy it is? So it's gone from being absolutely solid to seriously bendy. I mean, it is really cool stuff. It messes with your head a little bit. Now, this is fabulous because it's the first time I believe that you can actually get this stuff that you can actually heat it with a regular hairdryer. You don't need any fancy equipment. You don't need big equipment to do this. So you don't need anything industrial. You can actually just do it with your regular hairdryer. And I'm not on even full power here. Just making sure it's nice and warm. Now, obviously, whilst it's warm, let me just reheat that. Whilst it's warm, there, you want to start moulding it. So, look at this. Whilst it's warm, look what you can do. You can actually get it to go round circles. It cools, so you have to work relatively quick. So I've come to the bit where it's cooled again. But look, isn't that fabulous? Now I'm holding it a little bit because actually if it cools, look, I've got my shape. So now I can go back and start heating here. I just think this is absolutely fabulous. You can heat it really quickly if you put it in warm water. That, I must admit, when I did that, it was, oh my gosh, it was like, this is the best thing since sliced bread. But obviously, to work with it then, you do need to let it dry out. So it's a little bit of time doing it that way, because you do need to let it all dry. This is definitely the easiest way for us crafters, because straight away we can start to work with it. Need to reheat it a little bit there. So have a look at that. The lovely thing about this, you can obviously cut it, you can sand it, you can paint it. So it's absolutely multifunctional. So I'm going to pop it about there. So, and when you're cutting it, I mean, it looks quite thick. It looks quite, you know, sizable, doesn't it? But actually, you can just take your regular scissors and chop it. However, you need it to be a little bit warm. So again, really cool stuff. So I'll just reheat this. Now I know what size I want. I'll just reheat it because I know I've only got 5 minutes. So it's all nice and flexible. And then you'll be very proud to know I managed to get a plug for a melt gun. Oops. For a heat gun, whatever these are called, glue gun. So I'd never used glue guns, but no, I didn't have a plug. I didn't even have a glue gun. But this is quick. Yeah, I never use glue guns, but Blanche does, and I know why she does it now. It's that speed, and with this, she wants the speed because obviously it cools, and once it cools, then you can't get it to mould. It goes hard again. So. I mean, it's dead easy. There we go. And just bringing that, oops, there, now it's cracked a little bit there. So I'm just going to heat that bit there, that last bit. Four minutes. So I always do this at the end when I'm rushing. Obviously I do. Of course I do. Why would I do it when I'm not rushing? There. So that's where it's ending, just there. So I can just snip that like that. There we go. How cool is that? Now, I love it. And I mean, you'll see so many finished samples that Blanche has used this on. And it just, even when I've cracked it, see, I can move that in a bit. I'm not going to faff, but how cool is that? It's so good. Now, this is the one that Blanche has done. Let me see if I can actually finish. So I've painted it, just painted it with acrylic paints. She's put 2 layers on, which obviously you can do. Right, let's get, I've got a little bit of thread, so of cord, whatever this is. You know the word, I can't think of the word. So just bringing that round on here like that. I've then got some of that crinkle ribbon. You have got that in with your bottles, so I'm just going to pop a little bit of my warm glue there, a little bit of glue there, and then I love it because my fingers, you're used to them being full of ink, now you're going to find they're full of scalds. Be careful of using your glue gun because obviously it's nice and warm. Right, so that's there like that. And then all I wanted to do to finish this, so that is going to go underneath it like that. Oh, love it. But to finish it off, you've got these heavy body gel with 3D balls. Now, you've had the heavy body gel before, but this is the matte gel. If you have not got this, this is an absolute essential. Eve, the matte gel is brilliant because it's just it's an incredible product. It's just a must-have. You pick the balls up with your gel, put the gel, and then put your that in the actual balls, and then look. How cool is this? So again, do it again. So you're scooping, okay? So I'm scooping the glue from there, and then, ta-da! And that's it. Isn't that cool? And that gives me an amazing texture. Seriously, this is addictive. You will be putting this everywhere, not just your wonderful maritime things. Yep, they will be sticking on everything. And you can colour them, you can do all sorts with this. I love this. And that gives you such texture. It's superb. But how much time have I got? 1 minute. But, I mean, I am getting a little bit carried away. But not just, I didn't want to just use my the lovely balls, because you've also got your Galaxy flakes. So your Galaxy flakes you can use in the same way. Popping that on there, popping that in like this, and then my flakes I can now pop on here. My gel will dry clear, so I'm just going to see that beautiful sprinkle of flakes. I adore that. And then when I finish this off, I will finish it in the break. Look, and that's going to go in there. Like so. How cool is that? I love these. Make sure you get your MDF. Make sure you get the heavy body gel with the balls, because that is amazing. And then of course you have got all your Galaxy flakes as well. Basically used everything on the show, haven't I? Including of course that wonderful mouldable wood, which is again a bit seriously cool. I'll be with you at 12. Thank you, Janice. She says thanks. Coming up next, Paper Babe. It's a little bit of mixed media. You've then got Introducing the Quilt Room, and then Impression Obsession. Stay tuned to Hochanda. I'll see you at 12, darlings.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your Internet Web Browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue who hand draws all the images which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
A very good morning to you. How are you this morning? I have a little announcement to make actually. I was going to bring it over here, but I've not. I've left it over there. For anyone that's noticed we've got a clock in the studio an hour behind, I'm going to get it changed. I know, we've all been looking. I didn't notice, no one's noticed apart from you guys when I've posted a few photos online. You're like, that clock's an hour behind, Janice. And it's probably why Paola turned up an hour early to her show, all mic'd up and ready to go. And that clock normally sits behind the guests' table when they're demonstrating. And a few guests have actually demonstrated, turned around and thought to themselves, I thought I've just done the demo. Have I got to do it all again? So we will be changing that clock. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, good morning, how are you? Just ignore what I've just said. It's great to have your company. We've got another fabulous show lined up for you. A show all about faces. All about getting the proportion correct so you can enjoy colouring in and designing. And of course it comes to you from Paper Babe Stamps. But we're starting off with some MDF layered frames for you. I'm going to let you know what we've got, and then we're going to talk to the fabulous Kim Costello on the telephone. So the two kits available for you at £10.47. You can choose between the oval and the oblong. So a finished sample just at the side here of the oval. This is what you can make and create. So one of the MDFs, if I show you this, has the element cut out of it. The other one is a flat piece. You've then got the hair pieces which go on top, and you also have, oh, this always happens to me, sorry, there you go. You've got the hair pieces that go on top, and you've also got some lovely laser cut words as well. Love, dream, sparkle, beauty, flourish, and magical. Now on top of that, you've got the hands as well. See, just here at the side, that's a little hand. It's almost doing a little click, isn't it? It's all like, yeah. So you've got that little hand there, but you've got more. You've got more hands available to you. Now, we've stuck some on this card. Let me show you this way. Let me show you this way up. So the actual frame is like so, but if I turn it the other way, you'll be able to see those hands. And that one at the bottom, if I turn it the other way, it's only the way they've been stuck on here, you'll see that that's, if I turn that to the side, it's like the hand going down, like that. So that bit there, because I thought, what kind of hands there? But you can see the little knuckles along the top, and then there's the finger and the thumb. So it's incredible attention to detail, and that's what Paper Babe Stamps is all about. It's attention to detail that Kim wants to bring you, so that the detail is sorted so you can really enjoy your crafting. So choose between the oval, or you've got the oblong. There's a shape I've not said for a while. And you get to choose and you get to decide. And if you want to use the actual words in another manner, you can do, which is really nice. Isn't that lovely? And they'll take all sorts of mediums, with them being MDF as well, but because they're laser edged cut, it means you've got that precision time and time again. £10.47, 158823. Now, by magic of telephone, we should have the lovely Kim on the other side of the line. Hello, Kim.
Hi, Janice.
Oh, good morning. How are you, my
Good
lovely?
morning. I'm okay, thanks. You?
Yeah, I'm very well, very well. Lovely to do a show with you again. Shame you're not here in the studio, but we've got some great demonstrations lined up from you. Kim, can you tell us a little bit about yourself for anyone that's not seen Paper Babe Stamps before?
Well, Paper Babe Stamps is coming on to 7 years now. It's just born out of me wanting to take my images into different media, really. And it's developed over the years into like the mixed media field.
And it really is a mixed media style feel, with the stamps that we've got on the show and the masks as well. They're designed to help people create the perfect shape, face and hair.
I thought it'd be great to just have one face that you could have many hairstyles with, and that you can mix and match and be more creative, I guess.
And it's really nice to know that we've got ladies' faces on the show, but we've also got gentleman's face as well, a male and female face, different structure, as it were. And that means that it's there for everybody, really.
Yes, and they're great scale to work together too, so you can have them in different poses.
What inspired you to branch into MDF? Because we've seen your stamps, we've seen your masks, and now we've got some great MDF kits here.
I think it's just a great add-on to what I already have, and it just makes that 2D art into a more dimensional piece.
And talking about dimension, they also come with the stand and also the area at the back here to stick on, so you can hang it onto the wall as well. So you've got a lot of versatility with these kits, haven't you, Kim?
Yes, definitely. And if you put the little stand in an envelope at the back, you can hang and stand it whenever you want.
Yeah, because that just comes out easily. You don't need to glue that in. So that's a really nice idea to be able to actually post that, which is fantastic. If I just pop that back in. And laser cut means you've got that precision, which of course comes with the words, but also comes with these really nice, elegant hand shapes.
Yes, and it also means they fit the hand stamps really well too.
Yes, the hand stamps are on the show that will go over these, but it gives, I suppose it gives that lovely face and the different hair, which adds character, but then adding the hand also adds character to your project.
Yeah, I think we express so much with our hands, and people often say they struggle drawing those, so it was good to add them in.
Now, Kim, what can we expect to see from your demonstrations today that we're all looking forward to?
Well, the oval frame that you've been showing, I'm demonstrating that, and also using the template as a mask with the jelly plate to give it a different sort of effect.
Perfect, perfect.
We reached that demo.
Well, we do look forward to that. I hope you're staying safe and well at home.
Definitely, yes.
And I hope to see you very, very soon back here in the studio. But in the meantime, thank you for taking the time this early in the morning. Keep forgetting it's this early. Thank you for taking the time to have a chat with us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy watching yourself on the show.
I shall. Thank you very much, Jenny.
Thanks, Kim. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye then. Bye.
Oh, Kim, she's so lovely and so tremendously talented. But that's what's so lovely about our shows, that our guests can share that with you through their products and through their demonstrations as well. Let's take a look at that first demonstration, how to put together these wonderful MDF plaques.
Hi, I just wanted to begin by talking a bit about the MDF layered frames. So there's 3 in the kit, so it has the 3 different flourishes that coordinate with the stamp set. So each flourish coordinates with each stamp set, each flourish, numbered flourish, and it's just slightly bigger than the image so that you can stamp directly on there. So the top layer has an aperture in, and then you can stick the dimension flourish on, or you could in fact stamp in the space there if you wanted a flat piece. The idea with the aperture is then you would stamp a face behind or on the base layer, and so you have a nice dimensional shape frame. On the back piece you have little etch lines on the centre. That's just so it helps to line up the standing component, so it can be landscape or portrait. I have one here that I've glued. So that's it there, and you just slot that in, and then you can stand them up. And if you stick these 2 layers together and stick them on, they're like a keyhole hanging component. Okay, they come in oblong, the shape, as well, or oval, and the oval works in the same concept. You can hang it or make it stand. So I'd say just to have this corners flush to the oval shape, and then that's with the flourish stuck in place, so you can see how nice that would be to decorate and paint. Okay. Also included in the set is die cut words that match the stamp set, as well as the MDF hands that match the stamp set too. There is a pair for each, so it's for each stamp.
So yes, there is a stamp for the hands, but you don't have to use it with your MDF if you don't want to, but they're lovely, aren't they? Lovely little pieces to have in your home or to send off to someone. There's a choice between the oval and the oblong. The oval is already 10% of the stock gone, 10% of the stock gone. What I love about this, you get the words, you get the hairstyles as well, but you also get the frames. Let me show you. Turn this around. You could hang this on the wall if you want to. So you've got the 2 elements, and they are in there. Very, very easy to pop out. When you pop them out as well, it does mean that you've got the MDF framework left over, so you might think of something you could make from that. Then you've got the stand, which goes at the bottom, just there. And then you can use, of course, it's what comes out of that, isn't it? Hello. It's what comes out of that. Pop that out, and then place that in the bottom, at the base. Don't put that in your bottom, just at the base. And then that works out to be a stand, but you can just take that out. And then you can post that. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. 10% of the oval has already gone. Right, now alongside that in the demonstration, Kim was using the stamps that we have here and the masks as well. So you've got your stamps to create the hair texture and design, so you can pop that on top of your MDF if you want to, or you can use them separately. You don't have to use them with the MDF. You can use these separately, with the other set of stamps that we've got on the show, we've got some stamps for faces. You can shop ahead on the website and see those. But Kim was using these with your MDF. They're £19.99. You get 38 stamps and you get your templates and your masks. So those are your templates and your masks. And those are your stamps. 38 lovely, gorgeous hair curls. I wish I could say the same for mine at the moment. Maybe in a few weeks' time, mine will start to curl. But I don't think they'll look like these. But you can create some lovely designs. And we do have those face stamps coming up on the show as well. But it's something a little bit different. It's really nice just to have the face there, isn't it? And the outline of the hair. If you want to, if you're feeling confident, get a pen and just add the fullness of the hair to these designs. But the stamps themselves are for the outline of the hair and the other accessories for you as well. £19.99, 179677 is your item number. Right, shall we go back to the demonstration and see part 2? I think we will. Here we go.
Okay, let's do a little project. So to begin with, I'm just going to quickly mark the aperture on my MDF, just a little guide, so I know where I want to stamp my face. Oh, can you see that? Yeah. And I'm going to just add a bit of gesso because I want a sort of texture and a sort of vintage look to my face, and just very lightly I'm going to do this part too, so that it coordinates. You can scrape more off or add a bit more texture if you want to. Yeah, it's just a teeny tiny bit. Okay. And then I'm going to stamp the female face, the portrait, in brown ink. Pop her face in the shape that I made there. So any of the dinky faces would fit in the aperture or the shape. And I'm going to just begin to colour some watercolour effect, and you've got this guide now to show you where to go. The gesso sort of acts a bit like a resist but still takes some of the colour, so I quite like that effect. I'm just adding shadow in the right hand side of her face. And then once I've applied this darker colour, I can blend out with this lighter colour so it doesn't look so stark. Feel the nib is picking up, you can just take some off there. And then just keep colouring her in. Add a bit of shadow under the hairline there, even though the dimension of the flourish will actually create quite a bit of shadow for you. And also using what they called the Aquarelle Stabilo to add a bit more highlight to her face and a bit of shadow there. Actually, I might just put a bit of dark there. So if you wanted to blend out, you can just use a little touch of water. Just the pencil is water soluble and just blends quite well. And then you just keep going, adding darker bits and lighter bits, a bit of black on the top there for her eyelashes. And I'm not sure you can actually see her ears at all, so we don't have to colour them in. Maybe a little bit of shadow under the chin just to knock that back behind. So I was going for quite a vintagey, painterly face. I want to add some highlights. Pen's deciding not to work today.
It's fascinating, isn't it, how you build up the texture in the face by adding colour. It's amazing. Now, very busy for your paper-based stamps, Flourishing Hair MDF layered. Now, the oval option, nearly a quarter of the stock has gone. You've got the two different hair designs. You've also got the plain plaques as well, so you can pop them behind, and then you can start adding the hair around the edges. You can also add your words as well, because you get those lovely laser cut words. Here's a fabulous sample of what you can create using these MDF plaques. And the ingenious part of it is you've got a stand that you can also take that out, place that on the wall and send that to somebody in the post, so they get to choose whether they stand it up or pop it on the wall. It's a great deal, it really is. You've also got the hands as well, very, very delicate, those hands, and they will match the hand stamps that we've got on the show. So your MDF hands, if I show you right here, very easy just to pinch out, and then you can start using them with your project just like that. It's amazing, isn't it? And it just changed the character, the attitude of the face that you have created. £10.47 gets you either the oval or you can go for the oblong. So you get the same pieces, the only difference being the design of the plaque. That's your oblong, and then you've got your oval just here, just £10.47 if you want to go for those. Now, the face that we were using in the demonstration just there, or Kim was using, £16.98, well worth going for this because you've got the 3 different facial expressions in there. You've also got the flowers, so you could add that to the hair or use that for anything else. That's your stencil. And you've also got your stamp that provides the locks for the hair, which is amazing. And then you've also got your torso templates. Now, nearly 40% of the stock has gone. It's taken the hard work away for you. £16.98. It's a great price. We've also got the male faces, £17.73. You can find those on the website. And with your male face stamps, you also get the templates, the face stamp, the head and torso and hairstyle and cap templates. And you can see them just there. So you've got more of a chiselled chin, and the torso is more masculine. Although I'm kind of looking at that and thinking you could stamp me from those stamps. Probably look just the same. And those caps are great, so you can give a little bit of attitude there. 937048 is your item number if you want to go for that particular set. We've got more demonstrations coming up for you from the lovely Kim, and we're going to head back there now.
So while that's drying, I was thinking I would do this. So I've stamped the flourish on the wooden flourish. That's going there. I wanted to add some shadow coming out of there, so I'm just going to continue this. And just keep going round. I'm going to blend this out, so don't worry, you don't have to be too neat. You can blend it out with this lighter colour or with water, either works. And I love that bit there with the gesso just coming through the ink. Okay, so I'm probably rushing this a bit. You can definitely take your time with this at home. Have a look at this offered up. I'm just going to add ink directly to the edge. Just to bring it all together. And then I thought I'd use some of the little words in the Flourish and Grow stamp set. So I'm just going to use my fingers. I don't want it to be, dominant, but just like a hint of text on the background there. Okay. And then just need to stick that layer together. And stick the and stick the flourish in place. And then add her hand if you wanted to. Well, this, I'll just stamp that one. Oh, yeah, I like that one. Okay. And then do the flourish. You could have probably painted this the same, but I just liked it with the watercolour. Gives it that very vintage finish. And if the glue is super oozing out there, you can just use a brush just to pick some of that up.
Absolutely magical. Just watching that demonstration, absolutely magical. You can make 3 plaques from the kits, either the oval or the oblong. Right, we've got some sentiments for you here. And these were used in the demonstration, so if you like the look of those, 33 stamps here. These are your Flourish and Grow sentiment builder stamp sets, and you can see you've got lots of different words on there. So you've got flourish, you've got dreams, beauty, dreams, sparkle, love, you've got magic, and then you've got the smaller sentiments in capitals. I really like this. So you've got hello, you've got, and you can build it up, you see, so you could say believe in yourself, big, grow, you've got shine, you've got dare to, you've got create, so dare to create, dare to grow, dare to shine, see the hello, you've got all of those to build up your own sentiments. 33 stamps in total. And it's a really beautiful font as well, a font that's going to go with the flow of the hair designs and the faces as well. £10.49. It's a great deal. 064693. And you can see we've got a lovely sample there in front, and then you've got another sample of using the words. I like this because you've got flourish at the top there, you've got the flourish starting there but then fading out and then fading in to the design. So yeah, build up your backgrounds with these as well. Word backgrounds are brilliant, especially for your journaling. 064694 is your item number. Right, we've got more for you on the show. We've got your hands. If you are attempting to draw, maybe you can draw, maybe you're an artist and that's absolutely fine, but maybe you need a little help with hands, for example. This is going to be ideal for you. You've got your hand stamp and you've also got your template bundle as well. So it's not just about the hands, you've also got the arms as well, so like the elbows. So if I do this, I'm not being lazy. If you have just tuned in, I'm just copying the girl. I'm not being lazy. It's not all about me. But that is the image that the girl there is posing. But you can also take those hands and you can do some other designs as well. And they all fit, all proportionately. They all fit perfectly. I've tried to draw arms and hands and sometimes it just doesn't look right. But this will give you perfect results each and every time. It's only £11.24 if you want to add this to your basket. 236290, and that gets you your 16 stamps and your template masks as well. Oh, hello. Shall I nip over as well? I'll nip over as well. charging ahead of yourself there. Right, this is a great kit to have. You've got two options. You've got the left facing or the right facing, so it's entirely up to you. So left facing or right facing. Now this one is your left facing, so you are getting your stamp kit and the templates. So this one is your left facing. Let me put this into maybe perspective for you. Have you tried to draw a face? Maybe you've started and you've drawn that face and you look at it and it's not quite right. Here's my case in point. So I started to draw a face. I thought, I can draw a face, I'll give it a go. I can pop the hair on there, I'll give it a go. But yeah, didn't really work out. Do you know why? Because I started with that, no, that was okay. And then I put the eye in, I thought, oh, yeah, that looks good, and I'll put the nose in. But I've not left enough space over that side for the other eye. So it's not going to look how it should. So there's not enough room over there. I don't think I can pop an eye in there. So it's, and then the hair didn't, it didn't really turn out well. However, when you're using the stamps, you can turn that, are you ready? Into that. So from that, now we're talking. We're going to do it professionally, aren't we? And this is going to give me a chance now to concentrate on colours. It's going to give me a chance now to concentrate on the way I place this onto my project. That is absolutely stunning. And when you're using the masks, for example, in the templates, you can start to build up a line of absolutely beautiful princesses just like that. And you can see those previous stamps that we saw just there. Isn't that absolutely stunning? Absolutely stunning. £16.23. You get the face, the head, the torso stamps and the hairstyles as well. All you need to choose is whether you're going to go for the left side or the right side facing. £16.23. Let's have a look at the right hand side and go over here. Look left, look right, look left, look right, left, left. Thompson Twins, if you remember that. Very good song, very good album. That might be the album I listen to tomorrow. I'm listening to an album a day on the way to work. Right, so here is your next set. So you get to choose from the left or the right. This is the right facing. £16.23. So you can see you've got your masks. They're all numbered as well because they come in with instructions to tell you how to use these. We're getting busy for this actually. I've got some lovely samples behind here to show you. Wow, stunning, look at that. Sometimes you don't need the outline of the rest of the person. Just seeing the face and the hands as well gives you that wonderful, fantastic detail. Then let's open that up. Very nice, look at that. Again, using different colours to project a different image or a different style. We've got those mail stamps on the show. So you might want to use the mail stamp, as you can see there, along with some of the stamps that we're seeing at the moment. So, fantastic, beautiful images. Look at that. Who does that remind you of? It's our Catherine, isn't it? Pre-cut. When she was John Bon Jovi, that's our Catherine. Do you... I actually got Catherine mixed up with John Bon Jovi once. Yeah, we were doing a little thing where we had to open boxes and I saw a preview in the screen and I thought, why are we showing a picture of John Bon Jovi? Other rock stars are available. And it wasn't, it was a picture of Catherine that was coming up next. It tickled me, it tickled me. Anyhows, build, make and create some fantastic faces and designs with the help from Kim, but with your inspirations as well. Right, we've got some more sets for you on the show. It's all about hair, which is quite apt at the moment because it really is all about hair, isn't it? Not had it cut for actually 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. Probably I've not had my hair cut for about 16 weeks. This is the longest it's been for 25 years of my life. Amazing. Right, it's a flashback from when I first met Jane. That's how long my hair was. Right, now, with your masks and your beautiful hair stamps, you can build and create those gorgeous locks that fall down around the face. But what we like about these is that you can make them a full image, or you can make them very subtle, just like that. something a little bit different. You still get the feeling of the hair. You've got that, this is a lovely example, you've got that lovely white space that goes all the way around the outside. She might have ice white hair. And now you're just seeing the lines that bring it around the face. Just something a little bit different. And if you're feeling adventurous, maybe you could take your pens, your fine micron pens, and you can start to add other elements of the hair. And it could, from muscle memory, help you create hairstyles if you want to. Aren't they gorgeous? Very effective as well. Great for journaling, great for cards, great for adding detail. Maybe you want to do some home decor, for example. Maybe you want to upcycle some furniture, for example. And these are the images that you want to use. Well, using the correct inks, you can stamp onto your furniture and then you can paint them out. 179677 is your item number, £19.99. 179677 is your item number. That gets you templates, the masks and your stamps. Excellent value for money. Now let's go back to the MDF plaques. You get to create and make 3 of these designs, and you've got a choice. I'll just scoot these over. You've got a choice between the oval and the oblong. They have the same elements, but different styles, So with each plaque set, and remember you get 3, you get the back, you get the top, like so, and you get the hairstyles as well to go on the top. And then you can start to paint, and these will take all of your different mediums. So you can take your hairstyle, you see that just moves over, and you can pop that into place, and you can start to colour that up. You could add a word if you want to, maybe down the bottom, just there. And you've also got your fabulous hands in there as well. Let me just try something. Let me just pop that onto the back. I think it's meant to be one way. Now, let's pop that back. Let's pop that there. There you go. There you go. Ta-da! There you go. So you can see there the face will be coming out that way. And let me pick this one up. So you've got a left and a right facing, and then the one standing up is a front facing profile. We think so, we think so. So you've got your 3 left, right and centre. You've also got the hands and you've got the stand as well. Now this is a great idea. It's what Kim's done for you. Let me pick up this element here. It's the same in each one. I'm just going to pop that down a moment. Let's pick these up. So you'll get this element, well you'll get 3 of these included. Okay, so you pop those out, very, very easy. Then you layer those 2 up, so those 2 will fit on each other like that, and that goes on the back of your MDF structure. So that then can hang something on the wall. So you pop your nail in there and then it shuffles up like that and keeps it secure. Then this element down the bottom, you place at the bottom, and then the element from which they came out, you place in there. Don't glue it unless you want to. You can glue it, but that will stay in place even without glue. If you don't glue it, you can take that out, you can hang it on the wall, or if you're giving it as a gift, you can simply place that in there and post it, and the person receiving it gets the choice of standing or placing on the wall, which is brilliant, isn't it? Really, really is. So 2 to choose from, only £10.47, so not too expensive to go for both if you wanted to. Remember, you've got the laser cut words as well. You can use those for other projects or with these. So 3 on each. You choose which shape the plaque is going to be. 158823 is your item number. Now we've got more demonstrations coming up from our lovely Kim. Enjoy.
Okay, so I just wanted to show using the jelly plate with the flourishing hair masks. So I'm going to start with a nice thin layer of blue, a bit Prussian blue. I'm going to just pop a squidge of Payne's grey in there too. So just Nice layer. It looks a bit blotchy, but you won't see that in the final piece, I hope. Just rubbing the excess off my roller. Okay, I have a little box of bits and bobs, but great for texture. Here's this one. Just tap it on. This one. And this pretty little thing. Just to push it in place. Let's use a little scrunched up paper. And then you can push them in place and you get a bit of texture in the background too. And if you wanted tighter wrinkles, you can do that too. Oh, that came off. I'll just pop it back. And then put bubble wrap. Just a smidge of the lines. Okay. Okay, there we go, just lift those off. They're like embroidered doilies in my stash. Okay, it's quite a thin layer, so it shouldn't take too long to get nice and dry. Not too dry, but so I just cut some copy paper about the size, and I plan on using flourish number 1, so we need mask number 1. And then I'm going to pair this with the hand stamp, so a couple of hands, and I'm just planning on this side the pose, so that it includes the hands and the face. So what will happen is this needs to flip, that's why I've got it this way. Shouldn't take too much longer to get dry. Okay, I think that looks okay. It's a thin layer, so I'm just going to put a lighter colour on to do pull the print. Bit of yellow. I might just add a smidge of this buff titanium there, a bit there, and then brayer that around. Oh yes. Sorry, just rolling off my brayer. So I need to flip the mask, so that's that about there. And this one to flip over, and this one also to flip over. About there maybe. Okay, and then just take a nice fresh sheet. And then pull the print. So you want to burnish around the template so that it doesn't have too much of a halo when we come to stamping. And around the little handies, you can feel where they are through the paper. So hopefully this will be a lovely print. Just going to get a bigger piece just to get those edges and to flatten it really nicely. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. There we go. So there's our print, and got a bit of paint on there. You can just drop them in water. Sometimes I like to just using the same colour, press a bit on for her little cuffs on her wrists. Oops. Put that in water. And I have a scrap of tissue. Just pick up that little bit left on the plate, and then we can move on to the next bit. So I'm going to use my stamp press to do the next step.
And that's how you can use your mats and your templates to then add your stamp. This is an incredible deal. When I say incredible deal, it is because for £10.47 with your MDF, you choose oval or your oblong. You might not want to choose, you might want to go for both. They're £10.47 each, but you get to make and create 3 different plaques from here. You get your words as well that you can place onto the plaques or use them with something else, and you also get these fabulous hands as well. And within that, you also get that love heart, which is lovely. So every single part of the MDF has been used for you, and you can simply just push those hands out so you can add them to your designs, and you get the stands as well. So in the words, you have got magical, flourish, dream, sparkle and love right there for you to use. Either oval or go for the oblong. 158823. And within there, you've got a left, you've got a right, and you've got a front facing. So we've got the left, right, and front facing in each, and you choose, you decide which you go for. Fantastic. Love these, really do. Right, let's head down the counter if you want to pop those into your basket. Remember, you can go for more than one if you wish, and you can go for both sets if you want to. Give us a call, 01733 62000, or head to the website. It's the best place to go so you can see all the other items we've got for you on the show. Right, your hair stamps and your face masks and templates that you've got here. That hair is lovely because it's the outline, what shapes around the face. But you can, even just with that element of the hair, still imagine the full hair that the ladies would have if they had it, if that makes sense. Beautiful designs here. Very, very effective, very stylish as well. Beautiful, beautiful. If you've started to sketch and started to draw and you're finding faces and hairline very, very difficult, I think this is going to be absolutely perfect for you. £19.99. It gets you your template and stamp bundle, 38 stamps, and you get your template masks as well. Great, great for journaling. Great for cards as well, great for batch making. And each and every time the girls could be giving off a different vibe, a different look. So you could have a whole collection of these cards. £19.99. 179 677. Now, the face itself, which you can use in conjunction with the MDF and you can use in conjunction with your other designs, is right here for you. You've got 2 options. You've got left facing or right facing. This is the right facing. You can see the stamp. Where are we? Just there. And you've also got the torso as well. And this is going to give you that lovely, gorgeous eye effect. You get the chance to colour that in. And again, you're getting all of the proportions just right. Using, with the other hand stamps that we've got for you on the show, is going to give you that lovely fullness image. £16.23. 820155 is your item number. And you've got all of those different hairstyles as well to boot to start making and creating. And if I just turn these around, you can see there that you've got the masks, but you've also got the outlining of the stencils that you might want to use in conjunction with your projects. And that goes for all of the elements that you're getting. So masks and your templates to boot. Fabulous. So that's your right facing. We've also got left facing. Look left, look right, look left, look right. All the lefties are in the lead. Yes, the left looking face is in the lead, £16.23. If you were to use them all together, isn't that magnificent? Absolutely love that. I tried to draw a face earlier on. Oh, I'm going to have, oh, it's fallen over there now. Can I just bend over and get it? Do you mind? Sorry. I'm just going to, I might not be able to get up though, but I can. I'm back. I drew that earlier. Fair enough, it was all right, but I didn't leave enough room on that side, and that was too long, and the hair was a bit not quite right. So go from that to that, using the stamps and the template. That's what it's all about. Absolutely incredible. And you can be very, very creative. That would look nice if that was going around something. Just wrapped around it like that. £16.23, 820155 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Then we've got the hands as well, because it completes, doesn't it? You know, we express ourselves with our hands, and this could give a different expression each and every time you use them. So we've got your hand stamps just there. And you've also got the masks and the templates. So you've got your templates that you can draw around, and you can also mask out as well, so you can actually put together those great designs with a little bit of attitude. £11.24, 236290. Now you can head to the website and see all the different designs that we've got available for you, and remember to check out your baskets. It's not yours until you have done so. Thanks to Kim, thanks to you, and stay where you are, because we've got more coming up. Yes, we are proudly introducing the quilt room to you right now. We've got Natasha with us. Impression Obsession after that, and then we're back with Leonie with the Lunch One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing fabric freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the Inkables, in the Dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
A very good morning to you. I hope you're well. We're very proud here at Hochanda to champion small businesses, growing businesses, family-run businesses and UK businesses. So if we put all of that into the pot, we've got the Quilt Room. This is the very first show, and we'd like to introduce you to the Quilt Room. And it's a mother and daughter duo that work incredibly hard to bring you wonderful designs for your quilts and also fabulous fabrics as well. Now, the pair have sold worldwide 350,000 books on their quilt making. So yeah, one would say they know their onions when it comes to quilt making. Now, fabric-wise on the show, oh my word, we've got Moda, we've got Macawa, and we've got some lovely designs as well that you can follow effortlessly through the wonderful instructions that are provided as well. Remember, the team have experience when it comes to putting together books and information and instructions as well. Pam and Nikki working incredibly hard. We've got some lovely examples as well to show you around. We also have Natasha with us as well. If you are getting ahead of yourself, you can jump to the website. You can have a look at all the different kits that we've got available for you on the show. But if you want to get this one in right now, it is available on FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £42.50. And that means you get your fabrics home, you get the design, you can start building and creating something that perhaps is going to last in your family for a lifetime and then beyond, because you can keep handing quilts down as an heirloom in the family. Right, your first kit, 001152. I'm going to hand you over now to Natasha, that's going to take you down the counter and also have some great demonstrations. As always, if you've got any questions, please do email in. It's studio@hochanda.com, or leave a message on Facebook. We'll have a look and then we will be able to give you the questions or give you the answers. Right, I'm going to head that way and Natasha is coming in this way. So I'll see you in a minute. And here's Natasha. Bye.
Hello, it's amazing how we do it, isn't it? Hello, welcome. Yeah, the Quilt Room. I would say Pam and Nikki Lintop might be a name that a lot of you recognise. Yeah, they are some of the big names in quilting. And along with Creative Grids that we had at 7 o'clock, they work often in conjunction together. Pam and Nikki are renowned for their jelly roll quilts. So, you can buy a jelly roll and make an entire quilt out of it, because often we buy these beautiful things and we go, well, I've got it. What do I do now with it? Apart from stroke it, obviously. Because let's face it, once we open it up, it's never going to look like that again. No. It's going to look like this instead. So this is the very first kit that we've got. It does make this size quilt that you can see behind me, and it's called Diamond Drop. So you've got 2 different options, colourways for this. So this is the aqua one, and what you're looking at here is beautiful Moda fabrics. Now the Moda fabrics that we have are from French General. They are Le Beau Papillon. Is that beautiful butterfly? Well, I would say, yeah, my French, bit wobbly at the best of times, but we are generally in agreement that it would translate as a beautiful butterfly. And so that's what's making the diamonds. Then you've got the Macawa linen look fabric. So again, Macawa, lovely 100% cotton, 44 inches selvage to selvage is what we're looking at there. Isn't that gorgeously quilted as well? I mean, that's a whole other art form. Anyway, so that's the blue that you've got behind there, and it is bound in Sanderson quilting fabrics. Let me just show, this is just for the binding. I mean, this is when you know that you have got an exceptional quilt, when the binding is gorgeous Sanderson quilting fabrics. Yes, Sanderson do now do quilting fabrics. Isn't it a stunner? Beautiful, beautiful. 10% already gone. You haven't even seen us do it yet, but it's gone. And of course you get your step-by-step instructions in there as well. I'm going to show you those in a moment. Now, under a different item number is a different colourway. Now this is your écru. Yes, and this is the jelly roll that you are getting. Again, this is from Moda. So top quality fabrics here, Moda, and this is again from Le Beau Papillon range. But then you are also, this is your binding. This is again more Moda fabric there for your binding. And then the écru, that is your background. Again, that linen look fabric. Important that it's linen look because it's 100% cotton, so it's not going to crease like an actual linen would. But again, same design, just different colourway. I just love it. So if you want the écru creamy background, then go for this one, and this is £42.50 on 2 flexes. Right, now then, let's have a look here, because this is, if you're saying, well, I'm just starting, you know, maybe, am I going to manage a whole big quilt? Well, what about starting with this? So this is your écru. And this is the size of the baby quilt. Now in your instructions you get the details as to how to make the baby quilt and also how to make the full size one as well, because you see it's just it's a portion of, yeah. So it gives you the cutting instructions and everything, because obviously you'll have to cut more for the big one, you know. I mean, obvious. Now, do you know what do you see in this? Do you see the diamond drops or do you see the hexagons in it? There are hexagons in it. Are there? You not see them? Hexagon. Yeah. So we're going to be showing you how to make this. I'm going to show you how to make these. I'd say blocks, but they're kind of strips. And so that's the colourway. If you've gone for the écru large, it will be that size, this colourway. If you've gone for the baby quilt, the cot quilt, and just a note on this, you get everything, including your wadding in this kit as well. Just for the cot quilt, you're getting everything, which is just stunning. All of the fabrics, and there you go. And then you've also got that as well in there. So that is on 2 flexi payments of £21.50. So if you just fancy having a dabble, go for it. We also have the rulers, which we'll show you in just one moment, and that's what I will be demoing with. Like I say, Pam and Nikki work very well with Rachel Cross at Creative Grids. It works beautifully together, and it just takes all of the effort, because otherwise, I'm not going to lie, as a quilter I would be panicking about making diamonds. I'd be like, oh, really? Do we have to? Must we? But when you've got the rulers and you've got the right tools for the job, you'll love it. Now, caramel cream. This is another stunner. Look at that. In fact, I've got it here. So you don't have to look at a small picture of it, because I have it in the flesh. And this is what your kit will make. So it's, there we go. Isn't that just gorgeous? Again, using exactly the same ruler that we're going to use for the diamond drop quilt. Oh, I just think it's absolutely divine. These are colourways that are timeless, absolutely timeless. That's what I particularly love about these. Now, it's Moda and Makawa again. So you've got your Moda fat quarter there and your Makawa linen look fabric that you've got there. Now these are beginner projects, which feels really, but when you see how easy they are to use with the rulers, you'll be absolutely flying. Anyone can do it. I will be demonstrating some of the patterns. They are on the show. Do take a good look at those as well, we'll get to those later, shall we? Now, we've focused mainly on jelly rolls for the moment, but what about dessert rolls? Ooh, yeah, a whole book on how to use dessert rolls. So 12 simple. Now you might think, oh, hang on, I know that a jelly roll is 2.5-inch strips. Yes, it is. These are all made using other way round, Tasha, 5-inch strips. So it's a great stash buster, and you've got some gorgeous designs in here. So if you've just gone for one of the Stripology rulers and you need stuff to cut, then go through your stash, find anything that you can cut into 5-inch strips, grab this book and crack on. And they are just exquisite. So you can do them in whatever colourways you like. And what I really love about Pam and Nikki is that they show you different colourways as well. So you might be thinking, oh, well, you know, yeah, but what about having it in a different colourway? So you'll have the same cut in 2 different colourways, and it will feel incredibly different, no matter which way up you do it. But this is all using 5-inch strips. I just think it's fab, absolutely fab. All in here, 12 different designs. Fabulous. Absolutely fab. There you go. Now, in there is, here it is. I did, look, you see, I did prep it. Oh, and I went past it. This is your hen party quilt. Literally, because it's got hens on it. Oh, I get to find out today whether or not our eggs that we've got in the incubator are actually got chicks in them. Yeah, very exciting. Right, that is your hen party quilt pattern, again using dessert rolls, and this is the hen party quilt. Whee! Squawk. It's brilliant, isn't it? How gorgeous is that? Imagine that in a farmhouse kitchen, flung over a sofa or a chair in the corner. Or even on the wall. I mean, that is a standout wall quilt as well. I just think these are beautiful. And a big thank you as well to Pam and Nikki, who sent these in so that we could have these. I haven't made any of these. I'd just like to say they did send them all in. Gosh, they're beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Now, the quilts that we have on the show for you today are made using either one of these. The only difference is in the finished sizes that you can get with them. And I have to say, these are fabulous for bunting as well. I made a whole load the other day. So this will give you a finished 8-inch size. It's your 60-degree triangle, 8-inch finished ruler. If you'd like to go bigger, then you've got the 12-inch finished size there. You can make the quilts with either. It's entirely up to you. It just means that you can end up with much bigger blocks with this one if you go for this one, but either one will work with the block. So £22.95 for the 12.5 degree will give you a finished 12-inch, or if you want to go for the other one there. All of these are on the website. How much is this one? £17.99. There you go. 28th of May they'll be dispatched, and that's £17.99. So you choose whichever one you want. But should we go and have a little look at how to use these? So do remember, all of these are on the website, and the quilts that we're going to be demoing today, all made with this one ruler, whichever one you decide to go for. Now we've also got our 7-day savers, which launched on Sunday. and they'll be running through until Sunday. There we go. So, you know, grab it all online. It's all there for you. And just, yeah, have a good old rummage around. There is so much on that website. So much. It's just fab. So get involved, have a good look around, see what you fancy, pop it in your basket. And, of course, if you're going for one of the cuts, you can split that cost over 2 FlexiPays. Okay, so very, very informative instructions. Very, very simple to follow. No matter which one you go for, whether you're going for the blue aqua background or if you're going for the ecru, it's exactly the same pattern. Okay, so you've got background fabric. Let's deal with the background fabric first, shall we? If you were lucky enough to get hold of one of the Stripology rulers before the extra large one sold out, we do still have the squared. Now is the time to get that out. Quite frankly, they are on the website. The show was at 7 o'clock this morning, so you can always catch up. So, first thing that I would do, because the instructions tell you to cut strips, so you're gonna need strips, and the width of your fabric. Okay, so when it comes off the bolt, it's always folded, so you know you can keep that fold, and then I would just fold that up again. Like that. Now you're going to need, I believe, and I will just double check myself, 4.5 inch strips with this. So this is where you can do this any way you like. So I'm just going to take off that raggedy end there. You can do this any way you like, but if you do have a Stripology ruler, then it just makes it an awful lot easier, because you can just go through, okay, 4.5, then 9. And already, you know, you've got those cuts. It's simple cutting with these, really simple cutting. Let's put that to one side. So you've then got these. Now, you can line these up if you wish. And then you get your ruler. Where is my ruler? I've done with, it's hiding under here. Here we go. Now the instruction for this is slightly different. You want to line up on your 3.5 inch line, which means that the bottom, this bottom line here, will go along your 8 inch line. There's your 8 inch line. It's got an 8 there. You want to line it up there, 3.5 inches there, 8 inches there, and that is the width that you're going to do. This is the in-betweeny background bits. Cut away. I'm just going to move that out of the way. I'm going to spin this, spin, 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 and then cut away there. Now, because I'm using a Creative Grids ruler, there's no slip at all. It's there, and it's nice and steady. In fact, it's the table that's wobbling, not anything else. My fabric has stayed absolutely where it is, which is why I've been able to go through, look, multiple layers. What I would say if you've gone for the ecru is just be careful. You know, ask me how I know. If you folded it like that, I would just then unfold them and put them the right way up, because it's very easy otherwise to sew the wrong side. Yeah, you may well chuckle. I've done that this morning. So again, what we do now is line up again that 3.5 inch line. There it is, super visible, and then get that edge along there. Check that I've got that on my 8 inch line there, and then just cut again. And then I've got another load there. So actually the cutting for this, if you've got the tools, it is possible to do it without. It will just take you longer. But here we're getting accuracy. And look, already they are piling up a tree. I don't think I've got enough there. No. So do you know what? That's a nice sizable piece. If you English paper piece, or if you just have a nice thing of scraps, then that's absolutely perfect to add that into. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is then start to get those diamond drops going. And we're going to start by making them as triangles first of all, but you'll notice they're two-tone, so we need a top and we need a bottom. So go and find out of your jelly roll and I would pick 2 contrasting colours. I've cut this in half just because me sewing a straight line is not the most exciting thing you'll see all day, so I just wanted to keep it to a minimum. But this, so you'll sew the full length, the full 44 inches, so right sides together, and then just take it to your machine and you're going to sew yourself 1/4 of an inch down there, and just make sure that it's nice and aligned. If you have a machine, a good quality machine, then you can just let this roll. Before I went over to Juki, my old machine used to pull to one side, something shocking. You know, like when your bearings aren't quite right on your car wheel and it sort of pulls you off to one side. My old sewing machine used to do that, so it was always a bit of an effort doing a long straight line. But with the Juki, it's just fabulous. There we go. So what I would do, because we're going to be cutting these on an angle, I would just give it a little, a little spritz of a best press or a starch spray, something like that. And then, as we do with any kind of quilting seam, just set that seam and then flip it over and just knock the edge over with the side of your iron and just press. There we go. So then you've got your line of fabric. You will press it a bit better than that, but you know. What we're going to do now, start this end, is cut these triangles. So you've got your fabric there, and you're going to line. Now you'll notice on the ruler that it looks as though the end has been chopped off. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's a design feature. You want that. Again, we've got the non-slip grip in there. So I'm going to line that top flush with there, and then the bottom will be flush with my 4.5 inch line, and somewhere in the middle it'll be 2 1/4. So I've got 3 points of reference to line up my ruler so that I'm cutting this absolutely right. Helps if I use a rotary cutter, not a pair of scissors. That first cut is the first one. Spin it around, okay, and then we don't move this fabric, okay. But that first cut, because you've got to cut away from yourself, so realign it. So I've got 4.5 inch line there, I've got that flat top there on the top of my fabric, and I've got my 2 1/4 inch line there, and I am cutting away, always cutting away. And you can see you can then whiz along quite happily. This is where you soon realise, yeah, see I've got a bit wobbly on my seam there. But cut them all. We've got some here all cut. You just go along there and cut those up nice and easy, and you will then have these, all right? And they will eventually go like that. All right, so what we've got to do before that is make a strip. Okay, so you get one of your pieces that you've previously cut, and what I have to, this is just how my brain works, is I have to line it up like that and go, right, that's the way that I want it to be. Now I want it right sides together, and flip it, because if I start sewing things like that, it feels really strange. But what you'll notice is, do you remember we had that flush end? Pop that onto there, line it all up like that. You will have a bit of an overlap up there. That is absolutely fine. But you just want to line that up, and that basically, if you put your ruler back on, what you will notice is that at that end, that is your 1/4 inch. on that diagonal. That is your 1/4 inch. That's where your needle will come off. And the overlap, where this meets here, like that, that is 1/4 inch in. Now, if you want to mark it, then you can. But because of the accuracy of the rulers, if you know that if you start there and you come off there, then you are accurate. And that's why these rulers are so important and so easy to use. It just makes it such a difference. So not everybody has all the feet and the this and the that with their sewing machine, and that's absolutely fine. And also, you know, we are working on a bias edge, but you can see there my stitching started right where that met, right in there, and came off right up there. So then I'll take it to the over to the iron and press it, and it's absolutely perfect. Absolutely. I mean, I'm quite proud of that. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I can't lie. I'm really proud of that. Because it's something in the past I'd struggled with. So again, here, when you got that on there, can you see that you can see a bit of your underside there, and you've got a bit of an overlap there? Let me just highlight that again. And again, Creative Grids, you know, they know that that's their 1/4 inch. You can use any of their rulers because it will give you that 1/4 inch. And if you want to mark it and keep your stitching straight, then do. You know, there's absolutely no shame in that whatsoever. And then when I take it to the machine, I know exactly where I'm starting from and exactly where I've got to go, and I know that I'm going to come off where those two fabrics cross, and when you've got it, that's what it's going to start to look like. Now, you will have little overhangy bits there, and that's absolutely fine, and you will have little dog ears coming off the bottom there. It's absolutely fine. And you build your row and you grow it and grow it and grow it. So I'll just do another couple of those whilst Janice talks us through everything you can get, because it's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. Thank you, Natasha. The quilt behind me, isn't that stunning? It really is. And it does give you that optical illusion because you see the diamonds, but then there's another shape in there as well. Can you see it? Can you see that in between? It's the hexagon, of course, and it changes with the different style of quilting that you add to it. Absolutely amazing. Something like that is going to be handed down through generations of your family, and just looks so beautiful in your home as well. £84.99. Remember, you're getting top quality Moda fabrics in there as well as your Magawa as well. And yeah, the background with being the Makawa. It's beautiful. It's something like that you could just sit down and just look at, like a painting for me. So whether you've got it draped over a bed or whether you've got it draped over a sofa in your home or a wall hanging, people hang quilts from their walls as well, because it really is a work of art and a labour of love. 2 payments of £42.50 gets you the quilt kit, and it gets you those superb instructions. This is the aqua, so gorgeous blue colour for your background in Makawa fabrics. You've got this lovely floral as well, and this is Sanderson fabrics again, and you'll know the quality. Let me just open this out, because seeing that, and of course on the salvage as well, you get the colour coding, so you can match your threads and get the fabrics to that if you want to. Really like that. Look at the detail that's going on in there. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. And yes, it really is probably too pretty for just the binding, but it's all about quality and it's all about getting the best results. So if you are going for those excellent quality fabrics to make and create the quilt itself, then you certainly want excellent quality fabric there to create the binding, because it just goes, doesn't it? Perfect. Right, and of course you're getting your Moda jelly roll with that. And all you need to do, yes, add your own wadding and add your own backing accordingly. Absolutely stunning. Stunning. 001152. We want to welcome the Quilt Room to Hochanda. This is their very, very first show. Next up, we have the ecru. And I believe, do we have a sample? Right, it is the smaller. Yes, the one that I've got here. Okay. Now, it's this is the colour option that you're getting here, but this will make the larger quilt, the same size as the one behind. So if you just imagine this, if I hold that there you go. If you imagine that in the larger quilt behind me, and we'll get a shot of that where it takes up the whole of your screen so you can get a better idea of what that will look like. There you go. The overall, so you've got your hexagons in the middle and all the way down, and then you've got the lovely diamonds as well. £84.99 if you choose this particular colourway. And you can see the difference. Maybe you wanted to go for both. I don't know, maybe you want to go for both. But I'll tell you something, most people are actually double buying, and they are even Stevens, neck and neck at the moment, colour-wise. So you've got your two colour options in that fabulous quilt. Do like that. Very, very nice. Now, if you want the smaller quilt, we've got the cot quilt option for you, which is that particular size that I was holding up. So to give you an idea of the size, with your diamond drops, this is your cot quilt set. Let me lift that up. So that's your cot quilt, which looks absolutely stunning, really does. Love that, beautiful. Again, you've got those gorgeous fabrics in there that we can see. I love the colours in here because it's very vintage, got a vintage vibe, very traditional as well, with the reds, but I also like this colour. Would you call that like a taupe colour, like a sandy colour in the background? Do like that, do like that. So you've got your Moda and you've got your Macawa fabrics. Very, very busy for this, and you've also got that lovely wadding as well, so super soft, which you want really if it's going to be for a cot. £21.50 is your first payment, then another payment in a month's time with your instructions as well. So easy to follow. Pam and Nikki sold over 350,000 books worldwide. My word, they know what they're talking about. And because of that, it means that people adore their books and their instructions as well, because they're easy to follow. You've got lovely pictures in there as well. Perfect. 206138. Now, I've also got caramel cream. When we told me that, I thought, yes, we're going to have some cake, but we're not. We're going to have this gorgeous, beautiful colourway on here. Now, I can show you some of the fabrics that you're getting in there as well. You've got your Moda Jelly Roll, and this is by Three Sisters. You can see the different colours as I just go through there, that nice ombre effect, going from your greens and your creams in there, your greys, just moving that around, so it's lovely, lovely flowers. And the background fabric is Macawa, and again, you've got that dove grey. Do like grey. You know, when you've got the right shade of grey, it just works beautifully. It really does. And when you've got the elements of colour in your jelly roll there, it's going to look absolutely stunning. It really is. Do like that one. Very much so. Very, very much so. And you've got a little picture there on the instructions. And do we have a sample here in the studio? Lovely Natasha has it over that side of the studio. And Natasha will show you that. It looks, I'm just having a look there, it looks fabulous, it really does. Right, so 637159 is the item number if you want to go for that one. 2 payments, so everything is divisible by 2, so it's a great way to pay. Now, if you just want the patterns, maybe you've got some fabrics already. We've got all of the kits on options for you. So you've got your caramel cream. You've got Tea for 2. That is not a kit that we've got on the show, but that is a pattern. Diamond Drops is a kit that we've got on the show, but if you want the pattern, it's there. And we've also got the Hexagon Garden. That is spectacular. I do like that one. Love that. Oh, and Natasha's going to show us how to make that one in a moment's time. £9.99, 729 761. It is recommend you get the book to accompany the pattern, and that's just a little heads up for you. You can watch these shows, by the way, again and again and again, so you can follow the great demonstrations that Natasha is providing for us today on the show, and her excellent advice as well. Take advantage of that by emailing in if you have any questions. It's studio@hochanda.com, or you can leave a message on Facebook and we'll pick that up. So we're very, very busy for the book, very, very busy for the book at the moment. If you do want to get hold of this, it's an idea to pop it into your basket and get it checked out. £11.99. Let's just bring that forward there. So in the book, I open this up, you can see here, it's all about those 5-inch strips and how to use them. So we can open it up. By Pam and Nikki, a family, mother and daughter. You can see there, you've got your index, you can see all the different subjects that it's going to cover for you. You've got the nice little introduction there. And the pictures are so pretty and inspirational, aren't they? They really are. So lots of different projects in there for you. Lots of instructions. Look how easy it is to follow. It really is. Remember, the ladies have sold over 350,000 books worldwide. What a great investment for you. Of only £11.99, because we've reduced it by £5 for you. Normally £16.99. So you've got that discount here at Hochanda. 812373 is your item number. Now, the rulers are very busy on the show. We had a Creative Grids show earlier on today. And with this, you've got the 8-inch. £17.99, 076270, and that's your 60-degree 8-inch ruler, and that's going to be dispatched on the 28th of May. We also have the 12.5-inch right here, and this is also your 60-degree triangle. 626045 is your item number. It's 12.5-inch ruler to be precise. £22.95. Very, very busy for both of those. Now, something else that we've been busy for is your 7-day savers. So I think a lot of soft crafters are watching today. So you're taking advantage of the deal we've got right here. We've got lots of options for you. This is your Speedway. It's all got a fair theme, you'll notice as we run through. This is your Ferris wheel, some nice tones in blue. You've got your Waltzer coming up. These are £27.99, saving £17. You've also got the Helter Skelter, the Ghost Train, the Roller Coaster, the Twister, the Spinball, the teacups, and they're all of a mixed pack. So you can see all the colours on the website. They're 70% premium acrylic and 30% wool. You get 6 200-gram balls. It's fabulous quality, it really is. And if you want to go for that 7-day saver, then head to the website and have a look at the other 7-day savers as well. 002144. Right, we're going back to Natasha now.
Hello. Right, so where we left off, I've done a little bit of extra sewing whilst Janice was chatting. So we started off and I showed you how to make the triangle and then attach the next part. So I've just repeated that for the second half, and what you'll notice on these is that I've got an overlap. If I don't trim that back. I have known ladies trim that back thinking I've got it wrong. You absolutely have not. There should be. Absolutely should be that overhang there. That, if we measure it, 1/4 of an inch. Those magic numbers that we get in quilting, 1/4 of an inch. So we've got top and bottom now. So what we need to do is flip and go right sides together. And so you'll have your rows that you will then start to sew. And line those up. And because, of course, we have cut with accuracy everywhere, you know, you can very, very easily pin it if you want. And a lot of you might be going, oh, Natasha, you're not pinning, you're not worried about your perfect points and everything else. No, I have absolute, I just love these rulers, so I know we are pretty good to go. So sewing 1/4 of an inch. And when we're sewing the main body of these diamonds now, but when you come to sew the tips, so the next, you'd sew all of these together, and then you'd come to sew the tips together. You will overhang by that 1/4 of an inch, and then when you come to sew it together, it will just work beautifully. There we go. Now, there is. Because you've cut on the bias, please do use some starch spray just to try it, so you just get less movement, because there is a little bit of a tendency. So if you do want to pin, it's not a bad idea. It's just not the most scintillating to watch, is it, me pinning stuff. So you'll get an idea then when I press these back of your diamonds. And that's what you're making, and you just repeat. You just repeat and repeat. So you've got the full diamond there, but you've got your half hexagon there, and then when you put the next one on, you'll get the full hexagon, and so on and so forth as it drops down the quilt. So that's your first one, right? Let's put that to one side. Now, I promised you, didn't I, that we would also look at this quilt here, which Janice got all excited about, thinking that there was cake. Sorry, this is much better for your hips.
Depends how big it is.
Well, yeah, we'll cover your hips. It's a very big quilt. So, there we go. Right. Again, using exactly the same ruler. So once you've invested in the ruler, you've got it, and you can do all sorts of stuff. You'll also notice behind me the bunting. That was made with the ruler as well. And that just took moments, absolute moments. Right, so let's have a look at how we would do these. So, I've just been asked if you have any leftover fabric. I did, because I didn't make up the quilts. I'm not entirely sure how much there is left over. Okay, so the way that we cut the strips originally, so do you remember we cut a 4.5-inch strip, and then we cut them down, lining up on the 8-inch and the 3.5-inch line. We're going to sew 2 strips together, just like we did first time round, only instead of lining up with the tip like we did last time, we're going to move the ruler down. Okay, so like we cut the background fabric, we're going to line up on that 8-inch line. Okay, which means that, let me just get this. You've got 3.5-inch line there. You've got your 5 3/4-inch line there, and your 8-inch line there. That's where you want, they are your markers to just make sure that you are lining everything up correctly, and you can start to cut these back, and you just work your way along. So you want to make sure that your bottom is lining up with your 8-inch there, and your 3.5-inch on top, and you just trim back. So all I'm doing each time is just spinning my ruler around. Please don't flip it. Please don't flip it. You've got, as you can see on here, with all of the Creative Grids rulers, and this is why I love them, because this is why they're so safe, is you've got that inbuilt non-slip grip, which means that that just sits on the fabric and it doesn't move, which is why I haven't miscut anything. Well, I mean, obviously I'm now chancing fate, aren't I, by saying I have not miscut anything. If I've miscut anything, it's because I haven't paid attention. It's certainly not because the ruler has slipped at all. So just fingers spread, not a lot of pressure, and then just cut away, and that is not moving anywhere, and I get a safe, lovely cut. I don't think I've got enough there, no. So that will go into my scraps basket. Fab. Okay, so when you've got those cut, and you've got your background squares cut, and we're all good to go. Look, I've already started one here. Then it just goes on in exactly the same way. Now, because obviously you've got a bigger piece of fabric, it is still on that diagonal, it's going to look pretty weird, right? And we also don't have that clipped edge that we had with the little triangles. Do you remember when we lined up the triangles, we had the clipped edge that we knew that when we were sewing to would come off there. We don't have that this time. So instead, what you can do, if you're not quite sure in any way, shape or form, you can mark off your 1/4 inch. If you are worried, if you are at all worried and you're not quite sure which direction you're going in, then just very gently, and there you go. But once you get your eye in, look, that is where my needle's going to go in, where those two fabrics meet, and this is where it's going to come up. And I've got it lined up beautifully. And by the time you've done a couple of these, you'll be like, oh yeah, no, I don't need to mark that. Don't need to mark that at all. We're all good. Whoop. If you want to, of course, pin it, then you can. Right. So, and then you will do exactly the same on the bottom. So I would do one going that way, one going that away. Where's my other colour? There it is. Whew. And then one going that way, and you can see, and that is how easy it is. So it's just a repetitive process, quite meditative, and it will just work its way through. So that is all of the blocks in that quilt, which is just amazing. And I've got one more to show you. Do you want to, shall I do that now? Yeah. Right, the next one to show is slightly different because it involves 3 strips. 3 strips, yes it is. So this is the hexagon one right in the front. Yeah, that one, yes. The hexagon garden quilt, yes. There you go, beautifully modelled by Janice there. Doing a cracking job there, Janice. Looking lovely.
It looks the same left or right.
Yeah, but do you?
Probably not.
Which is your best side?
I don't know, actually. What do you think? Is it that
Any side.
Or is it that side? Do you like this side better? Oh, thanks.
Aww. So, it is same ruler, and you can go for the this size one or the 12-inch one. It's entirely up to you. 8-inch or 12.5. So 3 strips together. So go for 2 that are kind of the same sort of colourish, and then 1 that is different. And that's what I've done there. Sew them together. Again, it's a 2.5-inch strip sewn with a 1/4 inch seam, and then again the same ruler. So all of these quilts have been made with the same set of rulers. Just fantastic. Now we're going to go back to aligning the very top of the ruler with the very top of that fabric. So we know that the dog ear has already been cut off, and that's absolutely fine. So we then just align it. And if you're going to align anything, align it through these middle ones. It's very easy to just go a bit wobbly with your sewing, but these are the ones that we want to align. So we want to make sure that this middle line here goes on the 2 1/4, and this down here goes on your 4 1/4 line, and then cut. Spin your ruler around, spin, don't flip. And again, 2 1/4. And you can just give it a little jiggly around if you need to, if you're because you know we can pay attention. In our household at the moment, it's mummy look at the football cards as I'm trying to sew a straight line, and that's always fun. I generally go a bit wobbly when that's demanded of me, or when Captain Super Small comes in, then we all jump to attention. There we go. Okay. So then what you're going to do is you're going to sew them into 3s. And it will sit like that. They will be the way that you will sew them. Now this is probably the easiest bit of sewing that there is, because you literally just flip it onto there, and then you'll see that my seams nest. Don't know if you can see that. I don't know if I'm monitored to see what you can see. But you'll see that my seams have been pressed one way and the other. And if I just nest them together like that, and you can pin them if you want, but then take it to the sewing machine, and again 1/4 of an inch. And again, coming down here, your seams will nest, and if you're worried, if you want them to be absolutely perfect, pin them. Oh no, what's just snapped? Uh-oh. Oh, my top thread's gone. Bear with me, just one moment, because, here we go, let's just rethread that. Yeah, we'll be fine, there we go. Honestly, this machine is the easiest to rethread ever. Okay, so someone was asking which machine. This was the DX7 that I bought to a couple of weeks ago. I believe, I don't know if Hochanda has any stock of it, because I know that otherwise it has sold out, and they are waiting for stock that will arrive in June. But it is, honestly, I cannot recommend it enough. I absolutely adore my machine. Who was that? Kim? Oh, Kim, wait for it to come into stock, because it's phenomenal. I love it. Right, so that's one, and then you flip and you press, and you can see, because we've used all that accuracy, we've got our perfect points coming through there. And then the next one that we'll do, again, and you know, most people will be like, oh, she's not pinning. Well, no, because that takes a little bit of extra time, which we don't have, and also I know that I've sewn with accuracy, because I've got a great machine, I've got a great ruler, and I've got great instructions, and so we're all good. There we go. And you can just double check. I mean, I'm not being particularly fussy, because I know that we are against it with time, but whee! That's the table bouncing, by the way. Again, set your seam when you press, and then flip. Now, you will have a top and a bottom, like so. And then you'll flip it. And then what you'll see is you do have bits that are slightly overhanging. Don't we all right now have bits that are slightly overhanging? Yeah. Now, because this is slightly larger, where are my pins? It's just too much wine and chocolate. I don't have to drive anywhere. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Yeah, well, how else do we get through the day, you know? Janice, are you not a chocolate person?
No, I do like chocolate.
You just have self-control?
Yeah, I'm more savoury.
Oh, you're more savoury.
Yeah.
The old nuts coming out.
I like nuts and crisps.
Right. What I'm doing here, just because it's a slightly longer run, and because we've got each of these has been cut on the bias, so there is a little bit of movement. So if I want to have these perfect points, I will just take the time to pin these in place. That's the only reason that I'm doing that. And I just pin across the seam like that. So I'm taking both sides, and then I'm just going to pop that to the machine. My foot pedal's gone for a wander. Come back. And then across we go. Now, when you come down to these, you will be able to see whether or not you're going to go through and hit that perfect point in the middle. There we go. So Over to here. Press, press, press. Yeah, take your time pressing and you'll get all of those middle points meeting. But what you can see around here is that these are all meeting as they come round. Look, there you go, and here. And so if you imagine that over the whole quilt, and that's what you're going to end up with all the way around. So that is how you use this ruler. And again, you could do that with just solid colours as well. So you could do entire rainbows going round. You can do all sorts of stuff. Like I say, with the bunting, just cut your fabric normally. You can then either pink it, or I just backed it with another colour. Make sure that you've got that cut edge, you know, that flush edge as the point, and then you don't have to trim any fabric back. And just turn them through. Easy, easy, easy. If you want the ruler, we've got it in 2 different sizes for you. We've got an 8-inch, which is the one that I've been using, but if you want to be able to make even bigger ones, then go for the 12.5-inch one as well. It's going to make a finish, it's 12.5-inch making a finished 12-inch block. The 12.5-inch one is £22.95. These will be dispatched from the 28th of May, but oh my goodness, all of these absolutely beautiful, and from quilting, big names in quilting we've brought for you here at Hochanda.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for your demonstrations, Natasha. So interesting. And again, you can watch these shows on Rewind. Just to clarify, when Natasha is talking about her ruler, she's not talking about me. But if she was, I'd be the 8-inch. You can go and find all those rulers for you. So helpful, so useful, and excellent quality on the website. Pick out the pattern you want, if that's what you want to choose, £9.99, or go for the quilts that are available for you on the show. I want to thank the Quilting Room for coming to us here at Hochanda. It's been a fabulous show, and thank you to Natasha, and thank you to you guys. Right, coming up next, Impression Obsession with our Maggie and Catherine. The Blanche Monday special continues at midday, and then Rowan Dean Embroidery. How lovely.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. Add Some Sparkle produce paper embroidery kits and products, which is taking a very old and traditional Victorian craft, bringing it up to date with a modern twist in the designs we use. And what's really special for me is the fact that we can get paper embroidery to a wider audience through working with Hochanda. The future for Add Some Sparkle is we'd love to keep working with Hochanda to be able to bring more exciting and new products. We're looking at hopefully bringing some paper embroidery books out onto the market to add to the kits that we already produce and bring. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artisan Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire. And what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Hello and a very good morning to you. Yes, you've got me for the next few hours, and I'm kicking the day off on my session anyway with the wonderful Maggie who's in the studio. We're going to be seeing more from Maggie in a little while. There she is. Let's give her a wave. Good morning, Maggie. How are you? Yeah, she looks smiley and happy. We've got Impression Obsession, so that of course means some fabulous stamps and some dies for you today. So let's have a look at what we've got in store for you. Let's have a look at the first item, starting right here. Now this is fabulous because this is your cover a card stamp. So you can see a great background stamp there, absolutely beautiful. Red rubber, it's already cushioned for you as well. Let's just turn that around so you can see the depth of the stamp. Absolutely fabulous. Really lovely. Great for your birthdays, of course, because you can see it's got happy birthday in there. You've got your cake, you've got your balloon. Do you know, I'm thinking straight away, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? That's a good one for your clay, your air dry clay. Most definitely. £14.99 is the price. Item number 842055. Now we've got some samples here. As I say, great for a background stamp. But of course it doesn't have to be a background. It could be the focal point of your card if you wanted it to be. You could create borders, you could create frames. There's an awful lot you can do with it. Oh, look at these. Doesn't that work well? I think that must be a previous stamp. I don't think we've got that one on today's show, but it's the background we're looking at there with the happy birthday and all those wonderful elements there for a birthday celebration. There we go. Details still on the screen for you there, but we've got many more stamps to show you. So we're going to move on down. Now, we have got another one of these cover a card stamps here. Now, this is lovely. You've got birds on this one. Oh, how gorgeous. Let me just turn around the packaging, just so I know there's some writing in the centre there, but gives you another idea how that would look beautiful as a background there. £14.99 again for this one. Item number 728184. And let's have a little look at a sample we've got here as well. There we are, absolutely beautiful. Of course, again, I'm thinking clay. I've just got to say it, because that is absolutely fabulous as a background stamp. You've got a good coverage there, big area. Lovely stamps, absolutely gorgeous. Right, more to show you as well, because we're staying with the bird theme actually, but we've got some florals incorporated in this one. Again, red rubber, already cushioned for you. This is beautiful. Oh, how sweet is that little bird in the pot there. It is bird in a flower pot. That's the name of the stamp itself. Just £10.99 for this one. It's absolutely gorgeous. Item number 923 044, and I've got a couple of little samples to show you as well. There you can see the stamp itself. What a lovely shape to it as well, because you've got the red rubber there, and because you can't see through it, it's shaped beautifully, quite closely to the edge of the florals and the flower pot and the bird there, so it's great for positioning. Now, moving away from the birds for the next one, we've got some more animals for you though. Let's have a look at this one. We've got an elephant for you in this one, and a camel, and some wonderful embellishments to go with it as well. $16.99 for this one. This is New Journeys stamp set, 9 stamps in total. Absolutely gorgeous. They're clear stamps on this particular set. There's the elephant you can see there, and there we can see the camel. Really lovely. Let's have a look at the stamp set itself, because these are polymer stamps rather than the red rubber, so you can see exactly where you're stamping with these. Great for building up your scenes as well. Lovely. I love those little flags on there actually. 848869 is the item number for that one, and it's $16.99 for that particular set. Now we're moving back to the red rubber stamps now. Oh, I think Janice would love this one. She was sending me photos the other day of swans that had laid their eggs. And we've got a gorgeous swan. Oh, this is beautiful. Swan and lily pad stamp. Now again, it's red rubber with the cushioning on for you, so a great quality stamp. It really is beautiful. Do you know, just as it is, stamped exactly as it is there with no colour, I think that's absolutely gorgeous. But of course, if you wanted to bring some colour into it, you certainly could do. How pretty is that? Bringing the colour out into the stamps, into the flowers and the lily pad there. You've even got the little frog. Oh. There, great for your small cards, great for your larger cards as well if you want to build your layers up and put your backgrounds in. Oh, that's nice. Really lovely. $10.99 for this one, a great price. 574783 is the item number. Now we're going a little bit more cutesy now. Something maybe for the little girls perhaps, or the big girls, or anybody who likes fairies, because that's what we've got next. In fact, we've got 2 individual stamps in this one set. They are red rubber once again, so you've got the little fairy. We've also got the lily there as well, so it's Fairy Lily and Fairy Magic. Oh, how cute is that? Isn't that beautiful? I love the lily as well. You could use those separately, you can use them together. Very, very cute. Do you know, I can see that being used for a little girl's party invitation when we can get back to a little bit more of what we were used to once upon a time. Isn't that cute? Do you know, layering a skirt as well, maybe layering that, and decoupaging that up. How pretty. A little bit of glitter on the wings. Beautiful. I like that actually, because it's one of those sort of pop-up cards that folds flat. Beautiful. $15.99 for the pair. Item number 847115. Moving down again. Now, this time we've got a die for you. Now, if you love your cats, and I know Maggie does, then this is one for you. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to show you the die as well, because that's the size of the actual die. We have got some samples. $19.99 is the price. This is our cat frame die. Lots of detail in this one. Really lovely. So to make sense of how that's going to cut out, let me show you the samples themselves, because it really does give you that detail, because it cuts out a certain area in the centre there, which really makes the cat come to life. You've got the foliage that hangs down there and the little bird in there as well. Do you know, however you cut this with whatever card, you're going to get really stunning effects. Absolutely beautiful. And you could do this all in white and then just paint the detail into the cat. I think that's probably what's happened there as well. So if you've got a particular cat or you're gifting to someone with a cat with particular markings, then you can make that match. $19.99 for the die, 680510. Then another die. Now this is a handy one. Anybody that knows me knows I love buttons. So this is one for me. You can cut lots of buttons all in one go. $9.99 for this one. Now you have got 15 individual buttons that you can cut all in one go. Great for your baby cards, great for anything with a sewing theme, but not just that. I'd put buttons on anything. I just love buttons. 870756. A little bit of glaze on top of there can make them shiny as well. Great way of using it for your scraps of card as well. Like that one. Now, moving back to stamps, we've got another huge stamp actually. It's another cover card. Now, this is really nice. Look at the detail in this. Isn't that a beautiful background? It's kind of like a snakeskin, but it doesn't have to be a snakeskin. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's just a great background. $14.99 for this one. Red rubber again, already cushioned for you. What a great size stamp. Let me show you some samples, because this is such a clever stamp. You can use it in so many different ways. The way you can see it's been used in the sky. Oh, now then, look at this. I'm going to actually turn that. Oh, let me grab a piece of card and put that over the top so you can see the detail. That's on acetate. Look at that. Isn't that effective? Really lovely. And then if you just want to see the overall image as it stamps out, there we are. So great for your backgrounds again, your mixed media, stamping onto your canvases, lots of uses for it. $14.99, new today, item number 854075. And we've got one more. Now this one is one of my favourites on the counter, I've got to say. Such a useful stamp, it really, really is. So it's cover a card stamp again, it's your cling backed background stamp again. There you can see, just take away the backing from the cling and that's ready to go. How fabulous is that? If you like your journaling, your scrapbooking, that's going to be very, very useful. But you know what, just your card building as well. Let me show you how that stamps out first of all. There it is. I love this one. And there's a lovely card. Of course you could write onto those lines, you really could use it well for your journaling. And there we have another card as well. I don't know if that one actually matches with there, but it's a beautiful card. $14.99, item number 150426. So that's everything we've got on the counter. We can pop over to the website, of course. That's where you're going to find everything. We've got new todays. You can have a look there. Oh, look at the birthday fun. 5-star reviews on that one. Lots of themes, lots of different themes actually. We've got cute, we've got wildlife, we've got dies on there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Just know, there's a lot to choose from actually, and you know the quality of Impression Obsession. We see them here quite often. Now then, we've got 7-day savers on there as well. I do know some 7-day savers have already sold out, or something's sold out, but we've still got plenty to choose from. But don't hesitate with these prices because they may not last until Sunday when we launch the new one. So have a good look at those. But in the meantime, have you got your cup of tea ready? We're going to head over to Maggie for the first demonstration. Hello, Maggie.
Hi. Hi, Catherine. Hi, everybody. We're going to play with the cover cards first. Now, I love these. We normally bring you a couple each month when we do Impression Obsession. They're deep etched rubber. They're mounted on foam. When you take your backing off, they're really, really flexible, really user-friendly. You can use them with a stamping platform. You can use them with an acrylic block. But they're such good quality, you can use them on their own. So I really love these. So, and this is one of my favourites, the Geologic. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a little play with this one, and I'm going to use it as a background to set up for another card. So I'm just going to take my distress inks, and I'm just putting some lighter sort of yellowies and browns because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking sand dunes, things like that. So we're just going down different colours. So I've used Wild Honey. Now I've got a bit of tea dye, and I might put a little bit of brush corduroy just in the middle. Okay, and then I'm going to have my sky here. So I'll start with the darker one. This is Chipped Sapphire, and we'll have some Faded Jeans, and then I think we'll have some Stormy Sky. Okay. So I'm going to give it a very, very light spritz because I really don't want very much water on it, but just enough to, maybe a bit more, just to activate the ink. Okay, and then I'm going to put this is watercolour card straight on top like that. Okay, so I'm looking at that now and I'm going to let this dry. That is going to be my sand dunes and my sky. Okay, and then I'm going to use the camel from the other set to make up a little image. So that's that there. But then again, if you wanted, you thought, oh, okay, I think I'll have a water scene instead, which is what I did. You can, the one that's embossed, it's actually on craft plastic. It's not on acetate, which is the graphics stuff. So just take a mixture of your blues, swish it like this. But as you look at this, you can see more and more different colours coming through. I'm also thinking of just pretty swirls coming through. We'll have another blue just here. Let's have one here. Okay, so you could stamp directly on like that. Okay, so you get quite a defined image there like that again. Now you can go back in, give it a big spritz. You could even then, if you wanted to, go straight back on top. So you'll get a different effect. That's really lovely as well. So just, these stamps are ones that you can play with time and time again. They're just so easy and good to use. So that's using that. I'm going to let this one dry. And then we've got the journal one, which I think is fabulous. So taking our journal one, and I'm going to use probably gathered twigs this time, just to show. You can use any inks you want, really. You can use your watercolour markers, do different colours, and then spritz it and activate it. So I'm just going to do this very lightly. Okay, so that's my journal page. So now what I would do is I would tear it towards me, because I like the actual torn bit of paper showing. So tear it towards me. And I'll try and follow the line a bit where the chunks of the page have been torn and missed. That's getting a bit mucky because obviously my fingers are wet, but it all adds to the distressed effect. So we're just going to keep going there, all the way round. And this is Pink Frog watercolour card I'm using. So when this is finished, this is going to be a journal page to go in my book. So you've got your basis there, but then you can think, okay, right, what am I going to do now? It looks a bit, still looks a bit boring at the moment. So we'll just take our ink pad, put one down there, and then you can start to build up. Just go in, start to build up the colours. And because the ink's still wet there, it's smudging slightly. In fact, I've actually got a bit of water. We'll pick a bit up and just smudge it a bit more. But you don't just have to have brown. Now you can think, okay, right, I'll go in with a different colour. Let's have a bit of faded jeans. And I'm still using the same blending tool. So just start to go in, and if you've noticed, I've wet it a little bit, so I'm starting to get a different effect. Just going in. Put a bit more there. That's a different colour, I can see that, so we'll just start building it up. And then if you want to get rid of the line marks there, get your paintbrush wet, bigger paintbrush, and swish and move. And you can see as well, because this was distressing, I'm still going to be able to move the colour because it's on a good watercolour card. So I'm really starting to get a nice distressed page now. So I would leave that to dry. You can dry it with a heat gun because it's really curled up at the moment, but I'd leave it to dry, and then I'd go back in. I might re-stamp on it. I might start to use my acrylic pens on it, put my journaling in, but then I've got a really nice distressed background there to start doing my doodling and stuff like that, which is something that I really love to do. So that's just really a very simple one. But if you want to see what it, you know, if you're more of a clean crafter and you want to see it more stamped out, so you can actually use it on your scrapbooks, your actual journal pages, but you want more definition, just take a VersaFine Clair. And for me, I find it easier to take the card onto the stamp, and it's not going to move because it's on a glass platform. Okay, so that's that there. So now that would be lovely to have in your on your journal page. Again, cut it down. You don't have to have this bit if you don't want it. Just take your scissors, just trim it down. You might decide you just want a little bit here. So just trim it down, and it will. The beauty of this is you can trim it and cut it to fit anything you want on your journal page. So just keep going like that. And then what you can also do is you can actually fold down the line there. Is my tool. Oh, can't find my Teflon tool. Okay, I'll just use my fingernail. Don't use your fingernail, use your multi-purpose tool. Sorry, Kay, I can't find it. Okay, but you could actually now, 2 brad holes there, pop that on your journal page, write something on there, that'll lift up, and you've got other stuff on the back. So the possibilities are endless with this. You can really do a lot with it and have fun with it. So I'm hoping this one's almost dry now, which it is. So we're going to take our little camel. Now, I love this set with the camel and the elephant. I just think they're so much fun. And they've got really nice expressions on their faces as well. So here's my little camel. So we're going to colour him in, and we're going to use Phil Martin's pens. So we'll start just with a little orangey brown going in here. And then I'll pick a slightly darker colour because I want some shading. And these pens blend really nicely. So you can actually use the lighter one to pull the colour out if you want. Going with this one here. He's got quite a superior expression on his face, this camel, I think. So. Have you ever ridden a camel, Catherine?
I have.
Oh, I was terrified. It's so high.
I've got a little story about a camel, Maggie.
Have you? You've got lots of stories, haven't you?
A true story about a camel, yeah. Shall I tell it while you're
yes,
colouring in there?
I'm sure people won't mind. I'll just carry on colouring in.
I was actually 5 months pregnant when I rode a camel. And the reason I did that was because I'd got sciatica. I could barely walk. I had to crawl up the stairs, and I thought there's no way I can do this. But rather than being the party pooper, so to speak, I thought I'm going to do this. And do you know what? By the time I got off that camel, I was cured.
Ooh.
All the sort of up and down, and I was in agony when I got off.
You didn't go into labour.
The sciatica was cured. It was amazing. Don't recommend that to every pregnant woman, though, I've got to say.
Okay, so I've put the lighter coat of the camel there, and I'm just going to go in with a darker shade of brown, just where the shading's going to be. So his hooves, where the blanket is, because obviously that'll be a bit darker. Where his ears are and his face. And then I think this time we'll go in with a clean brush. And we'll just use the brush to wiggle the colour a little bit. That's it.
He has got a lovely face.
He has, hasn't he? He's got a lovely expression on his face. I think it's one of the nicest camel images I've seen, actually. Because lots of people remember them from when they go to the zoo, and they do all sorts of nasty things to you, don't they, when you look at them?
Spit at you, don't they?
Yeah, they
camels?
do. They're not very... So we're just going in, now we're decorating his camel blanket. But I'm just going straight in with one colour here. These pens are lovely because the tips are so fine. You can really get in. What colour? We'll have a blue, I think. Blue's quite a royal colour, isn't it? And purple. So we'll pop those in there.
I can imagine that, Maggie. If you're building a scene and you've got the hills or the mountains,
Yes.
and you've kind of got them set back
Yeah.
as well, a whole
Yeah.
herd of camels. Is that right, a herd of camels?
I think it is, isn't it? I don't know. Or is it
We'll see if we can find out.
Is it a flock of camels? So we'll keep going. Have some yellow in here. Go down here.
Oh, it's not a herd.
Oh.
Do you know what it is?
No.
It's a caravan or a flock.
Oh, of course, a caravan makes sense because you had all the caravans, didn't you, with the spice traders and.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
Well, I think a caravan's better than a flock.
I wouldn't have thought flock. I've never
No.
heard that before.
Unless they can
A
fly.
flock of camels.
So we'll pop this one in here. I like the sentiments on this stamp set as well. I think it's very, very nice.
Well, you have got 9 individual stamps on that one set.
Yes, you have. It's good value, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, let's
Oh, we've
change
got a
that
freedom price on it as well. $15.29 is the freedom price. That's delivered, of course.
Okay, so we're just going to ink the edge. I'd already cut it out, so I'm just inking the edge because if you ink the edge, it softens it. Otherwise, it can be a bit too harsh.
You get the camel, you get an elephant. You also get a peacock in this set as well, amongst
You
other
do,
things.
yeah. Yeah, I like the elephant and I like the banners that go with it.
Yeah, I
because
love the banners. I think
it's
they're
got
really
birthday
useful.
on it and things like that. So I'm just taking.
Oh, the sentiment's nice as well, Maggie. New journeys begin with a single step.
That's
I
what
like
I've got
that.
on here. So I've got a bit of artist tack, so I'm just going to stick my camel on there. That's a double side. It's adhesive, permanent adhesive. So we'll pop that on there. So I'm looking at my card now. So that's my sand dunes there. But what I think I might do is just go in and I'm going to follow the line a little bit. Okay, and then I'm going to pop that one on there to give it a bit more depth and definition.
That works really well.
Yes, yeah. So I'm just looking for my glue.
You can see the details on the screen for the stamp set, don't forget. $15.29 if you're a Freedom member. That's delivered to your door, 848-869. Non-Freedom members, still a great price. You're getting 9 individual stamps there. They are polymer stamps as well, so clear stamps. You can see exactly where you're going with them.
So we'll just trim that one there. So this one we're going to stick onto here.
We're supposed to be watching Maggie and got to move the camera. I think our director fell asleep for a moment then.
Oh dear, that's not very good, is it? Sorry, come on, wake up. I'll try and spice the demo up a bit. Okay, so that's that bit cut there. So then this one's going to be raised up on here like that, and I'm just looking for my, oh, I have got it. So we'll pop this one on here.
The background stamp, Maggie, there, it's so effective, isn't it?
It's so effective, but you can do loads with it. I forgot to bring it. I had it yesterday. It was I did a shaker card with it for when we did Stamp Enders with the under the sea things, because it was a perfect sea scene, ocean scene with the background.
It could be used for so many different reasons.
Definitely. So, and I'm just looking at this, and I know I've already stuck it down, but I'm going to take this off because I want some more definition. That's better.
Oh, what will we do without our inks, Maggie?
I know. How would we manage? And guess who forgot hers yesterday?
Oh no, did you?
Yeah, but I managed. Right, that's much better. You've already instantly got your definition coming
really
up
good.
there. So that's coming up. So
Love
we'll
that.
take our camel and we're going to pop him on the front here. And then this one, new journeys begin with a single step. So I think we'll go in with a lighter colour here for that. What's that? It's scattered straw, really. Wild honey.
When you're using stamps like this, Maggie, do you tell yourself little stories in your head?
Yes,
'Cause
I do. All sorts of things. And then
especially when there's characters like the animals, the wild animals, and the woodland and that sort of thing as well. I do like to sort of conjure up little stories.
And then you start talking to yourself as you do,
Yeah.
saying, well, you can go there and you can go there, and then you think, yes, I'm completely mad. That's better. Okay, this is just actually it's wild honey that I'm using just to give a bit of something different behind, and we'll have a little tiny. That's the beauty of Phil's pens, because they're so fine. You can go into really tiny little areas just to get some definition.
That's a lovely little sentiment. I love the
It is,
frame
isn't
on it,
it?
so it's very useful.
It's very pretty, isn't it? And I think this is really nice if somebody's had a bad time and they're just starting to get better.
Yes,
New
definitely.
journeys begin with a single step, and I think that's a really nice little way. So we'll just pop that on there. That's it. Okay. And then, because this is on artist tack, it's going to stick already. So we'll just pop that one on there. But I think with this background card, I think you can do. This is just the tip of the iceberg, really.
That's
There's
lovely.
lots you can do
Yep,
with it.
many options
So-
there. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful card there, Maggie. Thank you so, so much. Well, we'll see more of Maggie in a little while. In fact, we're going to remind you about our Flexi next before we get back to Maggie again and give you a reminder of things. So let's just go there and say hello to whoever it is. It's Leonie, I believe.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Yes, and Leonie's waiting in the next studio actually for the next hour of the one-day special with the La Blanche. That's coming up after this show. Let's get back to this one though. A few reminders of what we've got, because starting right at the beginning again, we've got this wonderful cover card stamp here. So you've seen in the demonstration there how wonderful those larger stamps are for your backgrounds. But this is beautiful because it is a birthday theme. You've got the cake in there, you've got the parcels and the hats and the wording, the balloons. It's all there for you. Let me just turn that around so you can see the back of the packaging, so you can really see clearly the elements within that background stamp. It's already mounted for you, so it's ready to cling onto your platforms or onto your acrylic blocks, or as Maggie said, it's very flexible if you just want to sort of take areas of that and just use your hands to sort of print on certain areas. That works as well. So let's show you one or two samples again using this particular stamp. Do you know, it's one of those again where if you just go with a colour of ink and that's it, it works brilliantly, but you can also pick the colours out, which also works really, really well. So there we are, just printed directly with, I believe that's a VersaFine Clair that's been used there, I'm not 100%, but also as a background as well. I mean, there's no reason why you can't put it with your house mouse or your cats and dogs or whatever theme you want, because not always can you see the word in happy birthday as well, so it works for other celebrations. Item number 842055, and it's £14.99. Now another lovely background stamp. This is gorgeous, the sketch birds. I do like the birds. These are really nice, and I'm just going to say again, I would definitely be imprinting into my clay with this as well, air dry clay. You could bring out the detail. It doesn't have to be just onto your cardstock with your ink. You've got multiple uses for your stamps actually. £14.99 for this one. Item number 728184, and there you can see again, lovely background there. That's clever actually, because you can stamp the background and then just colour in certain areas to bring out a certain few of those birds, so make a focal point. There is a bit of an overlay there, but you can do it as one sheet. Love that. Now, another wonderful stamp for you. We've got, oh, this is so sweet. We've got the bird in the flower pot for you. This is really lovely. And you know, it's not a difficult one to colour in if you did want to add colour as well. There's just the right amount of detail there. How sweet is that little bird? It's another good one for decoupaging as well if you want to do that. £10.99 is the price. It is a red rubber stamp that's already mounted for you once again. Item number 923044. And there you can see one of the samples there, beautifully coloured in. Isn't that gorgeous? Really pretty. Love that. And then we're moving down. We did see this. Oh, the new journeys. Now, if you want to go for the camel, this is the set you need. You've also got the elephant in there. You've got the peacock. You've got the banners. You've got the sentiments. You've got all sorts of elements in there, which is fabulous. And there's a freedom price on this one as well. Freedom members, £15.29. Item number 848869. Now, we've got a couple of samples. Very different to the one that Maggie's just done. But you can see that wonderful camel again there. And there you can see the elephant as well. Beautiful. I love the banner, how he's holding it with his trunk. It looks fabulous, doesn't it? Now, if you like your wildlife, if you like your birds, then the next one is a really lovely one. This is beautiful. You've got your swan now. Now, it is a red rubber stamp again, so lots and lots of detail in this one. Beautiful. You've also got the lily pad and the frog on here as well, which is really, really clever. £10.99, great price on this one as well for your red rubber. 574783. Isn't that beautiful? You know, you don't have to do a lot with this one. Just to stamp it out, it would look amazing. But if you want to bring a little bit of colouring, you certainly can do as well, using your watercolours, your ink pens, your alcohol pens, whatever you want to use. Beautiful. 574783 is the item number for that one. Then we go down the cute route a little bit here, because we've got a fairy. Isn't she sweet? I feel like I need to give her a name. Well, she's called Lily Fairy, isn't she? Oh, Fairy Lily, Fairy Magic stamps. We've got Fairy Lily and Fairy Magic. I do think she deserves a name just for her. She looks like a... Oh, I don't know. Any suggestions? Let me know. I've got some coming in from the gallery, but they're not very good, so I'm not going to repeat them. £15.99 is the price for the pair here. 847115 is the item number. You are getting the Fairy Lily and the Fairy Magic in there. Beautiful little cards that we've got here as well. As I say, I can see these being used for invitations or something if a little girl's having a party at some point. But just using the flower on its own, how stunning is that? Love that set. 847115 is the item number, £15.99, and remember you're getting both of those. Then we have our die set. So for cat lovers out there, or perhaps you're making cards for someone that loves cats, you don't have to love them if you're going to gift your cards or make to sell. £19.99 is going to get you this wonderful die. You've got the oval shape there, but when you see the samples and you see the cutout bits, it really does come to life, this one. 680510. Of course, if you're cutting with plain white cards, you can add the colour of, you know, whatever you want. You can go with silhouettes if you prefer, so you've got those choices there. Really love that. The little bird looks sat on the branch looking down at the cat, or is the cat looking up at the bird and thinking, there's my dinner? Hope not. 680510 is the item number if you want to go for that die. Then we've got some more dies for you. In fact, it's just the one die, but there's 15 individual buttons on this one. So you can cut them out all at once. I think we've probably... Oh, one's fallen off my card. I was just looking at that and thinking... I seem to have one missing. I've just stuck it back on. There we are. So if you want to cut out using your scrap cards, this is a great way. Collect lots of buttons. You can do clever things with buttons as well, even if they've been die cut. Really like those. Your baby cards, any occasion cards. Perhaps you've got a sewing theme, use them on your home decor as well, on your gift boxes, your sewing boxes, that sort of thing. Just £9.99 is the price. Item number 870756. Then we're back to those cover cards. Now, these have been busy. I'm not surprised. I think these are fabulous. They really, really are. And being red rubber as well. And look at the cushioning on there. Ready to go to put on your platforms or your blocks. This is the Geologic. This is the one that Maggie was using, of course. I can see so many uses for this. Now, half of the stock has gone of this one. It's a new today. £14.99 is the price. That wonderful demonstration from Maggie there. But let me just show you again. how that prints out. Do you know, if you've just gone with a solid colour, one colour ink, it looks amazing. If you want to go with your watercolour effects or spritz your inks, it looks amazing. If you want to use multiple colours as Maggie did, it also looks amazing. I mean, I can see skies, the sand dunes, snake skin, just any patterns. In fact, it really is one of those stamps that you're going to use a lot, I think. You're going to bring it out time and time again. 854075 is the item number. And then another one that is my favourite. Actually, if I could only pick one, I think this is the one I'd go for. I think it's so useful. Now, a third of the stock has gone, so you're loving it as well. This is our notebook. So useful, whether you're just stamping that out or whether you're going to cut into it and make your journal pages, as Maggie was suggesting. It's just going to be, again, one of those stamps that works for so many occasions. 150426 is the item number, just $14.99, and again, that is a new today. Do take advantage while you can. Now, we'll go to the website. We're going to have another look at the 7-day savers, or the ones that we've got left. Save over 70%. Look at this. What have we got left then? We've got some wonderful sticky things. We've got the punch sheets and the foam pad collection. Mill Shop Online, some beautiful fabric there as well. Oh, stock up on the low-tack tape while you can. That's a great buy. 10 rolls for $11.99. Now, the cardstock has gone, so I'm afraid you can't get that, but you can still get, I believe, the MDF, the LeBlanche has gone as well, I'm afraid. Oh, King Cole Carousel Chunky Yarn. That is an amazing buy, and King Cole, a fabulous company. I used to stock their yarn, so I know they're top quality. So some lovely ones to choose from there, available until Sunday, 8 o'clock when we get new ones, unless the stocks go first, of course. Now, we want to get back to Maggie, so hopefully she's ready for another demonstration. Are you ready to go, Maggie?
Yeah, ready to go.
Fabulous.
Okay, we're going to do the cat die now because it would be rude not to. So I'm going to do two different effects. So one's cut with black card and one's cut with watercolour card. Now the black one I've started to colour, and I'm using, Leonie had them on a while ago, the Pentel double metallic pens.
Oh, yes, yes.
These are fabulous. Especially
was
on
it
dark
Leonie that did that show? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah,
Is that the
Leonie
right
did
one?
one ages ago. Other people have done it as well, but I'm sure I saw Leonie do one. But they work really beautifully on the black card. And I like this cat because you could actually cut him out on his own just for a good luck black cat.
Oh, you could, couldn't you?
Yeah. So we're just colouring him in. Right, okay, now he's going to be, I think he's going to be, let's make sure I've got the right colour. What colour have I got here? Turn over on the back. That's like a silvery black. So we're going to give him
Again, you could offset the layers as well, couldn't you, Maggie?
Yes,
Take
you
the
could.
cat out, maybe sort of
yeah,
a couple of layers in the background and then the cat in the foreground using the same dye. So it's very versatile.
It is. So I'm just going to give him some stripes. He might look, oh, he looks like he's got a beard now, so we'll just carry on. You can smudge these a little bit as well if you don't like the effect. So, stripy tail. Smudge a little bit just to soften it. And then we'll come in here, give him some stripes along here. Along here. Just thinking of my cat's patterns, really. Except they're rather spread out because she's rather large.
Have you always had cats, Maggie?
Yes, yeah, always. So, and Kay has as well, so that's why.
I once had a cat, lived to 22.
Oh, that's a very good age.
His name was Jasper.
Oh. So that's that one done. Okay. I don't know if we can catch the.
Oh, that's
Are
effective.
you
Look at that
catching
now.
the? Yeah,
Oh,
you're catching
wow.
the light. Yeah. Okay. So that's that one. And then we're going to get this one. We're going to do differently now. On this, the black one that I did, the eyes actually die cut out, so they
Okay.
pop out, and the nose. But this one, I didn't want to do that because I wanted to colour the nose and the eyes in. So all I've done is put a little bit of tape on the back just to hold it in place. So this one we're
Lovely.
just going to do with Phil's pens. So we'll just go in and we'll just go in with a green. And you can do this, take as long as you want or as short as you want to do this. I just think this is a lovely, lovely die, and I think it is very versatile. Think about actually die cutting it into a piece of card going onto a, you know, an aperture going straight
Yes,
onto
that
a...
would look really effective.
Yeah. So we'll put that there. Green here.
It's nice, Maggie, because if you want something simple and quick, you could just die cut
Yes.
it and leave it exactly as it is.
You can.
But you've got the options, haven't you, of doing
You've got the
other
options to take as long or as... So we're just going to put that there. White brush. Just going on there, just to make a start. And then I'm going to go back in where the green is. I'm going to just swish it round a little bit. You can see there's quite a lot of colour on there. Just pull it
Is
down.
that Pink Frog card, Maggie?
No, this one's Bockingford.
Bockingford.
This one, yeah. So, Pink Frog was a little bit too thick for the die to cope with. So, although if you use one of, you know, the special tan embossing mats Pink Frog have got?
Yeah.
I think if I'd used that, it would have worked. So, do we want it a little bit darker? We'll put a bit more.
I like the Bockingford as well, though, because it's not too stark white, is it? You've
No,
just
it's
got that
like
slight,
a very subtle
very
ivory
subtle,
almost,
yeah.
isn't it? So slightly darker here, we'll just go in.
Certainly giving it some dimension now.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's just, these ones are just, they're just fun to do. So we'll do the bird next. The bird is going to be brown.
Maggie, you're back with us at the weekend, aren't you?
I am.
Shall we do a sneaky plug for your show?
Yes, if Stuart doesn't mind, that would be rude not to. Yes, yeah, we're back 2 o'clock on Sunday.
Fabulous.
And we've got, well, you've seen, we've got some more clever tools, some different size hinge spacers. We've got a fabulous die storage project.
Oh, wow.
Which is brand new.
Can't wait.
So, yeah, so we're really
I
excited.
can watch from home on Sunday while I'm decorating. I shall put you on 2 o'clock, you say?
Yes, 2 o'clock.
Right, let's
so I
get
hope
that in
you
the
can
planner.
join us. So, yeah, so it's some busy time. I don't know, it seems to have got, it's lovely, but it's got really busy at the moment, which is very nice. So that's our bird there. But he needs, because he's not got much definition, so we'll go back in. Now my card is wet, and I always say to you, don't go back in on wet card, but because these brushes are so fine, I think I'm going to get away with it. Yeah, I just want to give his wing a bit more definition. That's better.
Oh, it definitely makes a difference.
It does. It's just taking time, isn't it,
Yeah.
to do it? So we'll have some more red here again. Now just do red one at a time, because red is a pigment that once it's down, it's not as forgiving as the others, so it won't move as easily if you go back to it later on.
Do you know, it's a strange thing, isn't it, about pigments, because it is very true. It's the same in cake decorating with red icing. It's different. There's certain colours that react differently and that are harder to work with than,
there must be,
than others.
You soon get to know, don't you? You learn and you think, oh, why did I do that? Okay, and I want to brighten that up a bit. It's a bit dull, so let's find a... I'll go straight in on top because that's a yellow. I'll just put a bit more lightness into it. That's better. Yeah, let's make it. Can you see it's made the flowers look warmer straight away? I'll pull that one down there. Now we're going to have a stripy cat this time, and I'm going to use distress inks for this purely because I'm used to colouring ginger cats. So we'll have some scattered straw. We've got some wild honey and some tea dye, and then we've got some rusty hinge and a little bit of gathered twigs. Okay, so I'm just going to go in. Right, the first colour I'm going to pick up is scattered straw.
Okay.
So I'm just going to do, make sure you've got enough. I'm going to do a very light wash. It's got a bit of a green tinge at the moment, but he'll be fine. And this one, I've left his tail completely over the front, whereas this one's got a branch, a leaf coming over him.
Yeah.
So you can change.
So you've still got choices there.
Yeah,
then.
you've got choices there. So that's scattered straw. Then I'm going to go in with wild honey, and I've got quite concentrated on there, so we'll just start with his.
Do you think they're friends, the bird and the cat?
Yeah, I think the cat would like to be friends with the bird. Yesterday, we've got quite a few birds' nests in our garden, and there was a lady blackbird, and she was down by the compost bin having a good look around, and one of our tabbies went along, and she is rather large, and she walked up to it. I think she thought it was an easy meal. She walked up to it, and it just looked at her and then flew off.
Oh. I love listening to the birds sing.
Yes.
We've got some nesting. Or I should say I've got some nesting as well, and it's lovely to hear them.
I think there's, yeah, I do think there's more this year. So what I've done now is I've just picked up some rusty hinge, and I'm just going in for a little bit more.
Oh, what a difference that makes, Maggie.
Yeah, but you can just colour according to your cat, really. Right, so this is his front paw, so you'll have a bit more shadow there, because let's soften that down, because that leg is in front of that leg, so it's going to be darker.
Oh, you are clever.
In there. I think I just sit and look at my cats too long, that's what it is. So, this one's got quite a surprised expression on his face as well, so just soften that. And I'll get my brush wet, but you'll see I dry it on kitchen towels, so I've got a bit of control. That's it, it's coming on now.
It's just pulling it all together, isn't it?
Yes, it is, just softening it. Oh, his eye's fallen out.
Oh no!
I'll just have to colour it on the tape. He's a one-eyed cat. Okay, and I think I'm quite happy with that. I'm just going to ground there. So let's find the grey that I had. That's quite dry now, so we'll just go in a little bit here, just to ground that a little bit. Get rid of the harshness. And you just have to be patient. If you think the colour's not moving, it should move unless it's red. But, you know, just take your time and just be patient with it, just to give a bit of grounding. Right, okay.
Certainly it's those little touches that make the difference.
Yes, it is. So I'm actually going in with the micron pen for his eyes. Oh, we'll work on the tape, that's the way. It doesn't look like he's lost his eye. And then a little teeny tiny, we don't want very much, a smidge there for his eye. And then you can decide what you want to do for the frame. I think I might just carry it round with the green.
Yeah.
I'll put that on there. Just make it a little bit darker. But all your dies that you've got that cut out images and pictures, don't just think about cutting them out in plain card. Cut them out in colouring medium so you can use them, you can get different results with them, because I think sometimes we're guilty of thinking, oh yes, it will only do one thing. No, it won't.
And again, look at the snippability, Maggie, because you have got the cat that you could cut out. You could also cut out some of the foliage or the branches
and the bird.
Well.
The bird cuts out really nicely as well. Yeah.
And if you're cutting it out, you could flip the card over so it's facing the other way as well.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, it does cut out beautifully already, the reverse, so you could actually...
Yeah.
It's because some dies don't, do they? But
that's true. There is a right and wrong side.
Yes.
Or officially there is, but there doesn't have to be.
Right, so that's that on there. Okay, so I've got two different backgrounds now. So now we're going to choose which one shall we have. So we could have that one on there. I think that stands out better actually, like that.
Yeah.
Like that little cat. Are we all right for time? Yeah, we're okay. I'm just going to go around the edge of him there, just because I can still see.
Yes, the silhouette, or the silhouetted version, definitely looks more like a mystical cat. That's what we're hearing
It does,
from the gallery, and
doesn't
I
it?
agree with that.
Okay, so take your artist tack, sticky dots down. Whoops. So I get in a terrible mess with glue, so I'll just pop that one on there, and I'll pop that one on there. And of course, if you had your multi-purpose tool, you would be using it. It's in there somewhere, but I have no idea where.
Every time I'm guesting Maggie, I've forgotten to bring mine. I always mention you. I say, I hope Maggie's not watching. And I know you are sometimes because you've emailed in.
Yeah. But they're just so
They are
handy.
brilliant.
Yeah, okay, right, so that's that one on there. He needs a bit more on. You can see where the dots are. That's it. Okay, so we'll pop this one on here. And the only thing I can see is that's a little bit bland at the bottom there. So let's take our black one, which is here, and see if I can pick some up. Yeah, we'll just put a little bit on here. That's better.
It's amazing the effect of those pens, actually, when they
They're
catch the light.
really effective. I have to admit, I sort of bought them. You know, I thought, oh yeah, they look nice. But then I thought, yeah, I'll get them out. So that's two different effects using...
Completely different, aren't they?
Completely different. And then you've got your lovely shiny effect with your black cat.
Beautiful.
So that lovely, lovely die. It cuts beautifully. As I say, the only thing it didn't cut was pink frog watercolour card because it was thicker.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Completely different cards there, as you can see, all with that one die, of course. Details still on the screen there if you want to go for the cat die. It has got versatility to it as well, which is the main thing, isn't it? Because we like to sort of stretch our imagination. Now let's go back to the beginning again, because we've got our cover a card, the happy birthday one, the birthday fun. This is lovely. You've got the cakes in there, you've got the hats, you've got streamers, balloons, parcels, you've got all sorts. A really good size. Use it as a background stamp. Use it as a framework if you want to as well. You can layer over the top of there. Again, as I always say it because I do use my clay so much, but rubber stamps into clay works a dream as well. So your air dry clay, that will be very, very useful for that as well. 842055 is the item number. Just a little reminder of one or two samples again, just so you can see there. You see very little of the background there, but it still works so well, and with the colour, it just looks beautiful. But to print out or to stamp out directly with one colour, that's what you're going to get if you want to use it as an overall card. Again, I can see great invitations there. 842055. Now the birds, the sketch birds, really, really pretty. I like the card sample that we've got here actually, where you know, you can bring forward some of the birds with colour and kind of lose the others into the background a little bit more. But you've got so many choices again. $14.99 for this one, 728184. Now we have got more cover cards on the show. Don't forget the geologic one and also the journal one as well. So do keep checking on the website there. We haven't got long left on this show, so we're not going to get right down the counter again. But do go to the website, have a look at everything. Don't forget about those 7-day savers as well. Don't forget Maggie and Kay are back on Sunday at 2 o'clock. Put that in your planners. Do not miss that show. Brand new items. You don't want to miss it. I think that's going to be a very, very busy show. I'm going to head over to see Leonie now. We've got the 1-day special coming up. We'll give you more in the way of a menu in a few seconds, but don't go anywhere. See you soon. Bye-bye. Yes, coming up next, we do have La Blanche 1-day special, and then we've got an hour with Rowan Dean embroidery, and then Crafty Roo Designs are back.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the loose seat style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. We also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. We also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows, and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello. I do hope you're going to stay with us for the next hour. It is 12 o'clock noon. That means we have a one-day special. Leonie's waiting at the other side of the studio to do some fabulous demonstrations, but let's get straight to it with the one-day special itself, because, as usual with La Blanche, the value is absolutely incredible. Now look at this. Look what you're getting here. You're getting the foam-backed stamp set. 14 stamps in total. You're also getting 30 sheets of A5 and A6 speciality stamping paper, which I've got to say is fabulous, absolutely amazing. But look at these stamps. Aren't these just beautiful? They really, really are. Oh, you know, whether it's you just want to work with these individually or build a scene up, you've got all those options, those silhouettes there, but there's still lots of detail in them. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, if you know anything about La Blanche, you know their stamps give you the most precise print. Absolutely beautiful. We've got loads of samples as well, but you can see some of them at the front of the counter there. Let's give you the details and I will show you a few more samples. Now you're saving £12 here. Just £22.99 is going to get you all 14 stamps and the 30 sheets of speciality card as well. Isn't that stunning? The sample that we're just looking at there, absolutely stunning. Do you know what, Blanche, she's so clever, isn't she? She really is. Absolutely fabulous. 276109 is the item number. There's something very serene about that, isn't there? Isn't that gorgeous? Do you know, if you've got the background papers ready to go just to stamp on top, it's amazing. But if you want to build up the backgrounds yourselves with ink or your watercolours, then you've got lots of different options. Do you know, I just want to go out now and sit on a rock and become a mermaid. That's how I feel right at this moment. That could be me. I want to be there on that rock. I think these are fabulous. I really, really do. Absolutely amazing work. Look at this one as well. How the light's coming from the lighthouse. Isn't that clever? Really, really beautiful. But of course, being La Blanche, we've got more to show you as well. And I've got to tell you about our little free gift as well, because every purchase on the show, you're going to get this lovely little mould while stocks last. And that is so useful. I mean, you could put a little photograph in the centre there. You could put some gems in the middle there. I'll just use it as it is. But everybody who purchases is going to get one of those while we have got the stocks. 276109 is the item number for the one-day special, and over 60% of the stock has now gone. Now, let me just tell you the dispatch date. It's from the 31st of May. Oh, 21st of May, so not long at all, is it? That's not long. I know that because I've got a show next week myself on the 21st, so it's not long at all. Right, let's tell you what else we've got, because we've got some beautiful items. Now, half the stock of our next item has gone. We've got the Galaxy Flakes for you. I can show you the different colours. Now, I've had a chance to use these as well. I had them on one of my shows, and these are just fabulous. They really are. Whether you want to use just a small amount of them, or whether you want to use them in clumps together, then you get beautiful effects. You could use a pouring medium over these if you wanted to. You could stick them down individually, mix them into your different mediums as well. You're going to get different effects. £12 is the price. You're getting 4 pots, and the pots are really generous in size because these go a long, long way. So there's your 4 different colours, there's your pots. £12 is the price. It makes it amazing value. These are from Pentart as well. 332668 is the item number. Now, make sure you get those because we have been busy on them. Now, we've got some more stamps coming up for you as well. Now, these are absolutely gorgeous. Look at this set of stamps here. I've got some amazing samples again. Do you know, this is a lovely selection because it's called Exploration, but you've got everything, haven't you? You've got lace in there. You've got the wildlife there with a twist on it. You've got the clock, the timepiece there. You've got the crackle effect and the peeling wood effect. Look at that kind of Baroque thing. You've got the film strip as well, which is really, really useful. Do you know, this is incredible value once again because you've got 20 individual stamps here. 20, saving £18 and a flexi buy option as well. 2 payments of £21. Item number 2598. Sorry, I can't get my words out. 259858. That frog with the crown, isn't it fabulous? And the fish as well. In fact, I've got the fish to show you first off in the samples. Using your glazes, perhaps some of the Galaxy Flakes with this one would look amazing as well. Really lovely. Let me just go through a few samples because there's so much in the way of, different effects here because there's so many different stamps, so many different themes in this one set. Do you know, if you just went for this, I think you'd find something every day of the year to create and make something completely different each time. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of the crackle glaze and the lace as well. But these are really, really good, aren't they? Oh, let me show you the bird as well, because that's another lovely size stamp. Aren't these beautiful? Take advantage while we've got these with that saving, and of course take advantage of the flexi as well. If you are going for these and you're not going for the one-day special with the flexi buy, of course, anything else you pop into your basket, you can also split the cost, and you will get the free gift with this one as well. There we are, 259858 if you want to go for that one. Now, it wouldn't be La Blanche without some decoupage paper, so that's what we've got for you coming up next. Once again, these are beautiful. Now, when we're thinking of seafarers and under the sea and all those sorts of different things, we tend to think of blue and sort of those bright blues and greens perhaps, but in true La Blanche style, I think the colours in these are absolutely amazing. It's very soft, it's very muted, but that doesn't mean that you don't, you've got to stick with that. You can add colour in other ways. You can go over the top with your stencils, with your mediums, just a hint of colour in this sheet here, which is beautiful. We've got some gorgeous samples once again. You have got that vintage feel about these, of course, with the style of the ships and the colours that have been used. Do you know, there is one in particular, we've already passed it actually, I'm going to see if I can spot the sample. My family My maiden name, I've said this a number of times, but my maiden name was Storm, and we were from a seafaring family that originated in Robin Hood's Bay. Let me see if I can find that sample. There's one somewhere. Oh, I can't see it now. I'm not going to start reaching over. Look at this, though. We've got the fishermen on the beach with the family, and it reminds me of an old family photograph that we've got in our family. Look at this though, isn't that beautiful? I love my upcycling, you know that, so think about the things you've got around the house that you can maybe upcycle, your glass plates, your vases, your glass jars, anything, your gift boxes. These are fabulous. You've got 12 sheets here, 4 different designs, so that's 3 of each design, £17.99, incredible value, 325,624. Now over 85% of the stock has gone. Grab these while you can. There is a show of course at 4 o'clock. That'll be the final call, but not everything might be still hanging around until then, so take advantage while you can. Right, moving down again. Oh, I've just spotted that sample now. I'm going to bring that back in a little bit later if I can. It's making me very nostalgic. Now, we've got some stencils for you, or some masks for you here as well. Now, these are fabulous. We've got them all on boards for you, so you can see the different designs. And I must show you the samples because they are amazing. Now, look at these. 5A4 Mylar stencils. Again, true Leblanc style. They are absolutely gorgeous. The value for money. You've got something for everything, haven't you? Whether you're stenciling through onto your canvases, whether you're going onto your cardstock, whether you're going through onto fabric. I think Leonie might be doing something with fabric actually through this hour. Aren't these brilliant? And again, you don't have to use the whole of the stencil. Just pick out certain areas. I love that one because of the corner. Look at that. And you can actually work that. If you wanted to sort of overlay it, you could turn that into a full design as well. Oh, these are right up my street. They really are. Love these. £16.19 if you're a Freedom member. Great saving for you there. That's delivered to your door. Without being a Freedom member, you've still got a £6 savings, £17.99. Let me just show you 1 or 2 of the samples because these are beautiful. This is that image I was trying to find. Do you know that could actually be from my family? That could be one of my relatives in there. But let's have a look at the stencil that's been used around the canvas there. Isn't it gorgeous? They go hand in hand with everything else we've got on the show, of course. We've got so many mediums as well available for you. Just beautiful. You can create pieces of art like this and put on your walls. They're just stunning. This is what Leblanc do so well. They bring so many fabulous things to us. Do you know, something for every sort of season, occasion, colour scheme. Just beautiful. There we are. So the stencils, don't miss out on those. Really do love those. Now, we've got something else that I also adore. I love everything Leblanc, you know that. Now, let's have a look at the bottles we've got for you. These are just brilliant. I think Blanche might be showing us a demonstration using these. What about a message in a bottle? That will keep it in with the theme, won't it? You've got 9 mini glass bottles in assorted sizes. The corks come with them. You've also got the crinkle ribbon as well. Now, that ribbon is great for adding your inks and your colours as well. You can scrunch it up and make it very sort of crinkly if you want to. 60% of the stock has gone. You're going to use these for all sorts of occasions. £9.99 is the price for these. 501509. Now we are going to get into demonstration. Not sure the bottles are going to be in this first one, but we'll hopefully see them a little bit later on. We've got Blanche showing us how to use the one-day special, I believe.
Hi, here's Blanche. Another quick and easy guide to a beautiful card. I'm working on specialty stamping paper with archival ink, and for coloring I use the distress ink pads. If the surface is not completely level, you can also roll it over the back with a brayer, so you are sure that a perfect impression is created. Here I use archival ink cornflower blue. And this is archival ink Seafarer. Now I take archival ink Shadow Grey. Now I start coloring the background with distress ink pads. For this I used the new stencils which we present here at Hochanda in June. This is Distress Ink Mermaid Lagoon. Now I take Distress Ink Salty Ocean. And Distress Ink Broken China. And this is Distress Ink Tumbled Glass. Underwater world is ready. Now I would like to let a few sun rays shine through the water. Since we have it stamped on specialty stamping paper and distress stamping ink is water-based, the ink can be removed with a damp cloth. For the sun rays, I take two papers and leave only a thin slit to lighten the color there. Now I add a hint of yellow and finally I seal the picture with wax. To do this, I apply a layer of wax, let it dry briefly and then polish the picture. Now the picture is finished and I hope you enjoy this.
Isn't that fabulous? I love watching Blanche's demonstrations. There's so much you can do. Remember, you need your one-day special. It is fantastic. I've just been playing while that we're on. I was playing. I tell you which stamp. That stamp is phenomenal. The detail of that stamp, it's just so incredible. When you look at it, you don't see the detail. Honestly, they are really, really wonderful stamps. Anyway, your one-day special, remember, with that speciality card, you need to play with that card because there's loads of techniques you can do as well. It does react different from your other card. And remember that wax, as you're checking out your basket, it'll say, hey, do you fancy this? That's where you'll find the wax. I hope we've still got it in stock. I don't know if we can check. Yes, we can. We can double check our rosters on it now. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start, because Blanche's already demoed the one-day special, I'm going to demonstrate something that Blanche has set up for me. So this is one of the wonderful canvases that Blanche works on, one of the wonderful frames, and I've got a piece of decoupage. I've already white gessoed it and I've cut out one of the beautiful decoupage pieces. Now the lovely thing is with those decoupage pieces, that is massive. You will get a massive sheet of decoupage, so this will go a long way. Now the decoupage, I'm only putting it on here so it's dead easy, but pop it in water. You would use a bigger pot of water. I'm using this silly little one. I'll tell you the truth, because I'd forgot to get water with all my list of stuff and I was running out of time and I couldn't reach anything else quickly, so I got the little one that I could find. So just let that just sit for a second. Okay, and I like this because it's so different. I mean, that is decoupage paper that you're putting in water. I mean, when you think that's a bit, isn't it? But it works. Now, I'm going to get a piece of paper as well, and then I'm going to use your decoupage glue. Now, I'm going to use the, we have got this on the show, so you've got the Silky Shine decoupage glue. That comes with the ceramic. You need this. That ceramic is the one that she uses for, you know, the stuff that she does on the glass, the decoupage on the glass. She uses that. Really good glue from Pentel, and that's such a big tub. And you're only paying £9.99 for these. Really good price. 406300. The wax isn't coming up, so we think it might be sold out. I do apologise. I did see someone on Facebook saying, how can I buy it? That'll be the problem. I do apologise for that. We've just checked. So, yeah, sorry, you did miss out on that. That's the thing. Things sell out, so check your baskets out quick. So, our good old decoupage. So I'm going to pop this on here. I don't really need all this adhesive, but it just seals it anyway. So I'll give myself a bit of a gluey base to go onto. I'm not centering this, I'm off centering it, so I'm putting enough glue on. You don't need loads of glue, you only need a thin layer. You then pull out the decoupage, which is nice and soaked. And I'll just make sure that's soaked as well. And now that just simply slides in place. So I want it offset, I don't want it central. And then all I need to do is just get a towel or a piece of paper and just push it out. So what you want to be doing is making sure you haven't got any air bubbles. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. There we go. So just pushing the moisture and pushing any air out. Now, this is the same process whether you're going on bottles, whether you're working on furniture. You are getting a lot of the decoupage, so you can definitely work on furniture with this. I can then just go over the top with the glue. Remember, the glue seals it as well as actually glues it down, so it acts as a glaze. And this one is the silky finish. Highly recommend getting that one. It's a really good purchase. Just pop my lid on there. I will just move my water because, let's face it, who trusts me with water? Now, the one Blanche has already got ready for me, she used the rope. I must admit, I've only got a tiny bit, so I haven't got enough left. But I thought I could put a little bit at the top, a little bit at the bottom, and then put a little bit of a thingy around it, a rope, a ribbon. So that's what I'm going to do in mine. Now, if you do want this, this is fabulous, fabulous stuff. It's really good to play with. You get a metre. You're also getting 2 corners as well with this, and they are really fabulous. Now, I'm only going in a straight line. There you go. So you get a metre, and it's only £9.99. You can heat this. You can heat that with a regular hairdryer, and that's the wonderful thing about it. You don't need any big equipment. It's a regular hairdryer. So all you need to do, face your hairdryer away from all your work, obviously. Yeah, you know what I've done, obviously blown everything away. And when I'm not on air, this is actually what I do. I put my heat gun there. It's got glue all over it. I put my my hairdryer there, and then it means, especially if you're going round in a circle, make sure there's nothing at the back, obviously, because you don't want to cover up that bit. You can keep that there. This is literally what I do. I keep that there. I put my scissors there to hold it while I'm working on my actual piece. This, it's not as necessary, it's not as important, because I'm only going in a straight line. But look, it actually, look how flexible that becomes. Isn't that amazing? And then when it cools again, it'll hold its shape. So say I wanted to do that, because this is how it'll come to you. Then when it cools down, and it cools down really quickly, see, it started, I mean, that's still warm. But look at that, it holds its shape. This is really cool stuff. And then when you put it back in the heat, don't force it, because when it's cool, if you try and force it, which is the first thing I did, I snapped it. So don't do that, heat it, and then you're away. Now, I only want a length of this, so I'm just going to bring this in. I'm keeping the hairdryer on, just so I can blow all my sponges away. So I want a little length of this. I'm making the most of it, because, well, I've still got a little bit left. I'm still using a bit. You can sand this, you can cut this, you can paint it. You can do so much with it. This, when I see things like this, I just think of Catherine, because this is so up Catherine Street, because you can do so much with it. Pop that there. I'm then going to get my my glue gun, and I'm going to put a little bit. Did I turn it on? Yes, you did. I remembered. And I'm keeping that warm so I don't have to reheat it. bit of glue there. Pop that there like so. And glue gun will just stick it down perfectly. See, and because I've kept the heat on it, that one's still fine. I can turn that off. And then just whip this round, and I'm going to pop that there. It is really cool stuff. I highly recommend you get hold of this and have a play with it. It's so different. Again, I'd love pictures. If you've got some of this and you've already been playing with it, email in with pictures, because I'd love to see what you've been doing. I think it's so cool. And again, really, really unique. So that's where I'm putting mine, because I've only got a bit left. I then wanted to take my ribbon, which I thought I got out, but I've hid away from myself. I apologise. Oh, I did. It's next to me. It's what you get with being organised. So all I wanted to do, Blanche used the whole of this, but because I haven't got any left, so I want to create a frame. So just getting my glue gun. I've only just started using a glue gun. Whew, scary times. Telling you, me and hot glue. I'm not quite sure if it's a sensible procedure. So I'm just going to pop this on like so. So I'm just going to layer my ribbon like so. Now, Angie's emailed in. She said she wants to do an Under the World journal work. Yeah. Will oxides work on the speciality card, is this? As well as the normal distress. I haven't tried them yet. Yes, I'm going to say yes, but your effects will be different. I'll tell you what we will do, Angie. It will just play for you live on air, so you'll be able to see it. That's always the best way. So we'll have a little go in my next demonstration, Angie. It's a good excuse just to get the oxides out again. So bear with. Right, so cut that down. Now, already I think that looks really cool, especially, and obviously, you know, the ends, you can decorate them in a few seconds. So again, taking my glue. Oh, I'm quite chuffed I am. I'm going to get into the glue gun, aren't I? I can see why everybody uses it now. That's well quick. Okay, so just popping this on. Can't believe in all my crafty life I've not used a glue gun. Isn't it funny? Right, coming down like so, and then just bringing this in like that. Cool. So that's created a really nice, interesting frame. And that's just using those wonderful fibres and, of course, the frames that we have got on the show. Remember, that's your decoupage piece. The decoupage is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I like that. I think that looks quite cool. Okay, next we're going to get one of our lovely stencils. Now, the stencils are seriously cool. You've got so many gorgeous designs on here, and they are such beautiful big stencils. I'm going to use these, hopefully, if I get a chance, a couple of times in this hour. So I'm going to use that now. First of all, I've already got glue down here. I am going to put glue down here because I'm going to be using a crackle glaze, but because I'm using a crackle glaze, I want the glaze. Sometimes when you're using a crackle medium, it'll need something to actually stick to. So, and sometimes if it's just a gesso surface like that, I have found, and I've done it myself, I've found that you put it on a gesso surface and it just flakes back off again. So you want a good crackle, a good gluey surface. So just allow that to dry, give it a blast with my heat gun, because obviously I don't want to stick my stencil to it. Now, if you want those stencils, these are beautiful big stencils. Do not miss out on these because they're fantastic. I'm using that one like that, because that's beautiful, and then just get this and then get my medium, which is here. Now, your crackle paste, that actually comes with your spritzers, which are rather gorgeous, and your wax. So really nice little kit is that. Again, all Pentart, and it has got all sorts. So you've got shimmer, you've got shine, and you've got your crackle medium, all for £16.99. So really cool price and a cool product. Now, you're obviously thinking, Leonie, you should have done this before you put your frame on. Yes, I should have, but I forgot what I was doing. But this is not just our craft, but how I run my life. There's an expression, and the expression means the bottom end over your chest area. And that's how I live my life. I'm not going to say the expression on there because it's not one to share. But that, and it's not just my crafting. This is literally everything. Everything I seem to do like this. I thought, oh yeah, I should have done it that way. Standard, but it's okay. It just makes you think of ways how to get round it. Okay, so pop that on. I mean, look at that design. Where you go over, you're just scooping your excess off. Now, I would highly recommend you wait for that to dry and then you line back up again, because then you will be able to line it up perfectly. Because of time, let me just scoot this over, because I'm not going to wait to line it up, but I'm not going to wait for it to dry. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. So it might not be 100% perfect, but that's okay. But yeah, that's how I do it at home. Leave it to dry, blast it with heat gun. I must admit, crackle glaze, I like letting it dry on its own because I think you get the best results with that. But it's not too bad, actually. So there you go. And I love that design. Isn't that beautiful? It's a gorgeous big stencil. The other side, of course, we don't need as much because we're just coming up to that frame. So all I'll do, just pop that up to the frame and then get that beautiful design. You can use your, you can tape it on if you want. Of course, I never tape mine on because I just slap it on, because it doesn't matter if it's perfect or not. I mean, this is going to be a mixed media piece anyway. You know, it's one that you're going to put loads of goodies on, so that definitely doesn't need to be perfect. So we've got that like that, and then I'm going to kind of guess that we'll have it about there, and then the crackle medium. I do love a white crackle medium. It's one of my favourite products. I love whatever you're doing, it just seems to look good. Yeah, that'll do the job nicely. So that's our crackle medium. As ever, what I would do is not clean this. I would absolutely use a piece of paper to clean that off. Now, I'm popping that to one side to let it dry. However, we've got one that Blanche prepared earlier for me. So let me just move this out of the way. So, because I'll be cleaning that later, I am going to spritz it with water for now and just go over it. You know, normally I wouldn't do this. You know, normally I'd be putting it on a piece of paper, but I do want to try and get a couple of demos done. So just quickly wipe that over so we know it's not going to mess my stencil up. Pop it there. And then this is one that Blanche prepared earlier. So I'll bring this in. Look at this. And it's amazing. So what I've got here, so Blanche has, she's put the frame on. So this is a frame that you are getting. These are the corners. You know, in with that that meter roll, you're actually getting those corners as well. And those you can shape with heat. They are cool. So if you do want those, please check your baskets out. That's your gorgeous decoupage. Blanche has then added some, sorry, I'm just moving things. Blanche has then added just some wonderful thingy shells just to finish a decoration. Okay, let's start getting decorated. So I'm going to put on some fibres first of all, and just a little bit of fibre. I tell you what else we've got with the bottles, and I will use the bottles. With the bottles, we've got some really nice ribbon, and the ribbon you can colour tint it, which looks really effective. So we'll definitely use some of that as well. But I just wanted to get a little bit of movement at the bottom with the beautiful bit. Oh, now we can really use the glue gun. It's very exciting. Is everybody else a bit worried about my fingers? Or is it just me? Just me, isn't it? Nobody else is worried. Oh, thank you, Sean. Shauna's worried. Ross isn't worried. He's like, burn. He didn't say that, really. He didn't say that. Let's see your little red fingers. He didn't say that. Okay, so just pulling this down and allowing that to glue. Okay, it is hot glue, so I'm attempting to be careful, but I'm not being patient enough, am I? Put that there. Glue your scissors to it, Leonie. Don't do that. Just be patient. Right, I'm not being patient because that's just dull, isn't it? What can I put on there to make it sit down? there. Okay, so that ribbon as well. Now, the ribbon, this comes with the bottle. See, I'm going to fall out with that, aren't I? Because it's not sitting like I want it. Let me just show you this, because the ribbon is fabulous. Now, you are getting loads of this. I know it looks dodgy now. It's okay. You are getting loads of this ribbon. Now, I'm going to colour tint it. These are the colours I am going to be using on my piece anyway, so it means they'll match perfectly. You can give these, see, you've got the pearlescent at the bottom. So those two have got the pearlescent. That one's just your ink. So it means you do need to give them a good shake to wake the pearlescent up. You'll hear the ball bearing anyway. That's at the bottom. So just give them a nice shake to mix that up. So I want this ribbon. I'm just going to have this the one tone. So all you need to do is give it a spritz, okay? Love it because it's now got loads of gorgeous sparkle on it. I'll put a bit of water as well, just to water it down, and then just pick up the extra colour. And then what you do with your heat gun is just blast it. So if you blast it and scrunch it at the same time, it holds that scrunch. So that fantastic texture will hold in the actual ribbon. So I love it because it allows you to colour tint it and scrunch it so it's exactly the right colour to match your project, which is absolutely perfect. But you do have to dry it through and just keep that scrunch. Now remember, you do get this ribbon in with those little bottles, only £9.99. You're getting 3 metres of the ribbon, and you're getting 3 bottles of You're getting 9 bottles as well, 3 different sizes. They're really, really cute, are those. And you can fill them with so many fabulous goodies as well. Right, let's bring this back in again, and that has now done what I wanted it to do. I wanted to put that on first because I want to colour tint it along with everything else. Now, let's start spritzing. So, first of all, this is where I get really, really messy because I know I'm going to get spritz absolutely everywhere. Let me just put a bit of paper down. Normally I'll put my other stuff. I know what I'm like. Blanche can do this, and Blanche seems to keep it all in one area. Me, not so. So, let's just start getting a lot of colour down. Oh, look at that colour as well. And I love the way, once it layers on, you get all these beautiful variants. You know, all the colour on the actual, on the crackle glaze. Looks gorgeous. I've got, look, because I've already glazed this, you'll be able to lift that off your main picture. Don't heat set it straight away while it's on there. You want to make sure you lift it off your main picture. So just layering this, getting all that gorgeous colour on. I'm putting this colour first, and then I will put a bit of the blue as well. But I just adore that colour, and it's giving me a really nice sheen. Again, I do like it on there, but because I want that, I don't want it to completely cover it. I don't mind a bit of colour on there though, because I quite like that vintage hue that it's got. Look at that. I love how quick this transformation is, and it's just giving it such a beautiful colour as well. Now just getting in there. Going a bit closer to get in. There we go. Boom. So, happy with that. If there's any bits, so say you wanted, you wanted to get in there a little bit more. Any bits you've missed, you can, of course, get in with your paintbrush if you're bothered. But actually, having it kind of uneven, it looks quite effective. And it's the same on here. I mean, I can still see a bit of that as a glaze, and it looks beautiful. Now, that has got on it the varnish. That is why it'll lift off so nicely. I mean, I could actually add a little bit of water and scrub it off properly, but I really quite like that. Now, I'm then going to go on just with a bit of the blue. I don't want too much blue. I'm going to bring a bit of scrap paper as well, just to keep it away from there. Oh, look at that blue. Doesn't that look fabulous with the gold? Absolutely love that. And just to save myself some work, I am keeping that off there. Love it. And at the bottom, just going on the bottom as well. Just a little quick blast on there. As fun as this, especially when Blanche has done all the work. by doing all of that, and it just looks fabulous. And I mean, that's just shells. It's those beautiful frames. What am I knocking off? I'm throwing things off my desk now, folks. There, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Right, shall we heat set it and see what it looks like? I love the variation of colours. I just think they look gorgeous. Right, now, you need to heat blast it because, of course, you need this to dry. Just getting that blue off the picture. And you see, with the blue, just to save myself some work, I did cover it over because, obviously, if you get it too inky, you're just going to be cleaning it off. And some of that has stained a little bit where I weren't quick enough. That still looks absolutely gorgeous. Now, heat set it. You will need to heat set it, but that's going to look really effective. What time is it? Now, do you want me to heat set while our Catherine does a quick reminder? Okay. And then I can show you what it looks like when we get back. Now, if you're spending £60 or more, you will get your freedom. Oh, no, you won't. Join Freedom. Alice is going to tell you more.
Hello everyone. I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%. I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or £50. It doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Ah, lovely, Alex there. Right, let's give you a reminder of what we've got on the counter because, of course, this is the one-day special, so that's where we're starting. Very busy for the one-day special again. I'm going to show you some more of the samples, but let's go through the details as well because you are getting the Maritime Foam Back stamp set. You've got 14 stamps in this one set, but not only that, you've got 30 sheets of the speciality paper as well, the stamping paper. Now, you've got A5 and A6 in size, and you can see why this is so good. I mean, look at these samples here. These are absolutely beautiful. I mean, there is a blue theme running through most of these cards, but it works so well. There's a little bit of a sunset going on in some of them as well, but doing your different effects with the inks there, how fabulous is that? Just using one of the stamps there, just beautiful. You know, you've got the options of going with one silhouette or building up a whole scene underwater. I mean, look at that. It looks as though you're looking from an underwater cave, doesn't it? Really beautiful. And there's the mermaid again. There's something very serene about these images. I just think these are fabulous. I really do. I think these are my favourite yet underwater scenes, I've got to be honest. Item number 276109. That's what you're going to need if you want to go for the one-day special for all of these stamps. As I say, 14 individual stamps here and that speciality paper as well. So, you know, a great place to get going with your stamping. If you've not stamped before, great place to start. If you are a stamper, of course, you know the quality, I'm sure, by now. Now, over 70% of the stock of the one-day special is now gone. There's only one more hour to go, remember, at 4 o'clock. That will be the final call, so make sure you check those baskets out. Right, moving down, the Galaxy Flakes. Now, there is a sample. Now, where's it gone? I spotted it earlier, where just little bits and pieces of this have been used, and it looks so effective. I've seen it used before. Julie's had it. I've had it on one of my shows as well. So whether you want to use quite a lot of it and then use a glaze over the top, or whether you want to use tiny little flakes of it, then you certainly can do. We'll see if we can find that sample because it looks so effective. It caught my eye. £12 is the price here. You're getting 4 sets, 4 packs of this. So all those, that's what you're getting there. The swatch I showed you there, the colours. 332668 is the item number. Oh, Leonie's just telling me. The 1 day special? This one?
Yeah, there is a bit on that.
Oh, there's a little bit of the Galaxy Flakes on there. A little bit of the white one. Just to show you a little hint. Let's see if we can come in on that. I'm going to keep an eye out for that other sample as well. So just using a small amount of it, it's so effective. We will find the other one because it looks amazing. Right, okay. Let's move down because we've got some more stamps for you as well. Now, these are beautiful. The Exploration stamp set. Incredible value yet again. Now, you've got something that works so, so well for so many occasions here. Male, female, you've got sort of beautiful Baroque images there. You've got lace, you've got film strip there. You've got the gentleman there as well. You've got the fish with the crown and the frog. Oh, it just goes on, doesn't it? Some beautiful samples to show you as well. 259858 is the item number. You are saving £18 on this set. Those birds are so sweet. £18 saving, $41.99 is the price, but we can give you a flexi-buy option on this one as well. So split that down into 2 payments and we can make that a little bit easier for you. 2 payments of £21. Let me just point out 1 or 2 of the stamps here because look at the lace. Who would have thought that had been stamped on there? You'd think that was a pre-printed background, but it's the lace stamp. You've got the Baroque in this one, along with that fish. The Galaxy Flakes would work well where those little beads have been used there, actually. There you've got the ship. Look at the film strip. Used with your shrink plastic. Really, really good. Then you've got timepieces in there as well. You know, there's something for all occasions. Again, the lace and the stamp marks there, they're part of the stamp set as well. What a wonderful set this is. Now, we are busy for this one, and I'm not surprised at that price especially. Take advantage of the saving. Get this while you can. Love the background stamps in there as well with the crackle. So many effects. 259858 is the item number. Now, the decoupage papers. Oh, I can tell you these are now limited stock. Limited stock. You need to be quick on these. You're getting an awful lot for your money as well because you're getting 12 sheets. There are 4 different designs, so that means 3 of each design. I'm going to show you the 4 different designs. We've got so many beautiful samples around the studio as well, I've got to tell you. I've just repainted my bathroom very much in these colours, and because I'm feeling very nostalgic with some of the images because they relate to my family as well. While we've been going through this hour, I've thought, do you know, I'm going to do my bathroom with some of this decoupage paper. Oh, that's what I thought, but now we're limited stock. I don't know that I'm going to be quick enough to get hold of this. Item number 325624 is the item number. Absolutely beautiful because you've got those muted colours. You've got that vintage look, which means, you know, it works with any colour scheme, but you can add more colour if you wanted to. Beautiful. Oh, look, Sian has just found me this. This is the one I was looking for. I'm going to carry this down to the next item as well because it's going to correspond with that. Let me just give this a bit of a wiggle. There is some Galaxy Flake in here, just some little bits and pieces. Don't know if we're catching the light quite right, but when you see this, just watch for the little bit of glint and glisten that you can see. Just those few little flakes just work so beautifully. Look at that. It really does look amazing. Absolutely beautiful. I love that. I'm going to take that with me because that's going to work for something else I'm going to show you. Do you know, I'm spotting those Galaxy Flakes all over the place, and I've just spotted another one. Right, so decoupage paper. We've moved on from there. We've just shown you again the details for those Galaxy Flakes. We've been busy on those, but we've also got the stencils. I adore these. Now, these have been busy this hour as well. You are getting 5 individual A4 stencils here for £17.99. £6 is the saving on this one. Do you know, these are beautiful. You don't have to use the whole thing. You can just take those elements that you require from this. Do you know, whether you're stenciling onto furniture, onto tiles, onto your canvases, onto your cardstock, These are going to lend themselves to so many of your projects. They really, really are. These are beautiful, aren't they? Do you know, we've got lots of different canvases around the studio where the stencils have been used as well. I'm just going to pick up another one. In fact, we can show you some more beautiful samples that we've got in. In fact, we can show you some more of those galaxy flakes as well. Look at this. Look at this. Can you see it on there? Look at the green ones. We can pick them out. We can pick out the green ones. Aren't they beautiful? They work so well. Just that tiny hint. It works so well. It really does. Now, I've brought this one back. There's galaxy flakes on this one again, because we did show you this one a second ago. But look at the stencil background as well. I adore these canvases. Oh, I've got my whole bathroom decor sorted out now, thanks to this show. I didn't know what to put on the walls. They needed something, and now I know. 983445 is the item number for the stencils. They are beautiful, whether you're using them with the papers, with these products or other items. We've got so much on this show that works so well together. There we go. Item number 983445. One more item on the counter, of course, is the bottles, the glass bottles, but also you get those 3 meters of that ribbon. I love this ribbon. Another name for it was the binding ribbon, wasn't it? Seam binding, that's the word I'm looking for, seam binding. So you can really give it that crinkly look and colour it up. $9.99, 9 bottles, different sizes, assorted sizes there. You've got the corks, you've got the crinkle ribbon as well, 501509. Let's go to the website. That's where you're going to find everything. We're going to show a few items on the website. As you can see right now, there's lots more to see besides the items that we've got on the counter. Don't forget, you've got the mixed media moulding set there with those corners. There's all sorts of MDF, all sorts of paper and stickers and stamps galore as well. Do have a look at the different reviews for different items as well, and don't miss out on these mediums. We've had sellouts on some of them, so you must grab things while you can. Now, don't forget as well, every person that purchases from the show will get that free little mould, that little frame mould, while stocks last as well. So that will be included with your order when you receive it. Hopefully we're ready to hand over to Leonie. I think she's having a bit of a play with some inks. Maybe she's going to answer Angie's question.
I am. Hello and welcome back. Yes, I thought I'd do. Look, my lighthouse is the guy who wrote The Leaning Power of Pisa. Same architect. Yep, even that's on a wonk. But I wanted to show... I'm terrible at trying to stamp straight images. Look, this is your Distress Oxides. Distress Oxides work absolutely beautifully on your specialty cardstock. Just wanted to show you that, just to prove that, yeah. And you can get, I mean, I'm playing with the blend, and actually a little bit of water, and you can pull back some of that colour, which looks fabulous from the lighthouse, doesn't it? I haven't finished because I'm darkening the sky there, but I just wanted to show you, just to prove it. Those stamps, the one-day special, they're really nice. They're lovely to work with. The detail is fantastic, and it's scene building. You know, you're creating so many incredible scenes. Right, I am going to go back to that because I have to show you the colours. Look at those colours. Do you know what? This is so nice to do. Now I've read. Do you know what? How funny. Now I've turned it over. I've got some lovely notes from Blanche on the back, and I've only just read them. How funny is that? Sorry, Blanche. I hope I followed your notes before I read them. Anyway, look at the colours. They are fabulous. I love how the blue and the gold have made this gorgeous kind of green. Really, really nice. You can play with that. I mean, you can add more colours. You could add some of the red now because of time. Ooh, shall we see what the red looks like? Or should I not? Am I pushing it a bit because of time? 5 minutes. Don't do it, Leonie. Finish something. Okay, so I wanted to put some of the bottles in. We're going to now just build up. The bottles are fabulous. Now, with the bottles, you can, of course, you know, we have got, so we've got the heavy body gel. Now, the heavy body gel does come with the bowls. Now, this is new today because the last time I had the heavy body gel, it was the gloss. This is fabulous because these you'll use loads once you get into them, and this is such a good product. Highly recommend this. So I'm going to take this. and then these. Now, if I just tip these into my little bottle, I mean, it'll look cool, but obviously they just sink to the bottom. Like, if I just show you, like so. You know, they're just going to sit there, aren't they? Whereas if you do this, so, and you probably wouldn't work on your actual work of art, but I'm lacking in space now. So you take your glue, you then dip it into the balls. It's very, very satisfying. And then I'm just going to pop these in my actual jar. And what this will do, and you'll be able to see it, what this will do, it'll actually allow them, in fact I could just put the glue in there for now. See, what it'll do, they'll stick to the actual jar. I'm going to put not just these in, so I'm then going to pop a few more of those in, like so. But I'm getting them no, I'm not doing too bad. So a few more of the little balls in, but then, and I'm not going to faff for too long because I can feel myself faffing, your galaxy flakes, you have to put these in. It's the rules. So pop in a few of your galaxy flakes in there as well. Now again, your galaxy flakes are going to stick to that glue. Of course your glue, I would faff a little bit more, but I'm very, very aware of time because I really like that. I must admit with these, you kind of want to put like little letters in there, don't you? Your letters in a bottle, of course. Right, let's just start putting things together because we've only got 3 minutes. Now, hot glue and glass, is that okay? I've never used it, but yes, apparently it is. That's glued down. I'm really glad about that. I was quite nervous. That one, I don't want to put it on empty, but I am going to do for now because, again, time. So your jars, I mean, how cool do they look? There's such good embellishments, but you could use them on all sorts. I've got some gorgeous ribbon. I thought that, well, it's actually a wonderful cord, but I used it when I was doing some eco dyeing, so it changed the colour of it, and now I thought, oh my gosh, that'll work so well with this. And I love it because now I can get the texture. You kind of want the texture around the bottles, don't you? So just bringing that in, so that goes down like so, and just trim that off. Boom. And then that lovely ribbon, you know, the ribbon that we dyed. Where did I put the ribbon that we dyed? So the ribbon that we dyed with the same colour, we can now add that. So I'm getting loads of texture around the bottom here. Just filling it in. I'll put a little bit on the bottle, a bit there. Look, because of the glue, my bottle's steamed up. Oh, a minute and a half. I need to finish this with my wonderful... Right, so I'd put the ribbon on, I put more ribbon on normally. I'll glue that down in a minute, okay, because the piece de resistance are these. So you get your glue, and then this is your finishing touch. You will add these all over the place. You get the glue and just dip it in, and these will stick. If you put them on before you spritz and let it dry, obviously you'll pick up the colour of the spritz, but putting them on after, it just gives you that incredible texture. Honestly, you will love these, but you have to put on, oh no, how many seconds? Get your galaxy flakes as well. Do the same thing, just pop them in, and then those wonderful galaxy flakes you can then have all the way around. And that is just going to give you incredible texture. I'm running out of time. I'll finish this in the break and show you how I finished it. Please, oh, look at those, aren't they cool? Please check out your baskets. All of this has got such good fun. The last chance is going to be at 4 o'clock. I'll definitely work with the one day special. I want to work with them other stamps as well. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty coming up on Hochanda. Check your baskets out. Okie dokie, coming up the lovely Rowan Dean with some gorgeous embroidery kits. We've then got Craftaroo designs and then Indigo Blue. Stay tuned to Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hello, yes, it's lovely to have your company here at Hochanda. Do stay with me for the next hour because we've got a fabulous hour with Rowan Dean Embroidery, of course. Absolutely stunning work as always, with some new todays as well and some returning favourites. So let's have a look at what we've got on offer for you. Now, there's so much else to find as well. If you go to the website, you'll find everything, including accessory sets, which we'll come back to. But let's start with a new today because, look at this. New today, this is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I just hope I can pronounce this. This is your Wallflowers and Osteospermum kit. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. If you want a little kit that's a really nice project that you can sit quietly and do, or maybe something you want to gift, this is a beautiful one that you can go for. And of course, with every kit that we get from Rowan Dean, you're going to get everything you need. So the beautiful cotton fabric as the background with the printing on there. So you've got the basis to start there. You've got the organza pieces. There's a little bit of printing on one of those as well. So you've got the guidelines to work with. There's a little bit of satin in there as well. Beautiful beads, sparkly beads as well. All of the different threads, and Katrina always chooses different threads with different textures. Some of them might be metallic, you might get variegated threads, you might get all sorts of different shades of one colour. You're getting something that is so beautiful here, isn't it? Don't these look lovely together? You know, working them into the detailed design there. They are just so pretty. Now, you also get the wooden hoop as well to display your artwork once it's finished, which is always great to have. You don't have to start looking around for a frame. But if you wanted to use that image and turn it into something else, you could do. Maybe it could be the front of a book cover or something like that, or maybe you turn it into a little panel for a cushion. You even get your needles in here, and there's a couple of different size needles as well. Obviously, you're going to also get your full instructions with a beautiful image there, showing some stitching and how to do that as well on the back if I just spin that around. So this is gorgeous, isn't it? If you're collecting Rowan Dean, this is a brand new one for you, £15.95, item number 831294. Now we've got another little kit, another brand new one for you. Oh, this is so pretty as well, Purple Mist. Isn't that gorgeous with the colours? Oh, I do like that. £15.95 again. What prices these are? They're just incredible, aren't they? Now then, let's have a look at the print because obviously, well, actually, we've got there the cotton backing. That's going to go into your hoop. Already that little print on there, so you've got the basis to start. Again, you've got fabric with a print, so some organza there for you. You've got various different colours in here, not just the purples and the pink, but those beautiful greens in there as well. Let me show you the threads. Again, a whole range of different threads there, from finer ones through to your metallics again there, right through to those greens. I think that's a variegated one it is. Let me just pull that out so you can see how that colour changes. Beautiful greens within that one skein there that's on that card. Now, what you also get with this one, there's some more beads, but also the sequins in this one as well. So a little bit of sparkle, there's butterfly shapes in there. Doesn't that add a stunning effect? Just look at that. And you know, if you wanted to do a little bit more work freehand, if you wanted to add bits yourself, you could do, but the instructions are going to talk you through how to create this just as you're seeing it, and also how to create those flowers with the organza, how to pull apart that organza. Don't forget you're getting the hook once again, and everything that you need to create that project. 117744. That is another new today for you, so take advantage of that one while it's nice and fresh. Now, moving down again, another lovely kit, different colourway in this one. It's another brand new one. This is what I love. We get the different colour options. So if you are wanting to make for yourself and you've got a favourite colour scheme or you want it to match in a certain room, you've always got those options there. How bright and beautiful is this one? So this is your red border kit. Once again, you're getting the wooden hoop, you're getting a couple of needles, you're getting your various different threads that you're going to need, the printed cotton, various fabrics again in this one, not just your organza, there's other fabric in there as well. And of course, you're going to get those beautiful beads that add that little bit of glitz. You always get more than you need as well, so if you want to add any further detail, you can do. I'll keep those for another project. You will, of course, get the full instructions and some guidelines to get going as well, and some stitch ideas as well, but you can come away from that if you wanted to. If you want to add your own twist, that's entirely up to you once again. 341664 is the item number. Beautiful new todays. We've done 3 now. They are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Now, we have got some returning favourites as well, and that's what we're going to see now. Now, the next kit, oh, this is gorgeous. I love this because it's got the butterflies on it as well. Look at the size of those flowers as well, stunning. This is your butterfly ball kit. I've got to say, what a great price yet again, because you're getting the cotton fabric that's printed, lots of thread included in this one. You've got the organzas, you've got the butterflies that are printed onto the organza as well. I can see 3 different ones on there. So, you know, this, you've got everything you need, haven't you? The needles, again, beads included in this one. A beautiful mix of the pinks and the greens there as well. Gorgeous. Green and pink always look so pretty together. A lovely size kit, this one. Again, if you wanted to put that into a cushion panel, you could do. You could turn it into a bag panel. You could go with onto a canvas or onto a backboard, or frame it entirely. It's up to you. 865458 is the item number if you want to go for butterfly ball. Another favourite that's returning is our next item. Let's have a look at this one. Now, this is what Katrina does so well. When you look at these frame pictures, you've always got something in the foreground on this style of image, and it works so beautifully because it gives you that perspective. So it's almost as though you're walking into that picture. This is Jessie's Lane. This is a mini kit for you. If you're looking for a starter kit or something with a price point that's, you know, quite low, I've got to say all the prices are low. I think these are well worth every single penny and more. But at £12.95, what a great place to start. Or maybe you want to give this to someone and let them start a new craft as well. 175924 is the item number. You're getting the printed fabric again. You are getting organza in this one. You're getting the needle that's required. Again, a whole host of different threads there. Lots of different variations going on there. And the instructions. If you do want to frame it, then you supply the frame, but you've got everything else you need there, of course, to create that wonderful project. There we are, 175924. Now, coming up next, the pebbles. I remember the first time I saw these, I fell in love with these straight away. Such a clever idea. Now, you have got the Summer Sweet Pebbles kit here. So this time, we're looking at a little bit of the tweed for the background piece here. Well, I'm saying background, they are pebbles, so it's not so much in a frame. But you've got, again, the guidelines printed on there for you. Even the stitching line or the cutting line is there for you. So everything has been thought of, in fact. You've got also wadding in there as well, which is going to create that sort of that bouncy pebbly effect that you can see on the top of this one here. So it's going to pad it out for you. Isn't that beautiful? I remember watching Katrina do the stitching there to make those shells, and it's not difficult to do, but it is so effective. With this kit, again, you're getting beautiful beads and sequins and some chunky pieces in this one as well. Some of these beads you use to create those shells. All the instructions are there, so you don't have to worry about that. Needles included, and again, a whole host of different threads with different textures, metallics in there, and lots of different colours for you. £19.95 is going to get you the whole kit, item number 778050. Let me just show you that purpley colour one as well. I'm going to put the two together so you can see both of those samples. Aren't they beautiful? Really lovely. So pretty. Right, moving down again, we've got more for you because another gorgeous kit. I don't know how you're going to choose between these. This is beautiful as well. The blackberries. Oh, now this is a good size piece as well. Now, because you've got the printed background again, you've got the cotton, really good heavyweight. There we are. Let me just hold that out so you can see the full panel. This one could be a lovely cushion, couldn't it? If you wanted two of these, you could go for a couple and make them both into cushions. It doesn't have to be a cushion, you can frame it up, you can do whatever you want with it once you've got it and it's yours. Now look at the threads on this one because, again, talk about textures. We've even got what looks like mohair in there. Beautiful. Look at the sheen on these as well. You've got variegated threads. Oh, these are stunning. Absolutely stunning. The colours work so beautifully together. Again, organza included. That gives you such a lovely feel and look to the whole overall look there. Look at the butterfly that's landing. And the blackberries, beautiful, absolutely stunning. She's such a clever lady, Katrina. £32.95 for this one, item number 900181. Then our next one, oh, Midnight Garden. I can see why this has been named Midnight Garden. Again, the colours, wow. Onto tweed again, this one. Doesn't that work well with those colours as well? Oh, the purples and the blues and greens go so beautifully together. Lots of texture in the threads again here. Lots of different, you know, you've got those yarns that have got real texture to them. I'm trying to think of the name of those now. Again, we've got some sort of mohair in there. There's teal colours. They're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And those greens again, stunning. blues and purples with the organza. You've got beads and sequins again in this one, lots of different shapes and sizes. Isn't that gorgeous? I think that might be my favourite now. Beautiful. £19.95 is the price for this one. 539024. Another returning favourite, I've got to say. Full instructions included, of course. There we go. Now then, the last item on the counter, always very popular. This is the play around pack. Now you do have a choice between the cotton and the tweed. So obviously you can see the cotton here. The tweed would be, I'm just going to borrow a piece from the previous set. So the tweed would look like this, but without the print on, obviously. There we go. So you've got the choice. And that means that you really can have a play around, because look what you're getting here, the amount of yarn and thread that you're getting, the organza, the beads and needles as well. So if you want to create something yourself, come up with your own design. Maybe you've got inspiration from a photograph in your garden or something like that, or somewhere you've visited. That would be amazing to do, wouldn't it? 915244 is the item number for this one. The play around part, often put into baskets along with other kits as well, so that you can really go to town with that and have a little play and experiment. There we are, details on the screen. Now Katrina's ready and waiting to show us her first demonstration. We're going to see the wallflower and the osteospermum flowers. That is such a
Just like to introduce 3 new designs. I've had great fun designing these and working with fabulous colours. So we've got wallflowers and osteospermum. We've got purple mist, you know, really interesting border, and then we've got the red border, all worked with easy stitches. These are the colours that are in this design, the wallflowers. Got a range of colours. I quite like using variegated threads, so the magic just happens as you start to stitch. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to place the organzas onto the fabric over the print, and then we're going to stitch. So it's the stitching that holds the organza in place. I've put my work into a spring hoop. This is the 5-inch hoop, and actually it's a perfect size for this design, seeing as you get the display hoop in, which is also a 5-inch hoop. I'm just going to start off with the first thing, and I'm going to thread in my needle, and I'm just going to bring the thread from the back to the front, and I'm just going to do some straight stitches over the print, and that's so easy to do. Makes a great sound as it goes through the fabric. So you're just going to work a couple of stitches, and as it's a variegated thread, you'll see it change quite quickly, and you work through, and then after you've done the first lot of stitching, you're going to introduce other colours and build that area in, so it's a more textured grassy area. Now as you approach your thread, as it gets shorter, or you want to change colour, you're just going to fasten off just a couple of stitches on the back, and that's enough to hold your work in place. Okay, the next stitch that I use quite a lot is a French knot, so I'm just going to show you how to do that. Obviously in your kit you'll get full instructions and stitch diagrams, you'll get step-by-step instructions. There is a plan. Okay, so I'm just going to thread, and you can tie a knot to start with, or you can work the thread in afterwards. But this is a great stitch. So for a French knot, I'm just going to bring the thread from the back, and then I'm going to hold the thread fairly taut, and then I'm going to go around once, twice, and I'm going to turn the needle, and I'm going to place the needle into the fabric, not exactly the same place, almost, and as you push the needle into the fabric, just tighten that thread, and that gives it its nice shape. So as you pull the thread through, just let it travel in on its own, and you'll get a lovely French knot. So that's 6 strands, so that makes quite a large knot. If you want to keep the thread the same, but you want the knot to be a little bit smaller, just go around once That's going to give you a smaller knot, a different effect. For this design, to add a little bit of texture in the foreground, I'm using a piece of organza that has a print on the fabric, and we're going to stitch that and then apply it afterwards to the background of the other part of the picture. It's easy to work on. You just use your frame, your spring hoop. So to do that, you put your work on the table and your hoop there, and you just hold the spring and then let go and release that, and that's going to keep it tight. And then you've got your work ready to start and stitch. I'm just going to show that it's very easy to work. I'm not putting a knot on the back this time. I'm going to sort of bury the thread inside, and I'm going to stitch through the fabric. You've got a guide there. There is a print, and then once you've completed the whole shape, you're then going to cut that out, or you can melt it out and then apply it to the background. Easy to work. If the tension changes, you can tighten the spring. So you just treat it like a normal piece of fabric. And if I bring the other one in, you can see that it's going to add a little bit of depth there into the piece, and I've just secured this piece. I've cut it out, or you could melt it out, and then I've just stitched it with some of the bead thread into the foreground.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Now we've got a few new todays. That was one of them. Now you probably noticed throughout the video there that Katrina was using one of our accessories as well. I've got to say, these are fabulous. I do have these. I ordered these myself a while ago. First one we're going to show you is this one. You've got the two different rings there, which really, I'm not going to say they're absolutely essential, but I think you'd find it very tricky to do the job properly without them. Not only that, you do get the little embroidery scissors as well. A great price and a freedom price for these as well, £14.39. So delivered to your door. You've got a 7-inch hoop, you've got the 5-inch hoop and the scissors there as well. Very easy to use. Of course, you're just going to take these apart by pressing together those two little handles there, and that's going to allow you to put your fabric into the hoop. Amazing. 646-785. Pop those into your basket if you've not already got them. Of course, they're totally reusable once you've finished with your project. Now we've got another set of accessories to show you as well. Now you do get your needles in your kits, but you might need extras, and there's other things also that are very, very useful. So in this accessory set, you get the pebble with the different size needles in. You can see a really good size eyes in those needles as well. You get a lovely pot with some pins in there as well, the flower head pins. Really useful, so you're not going to lose those easily, are you? You're also going to get two very strong magnets, which are great for sort of keeping hold of your needles and your pins as well, and other things as well. If you drop things on the floor, you know, your magnets, you can pick them all up. Really, really useful. You can use those and build them into projects as well. 741201 is the item number, just £9.99 if you want to go for those. Now let's give you a reminder of the new todays, or at least a couple of them. This one is proving very, very busy indeed. 20% of the stock has now gone. Absolutely gorgeous. What I love about these kits is not only are you getting everything that you need, and I mean everything here, because you're getting the background with the print on, you're getting the organza with the print, you're getting all of the threads, the different threads there. You've even got a bit of satin in this one, there's beads in there, you've got the instructions of course, you're getting a couple of different needles in there, but you're also getting the display hoop as well. What more can you ask for that price? £15.95. That is just such amazing value. It really is. 831294. If you're looking for a lovely little project, these are the ones to go for. If you're still in lockdown or you still can't get out, these are just amazing to sit and do. Sit in the garden in the sunshine as well. Now the next one, another new today, the purple mist. Now this, the colours. You see, I think Katrina, I often ask her what her favourite colours are, and it is the colours that draw you in, and I think purple is one of her favourites. It certainly is one of mine, especially when you mix it with these greens, those sort of lime zesty greens, a little bit of blue in there as well. So this kit, again, you're getting the display hoop, all of the different materials that you're going to need, including the needles and the sequins and the beads in there as well, and the instructions. Absolutely gorgeous. Item number 117744. £15.95 again. We can't see this one being used because I know Katrina's got a video ready and waiting for us using this actual kit. Let's have a look at that now.
This is a brand new design called Purple Mist. It's an imaginary garden with lots of texture, lots of colour, lots of beads and sequins. A really lovely project to do using the organza a little bit just to create a little bit of colour in the background. These are the colours that are in this design. There's a collection of woolen threads, bead thread, variegated threads, all in shades of purple and green. A lovely project, nice colours that will blend well together. The second part of this design is the organza. Alright, so this time we've got a motif to create a little bit of texture in the foreground as well as the main piece on the cotton fabric. So that's, you stitch this exactly the same as you would the cotton fabric. It's great in a spring hoop, that's going to keep it taut, and you're going to build a collection of stitches and then cut out the motif to apply it to the background. So this is my background here. The background has a print on the fabric. You're just going to stitch over the organza. But first of all, I'll just show you how you cut the organza before you start to stitch. So you take the organza, it's a woven fabric, and you're just going to take the organza on the bias and just on the stretchy part, and you're just going to cut some slithers of the fabric, and then you're going to distort it just by pulling the fibres apart and just really making it a little bit messy. And then that's used, and it's going to be placed over the design just to create a little bit of colour before you start to stitch. So you can pin that on, and then we'll begin to start and stitch. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is you're just going to stitch over the printed lines, and that gives you an indication of the size of the stitch, and then you're going to add a little bit more in between the stitches just to build up an area of grasses and texture. So some of the time you will be using a strand of cotton, and then other times you're going to be using a wool, and that's going to give a really nice mistiness to the background. And it works quite quickly over the surface, and that will hold the organza in place. And then once you've covered the top layer, then you're just going to move to the lower area. There isn't a print, so you're just going to add a little bit of stitching just to create some grasses in the lower area. So you've almost got like a gap in between the two. Makes a great noise when it's pulled through. And then when you want to fasten off, you're then going to turn your work over, and you're just going to add a couple of stitches and wind that round, and that's enough to fasten the threads off. So one way to tell whether you're stitching the correct amount, you're working in a 5-inch hoop, and that's the size of the display hoop that you place over your work. So you'll be able to every now and again have a look and admire what you've stitched as you're going along. Okay, for the top area of the picture there are some French knots for flowers, and this is how you do a French knot. Very easy to do. I've got my work in the frame, and I'm going to hold the thread. I'm just going to wind it round once, twice, and then I'm going to move. You're almost keeping the thread quite high on the needle there, and as you place it into the fabric, almost, not exactly the same place, just like a thread over, as soon as you push your needle in, then you're going to tighten that, and that just gives it a nice shape. So when you pull the needle through, it just travels in on its own, and you'll get a beautiful French knot. So I'm just going to do one more. You can of course do a French knot with just a single turn, and then you're just going to place it into the same, nearly the same place, and push that through. And as you pull it through, you'll get a smaller knot. Easy. The next stitch I'm going to show you is a lazy daisy. Alright, so these are going to be worked into the plant that's here at the right hand side. So to do this stitch, you're going to take the thread and just hold the thread out of the way, and then you're going to place the needle into the same place. Just tilt the needle and bring it back onto the surface, and then tuck the thread underneath. And then as you pull the thread forward, it forms a loop, and then you can just hold that loop down, just keeping it in place. And then you're going to repeat that on the printed lines. If you find it awkward to bring the needle back onto the surface, this is one of the stitches that you can take your work out of the frame and just hold the fabric in your hand, and that might feel more comfortable. So either way, and build up a plant. It's a great stitch. So this is an individual chain, almost like the start of the chain stitch. And then if you wish, you can make it into a daisy by rotating the stitch, and that's what you do with the white daisies. But that's a lovely variegated thread, and it'll give nice shadows. Just fasten that off. So as you work your design, just sometimes stand back and have a look at it and admire your stitching. In a lot of our kits we put beads and sequins in, and this time we've got a really special collection of purpley sequins, and we've even got a butterfly, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. So to put the butterfly on, you're then going to, it's got two little tiny holes along the body there, and I'm just going to use the bead thread there just to hold it in place. I've got a knot at the end, and I'm just going to make a couple of stitches, and that's just enough. You can do it twice if you wish, and that's enough to hold this bead, the butterfly, in place. Fabulous colour, it's almost like a hologram. And then just fasten the bead thread off at the end. Now it's just going to hold that butterfly in place. Lovely. So here we have the finished design. The background has been stitched. The motif has been applied just by a couple of stitches using the bead thread. Loads of lovely sparkly sequins, a couple of fly stitches there, and a couple of beads. A really nice project to work, and then once you've completed that, you can mount your work in the display hoop, which is included in your kit.
Isn't that so pretty? It really is. Another new today, of course. It's the Purple Mist kit. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got it here in front of us. There it is, 117744, and 20% of the stock has gone. You saw Katrina there working with the different fabrics. You've got the print there onto the organza as well. I'm just going to pick this up again because I was looking at this during that VT, and I thought, you know, it does make a difference to be able to stitch onto that organza separately and have that a little bit more into the foreground as well. It gives more dimension and more depth there. Beautiful. £15.95, getting the whole kit, everything you need there, including that display frame as well. 117744. Now another brand new is the red border. So I mean the colours are just glorious, but if this is your colour scheme, this is the one you're going to be drawn to. Those beautiful reds, again teamed with the green in there, that very sort of limey green. It's beautiful, isn't it? Different flowers in there. You've got various different fabrics as well. So we've got the organza, there's a bit of satin in there, there's some red satin in there as well. You've got those beautiful threads in the greens, the reds and the yellows, some variegated colours in there. You've also got a couple of needles and the cotton. Everything you need, instructions, beads, the whole lot. 341664 is the item number. Again, a great price at just £15.95. Now, being another new today, Katrina's put another video together for us to show us how we can get started with this one as well. So we're going to head over there right now.
This design is called the Red Garden. It's a lovely design worked on a cotton background, and it features some great bold flowers. They could be dahlias in a garden, and some organzas. It's a really, really lovely project to do, and included in this kit you'll have the display hoop to frame your piece when you've completed it. First thing I'm going to show you is how to start. I'm just going to show you how to start this design. The design's printed on the fabric, so you've got a little bit of a guide. And the first task is to place the organzas over the print, and then you're ready to start to stitch. It's really easy stitching. You're creating almost like an imaginary garden as well. So just with a few stitches. So we've got a few French knots, we've got some straight stitches, and we've got some fabulous fabric flowers. So I'm just going to show you how to do the fabric flowers to start with. I take my organza. You get a collection of these in your kit. I'm just going to take a little piece of the fabric, about 1 centimetre in width, just about the width of the fabric, and then I'm going to take the thread, and I've got the thread with one strand, and I've got a knot at the bottom there. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to do a running stitch down the middle, small stitches, and when you reach the other side your thread will be running along the length, and then you're just going to pull that up and you're going to gather that, and so you're going to hold the fabric, and that's going to be your flower. And just to keep the folds in place, you're just going to take a couple of stitches, just work those over the fabric, and then you're going to attach it to your background, and they're lovely. Okay, so to attach it to the background, you're just going to place it where you want it positioned. You've got the front cover, you can look where you want to put them, and then you're just going to attach it with a couple of stitches all the way through. So as the 3 new designs that we've got for you this time, a lot of them have similar stitches, similar stitch techniques, so as a collection I think they look really lovely together. So just fasten that off just by winding the threads around a couple of times, and that's enough to secure that. Lovely. I'm just going to show you how to do some little flowers. So this is a piece of satin fabric, and I'm just going to cut it into a rough circle. Don't be good at it, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect, just a nice circle. And then these are going to be used to create the flowers. Now there are some printed dots as a guide, but you could put as many of those on as you wish. So you just take your work and then just bring the thread through the centre, and then you could either do a little straight stitch or a bead or a single turn French knot, whichever you like, and you can have as many of these as you wish, and I think they look really fabulous, and you can build those into a collection and make that a really bold set of flowers. These are the 3 new designs for our 2 shows. I hope you've enjoyed watching the demonstrations and see how fun these projects can be. They look great together, and I think you'll enjoy them.
Oh, they really are stunning, aren't they? Absolutely. And of course, details on the screen there for the one that we've just seen, the red border kit there, item number 341664. Excuse me, got a bit of a tickly throat. Right, bear with me. I might need a glass of water, just got a bit of a tickle. Right, now, something else I want to tell you about, organza fabric pack. This is amazing. Now look, let's have a look at these colours. If I can hold it together with my voice. Now we have those beautiful greens. We've got yellow in here as well. These are gorgeous. Now we have got the play around pack available as well, but if you want to go for these squares, these organza squares, these are absolutely stunning. We've got a video to show you. Look at the colours, aren't they beautiful? And when you layer these up, you're going to get different effects as well, depending on how you layer them. So maybe you want to have a go at making some different things yourself with the organza. You know, have a bit of a play around pack, but with organza, using it in conjunction with your other kits as well, making those beautiful flowers, just stunning colours, gorgeous. £10.99, you're getting 10 large pieces there in those assorted colours, well worth popping into your basket at the same time as everything else. 118313. Now Katrina is going to show us, I'll give us a few ideas of how we can work with this particular pack, so let's have a look at that next.
This is our organza pack. Has a lovely collection of colours in it, 10 different colours, so that you're able to create your own projects and create some fabulous designs. So you'll get 10 different colours in there. So I'm just going to show you what you can do with the organza. This is where I've been experimenting with the colours, some of the colours from the pack. Organza is so versatile. You can use it to stitch with, you can make it into flowers, you can make it into petals. But something that's quite nice is to actually either tear or cut a strip of organza. So I've got mine here, it's about 1 centimetre in width, and I've just pulled the thread as if it's a thread and just frayed it a little bit, and I'm using quite a large needle to stitch with, so you just treat it as a thread. If you have it in your accessory pack, you've got one of the pebbles. The largest needle in here is an 18, size 18, and it's very useful. It has a large eye, so it's easy to thread the fabric. So you start off with shorter lengths, probably just the length of the fabric that's in your pack, no larger. Okay, I'm just going to bring the thread through the fabric, and I'm just going to create some stitches. So shorter lengths are better, and you can build up an area of texture, and then as soon as you've used all of that thread, you can flip that over, and then you can just fasten the thread through and then just snip the excess away, and then you can build up an area of texture. So I've used it also to couch with. So couching is where you're going to place one piece of fabric over the top, and you're going to attach it just with a few stitches, and that can be quite 3D on a piece. And then of course you can make fabric flowers, which are just lovely to do.
So many lovely ideas there, using the organza. I've just noticed as well, Katrina was using the blue hoop there. That's a 7-inch hoop in the accessory set. So if you haven't grabbed that, do get that as well. You get the 5-inch hoop. You also get some embroidery scissors as well. You will find everything on the website. Now, another thing I'll say about Katrina and her kits is, if you're looking for a new craft, if you're not a soft crafter, if you've never done stitching before, this is something that's achievable by everybody. And it brings me back to the play around pack as well, because this is a way of sort of practicing or working with your own ideas. Maybe you've got some inspiration in your own garden or with a photograph. Now we've got 2 different versions with the play around pack. You've got the cotton, if you want to go for the one with the cotton backing, or you can go for the one with the tweed. So you have got those options, but you're also going to get other things as well. So little pieces of the organza in various different colours, they're going to be included. You're going to get a couple of needles in there as well. You are going to get some beads and sequins, so you can use those however you wish. And of course you are going to get lots of wonderful threads and yarns as well. Look at these, just beautiful. So you can decide what you want to do with these. You could turn that into one big project or lots of little projects, or you know, just save them, and as you think of something then use them then. Little needle cases, that sort of thing, great projects to make. £17.99, 915244. Now something else that we've got as well is Katrina's book. Now so many of you have already got this, but it's always worth a mention. So we've got Katrina's book. She wrote this book. I know she's very, very proud of it. I've also got this book. It's absolutely stunning. Lots of projects. There are things that you can buy on the website that coincide with this book, but if you're just getting it to flick through and get some inspiration from, if you're maybe starting this as a new craft and you want to get the play around kit as well, maybe this is a good choice for you. So go for this one with a freedom price of £15.29 if you've not got it. 903483. Let's head over back with Katrina, because she's going to be using the play around kit right now.
The next thing I'm going to show you is the play around pack. This has been really popular with everyone. It's a group of colours. It's got 2 background fabrics that you can work on. It's got a collection of organzas. It's got some fabulous colours of beads. It's obviously got the needles as well, and it's got a range of colours, and you can see by the range of colours they've got some variegated threads, you've got some woolen threads, some sparkly threads, a little bit of bead thread, and then we've got some textures here as well. We've got some mohair, we've got some wool, just so that you can create a landscape or practice a stitch and create your own designs. And I've got one of them that I've gone here, so I'll just bring that across and show you. So this is the first one. This is worked on the tweed fabric. That's our Rowan fabric, and I've just really had a play with the colours that are in your pack. I've tried out some stitches like spider's webs or loopy French knots or fly stitch, and I've taken another stitch, and I've done just little experiments with the stitch all over the fabric, so which you could keep these as a whole picture, or you could cut those up, put them into a card. The second fabric that we use is a cotton fabric. It's the cotton that we use on our kits, and in your design, as well as having all the organzas and the threads, you'll get a chance to create some original ideas. Alright, so what I've used mine, I've put it into my hoop, and I've just really, all I've done to start with is taken a little bit of the organza, and I've put the organza on the bias, so that's the stretchy part, and I'm just going to cut some little pieces, and I'm just going to distort that, and I'm just going to fray that just to make it look interesting. So the idea of the organza is just to create a little bit of colour in the background, and then that's going to be applied to your design and then pinned on, and then you can actually have a go at doing some different stitches. I'm going to have a go with a shaded thread, so I'm just going to pick my work up, and one of the stitches that I quite like is a long-legged French knot, so I'm just going to show you how to do that. So you bring the thread up from the back, and then you're just going to wind the thread around once, twice, and then instead of going into the same place, you're going to take the thread higher, and it just gives it a little, almost like a stamen on a flower. It's a great stitch, something that I quite like to use. So you're going to go around once, twice, and then you can make that any length. Same as before, let the thread travel in on its own. I'm just going to show you how to do a fly stitch. So you bring the thread onto the surface, and then you're just going to insert the needle and bring it back through onto the right side of the fabric, and you're just going to tuck the thread under the needle, and then as you pull that thread, you'll get the Y appearing, and then you're just going to hold that little thread in place just by going over, making a stitch. So it could be a long stitch, or it could be a short stitch. Lovely. You often use those for grasses and plants. I'm just going to show you how to use some beads here. Obviously you'll get a mix of colours. I'm using a different needle and a different thread. So the bead thread here is great because it doesn't stretch, so your beads that you're stitching on will be held secure. And I've put my beads into a little container, and then I'm just going to pick those up, and you can add those. Just take the bead, and then you're just going to thread it onto the needle, and then just push the needle back into the fabric, and then you've got your bead. It's so easy to do. You can add columns of beads, you can add some of the bugles. Now these are the bugles that are like a straight bead. You can mix the colours, and I just think they add a lot of interest to a piece of work. So I think at the moment you'll find lots of uses for those and lots of ideas. Create a bit of texture. And then to fasten off, you just a couple of stitches on the back, and you can just have great fun. You'll get an array of colours, you might get some sequins as well, and create a lovely design.
What a great kit. And yes, whether you're going for the cotton or the tweed, you get so much in those kits. You really, really do. It's a great value for money. Now, we've got another kit to remind you about. I think if I really, really, really had to choose a favourite, this might be my favourite. It's simply because of the colours. You've got the height in the flowers. You've got that green in with the blues and the purples. This is the Midnight Garden kit. This is beautiful. Now, you are getting the tweed that forms the background, of course. You've got the print ready to go as well. I'm not sure if I've got that the right way up, but it doesn't matter. You'll make sure you do. Another reason I love this, it's not just the colours but also the yarn and the thread that you're getting. So many different textures here. Look at those teal colours in there as well. Going right through into those sort of bright greens through to the blues and the purples. You've got some metallic thread in this one. You've also got sequins and beads in here as well, which adds that little bit of glimmer. And then the beautiful organzas, which layered up give you the most stunning colours. They really do. Full instructions included as well. 1995 539 024. We can see Katrina using this kit as well, so we're going to head right back over to Katrina. She's working hard this hour, isn't she? Let's see what she's got in store for us.
This next design is called Midnight Garden. It's worked on tweed, and the idea is that you're using perhaps more textured threads to create this design. Still the easy stitches and the design's printed on, and I think it looks great with the display hoop as its frame. I just thought I'd show you what's in this kit. Obviously you get the printed fabric, it's printed on wool, and you get the print is great to work out the size of the stitch that you're going to use. But look at those colours. I just think they're fabulous colours. You've got some variegated threads, you've got some sparkly threads, you've got some knitting yarns, and then you've got a collection of organzas to create the fabric flowers. And then as well as that, you get a whole collection of beads and sequins just to create the texture. Next thing I'm going to show you is the actual stitching of it, so I'll just move those out the way. And I've got my piece of work here in a spring hoop. So this is the larger spring hoop, this is the 7-inch spring hoop. I'll just get my thread trimmed there. So the first thing that you're going to do, and obviously you've got step-by-step instructions, and you're just going to take a thread from the card, and then you're going to work with that to create the stitching. Very, very easy to do. It's nice to work with quite heavily textured threads. I'm starting with a knot, but the frame is good because it keeps the tension and it keeps your work really, the stitching, it looks nice. So you bring the thread from the back and you're just going to create some straight stitches. And you've got a guide as to the size of stitch. You're just going to go over that print and you're just going to work the stitches all the way over. And obviously you'll get your blend of the colours in there as well. And gradually you'll complete the whole of this piece. In the central area I've left space for some sequins, but also some fabric flowers, so I'm just going to show you those in a moment. So to work the fabric flowers, I've got some of the organza, okay, and this time I'm just going to cut a strip of the organza, and I'm going to just about 1 centimetre, just the width of the fabric, doesn't matter if the selvage is there. And I'm going to take a little piece, and then I'm going to take one strand of a similar colour. I'm just going to put a knot at the end, and then you're going to take the needle and you're going to just do a running stitch all the way down the middle, small stitches, and as you approach the end just take that through, and then as long as you've got the knot you're then just going to gather that up and then just hold the folds between your fingers, and then just a couple of stitches there, It's enough to hold it in place. And then of course you can use the same thread to attach it, just with a couple of stitches to your work. So I'm just going to attach the flower to the work now. I'm just going to place that onto the background, and then I'm just going to take a couple of stitches just to hold that in place. You can work a couple more just to secure it, just almost like a couple of stab stitches. And you're just going to take a couple more. And then if you wanted to, you could add beads into the centre of that. Really lovely, lots of texture. And again, you can add beads in the background. You can add some of the silver ones and the blue beads just to create the columns of the delphiniums. So if we go back to the finished design, you can see the straight stitching, a blend of colours. You can see some lazy daisies for the leaves. You can see a lovely arrangement of the sequins. But I think the best thing about this design is the columns of delphiniums. You can get them in fabulous colours, purples and blues, and I think just the beads give that little bit of interest and texture to this design. I like the way it's displayed in the hoop. This is the 7-inch display hoop, and I think it really enhances the design.
Oh, isn't that just beautiful? I absolutely adore that set. I might have to go and get that one. 539024 is the item number, £19.95, a beautiful set. Now, we've got 3 new today, so I'm just going to give you a reminder of those as well. They're all stunning. Different colourways. If you want to go for all 3, you can. They will look beautiful together, but of course, if you just want to go for the one, then I'm sure it's the colours that are going to pull you in and make you decide. Now, the first one, 40% of the stock has gone. There is another show tomorrow at 7 a.m. This is the first hour. There's just the one today and then one tomorrow. This is the favourite, I believe, so far. 40% of the stock gone. This is beautiful. So you've got the wallflowers there and the osteo... I knew I'd get stuck on that osteospermum kit. There we go. That's so not easy to say. 831294. Doesn't matter how you pronounce it. It's just beautiful. £15.95. Now the second one, another beauty. Now the same price point for this one. Lovely kit again. Now this gorgeous, isn't it? The purple mist. I am drawn to these colours. I really am. £15.95 is the price for this one as well. A brand new today. Purple mist kit. You get the little butterfly, which is a sequin. You get more sequins in beads in there as well. The purples with the lime green, a little bit of blue in this one as well. You've got the organza, you've got the cotton background, you've got all those threads. It's a full kit, ready just to take from the packaging and get going with this one, as was the first one and the other new today. In fact, all the kits that you get from Rowan Dean are like that. 117744 is the item number for this particular one as well, and you're loving that one as well. Now then, the red borders. So if you love your reds, this is the one that's going to draw you in. Again, team with those beautiful greens, those lime greens. Gorgeous. You've got the yellow in there as well. You've got the oranges, all the different organzas. Layering them together, you're going to get a different mix of colours. There's some hot pink in there as well. You've also got a couple of pieces of the satin. We saw this in the demonstration. You've got those gorgeous little beads in there as well in the different tones of pinks. Yes, you've got the cotton. You've also got, again, your display frame. A beautiful piece, full instructions, all comes beautifully packaged for you as well. So if you do want to gift these, you can do. 341664 is the item number for that one. They're the new 3 today. It's brand new. First time we've seen them on today's show. This is the first hour, as I say. Tomorrow is at 7 o'clock. You're going to see this show again. Now, another one I want to remind you of, just while I've got time, is the butterfly ball. Now, this is a slightly larger kit, £21.95. But again, you're getting so much because all those beautiful threads. You are getting the printed fabric as well. It's a cotton, really good heavyweight cotton. So you've got the basis to start with there. You are getting the organza that's got the 3 different butterflies printed on them. So once again, if I just pick up the sample, you can see you can keep the wings loose. Gives more dimension, more depth to that finished item. 865458. That's the number you need for this one. We're just going to hop over to the website one last time because that's where everything can be found, of course. Don't forget, if you haven't got them already, the accessories, especially those hoops that you've seen Katrina using there. You're getting 2 in one kit with the embroidery scissors as well. There's all sorts in there. The play around kit, kit. Don't miss out on Katrina's book if you've not got it already. The organza squares are also on there, so lots to go at. Oh, the fat quarters as well for the cotton and the tweed. Very good buy. So if you want to make your own kits up and you want the extra fabric, they're there as well. Look at the 5-star reviews right across the board there. Amazing. I love Rowan Dean. Katrina and Ted, if you're watching, we're missing you so much in the studio. I've got to go now. I'm going to say goodbye. You stay with us though. Derek's coming up. See you soon. Yes, coming up next, we've got Crafty Roo Designs. Derek's here to keep you company. And then we've got an hour with Indigo Blue and Kay's in the studio. Then we're back with me, Blanche, for the final call.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp we bring you a wide range of products, from stamps, stencils, groovy and percamano, And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects. So whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Welcome back to Hochanda. Not that you went anywhere, it's just that we changed, didn't we? Thank you to lovely Catherine, and Adam will be here later. The whole family is here. It's fantastic to have your company as well. And we've got the second of what will be, I mean, an immense week for us and Crafty Roo together in this hour. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. I'll be speaking to Kim in just a second. And we're going to make somebody a winner as well, because you might remember on our Facebook page, after the Crafty Roo show on Monday, we announced that we'd be doing a little bit of a giveaway, and we would announce the winner right now of a lovely polyplate bundle. And I'm glad to say, and pleased to say, I want to do a drum roll. That's not going to be a good idea to do a drum roll, because I'll knock everything down. I'm chaotic enough already. But Sue Proctor, congratulations. There is your name in lights. Congratulations, you have won that polyplate bundle, a big bundle of goodies from Crafty Roo as well. They're amazing people, they really are, all of the team at Crafty Roo. And we have got new launches for you today after very, very, very successful show on Monday as well with Yanis. I know the polyplate, which was the big torn polyplate, was it the big one or the mini one? Yes, it was the big one that launched on Monday. Oh, so busy. And we've got brand new, the mini version as well. And I tell you what, here is I can't believe we are so far away from each other. Kim Martin, welcome.
Hi, Derek.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
I can't believe that you're not here.
I know.
Even at 2 meters away, you're not here.
I know.
It's rubbish. Because we had a great show, didn't we, before Christmas, and I'm absolutely in love with the polyplates, and it's been a very, very busy week, hasn't it, actually, for you guys at Crafty Roo?
Yeah, we normally just do one show once a month to come and do that a little bit and then leave you all alone for a month. But we're back twice in 1 week.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And you've got something new for us today as well, which is brilliant. So let's get started, shall we? We'll start with the haze and the deeper you dig stamp. Now, before you roll into this, Kim, for anyone who hasn't seen a polyplate at all, explain.
It is basically a giant stamp. So it's made from high-grade photopolymer, the same that we use to make our stamps with. And it's just about getting colour and texture almost onto your paper.
And you can just go absolutely crazy with these, can't you? I mean, they're brilliant.
So I generally use them with my distress inks, my distress oxides, brush-os. You can use your paints on there. I use them quite a lot with fabric paints. But yeah, just go for it. Add your colour. You just get amazing backgrounds with them.
And here is what it gives you as a background as well. Let's show you an example as well, because that might be difficult to see on your TV screen as well. But we've got an example of what you can do here. Let me bring that in for you so you can see it's absolutely brilliant, I have to say. What it gives you in terms of atmosphere, what it gives you in terms of texture is absolutely brilliant. And brilliant coverage. It's not patchy at all. It's going to give you that really, really crisp but yet fun and just wild design, which is brilliant. Now, this also comes with the deeper you... here it is. Here it is. Got it here. Comes with the stamp. The deeper you dig, the more you discover, which is also a nice little gardening acronym as well.
It almost looks like a bit of a tunnel, doesn't it, that one?
Yes. Yes, do you know what? You've just reminded me about, there's a programme at the moment on one of the catch-up things about archaeology, and it talks about the history of archaeology, and it is all about tunnelling and digging and seeing messages and handprints and caverns and caves, and that does give you a bit of that vibe, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's a really good one. So if you're into things like your fairies or that mystical, magical kind of feel to your cards, it's a good one for that as well.
I love it. So
2 samples you've just been showing is just using distress inks.
Yes, I mean, and they're brilliant, aren't they? They're so effective. So little gives you so much, doesn't it? I have to tell you, well, you know already, Crafty Roo products are incredibly, incredibly popular. To have 2 shows in 1 week is a real treat. We're approaching 20% of the stock of that brand new polyplate already sold out and gone. So let's shimmy on, because we've got lots of demo to see from you, Kim, as well. So let's move on next to the Distress Circle. This is another new one, Kim, as well.
It is. We've had the smaller one on Hochanda before, but this is the bigger one, and it's just great. It's that lovely distressed edge. So if you like the distressed rectangle or the distressed square, and this is another one in that kind of range.
I love
really
it.
Fun.
I love this sample as well, where we've got this kind of 3 times over. It's directly stamped onto the card, and then you've stamped it onto, almost created a decoupage with the third there, haven't you?
Yeah, that one's quite fun to do, but it also looks a bit like an ink spot.
I love it. I love these kind of coppery tones that you've got here with the sort of turquoisey blue and that almost sort of sandy clay colour. I love that. That works amazingly as a combination, doesn't it?
Well, that one's been done using distress oxides.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
I
we've
love
done
them.
a bit of mirror stamping on that as well, because that's what your polyplates are really good at. You can get that reverse image on there, or transfer. It's called kiss stamping as well, where you take an image from one stamp and put it onto your polyplate and then stamp it out. And
it comes with a sentiment as well, which is the right path will find you. Blimey, that's apt right now, isn't it? We've got some problems with the TV graphics right now. Oh, I say that. Look at that. We just have to say there's a problem and it fixes itself. We press Control-Alt-Delete and it's all sorted. So here's the graphics for that one. 257866. Lottie's a magician. In the background there, £11.99. Again, that one is approaching 20% as well. So shall we shimmy on, because everything is moving so quickly? I'll just give you a quick second to have a little look at those graphics and check those out. Remember, of course, you can, as well as shopping on the website, you can give us a call as well. And I've forgotten the number. Oh no, I haven't. It's 01733 60 2000. There you go. But it's easier to do it on the web. And it means you can shop ahead as well. And with Crafty Roo, you do need to shop ahead as well, because things do go very, very quickly and sell out very, very quickly. Right, OK, so the new set of the minis then, Kim, next. And it is the mini torn, of which we launched the larger one on Monday. Is that right?
Yeah, we launched it. It's a whopper, the big torn. And that was launched on Monday. And it sold incredibly fast on Monday. And this is the smaller version. Straight after the show, I was being asked, when's the smaller version being brought out? Well, it's today. It's really exciting.
Is. That was really fortuitous, actually, wasn't it? That there was a show coming up 3 days later or 4 days later or whatever it is. That's brilliant. And that never happens, does it? That's just sheer coincidence that this was the week that was going to happen. These are brilliant. Now, we still do, I'll get Lottie to have a little, there are other minis as well. There are 9 other minis available, which you'll find on the website. You're finding them already, actually. We'll have a quick look on the web and have a quick look at the others as well. And we just double check as well, Lottie, when we've had a look at this, that we've still got some stock. I don't think it's much at all of the large torn that was launched on Monday. So you can see you've got lots and lots of different sets here. You've got the mini tag and the mini star. Oh, they're brilliant. You're going to absolutely love them. It's kind of once bitten, forever smitten, Kim, isn't it, really?
It is. I think sometimes people are a little bit nervous about giving them a try.
Well, I was.
Be nervous about it. They're great fun. You just throw your colours on them. You can't damage them. The worst thing you can do is take a baby wipe or washing up liquid to them, because they're made from, they're an oil-based product, so as soon as you put a degreaser on there, that is what will damage them.
Yeah.
As long as you don't touch that, you're fine.
I remember, was it December?
It was indeed.
It was December. I came in cold, it was like my wee infancy. I was this short then. And I'd never seen them before, and within the hour, that's it. I was in, having a go, and absolutely loving it. So don't be scared of it. And listen, we've got your VTs, Kim, as well, the pieces of film where Kim's doing the demos with these new stamps as well. So if you haven't got these yet, watch the demos and then you'll have them. Simple as that. Right, let's shimmy our way along the counter then, shall we? So we've seen the minis, and they're the brand new minis, and there are lots of other sets on the website as well. Next up, we have Relax. No, don't do it. This is the Relax Scape. Now, this is absolutely perfect for now, and this is actually 3 sets together, Kim, this one.
It is. So you get the images, your woven texture, and those lovely little doodle words. So I love putting them around the frame. We did launch this on Monday, and it sold out. So we've managed to get it back for today, for today's show.
It's on extended delivery coming out on the 20th for you, which is, I don't even know what the date is today, so I don't think the 20th matters
That's
much.
Wednesday next week.
It's the 14th today, apparently. It's still Sunday in my eyes. So it doesn't matter which day of the week it is, but it's just a few days, so it's next week. But this is lovely, and this is the kind of place where we need to take our minds and our attention to, Kim, isn't it?
Yeah, and for me, it was one of those that I just wanted something that I could escape with when I was working with it. I love playing with this stamp set. There's nothing, it's done in my kind of sketchy drawing style. And so you can see on the samples, you don't actually have to mask areas off to stamp. You just stamp them, you just have fun with them.
Just go for it.
Exactly.
Just absolutely go for it. Let me show you some samples as well from this set. I have to tell you, it's amazing value for money as well, £12.99. I mean, it goes without saying with Crafty Roo anyway that the value is always there and it's always incredibly popular. And it's backed up as well by an amazing, really, really enthusiastic community as well that follow Crafty Roo like crazy. They do lots of Facebook Lives. You do weekly get-togethers, Kim, don't you, on Facebook and all sorts?
Yeah, we're on Facebook Live a lot. I've got a lovely little community around us. And it is that they almost support each other as well, and it's such a beautiful community we have at Crafty Roo.
It is, they're lovely, and they're all very, very lovely people and very, very creative people as well, and share that creativity together. I mean, look at that. Wouldn't you just love to be there right now? Do you know what it reminds me of? Have you ever been to Formby Point, Kim?
Not for a long, long time.
It's absolutely beautiful. For anyone that doesn't know it, it's on the west coast, sort of between Southport and Liverpool, and it's just dunescape, and you go and see the red squirrels there. It's a National Trust place. It's absolutely amazing, and you can just feel the breeze flowing through on a lovely sunny day. You take the dog out for a walk or whatever. Ah, it's amazing. I could be there right now. I could be there right now. So 509360, it's 20 stamps in total there, £12.99. Right, okay, let us shimmy on because we want to see less of me and more of you, Kim, as well, because it's got some amazing demos coming up for you. Now, this is a bit of a bumper bundle as well, this is a brand new as well today, isn't it?
No, this has been on before.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted something that I could... I love my textures. Along with our polyplates, textures are almost our next big thing.
I love this.
Yeah, so they're great for adding to your projects. So I love how this one works really well with like the distress circle and the distress haze.
And I love those bubbles. I think they're absolutely brilliant because you've got the solid bubbles and you've got those sort of highlighted bubbles. You've got, you know, variation in texture, and that lovely Harlequin is brilliant. And you can take that in 1,005 different directions, can't you?
Yeah, it is. And those bubbles, actually, you can stamp colour with your solid one and then put the detail one over the top as well. So they are sized to work together.
Listen, I was just thinking, actually, that Harlequin would be brilliant if you make your own bunting on a sort of smaller scale to sort of stamp it onto something like that. It would look brilliant, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and you can actually line it up and make it bigger if you want to expand it.
I love it. I love it. And the thing is, everything you find in Crafty Roo all works. It all works with each other, doesn't it? You can have every single stamp or just a very, very small selection, and they could be as eclectic as you like. And Kim, they all just come together and work together, don't they?
Yeah, that's what we try and do. We try and link things together so everything just works.
It's all about freedom and expression as well. When are you coming back, Kim?
I think it's the 15th of June we're next back.
15th of June?
Yeah.
That feels like 100 years away, but apparently it's only a month away.
And I think, don't quote me on this, I think we've
feels
actually
it's
got
too
two
long.
shows.
Too long. 2 shows again.
I know.
Ooh, I'll tell you, spoiling us this week and then as well. Listen, we're going to see you again in a minute anyway, but virtually, pre-recorded, so you can watch yourself on the telly now. Lots of love, Kim, and I'll talk to you soon.
See you soon, thank you.
See you later. There is lovely Kim from Crafty Roo, who should be here right now, but she is here. It's very, very busy, by the way, really, really busy, both on the web and on the phone lines as well. A quarter of this bundle is sold out already. It's got a freedom price on it as well of £11.69. But let's go back to the polyplates, because the polyplates, we were talking about those before. If you've never seen them before, if you've never thought about them before, Listen, it will take but 10 minutes to take you from there to ordering with Kim. Look at this.
For this demo, I'm going to use our Haze polyplate with Distress ink to create a lovely like sunset effect on there. So I've got 3 colours. I've got my orange, red and a purple. So I'm going to start off with the orange, the palest colour first. I'm just going to lay that down onto my plate. So I'm going to start inking it up all over. You can see that real intensity of that orange. There we go. And I'm going to take my red. I'm going to add this around the outside of my plate. Just coming onto the solid bit in the middle a little bit. There we go. And then finally I'm going to put our purple on. Just around the edge, making sure I'm getting all those little dotties. There we go. Right, and I'm going to spritz. So when you spritz in, make sure you've got your spritzer a good distance apart from your plate, and you want bubbles to appear. There we go. You can see those lovely bubbles appearing. So I've got my, this is a A5 piece just cut down a little bit for some matting and layering. Now I'm going to pop my polyplate onto the top and then just give it a good press to encourage that colour to mix and merge together. I'm just going to lift it off and we should have a beautiful almost like sunset effect. Now I did overspritz, so I've got a little extra blob of ink there, so I'm just going to grab a piece of kitchen roll. I'm just going to blot that off. There we go. If I wanted to now, I could take my polyplate again and add a few more dots. So I'm just going to grab that again. I'm going to take my Seedless Preserve, my purple, and again just ink up those edges. Get those lovely dotties that are all over. There we go, just all the way around the edge. I'm just going to clean up my plate because I've decided I was a bit heavy-handed and I've got a bit in the middle. There you go. And I'm not going to spritz this time because I want lovely crisp dots. So I'll pop it down that way this time. And I'm just going to press around the edge where I added that ink. There we go. And you get that lovely haze effect. So I'm going to put my plate down over there and I'm going to grab the reed stamp again from our Relaxscape set. I love using this one, it's just so easy to create quite quick and simple cards using this stamp set. So I'm just inking it up using a brown. I'm just going to stamp it towards this side. Stamp that one there. I'm going to ink it up again. I'm going to wipe that bit because I've got a bit of extra ink on there. Stamp it again. And then one final time. Just ink him up again. I'm just going to put that one towards the front. There we go, and then to just finish off, I'm going to grab, I've just got a white watercolour pencil. I'm just going to go in and just ever so gently highlight these leaves. I do this a lot with this stamp, I think it just enhances it. So whether it's my white jelly roll or a white pencil, just where you've got them overlapping, just think which one would be at the front. So this one would be in the foreground, the other two would be towards the back. When you come to colour him in. Ooh, I missed that bit of stamping there, didn't I? Never mind. No one will notice if we don't tell them. And I'm just going to do a couple of squiggles down my... And I might even add a little bit of and make it look like it's my son. Yeah, just add a little bit on there like that. Right, so that is my base card done. So now I want to do my sentiments. So I'm going to move that to one side, and all I've done is I've taken the 3 shades of distress ink and just distressed that little piece. So I'm going to grab my flower stamp again, and I'm just going to ink him up. Now I don't want a solid image, so I'm just going to grab a piece of scrap card. There you go. I'm just going to stamp it first. So I want like the second generation of the ink. I'm going to pop that on there, ink him up again. And then just a few more across the bottom. And I need to ink him up again for that. There we go, just ink him up. Pop another one in. Just like that. And then I'm going to take my white pen again, my white pencil crayon, and then just add a little bit in there. Now, when I come to stamp over the top of this, it's going to repel my ink a little bit, so you get like almost like a distressed effect on your sentiment as well, which looks quite nice. Again, I'm not being too precious about colouring in. I just wanted to give it a bit of almost like shade, isn't it, or highlight, one or the other. Now I'm going to stamp my sentiment. I've lost where I put him. There he is. I'm going to grab that and my black ink and ink him up. So I've got the sentiment that goes this one. It's, I'll turn it the right way up so we can read it. The deeper you dig, the more you discover. It is a real big sentiment. So just make sure you ink up all the bits on it. I'm just going to pop it in there, give it a good rub and press. There we go. I'm making this look a lot harder than it is because my thumbs are playing up at the moment. So you won't have to make it look that hard. There we go, get that lovely sentiment on there. Now we're going to add a little bit of doodling. And grab my doodle pen and I want to pop a frame on this. Ooh. All the way around the edge. Down that top one. Now, the reason it's not coming out properly is because I've got a bit of crusty bits on the end of my pen. There we go. So if you're using the jelly rolls and they start to crust over like that, just rub it onto your finger because your finger's got a bit of moisture in it and it just dislodges any of the dried up ink and they start running perfectly again. There we go. Right, I'm going to stop doodling honestly. There. Now, you might have noticed that my sentiment's almost fading into the background, so I'm just going to grab my white pen again. And it's the same with this one. If this one's not working, you just want to do the same. There you go, I'm just going to highlight in that little bit there. Right, so there we go. I'm going to grab, I've just cut a little bit of craft card to go behind on my sentiment there, and I've got a base card with some craft card onto. So I've just mapped and layered this up onto an A5 card, pop that there, move them out of the way. Pop that on there, and then that would go somewhere like that. I might even put a little bit of ribbon on it, but there you go, another quick and easy card using our haze plate.
I love it. I absolutely love it, don't you? And that is the card that you see. Where is it? Actually, it's very similar to that one, isn't it? As well, I think we've got that one, haven't we, somewhere? Have we got that one somewhere? Anyway, listen, the deeper you dig, the more you discover. So now you have got the technique sorted. So that's why having a poly plate like this, whether you sit it in the background or whether you make the image more to the forefront, I mean, that could be, as Kim said when she was on the line earlier, that could be a cave, a cavern, a tunnel. It could also be a sunrise, a sunset. It could be something in the horizon. It could just be that it's actually that you stamp it out multiple times. you know, as we've done with one of the other ones here, you know, you stamp it out multiple times and you decoupage it as well. It's amazing. So let's run through the details of what we've got here then. So this one, which is the polyplate itself, which is this design here, plus you get the stamp, which is the deeper you dig, the more you discover. Unless you're in my garden, because I have to say, you get about 3 inches down and it's just hardcore and that's it, because it used to be a farmyard. It's got about 2 inches of soil and nothing else. So that's the polyplate, and nearly half of the stock has gone now. First 20% was out of the door before we'd even seen the first VT. Now we're talking around about half of the stock on that one. 640310 is your item number at just £12.99. Do make sure as well, if you're collecting the polyplates from Crafty Roo, also go and find them on Facebook, because they have a really, really vibrant community going on Facebook as well. Right, moving on, we've got nearly a third of this one gone as well. This is the distressed circle. Now, this is one I was showing you that we had stamped out multiple times there, so twice in the background using the distressed oxides, and then again cut out and stamped on top, just to give that lovely relief and dimension there. So this is the polyplate itself, plus the right path will find you. Oh, I do hope so. I do hope so. Yeah, absolutely. The story of my life at the moment. I'm just hoping that absolutely comes true. 257, oh, I'll wait, I'm patient, it's fine. 257866. Agent Lottie, you say? Agent, what's one of those? I don't think I've ever had one of those. 257866 is your item number there, £11.99. One day I'll be on the stage sweeping it. Right, okay, all new, everything you're seeing here from Crafty Roo. This is the second Crafty Roo show this week as well, which is brilliant. So we are filling our boots. Right, now, it's time for two of the minis now. Now, these are two new minis as well. So we've got the mini Torn, and we also have the mini Haze, I want to say. Haze, just say it, Derek, go on, say it. Haze, it's there now. So there are lots and lots of different sets of two mini plates, but this is a brand new set. Now, we had the larger Torn, which was launched on Monday. We're trying to find the details to see whether we have any availability of that. But best way of finding out, obviously, is you can shop by brand on the website as well at hochanda.com. We're having a little look. So there was a larger version of the mini Torn that you have in this set, but there are lots and lots of sets. There are like 9 other sets as well, so do go and have a little look, because these poly plates are brilliant, because they kind of propel you forwards. They give you a big bang for your buck, and they're great fun as well. For if you're like me and you're kind of taking your first few tentative steps, these poly plates are absolutely brilliant, because they really do give you that head start. And once you start, that's it. You'll be going left, right and centre with your colour palettes as well. And then you want all of the inks and all of the mediums to go on them. They're just brilliant. 844121 is your item number. Go and have a look at that, because there are more options on the website as well. There's like 9 different options of the two mini poly plates as well. In fact, come on, let's go and have a look, shall we? Let's go and have a look. So set 1 is the rectangle and the circle. Then there's a set 2, square and oval there. See, there are loads of them. Panel and square is another one. That's brilliant. I remember we used that one just before Christmas. Rectangle and circle. There's the painted rectangle and mini escape. Oh, mini escape. There's the mini tag and the mini star. There's the set 7 there, which is the heart and mini bubbles. All the sets are the same price as well, which is brilliant, £11.99. There's the mini hex and the mini wobbly blocks, and the mini triangle and the mini blob. That's what we should rename me, isn't it? Hello, it's Hochanda with the mini blob. That is little Derek. Right, okay. So now I'll have a little meditation moment now with this set, which is really lovely. But don't be too relaxed, because this set, half of the stock has already sold out and gone. It's a really, really lovely combination, actually. You've got all of the words up here, which are all individual stamps themselves as well. So journey, adventure, look to the clouds, horizon, travel, sail high, walk, fly, sky, away, run. It's brilliant. You've also got the background there, which is lovely, kind of sort of Hessian-looking background as well, really full of depth and texture. And then, of course, you've got your sunset, relax and enjoy life, and those lovely They're like lovely reeds that are just coming out from wherever you want them to be. Just having that little moment. Close your eyes, look up to the sky, feel the warmth of the sun. It's amazing, that set. And it's just £12.99. Can I show you some samples from this set as well? Because they really are lovely. And then we'll get back to Kim and demo in just a second. But look at that. Relax and enjoy life. That's what you need to do. Here's another one as well. Look, life is a story, using elements from that stamp set. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? This is one of my favourites. I want this one. This is lovely. I need that. I need that in a frame. Look to the horizon. There'll be an agent waiting. 509360 is the item number. 20 stamps in total for that one from Kim and the team at Crafty Roo. £12.99. Time for a bit of romance right now, which is lovely. This is brilliant as well, because for backgrounds, for adding atmosphere, I mean, I think actually for any vintage and journaling projects, I think this is just absolutely brilliant as a backdrop, especially if you're like me and your handwriting's a bit dodgy. Really, really good. It just lifts that level of sophistication. So you've got the bubbles, call me Bubbles. You've got the script there, the handwriting, which is really, really lovely, and you've got that harlequin, which I'm just wanting to stamp onto some fabric bunting just to bring it to life, scale it up. Oh, I love it. £12.99 for all three of those backgrounds as well, with a freedom price £11.69 again, which is really good. So if you haven't got your freedom membership, remember you can join at any stage you like. Oh, bear in mind as well, if you're a new viewer to Hochanda and you've never joined us before, if you're placing your first order, a couple of things quickly to remember. If you're placing your first order today and the order goes over £60, it opens up a flexi buy for you, which I think is really, really good. If you are ordering for the first time, no matter what the value of your order, if you use the code on the website, HOCHTV20, which you can say on the telephone lines as well, HOCHTV20, you'll get 20% off your first order if you've never shopped with us before, which is brilliant, or another member of your household. Who said that? Who said that? So, are we going back to our lovely Kim now? Oh, we found the polyplate, the larger torn, which launched with Yanis on Monday. It's approaching limited stock. It was really, really popular on Monday. There was a huge stock as well on Monday. Approaching limited stock. 978312 if you want to add that. So that's a larger version of the torn, which comes with the sentiment stamps as well. So if you want to check that out, you can on the website. Right, we're going back to the large poly plates now, and back to Kim. Over to you.
So for this demo, I'm going to be using our brand new set of mini poly plates, the haze and the torn. And I'm going to try and create two really quick and simple cards. So I'm going to start off using our haze. And I'm going to use some oxide. So I'm using Pick Raspberry first. I'm just going to ink him up. So as I'm inking it up using oxide, when you put your ink down, if you give it a quick smoosh like that, just give it like a quarter turn, you get more colour and more ink onto your poly plate, so it helps you ink it up a bit faster. You give it a quick spritz, and then I'm going to pop it onto my card. Now, if you're wanting to get this perfectly lined up, you are going to need to use a stamping platform. But what I like to do is make the most of those lovely dotties around the edge. So when it comes to putting my purple one on, I'm just going to make sure I do almost like a quarter turn on my plate, so you get even more dotties around the edge. So I'm just inking up around the edge. So you can see I've got like almost like a halo around the edge of that one. I'm just going to pop it down here, and I'm lining it up on almost like the central solid bit of my poly plate. Just give it a good press. There we go, and you can see you're starting to get those lovely like extra dots around the edge. Yeah. And this time I'm going to move on to, I'm using VersaFine purple here. You could use your mementos, and what I'm looking for is a bit of a crisper stamp. So I'm just inking up those little dotties around that edge. All around the edge, just like that. And I'm going to pop it, turning my plate every time just so I get even more dots around it. I'm just going to press that edge. There we go. And you can see we've just built up those lovely layers using our haze. So I'm going to grab, this is the text stamp from our texture stamp set, and I'm going to use smoky grey on this one, and I'm just going to lightly ink it, just like that, and then I'm turning it around. There isn't really a right or wrong way with this text stamp, because you've got bits going up and down, but there we go. Just very gently. I'm not even pressing. You can see I'm literally just hovering and holding it onto my card. So I'm just going to stamp that one again because I didn't quite press anything on that one. So you can see I've hardly put anything down on there. And then I'm just going to grab my little bubbles stamp. I'm going to go for this wilted violet again because I just want to add a few more dots around the back here. So again, just stamping it just like that, just to break up that image there. And then I'm going to grab, I told you it was a quick one, I'm going to grab my sentiment, I'm just going to pop it to the side just there. So I've used the one that actually comes with the larger haze polyplate, so the deeper you dig the more you discover. This one up. It's quite a big sentiment, this one, so just make sure when you're inking up you've got all the bits to it. There we go. I'm just going to pop that one here. I'm just giving it a real good press all over. Oh, I just missed a little bit there. I'm just going back in, hovering over the top, pop that U in, there we go. Right, so now to finish this off, I'm going to take my little doodle pen, and need little bubbles here. I'm just going to get some more detail on them. I could go over with the open bubble plate, bubble stamp, sorry, but I'm quite liking just using my doodle pen on them. There we go. So you can see it just adds that little bit of detail to my bubbles. And I'm going to grab my black pen and I'm just going to doodle around the edge. And that is this one done. And we'll have a play with our torn polyplate. There you go. Just a quick doodle around the edge. And then that I would just mount up onto just an A6 white base card. Ooh, just put an inky pinky mount there. Never mind, you be a bit careful, a bit more careful than me. So there's that one. So I'm going to put that to one side, and I'm going to grab the bits and bobs to do my next one. So for the next one, I'm going to use Distress ink. So you can tell I'm going for a landscape scene on this one, and I've got a little 6x6 card. This one, not so little. I've got a 6x6 card this time. I'm just going to use that lovely torn polyplate. There we go. I'm just going to grab that one. I love this one. It's a brilliant shape, especially on like your 6x6s and your A6s. So first up, I'm just going to give him a quick spritz because I can feel he's got a little bit of dust on him. So just give him a quick wipe. There we go. And the reason I've done that is if he's got any dust on him, when I come to stamp him, you're going to get like splodgy bits on your card, and we don't want that. So I'm going to start with the sky first because that's my palest colour. I'm just going to ink up the sky. There we go. And then I'm going to pop the grass. And I'm going to pop a bit of a tree on there as well, so you can see I've gone up with my ink. There we go. And then I'm just going to spritz. So I'm just going to move my card to one side because I don't want bits on my card. I'm going to spritz until it turns to bubbles. And once it's gone to bubbles on your plate, if I hold that there for you. Yeah, once it's got those lovely bubbles, you know when you turn it over it's all going to mix and become like that watery colour effect. So I'm going to pop that there. And just encourage it. If it's not going like it wasn't going to that corner, I just encourage it with my finger. So I'm just going to pop that there and lift this off. You get that lovely landscape effect. Right, so we've got that lovely landscape effect there. I had lost my ink, but I've just found it. So I've gone and grabbed a brown ink. This, again, it could be your Memento, it could be your, I'm using VersaFine on mine. And I'm just going to ink up the edge because I want a lovely frame on this. Just all the way around. I'm just going to line it back up now. With the torn polyplate, whether it's the big one we launched on Monday or this one, it can be a bit tricky to line him up. Now I've cheated because I've kept, you can see I've got writing down the side of my stamp block there. So I've kept that to that side. I will probably put a little arrow on like I have done on my bigger plate so I know which way to line them up. I'm just going to line it up there and just press around the edge because that's where I put the ink. I'm not worrying about my other bits. There we go, and lift it up, and I think you just get that lovely effect on there by framing it. It really makes it jump out. So I'm just giving my plate a quick rub to get that ink off. So I just use a wet cloth. Now I'm going to grab the big flower or reed or grasses from our Relaxscape stamp set. I'm just going to ink that one up. So I'm going to ink that up in brown again. No, I'm not going to use black. Sorry, I've changed my mind. I want it to jump off my page. Make sure my stamp's dry. There we go. So I've got my black ink. If I'd have used the brown, I think it would have just mixed into that frame a little bit. So I'm just going to go with that lovely black. Wipe that a little bit off there. I'm going to turn my card around because it's easier for me to stamp that way. Now bear in mind my card might be a little bit wet still. Yep, just give it a good press all over. There we go, get those lovely reeds or grasses or anything really, aren't they? So I want to add a little bit more detail to them, so I'm just making sure my white pen's working. And I'm just going to colour in the leaves. Because it's wet, it's just not taking it quite as much. There we go, and just do a quick squiggle. And I think it just helps to separate it from the background. Yeah, just gives it a little bit more definition. And then to finish this one off, I told you it was two really quick cards. I'm going to take the sentiment that's with the distress circle, the right path will find you, and I'm going to pop that there, I think. So I'm going to grab that black, just making sure. I'm going to ink it up again. This is a really big sentiment. So just make sure you get a good layer of colour on it. I normally find I end up concentrating on one end of the stamp and forget about the other when it comes to inking up longer sentiments like this one. And I'm just going to pop that down on there. Just give it a good rub to make sure you get all that lovely ink coming off. There we go. And then I've just spotted the lovely doodle words that come with our Relaxscape set. So I'm just going to pop one of these on here. And I like, where's it gone? Adventure. I do like using that one. So I'm just going to ink him up. And what I like about these little doodles is if you add them to the frame, it kind of, it's almost like a second sentiment on the front of your card, isn't it? So it's great for your journal pages and things like that. So I'm just going to pop it down at the bottom. And I'm going to grab my doodle pen. And then just go around the edge. There we go, and last one. And because I've got scribble marks here, I like to just add a few to my card as well. So there we go. That I would then put the lid back on my pen first, mount onto just a very simple 6x6 card. So I've got a little black mat on there, and this one's there. So there you have two really quick, really simple cards using our brand new minis.
Ah, the deeper you dig, the more you will discover. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, amazing when you see, and see the great thing about Kim and her demos is that she just goes for it. Do you know what I mean? It's very easy, I think, with some sort of stamping to follow conventions and to trap your creativity within a little box. And sometimes you just need to go, I'm not going to say the word, but you know what I mean. The second word is it. I won't say the first. And you just have to throw convention out of the window and say, right, you know what, I'm going to go with this. And actually, if the first time around you think, OK, right, well, I'm not going to go straight in onto my card, just a piece of copy paper, and just take your first print onto that and go, oh, actually, you know what? That's not turned out too badly. And you see what Kim was doing there with edging the outside of the plate as well, really to give it that dimension and that wow factor. It's brilliant. It's all great techniques, isn't it? So it's your last call, really, your last opportunity for the whole of May, really, to enjoy Crafty Roo products here at Hochanda. We have found, as you saw earlier, the details for the large torn poly plate as well, which is very, very popular as well, very, very limited in stock. We'll come back to that in a second. But let's talk about what we've launched today. Now, every time we come back and talk to you about this, the first time we talked about this at the top of the hour, this particular one, which is the Hayes poly plate with the Deeper You Dig stamp, the one that we were just seeing the demo on, 20% went within the first 5-10 minutes. And we are now up to 70% stock. So it won't be long before we're calling limited stock on that one as well. So do check out. That's brand new today. We've been seeing the demos as well. They are so inspirational. It's funny, isn't it? Once you start seeing the demo, I mean, look at that. It's amazing. I love that fusion of colours as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? Really nice. And I love adding the lines to the outside just to give it that sort of crisp, sort of antique, vintage, parched look. It's amazing. 640310 is the item number then, £12.99. Listen, if I can speak about it so passionately as such an amateur in the crafting world, I have to say, I mean, listen, here's as far artistically as I've got so far. Yesterday, the scary... Do you want? Yes, in the happy hour yesterday at 5 o'clock, worth at 4 o'clock, worth a little look on Rewind from 4 o'clock yesterday. I created a stained glass window in a Killing Eve kind of style. Actually, do you know what? A poly plate and a poly stamp, that background from the haze would fix that and make it look amazing. Put it. Yes, hang on. Let's put the two together for a second. And I bet artistically, oh, now look, that couldn't go better together. Now that's amazing, isn't it? Do you know who that is? That's Mr. Baked Potato, isn't it? Oh, I love it. I love it. Show that to Matt Lucas. And the sentiment's just right as well. The deeper you dig, the more you discover. The deeper the dig, the bigger the potato. Right. Sorry, Kim. I'll let you slap me next time we see each other. Right, next up, again, brand new today. Sorry, I'm in a pesky mood again today. Here is the Distress Circle and the Right Path. The Right Path will find you. Alas, for me, it's far too late, but for you, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. So this is the poly plate again and the sentiment stamp there. Amazing. Again, and all the things that you could do with the Hayes stamp, you know, you can do with this as well. You can stamp it out, you can cut it out, you can use it as the background. In fact, stamp it out multiple times, decoupage it up as well, really give it depth and dimension. Use your distressed inks and your oxide inks. Throw every medium you can at it. It's brilliant. 257866 is your item number for that one, £11.99. And brand new today. Also brand new today is this set of two mini poly plates, and this one is the torn and the mini haze. I did those the wrong way around, pointed the wrong way around. That's the haze, of course. We saw the larger one. We launched the larger one today, and there is the mini torn as well. So those two in a set is one of, I think it's 9 different sets under that item number at 844121 as well. And bear in mind, as well as lots and lots of sets of the mini poly plates, we have got the large torn as well, which launched with Yanis on Monday. Yanis and Kim launched it on the show on Monday. 978312 is the item number at £11.99. It is now limited stock because most of the stock actually sold out in the launch show on Monday. So it's now a very, very small stock. All the details of that are on the item code there, 978312, to add to your order. Time to relax now. Time to relax. Go to the seaside. Oh, I long to go to the seaside. I want to go and see. I haven't seen the sea for such a long time. I might go tomorrow, actually. Might go tomorrow. Just, you know, sit somewhere quiet. Just listen to the lapping of the waves. Hopefully it's a nice sunny day. That would be wonderful. Have a little look at this because this is brilliant. This is so inspirational and it's so relaxing. It's so zen, I have to say. So you've got this wonderful, wonderful background. 20 stamps in all here. Inspirational kind of travel, relaxation words, journey, adventure, horizon, travel, sail, walk, sky, fly. Fly away, run away, walk away, sail away, travel away, horizon away, clouds away. Clouds away is a good one. Clouds away, clouds away. We only want sunshine. And then you've got those wonderful stamps there. You've got a little picket fence there. You've got the sunset. You've got those wonderful florals coming out. It's beautiful. Nearly 80% of the stock has gone. Let me show you some samples from this set as well, because I always really love this. This is absolutely beautiful. Let me show you one that you haven't seen as well from this, using this set, with just the monochrome sunset in the background there, a little bit of sort of aged sort of driftwood fencing there with all of the travel words in the background there. And just using the sentiment from one of the other sets there with the large haze and some of the other backgrounds as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Really, really fantastic. Do shop the whole show here as well, because you know once you've seen one, you'll want others as well. 509360 is your item number. And finally, it's time for love. Oh, sorry, I've just walked out of the frame there as I was doing my little love thing. Is that how you do it? Is it that? Is that something like that? Something like, is it like that? Something like that. Anyway, so 3 backgrounds here. They're brilliant, and these are your romantic stamps. I say backgrounds, you know, they can be at the front, they're back, and everywhere in between. They are brilliant. So you've got your mannequin. Mannequin? Where's mannequin come from? Harlequin is what we mean. There we go, Harlequin. Beautiful. So you can make your little court jesters out of that. You make your court jester a little T-shirt with that print on it. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? You've got the script, which is brilliant, I have to say, for your journaling, for your travel thoughts, I mean, for your so many different projects. And then you've got bubbles. Call me bubbles, everyone does. Beautiful. So you've got the solid bubbles and you've got the highlighted bubbles there as well. So you can do lots and lots and lots of different things with those as well. And just using that Harlequin, just coming up and using that script. See, that's amazing. That's a story yet to be told, isn't it? 121141 is your item number for that one, £12.99. Now, today is, it's not Sunday, Derek, Thursday, so we're getting towards the back end of the week, which means that our 7-day savers will end on Sunday morning, because, of course, then we launch a whole new batch. So you can save huge amounts in 2 days, 17 hours, 6 minutes and 4 seconds. So we've got punch sheet. There is no sheep on our website at all, but there are punch sheets and the foam pad collections there down there, just £10.49. I can't speak all of a sudden. Mill Shop Online, we saw this fabric trio yesterday. It's absolutely amazing, really, really good, really heavyweight cotton fabric, 100% cotton as well, beyond quilting weight, I would say, as well. 3.5 meters there for £9.99. You've got your low tack tape in a lovely purple, gorgeous purple colour there as well. Lots of different opportunities there for you. 19mm and 10m each there. You've also got some super smooth card. There's always a lovely 7-day saver or a real bargain around with Pink Frog, and this is the super smooth 150 sheets of A4, 250 and 300 GSM. This is really, really popular, and we're keeping this for as long as we can around on the website as well. It is your MDF rainbow, so it's your hanging rainbows with the clouds and the hearts as well, plus the thank you sentiment. A lot of people are getting these, colouring them up, decorating the windows with them, making lovely banners for the garden and all sorts to show their appreciation. It's really good. The LeBlanche 7-day saver has sold out and gone, but fear not, we are with LeBlanche for the one-day special in an hour's time for the final call. But what is available is the King Cole Carousel Chunky Yarn Bundle, 6 yarn balls, 70% acrylic and 30% wool, and there are lots of lovely different colours as well, and they're all named after the fairground. So you've got roller coasters, speedway, Ferris wheel, waltzer, there's all sorts going on there. Go and check out the 7-day savers. They're on our website live now at hochanda.com, but remember, they do expire either A, when they sell out, or 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, where we replace them with a whole new set of 7-day savers. I can't believe how quickly that hour's gone. Please do make sure you check out your baskets, take advantage, love Crafty Roo, and follow them on Facebook too. So next up, I move one counter down the row and we join Indigo Blue, and then I'll go next door to join Leonie for final call on the LeBlanche one-day special, with Clarity coming up later as well.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%. I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts, they tell me when everything's happening, so if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello! Good afternoon, welcome. Here we are. And we've got an indigo blue show for you as well. And I'm really, really excited because this is, for me, is my first indigo blue show. And I'm really, really looking forward to it. Kay is in the studio with us as well. Kay is indigo blue, as we know. Here she is. Hello. Hi. Oh, she's coming. Here comes a box. A little box. In just a second. Kay will be joining us.
Shall I keep waving?
She's there, she's keeping waving. There you go. There you go. There's Kay. Hello, Kay.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Derek.
Right, take me through, because listen, there'll be lots of people watching for the first time who've never. I should look this way, really, shouldn't I? Even though you're there, it's going to be very weird. But indigo blue. Tell me the history. Give me a potted history in 30 seconds.
Okay, so it's me and Alfie, my husband Alfie. And we started in the garden shed many years ago, and I designed the stamps generally, and he was making them. We've now obviously grown. We're still a family firm, and we specialise in really high quality products, like making our own stamps, and we have paints and luscious and loads of lovely crafty stuff.
And very, very briefly, the name indigo blue is all about
It's my favourite colour. My favourite colour is blue. I like all blues, but indigo blue is particularly lovely. So, yes, that's where it came from.
Fantastic. Right, OK, let's get stuck in then, shall we? We are starting off with some amazing stamps, I have to say, and a lot of stamps as well. Let's have a little look, shall we, at what we've got. So, we've got 3 different sets here for you. Victoria Garden, Mindfulness, and floral fantasies, floral fantasies even. In fact, one of them is edition 2, isn't it? So here's Victorian Garden first of all. Oh, this is perfect, isn't it? Perfect for now. Life is the flower for which love is the honey. Don't we love people like Victor Hugo for sayings like that? Do you know, I love the fact that you've got the nice variety of the sort of flora and fauna.
Yeah,
there
so you can
well.
layer them up.
Yeah.
And there's many, many different uses for it. I absolutely love, love, love these sets. Really love them. They're just brilliant, and you'll use them for years to come.
And why rubber stamps? Why is that your choice?
I think it's the longevity of them, and it was before polymer stamps were really good quality, apart from Barbers, of course, who have always been amazing. But rubber stamps give you a really sharpness to it and deep etched detail. But the main thing is that you can actually use rubber stamps for heat treatments as well. And you can use them and abuse them, and they're just going to keep on giving you years and years of use. So they're fairly indestructible.
Fantastic. Right, let's go through the second set here. So this is Mindfulness, but edition 2.
Yes.
This is quotes this time, isn't it? So let's have a little look through those. You'll never know how strong you are until strong is the only choice you have. When did you compile this collection, Kay?
Actually, it was. Oh gosh, now you're asking
Was it
me.
a long time before You Know What came along?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But I've always been inspired by fantastic quotes, and especially uplifting ones. Or, I mean, these are great for journaling or cards or whatever it wants to be. But I'm really inspired by quotes. So we are quite famous for our quotes on stamps, and yeah, I think this is particularly apt, isn't it, at the moment? Yes.
Especially, you never know how strong you are until strong is the only choice you have.
Yeah.
Blimey, that couldn't be more perfect right now, could it? If you tried, which is lovely. And again, you've got the wonderful serenity of the butterfly there, and I love that flourish there at the top as well. And the wings, again, you can take those in so many different directions and so many different interpretations, can't you, with wings? Love it.
They're beautiful angel wings as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
So lots of quotes go with them.
Yes, so you're looking forward, you're looking back, you're looking in every different direction with something like that, aren't you? Love it. And let's look at the third set as well. So I realise I could bill and coo about these all afternoon, but what you want to see is Kay in the demo, so let's run through everything that we've got here. This is the set that is called Floral Fantasy. I love the bottom. Now that is... Oh, what's the flora there? Is that buddleia?
That's buddleia.
Buddleia?
Yes.
I have one in my garden. I wish it looked as good as that. And then you've got half of a sort of like a mandala.
Yes, it's
there.
like a lace doily, and it's absolutely beautiful. Again, I adore this set. You just need these in your life because they just keep on giving. There's so many things you can do with them.
It's
they
very
are
intricate
fantastic.
as well, isn't it?
Yes,
Let's
the
have a little
detail
look.
is fabulous, and that's what I like about our stamps, and that's what we've got a reputation for, is that really highly detailed stamp. It's got that sort of vintage feel to it as well, with a modern twist, and I adore these stamps. You just have to have them.
They're amazing. Now, on here you have the buddleia flowers pointing down rather than they would normally stand up, wouldn't they?
They do, so they look more like lilacs.
Well, that's good for me. That's also given them a wisteria look.
Yes, of course.
As well.
Yes.
Which is lovely. And conversely, gosh. Now, what have you used medium-wise to create that kind of look there?
Well, you're a little bit far away from me at the moment,
actually.
But it looks like it's our Luscious powders, which are on the show today. So those are absolutely gorgeous. So I'm hoping I've got time to show you that technique as well.
Lovely. Yes, that would be lovely. Right, let's move on to the Luscious, shall we? Because that... Oh, and luscious is just the absolute perfect word for these as well. So 3 sets. Now, are these new sets?
They're new varieties put together, although they have been about in our stock for a while. So we've just put them together in these sets of 3 so that they're easier for people to actually just purchase those.
Okay, so the sets are pink, orange and purple, which is beautiful, as a 3 for £14.97. And next in the middle we have coral, raspberry and lavender. Have I got those the right way around? That's the 3rd one, isn't it? Anyway, I'll show you. I've
That's
just
all right,
not
don't
necessarily
worry.
shown you in the right order, have I?
That's okay.
And here's the 3rd combination, which is blue, steampunk lilac and porcelain.
Now those are actually painted onto a black card, so you can see how opaque they are. So they've got lots and lots of pigment in them. They've also got mica in them, which gives it that lovely shine.
Isn't it gorgeous?
And they've also got a binder in as well, so you don't need any acrylic binder or anything like that to make them set on a surface. So they're really, really versatile. And I'm going to show you lots of techniques today with them.
They are amazing.
They are luscious, aren't they?
Yeah, they are
absolutely
truly.
gorgeous.
I love the depth of the colour as well, because sometimes with some of these colour mediums, they can be a little bit...
wishy-washy.
I mean, these are really... Yeah.
That's why we put pigment in them. We put lots of pigment in as well, so that you get that lovely richness to it. You can, of course, you know, mix them, which is why I've got that porcelain. So you can mix the porcelain in with it, and then you can actually make it a softer pasteler colour.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's really, really, look at that porcelain. It's beautiful, isn't it? If you want some watercolour card as well, we've got some black watercolour cards, some A4 Pink Frog down there as well. 20 sheets of A4 for £14.99. I love those.
And it is good stuff, actually, that Pink
yeah.
Frog. Very good stuff.
It always is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, it really is the go-to name when it comes to paper, isn't it? You just know that it's a safe bet, isn't it, going to Pink Frog?
I love my cotton rag, but as everyone knows, but I'm using this Pink Frog for every day, basically.
Yeah.
It's such good value.
They are amazing. Right, okay, so mixed media paints next, and these are brand new to date as well. They're a luscious little collection as well. Absolutely love them. So when I was showing you that sample before, you've got a little.
I've got a little
mood
messy
board.
sample here.
Okay.
That I just knocked up today because I just realised you hadn't got a proper sample. Now, these paints are translucents, so they are really, really highly concentrated. So that little pot packs a massive punch. So you only need a tiny, tiny amount. So they look really, really dark. But then when you actually add water to them, that's when the real colour comes through. So we've got, if I can remember rightly, I think we've got daffodil. Yep, daffodil yellow.
Yes.
Then we've got mulberry bush, which is this pure magenta, absolutely stunning. Hot favourites, these, all of them. Teal for two. Anybody who knows me knows I love that teal and magenta together. Then we have that stroke of midnight, a really rich, deep, dark blue. Then we have racing green, which is a beautiful, pure tealy green, gorgeous that. And then we've got the really useful ugly duckling, which is this neutral brown, which will actually is really important because if you want to tone down any of these bright colours, this is actually going to, just a touch of that is just going to tone it down and give you a darker look to these. Now these are actually translucent, so you can build up layers with them. And they are mixed media, so that means that they're on a true fabric base. So if you can see my apron, this is all done with all of these paints, and as you can see it's really nice and soft and can be used on the fabric, on MDF, lots of different surfaces, metal.
And this, is that the paints that are on this bag as well? I don't know whether I can... if it's a little bit frustrating, by the way, that you didn't get to see that close up, what we'll do is when all the cameras go over to Kay, we'll zoom in and have a good close-up. It's just that obviously we can't pass things between us because of the regulations and everything else at the moment. So when we go over to Kay for demo, we'll get a real close squiz at all the paint colours and how they work and how they translate as well, because I think that would be really useful. They are brand new today as well, £14.99. In fact, there is no time like the present to do that as well. So in the meantime, we're going to take a little look on the web and then we can see everything that is there for you as well. So the brand new gorgeous paints that we've got, we were about to see those. We've also got the luscious, of course. We've got stencils in there. There's gesso in the show. You've got foam pads. Of course, the black card from Pink Frog. That's all in the show there as well. You've got the watercolour and the acid and lignin-free one there as well. They're two options from Pink Frog. So everything you're about to see and so much more all on the show as well. So I think, Kay, let's start, if we can, with the board you just showed of the paints there. Let's see if we can get a close up on that, because it's nice to see it from a distance, but it's frustrating not to see it close up. So we'll get a close.
We're ahead.
We'll get a camera in.
I'm sorry about
that. We're just working out how to do it.
Is that okay, or do you want it pointing at number one?
Yeah,
let's go to number
one. Alrighty, we'll come on in and have a little look, because that really will bring it to life. It's a bit difficult to see it from a distance.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
There we are.
There we are. So just talk us again through, just very briefly.
I'm sorry it's a bit messy, but it really was just
No, it's
splodged
beautiful.
out. Okay, so starting over here, we have this lovely, beautiful sunshine daffodil. Absolutely stunning yellow it is. And you can see that when you add water, you get this lovely soft watercolour effect. That's the beauty of translucence. Then we have our mulberry bush, which is this beautiful, pure magenta. Again, you can see how dark it is when it's straight out of the tub. That's because it's so packed full of pigment. But again, you only need the tiniest amount and then add with water and you get this gorgeous pink. I absolutely love this. Then we come to teal. Our teal for two. So again, adding water, you get this beautiful teal. And then over on this side here, we're going to our beautiful midnight, stroke of midnight, which is the deepest, darkest blue. The sort of blue of a night sky, just gorgeous. Again, it looks almost black, but add water and you get this beautiful effect here. In the middle there, we have our racing green, which is a really nice blue green. So again, you can add water down and you get a lovely fresh grass green, but also quite strong. You'll get pine green as well. And then really useful, this brown here is ugly duckling. So this is really important to have in your stash, because if you add a tiny touch of this to any of the other colours, it's going to take down the tone and make it a deeper, darker, less vibrant colour. So those are the 6 you're getting.
Brilliant, stunning, thank you, Kay. Right, what are we going to do for our first demo?
Okay, so we're going to be using Floral Fantasy, which is such a great one, and we're going to be using our buddleia flower here, or as you quite rightly said, turn it upside down, you've got lilac, or what did you say?
Wisteria.
That's
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. So if we go to the overhead here, I'm using VersaFine Clair, but any of your favourite ink pads will do nicely. I like these because they're an ultra fine ink, but anything that's your favourite will work beautifully. And I'm stamping onto our pink frog. And I use the flat of my hand rather than my fingers, because if you just put the flat of your hand on and then lean over, the strength of your body goes onto the stamp rather than your fingers, which aren't as strong, and you get a lovely, perfect image there.
Wow.
Okay, look at the detail on that. It's absolutely stunning,
It's
isn't
incredible,
it?
isn't it?
Really, really beautiful. So you get that every time. So what I've done is I've actually used some of our embossing glaze and I've heated it up and I've actually glazed it so you can see it's slightly shiny. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you our gorgeous, luscious. So what I do is I've actually used this reusable palette here. Now, unfortunately, we don't have these on Hochanda. We can't get hold of them, but I have permission to say that you can actually get them from our website at Indigo Blue. So if you're mixing your luscious with water, this is how you would do it, and that would create a watercolour, and then you allow them to dry up, and all you need to do is just add a spray of water just to reconstitute them. So just spray them all. So what you need to do to get that colour into your palette is use a wet brush. Put the wet brush into your pigment powders and then just work it into the palette, adding more water all the time. And you do this a little by little, because if you were to try and get a load of the powder and then add water to it, it sort of flies everywhere, and it's like throwing a glass of milk into a bowl of flour. It doesn't want to mix straight away. You have to do it bit by bit. And then you want to do this until it resembles about single cream, and then that's going to work beautifully for you. You don't want it too thin, because then you won't see those lovely pigments, but you want it thick enough to show up all that gorgeous vibrant colour. So I've done that with all the sets. So we've got the 3 sets here. So this was the porcelain blue and steampunk lilac. That's the lavender, raspberry and coral. And this is the pink, purple and orange. Phew, I remembered them. Okay, so what we're going to do here is the great thing about having already stamped and embossed this means that I don't have to be really clever at painting, because you can see as I go over the surface it pulls away from the embossed ink. So I can actually just go over the top and I don't have to worry about anything at all. So I'm using the coral first, and then I'm coming in with the pink. No, I'm not. I'm coming in with the raspberry, do beg your pardon. And then I'm allowing those to mix a little bit. And then I think we'll have maybe a touch of purple. So a little bit more water in that purple. There we go. And I'm going over the edges as well. I found it a lot easier that if I actually paint slightly over the edge, like over here, if I do that, when I cut out, I don't end up with a white border. Okay, and then down here. So it's really nice and easy to colour in, and easy and quick. That's what I like. Easy and quick crafting.
That raspberry is literally like you just, isn't it? It's so
beautiful,
luscious.
isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. There you go. You can see the shine on that. It's just stunning. Absolutely stunning.
It's a very difficult shade of colour to try and recreate as well, isn't it?
It is, yes, and that's the beauty of using really good quality artist pigments, because a lot of mica powders have a quality of powder in them that are used for cosmetics, so they're not as vibrant and not as deep set. So I've already fussy cut that out, so I'm just going to put that to one side for a moment, and then I'm going to show you another little technique as well, which I really enjoy. So I'm going to use some stencils now. So we've got a few stencils on the show at the moment, some of my favourites. So this one is called Distressed Damask. So I'm just using a tiny little bit of our super thick Slap It On. So this is a great medium for actually, I use it for stenciling, but I also use it for sticking things together because it's a really good strong glue as well. And you just need, that's a little bit too much, Kate, but never mind. You just need a tiny little bit of pigment.
Can you shimmy that slightly to your left, Kate? Because we're
yes,
missing the top corner.
You're just
that's
losing
all.
it. That's right. Okay.
Just so we can see what you're doing. Brilliant.
There we go. Thanks for that, Derek.
The Slap It On Super Think, by the way, the details are at the bottom of the screen if you want to get that. $11.99. So you're combining the two.
I am, yes. So this paste looks white at the moment, but it is actually a gel, which means that it's going to dry clear and translucent. But because we're adding our luscious, it's obviously going to take on this lovely silky shiny finish once it's dry. And because of it's super thick, it actually holds its shape as well, so it's great through stencils. So I use about 3 colours, and as you can see, just a tiny amount will do. And then I'm just going to move over a little bit. And I'm just going to put this over and just check where it's going to go. All right, so that's good. So before I actually stencil it, I just want to do a bit of stamping, because I want the stamping not to be obscured by the stenciling. So I'm going to come in with our lovely Victorian garden, which is gorgeous. So I just want a little bit of texture in the middle. You're not going to actually see a lot of this clearly, but you are going to see some texture coming through. So I'm going to just do an L shape, like so, like that, and then I'm just going to fill in a few areas like that, and then maybe I'll put a few of these stars on. So you get stars in Victorian Garden, but you also get some matching stars which are bigger in Mindfulness 2. So that's what I always tend to do with our stamps. You will find that there's themes running through different stamps, and that's because you can actually build them up and make them work together. There we go. I think we'll have a few down here. There we go. Okay, so that's the stamping done. So now I can put this back over because I've already checked out where I'm going to go with it. So I take a little bit of each colour onto my palette knife, so you can see I've got 3 different colours there, and I'm just going to scrape that through, but I'm not going to worry too much about the colours. I just don't want to go over the top of that stamping. Okay, so I'm going to come down here a little bit, and the lovely thing is you'll see how beautiful the colours are when they've mixed and merged together. So let's just take some of that there. So that's the beauty of the luscious, you can actually colour things with it. Isn't that lovely? That works really, really well. So let me just put that over there. Clean that up. And also it means that you can use the luscious to colour lots of other things as well. So you can actually mix it with your clays, any of your clays, your embossing powders. You can mix it with the translucent paints as well. So if you mix it with the translucent paints, it's going to make it sparkly. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use some of my translucent paints, and I'm just going to put, sorry, I keep moving that over, don't I? So let's use a little bit of the daffodil. Again, it's really, really strong, so you only need a tiny amount. I've put a little bit too much daffodil there. And then I'm going to come in with a teeny weeny bit of our mulberry bush, which is that gorgeous, gorgeous magenta. And I have to have some Stroke of Midnight, which is that lovely deep dark, almost like an indigo colour.
Just to let you know as well, if you want the paint sets, they're already very, very, very popular indeed. The translucent paint set there, nearly a quarter of that 6-pack, remember, 6 different colours in there, has already sold out and gone £14.99.
I'm not surprised, because the great thing about those is we've actually done exactly what our customers asked for, Derek, because we had people coming to us going, these paints are fantastic. I bought 1 or 2, they work really, really well, but I wish I could afford every colour, because we've got about 40 colours. Could you make them in smaller pots, and then I can have all the colours? So that's exactly what we've done, because they last so long. We found that in actual fact they were lasting years, you know, which is not fair when you actually want to get more colours, isn't it? So this way you're getting each set, and we're just bringing different sets out all the time. So what I've done now is on the watercolour card, I've actually sprayed it with water, and then I'm going to spray all my paints with water as well, because again, remember, they're really, really concentrated. So I'm going to take my paints, and I'm just going to, hopefully you can still see this with the overhead, because I'm actually tilting it up, so forgive me for this bit, because I want it to run down. So that lovely magenta, let's have you coming down here, like so. Now the key to this is if you use a nice big brush that holds a lot of water, this works really well, and you just scrape it across the top of the page like I'm doing, and then it'll work really beautifully. And don't worry if the colours merge, because that's exactly what I want them to do, because we're using a really lovely rich pigment. Look at that, look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It's just rivering through, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, because the Slap It On that I've put on acts as a resist.
Yeah.
Because it's an acrylic base, it's almost like a plastic base, so that means that it's actually not going to cover over the top, because we've watered these down so much. And look at that lovely teal as well. So sorry, let me just let that run down a little bit, and I think we'll have a little bit more of this daffodil down here, because that's going to mix with the teal, hopefully. Let's just help that along a little bit, and that's going to make a beautiful green as well. So you never end up with muddy colours with these, unless of course you put browns with them, but they won't muddy. That's the beauty of using lovely bright pigments.
And you also don't lose the vibrancy though, do you? From top to bottom.
No, you don't.
From the top where you've loaded it to where it's obviously, you know, becoming more sort of watered as it goes down.
That's right.
You're not losing that intensity of colour, are you?
That's because we use a really, really good quality pigment. The chemists who we work for, the paint manufacturers, they say they really like working with us because we never sort of say you've got to make this under this budget.
Yes.
We always say we want the best quality, and that's always our starting point, just to make sure we've got the best quality, because I believe that if you buy quality, it's worth the money, you know. And that's going to, look at that, isn't that gorgeous? It's coming alive now. Let me just get a little bit more of that teal coming down here. There we go, and there we get the green coming in. And if you want it to keep on moving, just give it a little bit more of a spray. And then I like to leave this to actually dry naturally, because that way, there we go, that way you get the vibrancy of the colours. Obviously with any paint at all, any acrylic paint, they always dry ever so slightly lighter. It doesn't matter what make they are, that's what they'll do. So I've got one here. Let me just move this to one side with my recycled paper, and I'll show you one that I've got already dry. Ta-da! Here we go. So this is already dry, okay?
Oh gosh, isn't that beautiful?
And it's lovely, isn't it? And we've just got a bit of texture behind here, and I'll show you why. We've just stamped one of our little bees. Now the little bee is on the Victorian garden. Can you see him? There he is. And then all we're going to do is cut this out and pop this on. Oops, a daisy. So that it's got a little bit of, just on my foam pads, which are not too thick, but it just gives it a little bit of dimension there.
It's like a dreamscape, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it?
And it's
all
really,
those colours.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, and that floral there, just adding that final floral, has brought all of the ingredients together.
Yes.
I love it. It's so dreamy. It's like a fantasy you want to go and spend an hour in, or spend a day in, go on holiday into.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kay. We'll be back with you in just a second. It's amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Please make sure that you check out your baskets as well, because we're very, very busy in this show this afternoon. Not surprised at all. Here are all the products, the luscious pigments and the paints. Now, remember, there are 3 different sets of the luscious. We'll see them in more detail in just a second. The blue porcelain and the steampunk lilac. You've got the orange, the pink and the purple, and then there's the first set, the raspberry, coral and lavender. Oh, Lottie, you just made me say raspberry. I'm from down south, don't you know? We have raspberry. It's a wonderful colour. Wonderful, wonderful colour. It really is. The Slap It On is there for you as well. There are other stencils in the show. These are very, very busy as well. These are your paints. Remember, it's the 6 ones together there. So the smaller mixed media paints, which is brilliant because, of course, you can blend those together as well. Nearly a third of the stock of those has sold out and gone already this afternoon. Not surprised at all. Right, okay, let's talk stamp sets again, because 3 incredible different stamp sets, and Kay's been sort of weaving them in to the demos as well. We're going to see more demo in just a moment, so don't worry. Let's start with Victorian Garden, which is lovely. Lots and lots of different elements in there. You've got the wonderful butterflies, you've got the lovely flora and fauna there. You've got the, is it a dandelion seed head? You've got the little bee in there. Life is the flower for which love is the honey, which is wonderful. And you've got a lovely Oh, now what's that flower? Okay, this one to the right. What's that flower? The one on the right of this set. The one... This one. Oh. Is it hollyhock? It's hollyhock. Hollyhock. Wow, do you know what always comes to me? They spring up all over in my garden. Just about. Not where I want them to. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Almost the most beautiful things always pop up where you don't necessarily want them to be. Here's just one or two samples using this set, and it just gives you a little bit of an idea. Let your dreams be your wings and your heart be your guide. Beautiful, isn't it? And look, isn't that gorgeous? That's almost like a butterfly collection that you go and see under glass, almost, isn't it? Recreated. Gorgeous. And lots of different directions that you can take this set in as well. So that is Victorian Garden. So let's go for Mindfulness 2, which is the one in the middle. I have to say, I think for me, I think that's the one. I think this is the one for me. Out of the 3 different choices here, this is the one that I think I would head in its direction first. And I love, and purely for that sentiment there, which is you'll never know how strong you are until strong is the only choice you have. I just think that lends itself to so many different people and so many different circumstances right now. Never mind searching for who you are, search for the person you aspire to be. That's quite lovely as well, isn't it? She made broken look beautiful and strong look invincible. She walked with the universe on her shoulders and made it look like a pair of wings. And you have the pair of angel wings there as well to accompany that. Of course, you can team that up, as this sample does, with the butterflies as well, which is rather lovely. Gorgeous. Oh, and that's onto fabric there as well. So yeah, oh, very, very nice indeed. Right, okay, and your third one, your third set, and this is lovely. And I'm imagining, I don't know why I'm imagining, Lottie will confirm, I think this might be probably the one that you are... actually, Victorian Garden is the most popular. I thought with that lovely buddleia floral, and you've got that lovely lace doily sort of half mandala there as well. And remember, if you turn the florals on their head, as we have in a sample here, then in fact I'll use this one from Rachel Fisher, using canvas background wash with the luscious powders there, stamped onto rice paper, and the coloured flowers with the translucent paints, using the slap it on as well. But you can use the buddleia. Well, buddleia flowers, they go in all different directions, and sometimes they're standing up and then they'll sort of come down. But look at that, beautiful. Really, really, I love that stamp set, I really do. £15 and 99 pence. 885611. Right, let's shimmy on down the counter to Luscious. And Luscious are brilliant. They really are fantastic. These wonderful pigment powders, and they are so pigment rich as well. And there are 3 different sets of 3. So you get an awful lot, and an awful lot, a little goes an awful long way as well. So here are the 3 different colour sets. You've got coral, raspberry and lavender together. You've got blue, steampunk, lilac and porcelain, which is the second set. And porcelain is brilliant, so important, it really is. And then you've also got the third set there, which is pink, orange and purple. And because they are, they are so beautiful. Luscious is the perfect word. So pink, orange, purple, blue, steampunk, lilac and porcelain, coral, raspberry and lavender. And the raspberry, I have to say, is one of the most gorgeous in the first set there. If I just open up the raspberry for a second, you'll see 60% of all of the options have gone. Now, when you actually mix that in with some water, and you only need very, very little, it is literally like you've taken a raspberry and, I don't know if juiced it is the right term, I don't know if you juice a raspberry. Crush, don't you, a raspberry? Because I think if you want the juice from a raspberry, how do you do it? I don't know, very slowly and very painfully, I imagine. So do it with these, because they are luscious, and the raspberry tone is just perfect. I love anything that tastes of raspberry. Raspberry coulis is one of my favourite things on anything. 749767. Well, not literally anything. Anyway, sorry, how many percentage? 60% So approaching 2/3 on each of those options of the Luscious sold out and gone. This is brilliant because this is 6 wonderful colours, all with wonderful names as well, like Racing Green and Ugly Duckling and Daffodil. And Daffodil is so perfect. Now, almost 40% of the entire stock of this bundle has sold out and gone already. And they are absolutely brilliant. They really, really are. £14.99. Brand new today and already very, very popular indeed. I'm sure we're going to see more of them as well. Now, on the web, on this show, you'll also see stencils available. And using the Slap It On, these are going to be absolutely brilliant. And this is Bubbles, Faded Dots and Damaged Damask. £11.99 is one of the sets there. And you also have the option of the Laurel Leaves, Circle Mandala and the Butterfly as well. In fact, Butterfly would be really good with all the stamp sets that we're introducing this afternoon as well, as you could use a big butterfly in the background and then bring more to the front. We've got gesso on the show as well, the Slap It On Super Thick, which is really, really good. We've got the foam pads from Indigo Blue as well, liner tape, there's Pink Frog card there as well, and lots more. But Kay, let's go back to you. What are we going to do next?
Okay, so we're going to use some of the translucent paints. So I'm going to show you how to do a really, really quick and simple background. So I'm just going to use some of the Pink Frog watercolour card. I'm actually not going to wet it terribly, just a tiny smidgen. And then what I've got here on my paint mat is some of that beautiful mulberry bush. I've added some water to it, and then we're literally just going to roll down, and then a little tiny bit of the gorgeous Stroke of Midnight. Again, I've added a little bit of water to this as well, so we're just going to go over the top of that, and you can see where it mixes is absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm going to come in with my white gesso. Now, gesso is not just for priming. Well, ours isn't anyway, because I didn't want to have to, you'll notice we don't do a white paint, because what we did is we made this gesso with a beautiful, vibrant, bright titanium white, so that you could use it as a white paint as well. So I'm not cleaning my roller, I'm just going straight in with this. Let me pull that over a bit. And then I'm just going to run down with this, and I would normally do this on an A4 page, because then I can cut it up into different pieces, and then if I'm having a bit of a day where I've got blank page missing mojo, all you need to do is just get out some of your pre-made backgrounds and away you go. So it's really quick, really simple, very, very easy to do. And then
Can I ask a silly question, Kay?
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm here to do, I think.
There are no silly questions.
Well, okay, well let's see, because I think this will be... my mum crafts, and she talks to me about gesso.
Yeah.
Just potted history in 30 seconds, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
What is gesso? What's its constituent, and what does it actually do? Why do I need it?
Right, so originally it was actually made to line the canvases that artists would paint onto, or it would be the wooden boards, because they used to paint on wood with egg tempera, so they would have to prime it first so that the egg tempera wouldn't dry, crack and fall off. And it's also, so it's a primer. It's like
a foundation,
yeah,
really,
that's
isn't
right.
it?
It is. It's just like, yeah, foundation or a primer. And what it does is it gives it a tooth. It seals the base. It gives it a tooth so that the paint can be accepted onto it and it can stay on there, and it doesn't actually crack and fall off.
Wonderful. Because I think a lot of people probably hear the phrase and hear the name gesso, have never used it, and kind of think, I don't need that, but you probably do.
Yeah, I always say. It is worth investing in it, because it gives you a better quality. It saves on your paint as well. You don't use as much paint because your paint is not getting absorbed into the paper or the substrate, so that you're not losing. You could end up putting 2 or 3 coats on, whereas you should only really be putting 1 coat on, because the gesso helps it slide over the top. If you want a watercolour look. Don't put gesso on your watercolour card because that will create a surface and it will move in a different way, which is a nice technique, but it is different. But as I say, with ours, we have what's called a nice flow rate, and also it's very, very smooth. It's actually very heavy as well because it's made out of titanium white. So it's got two uses, not just as a primer, but as a brilliant white colour. And I use it for white highlights as well. So lots of different techniques there. So what I'm going to do next, I've moved my paint, I need that. So here's one that's dry, slightly different colour, but I use the same colours. And I'm going to actually show you how to build up the Victorian garden, seeing as lots of people have actually bought that. So I'm also going to show you how to, let me just get a little bit more of that lovely mulberry bush out here. Okay, just a tiny, tiny touch, and just scrape that along on the paint mat. Okay, now this paint, you can't reconstitute it. Okay, once it's dry, it's dry. It's not like the Luscious. So what I'm going to do is now show you how to stamp using the paint, and that's the beauty of this. So I'm going to do the foreground pieces really, really dark. And look at the texture you get from this. It's just absolutely gorgeous. It's like a block print. And then I'm not going to clean my stamp. I'm going to come into that mulberry bush, and then I'll get some beautiful purples coming in. There we go. And then you notice how I'm doing like 2, 3, 4, 5 stamps, because the further I get away, the higher up I'm going, which shows like the flowers are in the distance, whereas the ones nearest us are the darkest ones. So it gives you a depth of field. Okay, and then I'm going to come in with some of these as well. Let's just pop one in there. Let's have a darker one in here. That'll do for that. Now, make sure you do clean your stamps straight away, because this is acrylic paint and our paint sticks to anything, and that includes stamps. Okay,
what are you using to clean it with, Kay?
I'm just using a wet cloth, but normally I throw it into a bucket of water face down, and then I just give it a wipe off with an old tea towel, you know, just an old tea towel. But just cold water is fine. Then I'm going to use this lovely piece here. So I'm going to come into that magenta. I'm going to do a little bit down here, and then some bits in the distance there. So you can hardly see them. And then, now that blue is going to be really too dark, so I'm going to stamp that off, and then I'm going to come in and just have a little bit in the distance there. That's lovely. So again, I've actually just dumped that in my water and dried it off. And then to finish off in the foreground here, let's get a Slim Jim that works nicely. There we go. So going to use these lovely seeded grasses, and this is going to be right at the front here. So this is going to be really in the foreground, just to add some nice texture to it.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And it now looks like the perfect cover illustration for a book.
Oh, thank you.
What would the name of the story be?
Yeah, it does look fabulous, doesn't it?
We've got about 3 or so minutes with you, Kay, just so that you know.
Okay.
So
what, till the end of the show?
So we can have a little run through at the end.
Oh, right, okay. So all I'm going to do is just put, life is a flower for which love is the honey. So I've just stamped some of these lovely little bees. Bees are my signature, because we come from Manchester, you see.
Ah, okay. I was going to ask whether there was a Manchester connection.
Yeah. Born and drugged up, dragged up. That came out really wrong, didn't it?
Wow. Now we need to take the sentiment off and go back to the book cover.
Yeah.
There's a story.
Oh dear, dear, dear. Well, I'm going to stick that on later, just so that you can go back, because there's one quick technique I do want to show you after you've done your recap.
That's wonderful. Show us now, if you will, because we're not going to have a chance to come back to you, I don't think, over
All right,
the
very,
next
very
couple of minutes.
quickly, I really want to show you this. Black pink frog card, stencil, and this is just a wet ink. I'm using Distress, and I'm using black on black. Okay. You can use VersaFine, but you'll see that this works beautifully. Okay. Then a dry brush, Kay. Have you got a dry brush? This will have to do. A slightly wet brush. Never mind. Okay, and then you grab a load of your colours. I've just picked any, and then you can just dust over them. Wet brush. You do need a dry brush. See, this is what happens when you rush. And then a bit of orange. Now normally I would take my time with this. And let's get a bit of pink.
You see the magic developing.
Yeah. And then you get a big blusher brush. See how I've smudged that in the middle? That's because my paintbrush was wet.
Ah, okay.
So that was
it's just tailed it off.
Yeah. But then I went back in and you put some Versamark over the top. Okay. Like so. And then you use your gloss powder and then you heat it and it gives you a real shine. Oh, sorry. It gives you an extra shine.
Right,
can you
yes.
see? So I've done the whole background in that technique, and then just this one, there you go. You can see the embossing powder over the top.
So is the Luscious sealed without the embossing powder?
Yes, ours is, because ours is has already got a binder in it, so you don't have to do anything. It's actually sealed with the ink.
That's
but
stunning.
Isn't that lovely? How it looks better in real life, to be honest.
It's almost holographic, isn't it? Yes, it's one of those things that
it's really,
TV
really
camera's
nice.
not going to see it quite as well as our own eyes see it.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Listen, Kay, thank you very much. When are you back with us?
I'm back with a one-day special on the 10th of June, but Julia is here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Just check.
In the morning?
10 o'clock in the morning, or 11, it might be 11.
Okay.
Sorry, Julia, but yeah, you must watch Julia because she's got some fabulous, fabulous techniques.
All right, lovely. We'll check out the schedule. On the website at hochanda.com, you will see everything in this show. We're going to do a final recap now through all the indigo blue products then for you. It's all there, whether you want the super thick slap it on in various sizes there for you. The gesso is there for you. Card stock from Pink Frog, indigo blue. Oh, it's all there. The foam pads, the clear tape, and Uncle Tom Cobley and all is there. Right, let's go through the stamp sets then as well. Our final little recap through, so do check out your baskets here. We only have a few minutes left on the show. So 3 different stamp sets here. We've got the Victorian Garden, which is beautiful, with the butterflies and the lovely flora. In fact, we were seeing it in that last demo there with the hollyhocks and those lovely sort of seed pod. And the bees, of course, so that's number 1, or one of the options here. There's also Mindfulness number 2. Which is brilliant. It's a lovely, lovely strong sentiments. That perfect one there. You'll never know how strong you are until strong is the only choice you have. It's just brilliant. That makes it for me. You've got the angel wings there as well. Also, you don't have to be perfect to be amazing. You don't have to be perfect to be amazing. It helps, but you know what? You don't have to be. Next, Floral Fantasy is one of the options there as well, which is lovely with the lovely Buddleia flora there and that lovely sort of lace doily mandala there. So either 3 of those sets there, £15.99, so a lovely saving. So Luscious, oh my word, it's been so busy for the Luscious selections. Remember, there are 3 different selections of 3 of these gorgeous Luscious pigments. They are so pigment rich as well. Now we are limited in coral, raspberry and lavender, which is one of the options. That is now limited stock. There is also, we're also very, very busy for blue, steampunk, lilac and porcelain, which is one of the other options. Porcelain's absolutely gorgeous, by the way. And we're approaching limited on the pink, orange and purple as well. So very, very busy this afternoon. Remember, I've got to show you this porcelain. It's just, oh, absolutely beautiful. In fact, I think a little bit of blue has been mixed in with that. I think Kay's been having a little go with that. But the colour is just absolutely gorgeous. It really is. So 749-767 is your item number with 3 different sets there. And then the paints. Oh, these acrylic paints are incredible. New today, smaller so you can have more, which is brilliant, really, really good. So they've got the most amazing names as well. You've got Daffodil, Ugly Duckling, you've got Mulberry Bush, Teal for Two, Racing Green, and Stroke of Midnight. And they're all incredible. They really, really are. The luster, the shimmer, the versatility of these is incredible. 257834 is your item number. New today and very, very popular indeed. Where are we stock-wise right now with those? In fact, nearly half of the stock, and a sizable stock sold out and gone on those. Absolutely brilliant. Listen, my thanks to Kay as well. An amazing show as ever. And look out for the show with Julia tomorrow morning at either 10 or 11, we think. You can check out the schedule on our website, as we need to as well, at hochanda.com. Do make sure that you do check out your baskets as well, because you know what happens when we move shows, then things fall out of your mind as well. And don't miss out, because there's some amazing things to play with here from Indigo Blue. See you later. Right, Leonie's up next. I shall pop in there as well, make a little guest appearance as well. And final call for La Blanche, the one-day special. And then we'll be crafting with Clarity. Lots still to come.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello and welcome. We've just been talking about Blanche and saying how amazing she is, and also how I will never ever be able to demonstrate as fast as Blanche because she's fabulous. She's absolutely fabulous. But anyway, this is it. It is your last chance, the final call to get your one-day special. Not only is Blanche amazing, but La Blanche as a company bring us some incredible products. I think when you watch Blanche, I mean, she's ridiculously artistic. She's so good at what she does, but she's also got a really good eye for good quality. She likes good design, and she likes obviously her products to be represented properly because she believes in her products. And I mean, they're really phenomenal quality. The stamps, let me show you the stamps first of all. Now, the lovely thing about La Blanche stamps, and they've been this design for years and years and years, so they've got that really nice thick foam which really helps with the stamping. They're super detailed. They're actually a silicone stamp, which is really different. Do you know what? They clean wonderfully. I've actually been cleaning stamps, yes, and they actually clean up beautifully. The detail is phenomenal. That detail will absolutely stamp out. I mean, some of these are amazing. That one at the end, that has got so much detail in it. That is a phenomenal stamp. So you have got beautiful images. Oh, your gorgeous silhouette images. You can create some gorgeous under the sea scenes. You've got the boats. I love the tall ships. They are just amazing. And then, of course, you've got the mermaids. You've also got the lighthouse, which is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you can create so many different looks. I love all the teeny little fishes as well that can swim either which way. So you've got within the collection 14 stamps, which is already amazing. And some of these are big stamps and big images, but then you've got your cardstock. Now you've got 30 sheets here and 15 of each size, and this is your speciality card. It's got a gorgeous sheen on it which allows you to create so many different looks, so it allows you to create gorgeous blending. You can obviously you can introduce water to it to really add a variation to the look. I love these. See, again, when you watch Blanche doing her blending, she is amazing. It just comes together so beautifully, and that is so nice because the colours, that green, obviously mixing the blues with the gorgeous yellows there, absolutely stunning. There's loads you can do as well. This is a lovely core for techniques. It's different to work with rather than your watercolour. So obviously play with your inks, play with your different types of techniques. So many different things you can do, and I really do. I mean, look at that ship. That is such a beautiful image, isn't it? It's such a strong image. Now, this is a lovely collection. I think it's one of those that's good for any age. It's wonderful for men and for women, and it's a bargain. You're getting the whole collection over 70% now. You're saving a massive £12. This was a worldwide launch. You haven't seen this anywhere else. If you're getting it here today with that £12, you know you're getting a fantastic bargain. Now, please do not miss out on this. 276-109. Okay, let's quickly get you down this counter because we've got demos. Now, these are ace. So this is your fantastic Galaxy Flakes. I love these from Pentart. And if I show you on the board, you can see, look at the shine. Now, this is like, it's really chunky. So these are definitely not your fine glitters. These have got really chunky, fabulous flakes in. But, as you can see, I mean, there's all sorts of colours going on here. And they look good, whether they're on black or they're on white. They look different, actually. Like, that green looks really different on the white as opposed to on the black. They're gorgeous. You might just be adding these to one of your gorgeous designs. I've gone and left it over there, actually. You might be, in fact, you look at them. I'll be back. You might be adding it to your designs. You might be... I mean, it's really subtle that I've added it to this one. You might obviously be putting it in, you know, if you've got any of your resin, you might be popping it in there. If I show you, I finished it. This was the demo from the last one. I actually finished it. But can you see some of the beautiful, I don't know if you can see some of the shine. But that's what you're going to get. I'm really chuffed with that. It's worked out all right, hasn't it? But yeah, you can see I've only put it here and there, just little flecks of it, just to add even more depth to that, and obviously super shine. Right, don't miss out on that. You're getting all 4 tubs, a good sized tubs. I keep holding it. For £12, fantastic price, and they'll go a long way actually, because they are a really big tub. 332668. Next, now this is a lovely collection as well. No way, is it nearly limited? I need to demo with this. Okay. Now, you've got 20 stamps here, and this has, when me and our Catherine were chatting, we said we think it's sold out in the past, actually. Sorry, I'm trying to stand these back up again. Little rebels, they fell down when I weren't looking. Now, I love this collection. You've got stamps that'll absolutely go with our silhouette stamps. You've got backgrounds. I mean, some of these, let's have a look at the detail. So you've got the gorgeous pocket watch, which is lovely. You've got your champagne. You've actually got a couple of celebration ones. The ship, which will go. Backgrounds, I love the backgrounds. Now, the frog, that frog has got a crown on. I mean, when you see the samples, that is such a cool frog. You've then got, you've got the champagne in the bucket, you've got the beautiful little birdies, and you've got quite a few birds. The lace is incredible, and that is a big stamp as well. You've got the gentleman there, you've got little birds, you've got the postage stamp. Look, the fish with the crown on, amazing. That big flourish background. You've got Kiss Me, you've got that beautiful little watch as well. This is a massive collection. Look, I need to show you the frog. Look at that. Well cool. I mean, that's just ace, isn't it? And what Blanche has used there, she's used all those beautiful extra stamps to create the backgrounds. I mean, look at that. Creating those incredible backgrounds, which looks beautiful. Again, the background stamps, and then that gentleman, which is marvellous. Really, really cool collection of stamps. Very, very close to being limited. If you do want this, you're saving £18. Need to show you the fish in a crown. I mean, why wouldn't you? And that background, that lace background, is one of the stamps. Seriously cool is that one. Really beautiful collection. Now, if you do want that one, 2 payments, £21, it's opened up a cheeky flexi basket, which means anything else you pop in that flexi basket, you also spread the payments. If you'd like that one, 259858. 2 payments, £21. Now, first time we're seeing the rice papers in this hour. Then they're nearly limited. Good grief. You see, people have been shopping even though we haven't showed you live. Now, this is a different configuration of rice papers, and it's beautiful because you've got some really gorgeous images. So you've got the ladies, you've got the beautiful... Now, you know the MDF that we've got on the show, the Pocket Watch MDF? These fit perfectly with a pocket watch at MDF. Absolutely spot on. You've got... And she matches beautifully. And then now this is striking. Look at those. Boom. Really striking images. I love that one. I just think that is such an amazing... Again, so different. Very, very striking indeed. That is obviously using... one of the rice papers, utterly different, because you look at that and then you look at this one, and that one, I'll move that to the front for you so you can see, that one is so pretty, you know, really, really elegant, gorgeous mixed media piece with all those wonderful stencils that of course we've got on the show, and loads of beautiful embellishments. Obviously with rice paper you can use it in so many ways, including decorating boxes. So I'll bring this one, because I mean this is what rice paper is marvellous for, being able to go around boxes. So you've got that on there, whereas I finished that one, and that one's on there. Yes, I did one. And that, again, the stencils. So please do not miss out on those. It's limited stock. Wow. Mind you, only £9.99. No wonder. Limited stock. Please check your baskets out there. 826194. Sorry, is your item number if you'd like to get hold of that one before it sells out. Okay, next. Now, first time we showed you these ones as well on the show, and again, stunning. You may have seen them before, but you might have missed the show. Now, you're getting 3 of each of these, and look at the size of that. You have got so many butterflies. There's so many gorgeous ways you can use this. Now, this is decoupage paper. As you know, with La Blanche decoupage paper, you submerge this into water. I've got the right word there. Submerge. Yeah, submerge. You submerge. I said it and then thought that doesn't sound right. You submerge it into water and then pop it onto your boxes, onto whatever you want. Essentially, it's really strong. You're getting all 4 designs. You're getting 3 of each design. But look at that. I mean, if you are using that to actually cut out those elements, you've got so many elements on there. I love the design of this. It's beautiful. And again, I'm going to do that call out. If you have got this in the past and you've already made something, I'd love to see pictures. See, now that's one of the gorgeous hat boxes that sell out time and time again. How pretty is that? And it's easy. It's using the decoupage the adhesive that we have got on the show, the Pentart adhesive, but it gives you such a beautiful finish. Obviously, you can use the butterflies in a completely separate way. That's using the MDF that we have got on the show, the frames, and it's using the rope that we've also got. That's the decoupage glue, 406300. Absolutely recommend that decoupage glue for the decoupage and the rice paper. If you want the MDF that's part of this, which is absolutely gorgeous because you get the pocket watches, you get the small pocket watches, you also get the wonderful windows, and you get the little characters as well. 26 pieces there for $18.99. And if you do want, you know, the edges, that's the mouldable wood, which is well cool. And I mean, on there, doesn't that look beautiful? And it's that one as well. You're getting a metre of that, along with those gorgeous corners, for $9.99. You see, I'd be multi-buying that, because that is seriously cool. Anyway, all of those available. Your decoupage kit, however, if you do want to get hold of that one, £16.99, and almost 60% of the stock. has gone. 142739. Okay, last but not least, I used this in the last hour. I've used it a few times actually. So you've got your 3 spritzers. Now your spritzers gorgeous. The Pentart spritzers, the sort of red and that gorgeous gold, they've got your mica in, so they're going to give you sheen, whereas the blue one is just colour, which works wonderfully together actually, because sometimes you don't want too much sheen. You've then got crackle glaze, which is ace. I mean, I love a crackle paste. It's a white crackle paste as well, which is super cool. And then you've got the chameleon varnish, wax, which is just beautiful. Now, I used this in the last demonstration for this. So essentially, the colours that you see on here are this kit. The only thing I've added in colour is black gesso that I've gone around the edges. All the other colours of this kit essentially. So the actual crackle glaze, that's this one. And then the blue, the red, that shine, you can see the wax on there as well. Really gorgeous. I've even coloured tinted the ribbon with these. I mean, there's loads you can do. Have a look at the crackle. The crackle glaze is definitely a favourite of our Blanche's because she's used it on so many of the gorgeous projects. I mean, have a look at that. And that wax is beautiful. It really, really gives you an incredible golden sheen. Absolutely stunning. Let me show you this one. I love that. Look at that. She sends them from Germany. I know I say it a lot, but every time, you know, when you open the boxes and you see the finished samples, she sends that from Germany. I mean, they are amazing. I know Wonderful Sam does a lot of the organisation and packing, so thank you ever so much, because wow, isn't that phenomenal? Love it. Okay, if you do want this kit from Pentart, loads and loads of playing in that one. Only £16.99. 939428. Now, it is already busy on the phones. If there's anything you want, please check your baskets out. This is the last live hour. Obviously, the prices go up at 6 o'clock. Is it? At 6 o'clock, so you've got till then, but this is your last live hour. Now, our lovely Blanche, she did send in some wonderful demos. Let's see her using that beautiful one-day special.
Hi, here is Blanche. Today I would like to introduce our new stamp set, Maritime, to you. There are beautiful corals and underwater plants in this kit. I especially like the stamp with the air bubbles, but this coral stamp is also very detailed and is wonderful for backgrounds. There are 2 mermaids in this kit, one on a rock, and this is underwater, where you can see the corals and the water plants. This mermaid sits on a rock that protrudes from the sea, and you can see the waves here. There are also 2 sailing ships and a lighthouse. You can play with these, for example, that the mermaid look in the direction of the lighthouse or in the direction of a sailing ship. First I take archival ink Seafarer and I work on specialty stamping paper. Now I take archival ink Jet Black. Now I take archival ink Seafarer for coloring. And this is Distress Ink Broken China. And again archival ink Seafarer. This is Distress Ink Mermaid Lagoon. And this is Distress Ink Broken China. Now I take archival ink Seafarer. For the lights behind the windows, I use Distress Ink Mustard Seed. And this is Distress Ink Antique Linen. This is water. Now I seal the picture with finishing wax from Pant Art.
Isn't that good? We were all just watching it going, oh, she's so good. So good. Okay, I'm going to have a play. So I'm using the speciality card. Now, the speciality card has sold out on its own. The only way of getting this now is with the one-day special. I'm mixing it up. So I'm going to use some of the stamps from that big collection that we've got. And I mean, the detail of this, I'll just crack on and show you because it is absolutely sensational. I'm using the Stays On ink. The speciality card is fantastic. There's loads and loads of inks you can use on this. The Stays On is brilliant because it, as it suggests, it absolutely stays on, which means then you can work over the top of it. I have used my Distress Oxides with it, my normal Distress. Obviously, you saw Blanche there using the beautiful archival. Please play, but just don't play with your different techniques as well. You know, don't think it'll only do certain things. Definitely use it for techniques. So inking the stamp up, it's a Blanche stamp. So all you need to do, and honestly, it feels like you're not putting any pressure down. I mean, that wonderful foam mounted stamp really does, it really does work. So just squidging it down, it's fabulous. You know, it's like, that works, that. What a cracking invention. So, you're just going round. I'm making sure I put pressure on everything because it's a big stamp. And look at that design. Isn't that exquisite? Right, flip that over now. So I'm going on the other side. So I wanted to mix those colours up again. So I'm going in with an orange first. And then going in with the red. Now, I'm creating a background. Love this. And that stamp is exquisite. I mean, imagine that stamp. It's a massive background stamp. You could obviously use these with the writing. You could be using these on fabric. You know, there's loads and loads of ways you could use these stamps. So I'm lining up the edge of the stamp with my card. When I did this before, I did it central and tried to line it up central. You know, when you think, yeah, there's an easier way to do that, kid, because I'm going to cut the card down anyway. So just squidging on, and you don't need to put much pressure. It's the density of the foam that really helps with the pressure, and of course, the quality of the actual stamps. And then when we peel that off, wow. So you've got that sensational, sensational finish. So that's the first one. The second one, I'm going to use the wonderful pocket watch, and this time I'm going to go in with the black. And I love this because now you can start to layer, you can start to add different textures to the images, and this is from the Exploration. So both of these stamps so far are from the Exploration. So if you do want that one, that is nearly limited stock, don't miss out. I mean, it has been on before, but it's sold out. Look at that. That is so crisp. It sits beautifully over that other stamp. Absolutely adore that image. I'm then going to use, now this again from the Exploration, really cool background stamp. So just adding my layers. And at the minute it looks really clean and crisp and beautiful. Now, just because, hold on, do it this way. Just because these are big, thick stamps, it doesn't mean you don't have to do your technique. So I'm sure you know what I'm like. I like to just stamp a little bit of the actual stamp. So what I mean is, so I've inked it up, but I don't want the full thing. So I'm literally just going to, which way should I do it? I'm literally just going to pop a little bit. So I've put pressure in the centre of the stamp. That means I'm only getting a little bit of that image. That's exactly what I want. So I don't want the full thing, so I'm just creating a beautiful sort of crackle background. Spin that. And again, just inking that up a little bit, and then just popping a pressure on, so I'm bending the stamp just slightly, so that just allows me to touch that, and I love this. So you're just allowing part of the image to come in. So they're a solid stamp, but you've still got some flexibility there. So it just allows you to build up that background. I have got another background stamp, but I feel that I might be pushing... No, I'm not pushing my luck, am I? No, I might change colour though, because I like this grey. That's a beautiful colour. There we go. So just pop another bit of background in here, like so, and a bit over here. Boom. So you've got some good background stamps in that exploration kit. It is really, really beautiful. Okay, and then the last bit just coming in like so. Perfect. I am going to be cutting this down, so let's move that out the way. Let's move that out the way. So before I bother doing any inking, I like doing this because, oh, don't cut it down without drying it, Leonie. Think about this. Dry it first. So heat set it because you don't want the ink to move. I've used permanent inks. Permanent inks will dry perfectly. I love the way this card reacts with your permanent inks. You know, you can do so much with it. And obviously you saw Blanche blending the colours. So using the archival and the distress to get them to blend, which does give you such an interesting look. And I like it because you're, like you'll see in a second, blending over the top of this, it allows us to blend over the top, but it doesn't go anywhere. So that ink has just set, which is fabulous. So just chop that down a little bit. So I've got a lot of detail. Perfect. There we go. So that's my first layer, which I want to cut that side down a little bit as well. Sorry. It's where that stamp ends. That's where I've decided is going to be the end of my my card. Now I love that. That's already a really beautiful background, isn't it? However, this is going to be a background and I want it a little bit more distressed. So just to show you that you can use your distress. Now I have been using your normal distress, but this time I'm going in with oxides just to prove that you can definitely use your oxides. Okay, the exploration stamps are limited stock. If you do want these, you do need to check your baskets out. Limited stock. So look at this. I'm working directly over the top of that and it's not budging. I mean, and look, you can just get those colours to blend wonderfully. I've already done one of these, so I don't need to do the full thing. I'll just do half of it to show you what I'm doing. So look how cool that looks. So you've got the blue sitting on top of that orange, which looks absolutely gorgeous. And then I do the full thing, but then just get a little bit of water and just way too much water, but actually doesn't matter. I know. Cheeky bucket of water there. But actually, look, it doesn't matter, because whatever you do, it just looks cool. Look how it lifts it off. And the thing is, if you then go back in, you just get another layer of colour. I absolutely adore that. I like that better than the one I've already done. That's your base, okay? That's one I prepared earlier. Much prefer the first one. But anyway, funny, isn't it? That's what I've prepared. But then we're going to go for our one-day special. So that's our background done, as you can see. But then the one-day special. Now, with the one-day special, I must admit, I have got a favourite. The ships are absolutely my favourite. But I must admit, I do love that one, but I'm going to go with the ship again because I just adore these images. They are just sensational. So, I'm going with the archival, like so. So, stamping with the archival, first of all, this will give me that really good image. And we've been using, of course, we've been using the speciality card because that's what they come with. Of course, you're going to be able to use any card. I mean, these are going to look good on all your backgrounds. So experiment. You know, dig out some of the stuff you've already done. Now, just stamping that a little bit of pressure, and that's all you need. And just lift that image. Boom. Isn't that strong? Again, gorgeous, gorgeous image. Heat set that before you start to add colour. Now, I must admit, the blending, those backgrounds that Blanche does, she's amazing. That isn't, I'm definitely not as good as Blanche with those backgrounds. You know, it's one of those, we all have different skill sets. And that is, yeah, that's like, oh, that's really good. But it doesn't mean you don't have different skill sets. We all have them. So if you take, let me just get some of my gorgeous cardstock that I've been working with. So I want the ship to have a little bit of black, and I'll go in, let me just get a clean sponge. So if I go in with my ink, and again, with this, I'm just going to take a little bit of ink to give me the line for my C, like this. So just bringing that ink out. So whereas Blanche will get that beautiful blended background, I'm going to play with this. Like so. It's funny though, because I mean straight away it looks really good. It's one of those images, I think, because it's such a strong image, you can get away with doing all sorts. You know, you can really, really play with the image. Let's bring in another little bit of blue, and I must admit the blues, the Ranger, the archival blues, that Seafarer, I know that Blanche was just using this, that is such a beautiful colour. And let me just find, oh, I'll use a little sponge again for my Seafarer. I wanted to use one of these sponges. I do apologise, I were really organised and then stopped being really organised. There we go. So just picking up a little bit of the Seafarer, and again just using that. Okay, your one day special is really busy now. It is the last chance. Over 80% of the stock has now gone. If you'd love to go for it, I love that. You just don't need much with this. It's just so effective. So now, all I want to do, just to add in a little bit of blue. Now, oh, I'll stay with me Distress oxides. Just again, just to prove you can still use your Distress oxides. So just bringing your oxide in. Watch your fingers. I am terrible at putting my fingers all over this. Terrible at it. Look, now. Oh, I hate it. I do it all the time. I get really mucky hands all over it. Beautiful blue sea. I'm not having this as a full blend because I want to play with this. I haven't finished that yet. So, and I'd like this because we all have different skill sets. Because as I was saying, you know, my skill set isn't creating those incredible blends like a wonderful Blanche does. And that's the wonderful thing about it. We're crafting, so we've all got different skills, and of course we've all got things that we absolutely love doing. So if I go now with the gorgeous red, so I've got all my oxides out, all the oxides. So let's get in there with a bit of red, first of all, which is beautiful. Oh, I didn't even know there was a new colour. God, I'm so out of touch, aren't I, with the rest of life? There's a new colour. Oh, do you know, no one knows what it is, and that is, and I didn't even know it were happening. I'm so out of touch with the rest of crafty life, aren't I? Okay, so a bit of red. Then we're going to go in with a little bit of orange. And I do enjoy this because even though, you know, you think, oh, I'm not sure. Watch the way it blends. Isn't that just fabulous? Look at that blend. It's well cool. And that is absolutely not me, because this is absolutely down to that cardstock. Who are you? And then let's get that really nice yellow. The cardstock, it has sold out on its own, remember. If you do want this, you do need to check your baskets out. See, look at that. That is so nice. And then now we do want a little bit of blue back in there. Let's mix it up. Let's put some of the Mermaid Lagoon from the regular from the regular Distress, and just bring that in as well. Love it. Like so, and that'll give you that nice green. If you want to blend that back, you just get your yellow and just go back over to create that soft blend. Isn't it cool? Absolutely love it. So, I mean, I'm definitely not as good at doing the blends as our Blanche, but I absolutely adore that. Love it, love it, love it. And I think it's nice to have the movement there. Again, I do like adding the water, I must admit. So just giving it a lovely spritz, because I love that movement. I love having that little bit of, you know, that texture. So if you don't pull it up straight away, you can see that lovely texture happening in there, which I absolutely adore. Because this is a distress oxide, however, give it a wipe over as well. So I'm going to pull that up now because I know a lot of it is shifted and moved. Like so. Perfect. So distress oxide. So let's just shift it. Now, can you see off that black? I'm going to spritz on that slightly. So on the black, because it's an oxide, look. Did you see that, how they lifted it? So go over the top. Because it's an oxide, you've got obviously your chalky finish on it. If you go over the top with a bit of water, it'll remove that chalky finish. Now, I would, what time is it? Oh, 33. Right, I'm not going to put a glaze over it just because of time. So now, I've got my base card, which is like that. And then that's going to sit over the top there, which I absolutely adore. All I need, I won't glue these together just because of time, but all I'll be putting on, and I forgot to cut my matten layer out, which is terrible. Look, and I just wanted a matten layer. And what I thought was, you've got that really cool background, which is all vintage, but then you've got that beautiful, see, I still prefer that one now. You always get this with crafting, don't you? If you make something amazing, I mean, it's brilliant, but you'll never be able to do it again. So sometimes that's a bit of a sickener. There we are, just, my trimmer, needs a new blade. So popping that on there, like so, and then that's going to sit on there, like so, which I just adore. Have a little look-see. That's using your beautiful one day special. It's using your exploration as well. Have we got any of those? Right, it is looking really vulnerable. If you do want that, please check your baskets out. Do you know what I am going to do? I mean, you don't have to watch me, you can, but I am actually going to bring some of that texture into that image, because I just think, looking at it, it's like, oh, do you know what? I think it'd really work. Just, and it jolly well does. So just a little bit of that. So it looks like we're going to pretend it's like an old photograph. So just framing it with that gorgeous texture stamp. There. Loving that. And again, that's from that Explorer set. And it's ace because that has just got teeny tiny little dots. And look how cool they are. You've got, it's one of those again, you know, where one stamp has got so many different elements to it. Yeah, like that. And then, I love it. I finished and then thought, oh, hold on a minute. A bit of this, have a cheeky play. There, now I'm happy. So pop that on there. Boom. Love it, love it. Isn't that such a good image? Oh, I love it. It's quite dreamy. Now, if you do want this, we have got queues on the phones. Please do not miss out on your one day special. Don't miss out on the Explorer set, because that is ridiculously busy. Obviously, the Blanche videos are just phenomenal. I mean, she's amazing. Here's another fantastic demonstration from Blanche herself.
I start with archival ink jet black, and I work on specialty stamping paper. For coloring, I use the Distress inks, and I start with the Distress ink Barn Door and Ripe Persimmon. get a darker red, I take aged mahogany. And now I use a couple ink jet black. And again, Distress Ink Ripe Persimmon. For the sun, I take mustard seed. Now I seal everything with Panned Art finishing wax. After drying, I polish the picture.
Gosh, it is incredible. I have to say, I've sat in the studio watching a combination of Leonie's demonstrations and Blanche at work there, just spellbound, I have to say. Wow, incredible. If this is your first time with La Blanche and the amazing stamps and the strong imagery and everything else, and you've been inspired, act upon that inspiration this afternoon, because this is the last live hour of this one-day special. It's a nice big saving here as well, actually. £12 saving on something that is brand spanking new as well. Nobody's seen this before. This is an absolute premiere launch. It's beautiful, and the stamps themselves, Leonie's demo there with just that one ship. If you just use that one image over and over and over and over and over again, the amount of enjoyment that comes, the amount of ideas that Leonie's just sparked off from just that one ship image is incredible. But there are so many more, because there are 14 stamps in this collection, and there's a couple of different collections as well. So this is the maritime collection, which is lovely. So you have got, though, that wonderful tall ship with a slight list. I love it. Go under the sea with a lovely seaweed and a lovely mermaid, the really strong lighthouse as well. Love that demo earlier with Blanche, with the lighthouse just sending out that beam of light out into the sea. In fact, we've got that demo, we've got that piece here that Blanche created from that demo VT that we saw earlier, which is just, I mean, that's amazing. And even how it was created was amazing as well, because it may be using techniques that you have never ever seen before. Now, we are approaching limited stock, and this is the last live hour to see the one-day special as well. The price is live until 6 o'clock. The show is only live until 5 o'clock, because of course then we move on and we launch another one-day special, which is just absolutely brilliant. So, Galaxy Flakes. I have to say, as soon as, and it's funny, I was sat behind the cameras when Leonie was showing you these first time, and I have to tell you, what you see with your own two eyes versus what the television camera sees on telly, these are magnify the wonder by at least a factor of 10, I would say, because they are incredible. They are very, very chunky flakes, as you can see. They've got amazing names as well. Eris Pink, Satin Green, Mercury White, and I'm going to say Uranus Blue and leave it at that. 332668, and I have to say, from Pentart, these are incredible. Not only the texture of these flakes, but I have to tell you that the whole jolly lot weighs absolutely next to nothing. You hold that on the palm of your hand, you barely know that there was a feather there. Beautiful, but the effect that they give, especially on the black card, is just exceptional. And let me tell you, what you can see on the camera there is only a small proportion of the wonder that your own two eyes will see. Amazing. Okay, let's move on to another just awesome stamp set, and this is kind of the realm of the fantasy and folly. It's called the Exploration Pack. Leonie, I know, has absolutely loved this set because it can take you in so many different directions. Now, we are extremely limited stock on this one, so once you've had a good look, bear in mind that this is the last live hour for La Blanche today. So one-day special prices revert obviously at 6 o'clock, but this is now limited stock, so we could be saying goodbye to this. Now, you see the different stamps there with the textures that you're just going past there. Think about the different ways that Leonie's been using those in the backgrounds of other pieces as well. Lovely. And I love the fact that you go from a very classic, beautiful sort of bird there, almost like it's lifted straight from, you know, the Encyclopedia Britannica of your childhood. Other encyclopedias, I'm sure, may be available, to the realms of the absolutely whimsy and ridiculous. The fish with the crown, that amazing flourish. Doesn't that put you in mind of big French designers? Do you know what I mean? You can just see someone's name through that. It could be any name, couldn't it? Beautiful. You've got the clocks in there. You've got the film strip in there. There's so many different directions for this, and so many different ways of using it as well. £41.99. Very, very popular. Very, very busy indeed. Technically sold out, actually. Technically everything that we have right now is in basket, so I would urge you to check those out as quickly as you possibly can. Right, let's move on to the wonderful rice papers, and my word, I want these. I absolutely want them. You don't need a reason for them at all. This is one of those buys that you don't need a reason for at all, but they are incredible, and the quality of the rice paper is just, I mean, look at that. The imagery just, it takes your breath away, doesn't it? Because again, you go from the sublime and the serene to the absolutely kind of edgy, you know. I mean, that's really, I mean, that is kind of gallery worthy straight away into a frame, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's something that you would want somewhere in your life one way or the other. And of course, rice papers allow you to do incredible things like cover round boxes, hat boxes, incorporate them into lots and lots of different mixed media projects as well. I love it. This is just like, wow, you can create all of these things yourself with very little material, rather than having to go out and source it, or actually go and, you know, bid for artworks like these in auctions. Incredible. That's all now technically sold out as well. Everything that we have is in allocations right now in baskets. So again, please do check out your baskets. Right, okay, on to the decoupage papers now. And again, absolutely exquisite to have 12 sheets in all. Is it 2 of each of 6 different designs, is it? Is that the way that this works? I think it is, isn't it? 4 designs, should I say, yes. So 3 sheets of each. They are incredible, and all you do is submerge, or let's use Leonie's new word, submerge these in water, and then use them for lots and lots of, I love that. I think that's incredible, and I love the aging of that. And then again, almost directly out of the you know, the nature books of your childhood is this amazing butterfly collection as well. It's incredible, isn't it? 12 sheets there, £16.99, again from La Blanche. Everything is so heartfelt. Approaching 70%, so almost 3/4 of what I know is a substantial stock sold out and gone. Right, on to our pent art right now, and it's the media mixed mist spray, should I say. You've got everything going on here to complement everything you see from La Blanche as well. So you've got wax paste, you've got the crackling paste, and you've got these amazing mists as well. They are beautiful, really, really wonderful. You can see, I don't know if you can see the mica just sitting there in the bottom of that one. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, please, everything that you see in this show, it's like being in a big dream. This isn't like a big Parisian art fest. I love it. I really, really do. Please do check out your baskets. We are very, very busy on the phone lines as well, by the way, so thank you for your patience there as well. It's only a couple of minutes here and there, so stay right where you are on the phone lines. Let's check out as well 939428, of course, for your pent art. Right, okay, I think do we have another Blanche demo as well before we head back to Leonie, who I know just wants to do 1,000 things with you as well. We need a 5-hour show, even though this is the last live one as well. But let's go back to Blanche now and see another one of her amazing demos.
First, I'll use VersaFine Clair Monarch. I work on specialty stamping paper. Now I use archival ink Seafarer. This is archival ink Shadow Grey. And archival ink Cornflower Blue. And now this is archival ink Shadow Grey. Again, I use archival ink Cornflower Blue. Now I use VersaFine Clair Summertime for the fishes. And again, archival ink Seafarer.
See, she's brilliant, isn't she? That one day special is fantastic. It is almost limited stock. You can create so many different looks, whether it's under the sea, on top of the sea, on the waves. It's stunning. Please check your baskets out, though. This is the last hour. Okay, something I haven't shown within the shows. When you see Blanche's finished, you know when you see the finished samples, you know that wonderful sort of glass finish that she gets? Now, that always looks so professional, doesn't it? I mean, look at that finish. Now, we have got the products, and if you want this, that's the Seafarer's decoupage paper. The decoupage paper, the maritime. Yeah. Has it gone? Did that sell out? That sold out. We got the stencils. Boom. And we've got those bottles probably, and we've got the spritzers. So we've got all those bits, which do come together and make wonderful pieces. So what I've got, I'm going to use this that I made earlier. I really, really like this. It's using that beautiful mouldable wood, which is gorgeous. It's using the fantastic blanks, so that's the MDF blank. And I've just put my stamped one day special under here. So it's all ready to go. I'm just hoping there's no gaps for this to seep through, but I think we'll be fine. Also using other, you know, the balls that come with the that massive tub of gel medium, and it's the matte gel medium from Pentot. Really good. Now, what I've done, I've popped out equal measures of this, so it's basically a resin. But I tell you what, the finish on this is just beautiful. So I've just popped part A, so you get part A and part B. So I've got those ready, and I'm just making sure I've got nearly all part A in there. And then my part B. I wanted to show you this before we run out of time, because you see so much of this in Blanche's work, and it looks beautiful. It gives you such an incredible finish. So, and you don't, I mean, I've mixed, how much have I mixed? Two parts of each one. So, but I have used that big piece that I've done. This is, I've still got stuff left from that. This is still left from that big piece, and I bet I've still got a little bit left in those bottles. So it does go quite a long way. So just mixing it. You need to mix it well. So make sure you mix it with your wooden spatula. Make sure you can get in, you know, in the container, so you're scooping it all out, and just give it a really good mix. I had another decoupage demo as well. Do you think I'll have time with that or not? 4 minutes. Okay, well, I'll just quickly show you this. 2.5. 1 minute. The cheeky monkeys. So just give it a right good mix. Okay. Have I literally only got 2.5 minutes? Oh, I'm gutted because I cut that decoupage out. 3.5, okay. Right, I'll stop stirring. You might want to stir a bit longer. until, I must admit, when I stirred this, I stirred it until it was kind of going clear. When you tap it, air bubbles will come to the top, which means you can pop your air bubbles, which is really handy. So give it a tap. I'm obviously not going to faff because I have got another demo. And then all I did was pour it on. Now, you can use this with your Galaxy Flakes. If you put your Galaxy Flakes in this, it looks seriously amazing. Now, all I did from there, then obviously, yeah, I was a bit scared. When I first did my first one, I was a bit scared. Now, what you do then is just tip it, okay? And it moves. So literally, you're working your way round your frame. So just keep allowing it to move. Like this. And honestly, it's easy and it gives you such a beautiful, beautiful glass finish. See how cool is that? And I thought when I first put it on, I'd have to just fill up the whole thing with it. But actually, no, you're fine, which means that it'll go a nice long way. And do try it with those beautiful crystal flakes. See, look at that. Now, I did this earlier. I did stir mine longer, to be honest, so I don't know if that'll be cloudy. I stirred mine longer. But I did that in between the last show and this show, and that I'm not sticking my finger in it, but it doesn't look like it's still moving. I'd leave it 24 hours though, definitely, but that is stunning. And I mean, it is a stunning piece anyway. Only $11.99 if you want to go for that. I know I've only a minute and a half, so I won't get a chance to do my demo. Okay, the one day special is limited stock. I wanted to show you this because I wanted to show you, this is your decoupage, okay? Now your decoupage sheet, what time have I got? 1 minute, I'm not going to have time, am I? So your decoupage sheet, you would put this on. I haven't got time. Put your water, put it on with your wonderful decoupage glue. Your decoupage glue is on today's show. It does come with a ceramic glue, so. But look, the wonderful thing about this is, quick, I'm being careful because I didn't want to splash glue everywhere, but now I'm not being careful. Look, you put this on, but then that decoupage, you take it out of the water and it simply slips into place. I love this stuff, which I just think's amazing. You'll then use your cloth to just get the water and get any air bubbles out of there. But then use another rice paper sold out, but the rice paper would look amazing on the top of that. Boom, like that. Layer them up. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Check your baskets out. Next, you've got another one day special, the mighty Clarity. You've then got not the studio lights, the one day special, is it? And then beautiful practical publishing. I'll shut up. Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the loose seat style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. We also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. We also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Yes, indeed. Good evening. We'll go early evening. We'll go early evening. Good evening, early evening. How are you? Thank you to little Derek for the last 3 hours. Bless him. Off he goes on his bike into the distance. We'll see him at Christmas. Now, possibly will. Now, I'm not going to rattle too much this hour for the sheer fact we have brand new demos with the stamps and also the masks as well, and they're going to take up the majority of the hour. So do not fear. This is an hour packed full of demos. Now, these stamps were on yesterday and already 2/3 of the stock has already gone here as well. Before we go any further though, before I get carried away in the wonderful world of Clarity stamps, I have a little message. Yes, Jim, yeah. I must say happy birthday to my mother. My mother's birthday today. I must say happy birthday. I hope you've had a good day. We FaceTimed this morning as well. Everyone says happy birthday in my ear as well. They're all loving it. So happy birthday. There we go. That gets me good sun points. 'Cause it's on the telly box. But let's get back to Clarity, is what we're talking about. Clarity stamps are polymer resin. They're hand-poured and hand-finished, each and every single one of them. You can see at a glance how beautiful and deeply etched they are from the images that you're looking on screen as well. They are absolutely beautiful, and when you look at these stamps, you know instantly that they are Clarity, and that's what I like. Each one is hand-poured and looked over individually. So every single time, in Barbara's own words, you are going to get a crisp and precise image. But not only are you getting the stamps with these, you're also getting the masks as well. Now, with the masks, I will show you the wood one. It corresponds with the bottom. So with this, you can see now you can start masking and layering, you can start matting up. So you've got these beautiful masks on there. So you can now start overlaying and getting depth and texture to your details as well. And every single set of stamps also comes with a set of masks as well. We're very busy for these already. Remember as well, you're also getting the 2 mounts included to put your work onto. To put those stamps onto, so you're going to get that crisp image every single time, and you are getting 2 of these as well. Now Barbara loves these, they are amazing as well because you've got that grip, and then you can also see, so you can hold it there and put the pressure on, but you can still see what you're stamping. Okay, so you still know what's going on, and you can hold them at any angle, and you are getting 2 of these, which I think is amazing. I've never seen a stamp bundle with them included before. £40 and 46 pence across flexible payments. There's also Flexi on this as well, which is phenomenal. £44 and 96 pence, or 2 Freedom Flexis on this at £20 and 23 pence. An amazing price for 4 sets of stamps that you can do so much with. Now I have loads of inspiration to show you, but before I show you the inspiration that I've got here, I'm going to hand over to the lady herself. She's so busy these days with all her Facebook Lives every single day that she does from Clarity Towers. Let's go now over to Barbara herself for her first demonstration.
Okay, so let's have another look at those lovely stamps, and let me show you another little trick. You know, yesterday when we were looking at them, we established how easy it was to top and tail. Do you remember? That was the first thing that we did. Let's turn it around the right way. You're the best. Yeah, so we topped and tailed by just introducing a piece of masking tape, do you recall? And then we were able to introduce our lovely mini word chains which sit in there so nicely. We knew that we could reduce it like so as well. Then what we also did was we made clever use of the masks. So for example, on this one you stamp the rockery, you cover the rockery, you stamp. In this case, even though with the rockery you've got your lisianthus, what we did was we used the roses because again it's very interchangeable, isn't it? And then we also learned, for example, how to tessellate, in other words, how to extend. So we took the logs, didn't we? And we figured out that you cover up and then you can start to repeat stamps, so you get a seamless log pile or a seamless rockery. So that was the other thing that we learned how to do. And we established the fact that they're very interchangeable, aren't they? You can take the roses and you can add them to the log pile. You can take the lisianthus and add them to the grass. I mean, they're all very interchangeable as well. So that was what we did the last time we looked at the stamps. And what I want to do this time, but that's nice as well. I like that one. That's just showing you the same as that, but with a different pattern. Really cool. So this time what I want to do is take a look at how to make an aperture like this. And again, you can use any one of the stamps around the outside. So let's take a look at how to do this. Very easy indeed. We're going to take our stencil card, that's for sure. And then I think what I'll do is I'll take a Post-it or a sticky fixer, like one of these anyway, right? You know what they are. Right, and we're going to pop that round in the centre. Let's just stand up for this one so I can get it in the centre as best I can. Right, that'll do. Okay, so I've got it in the centre now. And then what I want to do is I'm going to take my stamp, because I measured it exactly. I stamped this on a Post-it, and then I cut it so that it's exactly the length of the edge of the stamp. Okay, and then I'm going to take my archival black or VersaFine, nice black ink pad anyway. And now what I'm going to do is keep you know, we were talking about the straight line there. I'm going to put that on the Post-it. So when I go over, let me just get my head out of the way for you. I'm going to stamp like this over the Post-it, and I'm going to make sure that that little line, let me just go to the other camera, sorry about that. The line is on the Post-it, do you see? So that way you get a lovely image. Let me just sharpen it up. Oh, the joys of transparent stamping. Now, if I can do that 3 more times, I'll be well happy. But you see that the little line is off. So in other words, it's open like so. We're going to reintroduce the lines ourselves. Then you're going to turn the artwork, and we're just going to do this another 3 times around the outside. So again, just ink up. It doesn't take long, and you can do this with any one of these, stamps. It works really nicely. Right, there you go. We're just going to make sure that we're on the yellow. You can come down onto the yellow as far as you like. In a minute, it's going to be so busy, you won't be able to see. You won't be able to see the joins or the imperfections. And one of the things that I learned a long time ago is if I stamp something up like this, and I miss a little bit, let's say, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I'm just going to get my micron pen out, you know, these pens, and I'm going to use that as a correction pen. So if I've missed a little bit or it looks a bit ropey, it doesn't matter. Just turn it round and then use the pen to make up the difference. If say your daisy's, you know, missing a couple of petals or the leaf didn't come out perfectly, that's the magic of the micron pen. We sell them in little packs of 7. They're brilliant, all different sizes. It'll be the 005 or the number 1 that you'll use for your correcting. And that's one of the ones that we're going to grab in a minute. See, so we've gone all the way around, excuse me, and then when we take this away, there's our box, you see. So we've got our aperture, really easy, like that. Now, if you wanted to, let's have a look. Let's go back to number 2. If I wanted to, I could take this, let's just re-establish this frame, like so, put it back where it belongs, right? Now, if I were inclined, I could take depending on what I want to do, I could take a brush and I could add colour around the outside like this, or even when you think there's nothing, this is a dry brush. I haven't even let the black ink dry properly, but I'm just showing you that you can reassess. I can go, let me find a pink ink pad, just quickly, let me find, there you go, Blushing Rose. And you'll see that by adding that box in there, let's just grab this. Right, like that. And then you just flick out like so. I mean, I should have let the ink dry, but I didn't. That's all right, though. It just occurred to me, I thought, actually, I could show you this as well, because this is a really great way of establishing the aperture, you see. So what you do is you go into the middle of your mask, and then you flick out with the brushes. These brushes are dynamite for this. And when you lift this away, look, see, you can, it's brilliant, really, because you, with very little effort, you're creating a really smashing opening. It certainly takes out that whiteness out the back, look, see? Just sweep, but it's always in the middle and flick, 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 flick. So these brushes, they come in a box of 4, absolutely dynamite. They're the best. And when you lift this away, you see, look, you've got your aperture there, real subtle, and you've got that graduated effect. So you don't need to have that much colouring going on once you've done that, do you? So let's just take that, for example, let's just assume that we've done that. Now the other thing we can do, we've got choices, you see. We could take our, and put the lid on there. At this point, we've got loads of choices. We could take our colouring pencils, our pergoliners, and we can start colouring in, just like we did there. You know, we can do all that. If you're interested in that, go back to catch up. It was on the show at 1 o'clock yesterday. So that's one option to colour in. See? Now the other thing that we can do is we can take our designer paper. So let's go, for example, again, I'm in love with, I've always liked Indian Summer. I think it's a fantastic colour. So we can go to our Indian Summer papers, and then we can put this on top of our Indian Summer, and we can decide which colour we want. See, I really like this one. See, that one would be good with the pink now. Right, that was the one we used yesterday, but I think this is going to be nice as well. See, the pink isn't, there's a bit of pink in that one as well, which is lovely. So I'm going to go with that one. Let me show you. So you take your 8x8, your card blank, you put that on top. Well, it needs something, doesn't it? So now I've taken my 8x8 designer paper and I've trimmed it back so it sits on there nicely. Lovely, hey? Now what I could also do, if I had a mind to, I could cut the centre out of this and then lift it out, because it's going to be hidden anyway behind here. Right, so waste not, want not. I could die cut the centre of this out. Right, now I'm going to pop that on there, and then I could take that centre and I could put it in there like so. And now suddenly you've got an optical illusion. It looks as though this is running through the back, doesn't it? Yeah? So now we've done that, so you know where you're headed with this, you know what colours you're using. You could add a little flash of blue to the flowers now to bring out the blue from the paper. That would look super, wouldn't it? And there's two little things I want to show you, because then what you're going to put in the middle. Right, so we've got these fantastic stamps. They're some of our oldest ones, but they're beautiful, look. So you could put a beautiful verse in there. However you spend it, whatever you do, hoping this day is special for you. Sending a little note your way, wishes for a lovely day. No matter how you spend your day, hope it's special in every way. Isn't that lovely? I'm going to go with that one. I'm going to go with however you spend it, whatever you do, hoping this day is special for you. That'll do. And one of the advantages of using this little piece here, rather than, because of course you know what you could do as well, you could cut this out, couldn't you, and then stamp through the hole. But this is a lot easier, in my opinion. Right, let's see, famous last words. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, I'm not going to do it again, but I can't see why it wouldn't work. In fact, good practice this is. I'm just inking up the stamp, right, ink, 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 ink. Look, new ink pad. Treated myself on this auspicious occasion. Right, but what I also want to do is take a piece of copy paper and check, because it's a brand new stamp that I haven't even used yet. I need to season it, if you like. Just one layer of ink on it and make sure that it's good and that it's going to be perfect. Beautiful, right? So now I know that works. Now I've got to decide, yeah, that'll do. Right, now I'm going to ink up the stamp again because I've seasoned it, so I know that it works. See, we used to do that for you, and now, because of the new way that we make stamps, it's all a little bit different, isn't it? But it's okay, it's going to be cool. So then we're just going to hover with the handle till we're happy with the position, and then lower, right? And then as you lower, just press on the flat of the stamp. There you go. I love these stamps. Talk about old is gold. Right, and then when you do that, lift that off. Perfect. Now, so, done that. Right, we've got that. That's going to look lovely. Let's have a look in here, like so. See, that'll look smashing. Just right like that. Okay. But one thing there's a little line that we're going to reintroduce. I'm going to take that out, let that dry for a minute. And here comes the what are these called? Micron pens. Let's take the Micron pen and the groovy ruler, the Pergamano ruler with the groovy grip. So I talked about this yesterday too, because if you're going to get a stash, you want stuff that's really useful. Thing about having a Pergamano ruler with the groovy grip on it. So if you take the groovy grip off, all this is like a piece of, it looks like a bit of plastic, but it comes from, it's great, this is, look. And what you do is, it just is sheets like this. It's not sticky, but when you load it onto your ruler, it stops the ruler sliding around. So you take it off, right, use it without, and you'll find you just slide around. You can't help it. You press hard and then you start slipping, especially when you're cutting, right? So this has got a cutting edge, this ruler as well, the Pergamano ruler. So, but if we put the groovy grip on here now, right, you know what I mean, when you suddenly start sliding around, you think, oh no. Right, now the thing about the groovy grip is, when I lean on it, it stops. It doesn't matter how hard I press, the groovy grip stops it sliding. So now I can go in and I can add my inner line with here. I can join up all this lot, you see, like so, and I don't have to worry about suddenly sliding around because I'm leaning on the, as soon as I lean on the ruler, it doesn't do that anymore. And you'll see just a simple line like this with so it's loose until I press, and as soon as I press, it's stuck. It's not going anywhere. Then I hold it like that. And what's great is because we used a little a flash of pink around the post-it with the brush, we can see all this is doing is just creating the divide. And even if, like on this corner here, there's a little bit of the line from the original stamp didn't go on the, makes no difference whatsoever. Still looks great. There, you see. So now I've used my my micron pen, the same micron pen that we used to do the little doodles. Do you remember? You can still do all that. You can still put your leaf work in. You can put your centers. You can do your dots. You can really look. You can. Do you remember? You can add depth to the flower. Can you see this? So easy to do. We do this when we're doodling. There you go. See? So straight away you're changing the flowers as well. So you can add your own originality to that. And then, so you got your 8x8 card blank. You've got your Indian Summer designer paper. I like that blue at the top there, I think. I'm going to go with the top. Then I'm going to put that down. I probably would edge that with black before I do that with a Sharpie pen. Then I'm going to go like that. Then I probably would edge that as well. Then I'll pop that in there. And there you have a really lovely picture. All that's missing is a little flash of blue and yellow and pink around those flowers, and the job's a good one. Thank you.
Another amazing demo, and it's so quick and easy to do once you've got the right tools. One stamp, bit of parchment, and you are good to go. With this set though, you are getting 4 A5 floral wall stamps. You can see the stamps that you're getting at the bottom. For your freedom price of £40 and 46 pence, you also split this onto 2 flexible payments as well. Remember, you're also getting the masks in there as well, which you can see just tucked behind at the moment as well. So if you do want to create more of a 3D look, you perfectly can. And you're also getting the stamps guards in there as well, which are amazing. You're getting 2 of them. You saw Barbara use them throughout the hour. Throughout her demonstrations for her sentiments and also for the stamps as well, so you can now see where you're going with these. We're now 70% of the stock here has now already gone. 721034 is your item number. Right then, we're going to press on before we get into another demonstration. Now, I like these word chain stamps. Now they're long, they're big uns, but they're all individuals as well. So you can use it as one if you want to, or you can use it as these little words. They all do say something. Half the stock here has already gone as well. With things like these, though, you can manipulate the words to the best that you want to. So you can take the words out. You haven't got to use them as a whole sentiment if you don't want to. You can use them as that single sentiment. But from there, you've also got the samples that look like these as well, which are absolutely beautiful. Things like this, absolutely stunning. We're going to try and get hold of Barbara. She's trying to contact us. We're trying to contact her. I think we're meeting in the middle somewhere. I love these, though. Just the small elements that you can use, and then you can manipulate where your stamps actually go. If you've never used Clarity's stamps before, this is a perfect place to start. Clarity, well known for their stamping range as well. Barbara is amazing at what she does, as well as our Paul. For £9.99, it's good to have in your crafty little stamps. 12 stamps in total. 865227 is your item number. Shimmying on down the counter, though, this time you're getting 2 this time. Beautiful sentiments in there as well is what you're getting in there. 862768 is your item number. It looks like the bottom one's already been used. Oh no, maybe that's how it is. Oh no, my one has been used. They've both been used. For £19.99 though, so you are getting now 2 sentiments. You're getting 25 stamps for £19.99, which now means you can start creating beautiful cards, the one that you see in front of me as well. But you've got that Get Well Soon in a beautiful font as well. But then you can also use it in different mediums as well. With this, it lets you be the creator of the stamp that you want to create. Maybe you don't want them in a straight line. Maybe you want them that wibbly wobbly look if you wanted to, but with these it's entirely up to you how you want to put them. You can also use them in, oh, look, I love the way this has been used. If I just move that acetate out the way, that is beautiful, but you can put them off centre because you are in control. I love this finished sample as well. Look at that. That is beautiful. Sending you lots of hugs and kisses. £19.99 for your 225 stamps is what you're getting. Your new arrival and good news sentiments. 862768 is your item number there as well. Now, as we said in that main, I want to keep on saying a one-day special because it's an amazing price of what you're getting in there. You're getting so much in there. It's not your one-day special. That's up the next hour. But you are getting mounts. Now, if you like the mounts that Barbara uses... We've done well here, gang. We've done well. With the mounts that you get here themselves, you are now getting 5 of the mounts themselves, OK? So you're getting 5 of the mounts that you see just here. With these, though, remember, all your stamps... Let me show you how it all works. Let's use these ones because these have already been inked. Yeah, let's do it. I was worried about getting ink on my fingers and I thought, blow it. But no, you can cut these down if you want. So as you can see... It comes off as one long one. I know we're not talking about the stamps, but so they come as little sentiments. But then now, you literally just pop them on. Obviously, this one's a little long. Now I can line it up and stamp away because I've got that perfectly. Obviously, you would put it in the centre, then you wouldn't have the rock on it either. But maybe you just want that brilliant. Now I can see where I'm going. I can see where I'm stamping. If I do it on my hand, you might be able to see it better. So you can see, the way I hold it, you can read what's on there as well. Then you can go straight in and stamp. It's entirely up to you. An amazing design. They're good to have in your collection as well. And because they're acrylic, you could use them as little painting blocks. So you could put your little distress inks, oxides, on there, and then a little bit of water next to them and use it as like a little palette if you wanted to as well. 5 of these for £12.99 is a perfect price, and get them while you can. It's very rare I see them on the shows as well. 087274 is your item number, £12.99. We'll get Barbara to talk about them as well because they are absolutely amazing. Are we moving on? Let's move on to the groovy plates. Now, if you like the stamp collection that we've already got, we've now got the groovy system to come in place as well. All match perfectly with the stamps that are along the top, and now they're in groovy plate form. If you don't know what the groovy plate form is, let me show you. So these are the plates just drawn out. Now, you all know about Groovy by now. The Groovy set is amazing. It's an easy way of doing parchment, but look how beautiful these are, just traced out. Then imagine you going in with your white work on the flowers when you get to the stage of your white work. When you get to the logs that are on there as well, you can go with all that detail. You can use the small amount if you want, like the little log pile, or you can do the borders and the leaves that are already on there. You've also got that grass border that's on there, so you can put the plants in the grass border if you wanted to as well. And you also get your sentiment plates in there as well. You also get your plates and your sentiments that are in there, £19.96. 096967 is your item number for your groovy plates, is what we're looking at here. You're getting 4 of the A6 plates, the rose wall, the daisy meadow, the stone wall and the log pile, and also the spacer plate that's also in there for £19.96. Now, we've seen them here. Let's see them actually in action to show you how easy and how beautiful and quick you can see these being made. Now, you saw part 1 yesterday. If you missed yesterday's show, you can go back and watch it on rewind. Now, this is part 2, okay? So this is part 2, so we're going to jump back in halfway through the demonstration.
Hi.
Back to the groovy project that we were doing. The thing about groovy is it does take as long as it takes. I mean, that is the whole idea, is the relaxation, the mindful process, and parching takes time. And so we decided to split the project into 2 demonstrations, and I'll do a little recap and then we'll move on to the colouring, just in case you missed what we did last time. Let's have a look at what we're looking at. First of all, this was the project that we were doing. So it's a real beginning project, but it's great. And we used the lovely plates, the plates that are on the show. We were going with the Lisianthus and the rockery. The first thing we did was we established the line art around the outside with the Pico nested squares and their groovy plate. So it looks like a real authentic Pico cut. And then we, if you remember, we added the rockery, then we added the Lisianthus, then we went to our lovely landscape plate from the starter kit, and we added our background and even found some little birds as well to add into the sky. And now what we want to do is do a little bit of white work, and we want to talk about colour. So that's where I'm headed at the moment. Now, in the starter kit, you've got the groovy plate, mate. We know that. You've got that plate. You've also got this black mat. You've also got the parchment that we used and the tools that we've used. So, as I was saying, when we last got to this point, there's a soft side to this mat. And what we're going to do is, if you're working with white work, you're going to turn the artwork over and you're going to use the back. You're going to work from the back of the parchment. Now, in the starter kit, we've been using the number 1 tool so far to get in the groove. That's the one that gets in the groove and gives you that lovely embossed effect. Now with the white work, we're going to the other tool, and we're going to go with the what we call the number 4 end, which is the largest end. Now in Pergamano world, we've got larger ball tools. Look, we've got the mother of all ball tools, the number 6. We've got a 4.5. So there are lots of, when you get into this, there are lots of other tools to use. I'm going to use the number 6 actually in a minute in the bricks. But let's just have a look and see how we can get some white work in the flowers. See, what we're going to do is use our number 4 tool. Let's just do one flower so you understand what we're doing. And what we want to do is add highlights. So we're going to go very, very lightly, light, gentle flicks with the number 4. If the number 4 is the one you've got in your starter kit, then that's the one you're going to work with, you see. So you're just going to add really light, feathery strokes like this in this area here. And what we're doing is we're bringing out, this is going to be where the light is hitting this area here. So you work really gently, light feathery strokes like this. And because you're working on the soft side of the mat, you see, what will happen is it will stretch it. If you're too heavy-handed, it will go a bit popcorny. So if we look, for example, on this here, you can probably see it better here. So let's go with a slightly larger ball tool, the number 6. It's a lot softer, and you'll find it's not so, it's a lot easier to use actually, a larger ball tool. Gentler, it's gentler. See? So what you're doing now is you're adding the white work. Don't overcook it though, but you'll see how the white is starting to come in. See, and when you let it rest a little while, then you turn over, maybe go to a smaller tool, and once it's relaxed, when you go in with a smaller ball tool, what you'll see is it gets whiter automatically. So even, I'm over-egging it a little bit, but you'll be able to see when I turn this over how it's grey where the bigger ball tool was, and it's whiter where the larger ball tool was. And this is what we're doing in this area here. You can see, you can feel it as well. Okay. So this is how we introduce white work. Let me just give you a tip as well. If you're a little bit worried about pressing too hard, take a poly bag like this and pop it on your black soft mat, and then when you go in with your embossing tool, with your ball tool, what you'll find is it doesn't dip in so hard. It stops it being quite so spongy, because you're adding a layer of resistance, if you like. So this is well worth bearing in mind. In fact, let's use that for a moment for the next trick. I'm going to take my number 6 ball tool. When we look, for example, at the rockery, you'll see there is white work here. It's quite random. I wanted to make it look quite random and earthy. So let me show you how I did that. I took my largest ball tool. You can just get in the right place here so you can see it. Right, I took my largest ball tool, and then what I did was I just started flicking backwards and forwards like that. See? Now, because I've got this behind, you can see it's not really making that much of a difference. But I want it to be quite random. If I take this away now, this poly bag, and I go again, you'll immediately know when you do this, you'll know it's just a little bit less resistance underneath. And if you feel that it's too easy and you're going to crunch the parchment, then slide that back underneath. And what we're doing is just light random, what a difference it makes as soon as you put that in. See? So you're going to go through like so, and you're going to add random whiteness to the back. And when you turn it over, what you'll see is it looks quite gritty and quite earthy. And you're really just introducing the area of light, where the sun, if you like, is going to hit the rockery. So that's what you've got to be thinking. That's what you're doing with the flowers. That's what you're doing here, right? So, and maybe down the middle a little bit. You can go just a bit random like that. Right, okay. Just like that. And then you'll see it looks pretty cool. Actually, when you hold it like that, you can see you're going to get a really good effect. So once you've done that, let's turn it over to the harder side, right? And we're going to still be working from the back. And now let's take our pergoliners. So these are our pergoliner pencils, and these are lovely. There are 16 blending pencils and 20 aqua pencils. I've picked a couple of the blending pencils to do this job. I think they're the blending one. Oh no, I've got an aqua as well. It's fine, right? It's about adding gritty colour. You can use. Right, I'm just going to hold this down, and I just want to show you how I'm going to add the colour. I'll start with the lightest colour first, just a bit of random yellow, like this. I would say, though, that before I pick my colours, let me just tell you, before I picked my colours, what I did was I went to my designer papers, and I looked through the designer papers, and I decided which one I wanted to use in the background. And then, this one was from Indian Summer, because I just thought this would look lovely in the background. See? I thought I'm going to pop that on there, and so that's going to be the background. And if I think that's too busy, then I can turn it over and I can tone it down. See, that's beautiful as well. It's up to me, isn't it? And then where I decide to put it as well, that changes the look. See, on the original piece, I coloured it in and I did it all by hand, and then I mounted it on white. And this time I thought, well, maybe it'd take a lot less time if you do it like this and then you use designer paper in the background. Again, it's double-sided, isn't it? You can use the bright side or the more muted side. And then, because I had that, I went and picked the colours, and that's how I established these colours. So all I'm going to do now, and I don't need to blend them, I just need to just roughly on the back, bearing in mind this is a rockery, so it's going to be a little bit gritty and earthy, isn't it? And I'm just going to add a couple of colours. I'll use my fingers even to blend it. So I'm going to go from the light colour, medium colour, now I'm going to the darker colours, right? And I'm just going to add a little bit of green around the edges. But this is a really easy way of getting a really earthy effect, right? Just like so. Maybe a little bit more of that colour. Where the white is, you see, the white will predominate. So even if you go over the white with the yellow or the peachy colour, what you'll find is now I'm going to put a little bit of blackness in there, just in the, just to add a bit of depth, look. See? And you can use your finger to blend, like so. A bit arty, but there you go. When you turn this over, what you'll see is, look, you get a fantastic effect, but the white predominates. That's what I wanted to show you. Now, this isn't completely finished yet, of course not, but I just wanted to show you how earthy that looks when you do the artwork, when you do the colouring in like that. So it's just a different technique for applying colour, but now you know how to do the white work from behind on the soft mat. I've gave you a tip about introducing a poly bag to give it a bit more resistance when you work, and then whether or not you go to the trouble of colouring it all in completely by hand and layering it on white, or whether you use our wonderful designer paper, which is a lot faster, is entirely up to you. Thank you.
So as I said, that was part 2. We're very busy for the groovy plates. Now, if you want to watch part 1, that was on yesterday's show, so you can catch up with that full bundle as well, that full demonstration. Right then, I'm going to whiz through the next 2 as well, for the sheer fact I've got one more demo that I really want to squeeze in. I watched it before we went live, and it's absolutely amazing. Right then, what you're looking at the moment for £19 and 97 are your groovy plate sentiments. Okay, so these are your sentiments that, once again, you can manipulate where these sentiments go and where you want them to go. When they're traced out, they're absolutely beautiful as well. Just as they are, but I said, because they're all separate words, it's entirely up to you where you want to put them. And the font is beautiful as well, and all the font matches as well. You can get these ones absolutely, this beautiful trio. You've got word chain surprise in there, and also sunshine in there for £19 and 97. 481019 is your item number. Last but no means least, though, I'm loving these as well. Look at the details and the words that you get on there. These are your, once again, your chain plates again, your brilliant and your celebrations. Your words in there, so you got things like Merry Christmas on there, your birthday. 758492 is your item number, £15 and 98. Now, I did say I was going to rattle through them for the sheer fact we've got another VT that we're going to go to as well. We've got one more demo that we want to fit in. We're going to go back to the stamps. So these are the stamps that we looked at the start of the show. 3/4 of the stock of the stamps now has already gone. We're very busy for the stamps as well. £44 and 96. If you're a Freedom member as well, your price will change to £40 and 46. While I take a breath, I know there's a lot to take in, but I really want you to see this last and final demonstration from our Barbara.
Back to stamps again. This time I wanted to do a sky with the brayer. I thought it would be nice to show you how to do that. And also, I'm going to get a bit radical with one of the stamp sets I've decided. So let's just have a look at the artwork, and then we'll see where we are, where we're headed. So if we look at this piece here, what you'll see is that I've used the grass from this daisy set to create the meadow. But I've used the Lisianthus from the rockery set. So again, mixing and matching. I found a moon in the moon mask, and of course you know that the grass comes with its own mask anyway. So let's get the first thing done. Now, one of the things I've mounted my Lizzie on one of our lovely long mounts, so I can see exactly where I'm going. That's the first thing. Next thing, I want to take my grass, and you see, one of the things about the grass is it sits really well straight, right? But then when I want to bend it, see, maybe I don't want this bit, so I actually took the decision to cut it off. And what I'm going to do is just take that edge there, and I'm just going to cut straight along with a pair of scissors, like so, and I'm just going to, it doesn't hurt the stamp at all. All I'm going to do is take that line off, because I don't think I need it. Right, let's just get rid of that. Sorted. So now I've got my, I'll hang on to that though, because it's quite useful to have a straight line like that. Never know, I might want to replace it. Now, but what I want to do then is, see, to make sure that it stays straight so that it sits well on the mask, I just pop it down, and then I know it's going to work. And then for the first line, that will do me perfectly. And now I haven't got to worry about covering up, masking and not inking up that line. I think that's easier. So I'm going to take my piece of stencil card. Let's have a look. Let me show you how we're going to do this. I'm going to take my stencil card and I'm going to decide where the land's going to be. So I'm going to use a black archival ink pad or a dark ink pad. I'll ink up my grass like so, the one that I've cut the bottom line off, but I think it's a good idea. Right, so I'm going to do that, then I'm going to, excuse my head if it's in the way, and then I'm just going to, there you go. So that's my first grass, you see. And what I want to do now is take my mask and make sure that that sits exactly right, you see. So that's going to sit like so, which is perfect. So that's that. Sorry, that's it, like so. So that sits on there perfectly. And then I can take my my Lysianthus and I can ink her up, and she's going to sit behind the grass, you see. So that's a really cool thing. I tell you what looks really smashing with the grasses as well is the one that's got the lovely grasses, which is it's got like wild meadow flowers on it. So let's just go like so. So we're over the back of the grass, and then we're just going to press down on there like so. Right, and then we should get a really lovely impression. Look at that, isn't that gorgeous? The one with the grasses is the log pile one. I've just checked. And so that looks really smashing as well. But you see, so when you take this away, look, now, as if by magic, the Lysianthus is behind the meadow. I like that. So I just pop that down on its carrier sheet, because I'm going to use it again. In fact, what we ought to do, remember what I told you before, just do like so. Get rid of the ink now, otherwise you get your hands covered. That's the thing. So let's just get rid of that like so. And then we know that it's clean when I go back to it next time. I think that's a better idea. So we just pop that on there. And then I know that that's ready to go. I'm going to see what I can do then. Let me just show you. Now that I've cut this bit off, I can bend. See, it's much more bendable now, and I haven't got to worry. So I can bend it on the mount like so, like that, and I can add exactly where I want the grass to be. I can add it at an angle, or I can add it. You see, so much easier now. I've cut that bit off. So if I just take a bit more, let me just show you. We can do this while we're watching, can't we? Look, before we go to the sky. See, so that goes, oh, it's so much easier. Trust me. Definitely worth cutting off. No big shakes. Right, and then that way, you see, we can take, there you go, lovely. Easy. I tell you what, piece of cake. Right, so that's that done. Now I've done that. Now what I want to do is show you how to do the sky with the brayer. So if I take my sun or my moon, and I'm going to pop that in there like there. Let's have a look. Let's try something different. So what we want to do now is put a really nice yellow down through here. So the way to do that is to take our brayer, speedball brayer. Always a good idea to keep it in the box. And I'm going to use my blending mat. So I use my blending mat, right? It's an A4 blending mat. It's really good for this sort of thing. And then I'm going to use my golden turmeric artistry ink. See if this should work well. See, so I'm going to take my ink and I'm going to add it to my brayer, but you'll see that I'm not adding it at the ends of the brayer. So just like this. And then what I want to do, let me show you. I'm going to take my, this is clean, the dirt's on the back, isn't it? I'm going to take my clean and I'm going to spin the roller. So I spin the brayer, flick, 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 and that way I'm spreading the ink out, but I'm not touching the end. So that means if I go on a bit of scrap to show you, there's no ink on the ends, you see. If there is, then by doing that now, by doing kind of going up on its haunches and doing a wheelie, as we used to call it, I'm making sure that there's no ink there. So what we're going to do, we're not even going to worry about masking off the grass. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about this is all we need to mask off is the moon. And now what you're going to see is that I go at an angle and I go off the card, on the card, off the card. You watch. So I'm going to start up here and I'm going to flick and go again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and I keep flicking like that. And because, let me explain, because there was no ink on this edge, because we got rid of it, it looks as if it was you see, it looks airbrushed. Yeah? If we want to make that a bit more vibrant, then we go back in here and we pick up ink again. See, the thing about the blending mat is, what's brilliant about the blending mat is it's like an ink dispenser. It only gives you as much ink as you need. So then, and watch again, I'm going to go from an angle, right? So I'll go again and you'll see next generation of ink over the top. And as I go down, I'll start travelling in this direction with the brayer. So flick, 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 flick. I can go down over the grass. Doesn't matter, because I'm only going to come up the other way with green in a minute. Green and yellow, just make a nice yellowy green. Right? So once you've done that, then you could take your spot on sponge and just sweep out from your sun or your moon, right? Then when you lift this away, there's your lovely, beautiful sun. Don't worry about the little bit of ink in the flowers. That won't affect your colouring at all. In fact, we can use the ink on the mat to do a bit of colouring. I hope we've got time to show you that. Now, as far as the grass goes, you see, you take the other side of the mount, the other side of the mask, and you cover up. See, excuse my head a minute. Let's go to the other angle here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cover up the sky part, you see, with the other part of the mask. So the mask will only ever fit on the grass when it's straight. It won't fit on there when it's crooked. So what you have to do then is lift it off. It's such a good quality polymer that when you lower it down like that, it will establish itself as straight. Let me show you on this camera. It will just re-establish itself as straight, and then you know it will work. I would suggest that you always, when you're finished doing your composition, lay it down straight. I mean, that was why we put the edge down, to keep it straight. But to be honest, it will find its own straightness. Just store it like that. Don't store it like that for a fortnight. Don't store it on a curve for a fortnight. Store it flat. Yeah? Okay, so that makes sense to me. Now I've done that, you see, I can come in and I can go green exactly in the same way. So before I do that, because I don't want to run out of time, I want to show you how to... Actually, I need to do that first. Okay, so let me just get this up here like that. And let's take the green garland one and let's use it on the brayer as well. There you go, this is a nice colour. Right, so let's use this one. And if you wanted to lighten it up, just go straight over the yellow. But I've got a plan for the yellow, so I'm going to stay away from it to a little extent, like so. Right, and what that's doing now is it's dispensing the ink for me. So I've got my green ink now. Now, where's my piece of artwork I'm working on? Here it is. I'll bring that back into play, and you'll notice that what I'm doing is I'm definitely coming in at an angle again. Let me make a suggestion, right, that you cover up your sky, because you don't want to, there you go, just put a bit of copy paper over the top, and then that way when I come in, just in case I've got something on there, right, it's not going to affect. So now I go in, dark, 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 roll over, roll over, roll over. So you just keep going, right, then take a bit more of the green off the brayer, off the blending mat. See, and then you go again. If you want it to be darker, just keep adding. Just keep adding. I like it. It's got a nice mottled effect. Cool. So just go again. Right, let's have a look. So I like this. I like this. This is a nice effect. So now let's go again, and you'll see we want it a bit darker in that corner. So you just go, look, you can tell where I'm going by what's on the scrap paper underneath. That's it. And then if you prefer, you can go in with a brush. Options, choices, choices, choices. So you can go in with a brush and smooth out if you want to. If you want to get into those little tiny details, I don't think I got the mask in exactly the right place, but you know, listen, live television. Right, if you do that, okay, let me show you. So you take that away, take that away. Let's lift this off and let's see what we've got when we take this away. And you'll see, so we've got the bottom half. We're still working off the piece that we started with, the same artwork that I started stamping on. It's still the same piece, so no trickery here. Right, so we've got that and that and that. And the only other thing I want to show you is the colouring. You see, if you wanted to get the right tone, you can take your ink off the actual blending mat and then get a blending pen, because the ink pads, they're beautiful colours. These artistry ink pads are beautiful colours, and you can take your ink literally off the blending mat like this, and you can use it to great effect. If you put a little tiny bit of water on the, I've just spritzed a tiny little bit of water on here, and I'm going to soak up a little bit of water with a blending nib. And then I'm going to go into that yellow, and you'll see when you do that, just a little bit of water first, it makes it glide like a fantastic pen. And you'll see now, I'll start with this particular flower here. See if you can see it better on this. Let me see if I can get to, yeah, here we are, look. Right, and you'll see that I can glide through that artwork. Look, it's just glorious. And all I'm using is a blending pen dipped in a little bit of water on the blending mat, and I'm picking up the there we go, look, you can see that there, just picking up the colour, testing it a bit to make sure it's not too dark, or not, I want it a little bit darker maybe in there, and then I just push the colour around. I can add colour over the top, but you can see how beautifully, look, it just glides. It glides better than any felt tip pen. You get the same colour as you got in the background. Humour me here, I'm going to go to the green. Let's do the leaves. Right, so I'm coming in here. I'm picking up a bit of green, bit of water, bit of green. I'm using the same nib. I should have picked a new nib, but you know what? Time is of the essence. And now watch as I come through here. See, the thing about these blending nibs is they're so fine, but they're not fibrous. So you can get into the tightest spots. And now the colour is exactly the same as what's in the background. There you go. And you can get light by adding a bit
Yes,
more.
indeed, do. We had to come out of videos because we're running out of time. We have no time left whatsoever on this show. We are very busy for your stamp collection as well. The details are now appearing on your screen. 721034 is your item number. 80% of your stock now has already gone here. Get them while you can. You're getting your stamps and you're also getting your masks included as well. £44.96. Don't go anywhere. I will see you in the next hour. Yes, a brand new one-day special. Yes, indeed. Your next 3 hours look like this. We've already done 1 hour, 3 hours ago. It's Studio Light. Right, ring the call centre. Let's get Lou on the line now.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara. And I'm Julie. And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Well, indeedy-doody, good evening, and I was going to say good afternoon, and good evening, how are you? I hope you're well, my little viewer. We've only got one. We're very, 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 very delighted, because it's first of all, it's a brand new one-day special. Second of all, it's studio light. And third of all, yes, the care home said she's awake, which means we can speak to her very shortly. Lou is with us. Oh, we love our Lou when she's on the line as well. We can't go to her just yet. They're just trying to find her teeth. Now, let me tell you what you're actually getting in your one-day special today. It is studio light. Now, there's three options, is what we're talking to her. Okay, so there's 3 options is what we're talking. We've got the top line, the bottom line, we've got papers. Let's do the top line first. Individually, you've got 2 options. These are the Mayflower along the top. So you're getting 2 large stamps, and you're also getting the 3 dies as well. Those 2 butterflies and also the busy bee that's already in there. Absolutely beautiful, stunning stamps. Large imageries, the beautiful lilies that you've got on there, they look like as well. Beautiful open lilies with the buds that the lilies there as well. I can show you if... Oh, no, Adam. Oh, I only had one job. These are what the lilies actually look like on the back as well. So they are absolutely stunning. Look, we're not even... Look, we're 1 minute in. 1 minute in, and I've ruined the lot. So these are the lilies that you're looking at the moment as well. Beautiful, beautiful size stamps that you've already got there. Or you may want to go for the darling buds. Now, it's the same item number. 310363 is your item number. With this one, we've also got the large large die that's here with a sentiment this time. Now, you're also getting the sentiment in there. Lots of love. It says. Then, as you can see from this just here, then you're also getting 2 large stamps once again. Now, you can see the size of this stamp just here. Now, I've turned this one around so you can actually see. This one is a beautiful, beautiful sunflower. You can't see the butterfly on that stamp, but it's got a beautiful butterfly on there as well. Super large stamps that we've already got here as well that you've seen before. The stamps are there. Look at the size of that. So it is a gorgeous, large stamp that you're getting as well. So it is bigger than the actual packaging that you're actually seeing there. So £19.97 for either option. Okay, 310363 is your item number. But then, if you can't choose, you're like me going, well, I know I'm going to get one and then I'm going to want another one. We have a large bundle. So your large bundle is both sets of stamps and one set of the papers as well. So you get the A4 papers. You're getting 4 A4s and 4 12 by 12s. Okay? So you're getting 4 A4s and 4 12 by 12s. If you want more papers, you can get an extra 8 A4s and 8 12 by 12s. The details are now on the screen. The details on your screen now are for the papers on their own. But you get double the amount. If you go for the large bundle that you see here, you get 1 set of the papers. If you go for the papers on their own, you get double the amount. I do hope that makes sense. So, this is for the large bundle now. So what are you getting? You're getting the Mayflowers and the Darling Buds as well. And you're getting your A4, your 4 A4s and your 4 12 by 12s as well. Okay? There's a lot of numbers, I know, but look at that price. Look at that price. 4 large stamps, 2 die sets, 4 12 by 12s, 4 A4 papers for £39.93, or 2 flexible payments today. Well, it is amazing. 2 flexible payments of £19.97. £19.97 across 2 flexible payments, and that will get you everything that you see here. Now, I know what you're saying. That is all well and good. All well and good, Adam, but what am I going to do with them when I get them home? You can use them for so much. You can see all the samples that we have here in the studio. We've got Lou on the line as well. We are going to speak to Lou shortly. But just look at some of these before I show you Lou. Oh, look at it. Then you could go little if you wanted to as well, which are beautiful, beautiful designs. I've never seen them top that tile. Look at that, how it pops. It's absolutely stunning that we've got there as well. There's also, I noticed this one earlier, little jigsaw pieces. Things like these, with that large sunflower and that butterfly that's on there. The snippability in here is amazing. If you've got larger butterflies, you could pop your larger butterfly on here as well. You've also got those butterflies in the die kit, so if you wanted to use the butterflies in the die kit that comes with the first option, your Mayflower, you could also do that as well. But let's go to the lady of the hour, the lady that knows more about craft than craft itself. Yes, they've wheeled her in for one night only, ladies and gentlemen. She's popped on a bit of slap. I saw her this afternoon. She didn't look like this. Oh, No, I can see her in the corner of my eye on another screen. She's like, you be quiet, Adam. 8190, it's Lou Withers, everyone. Yes, indeed. Your mic is live. How are you, Lou, my love?
I'm really, really good. Love those samples.
They're amazing, aren't they?
I'm so chuffed with the sample. I've loved working with this. Really loved, but I didn't know it was going to be that price.
This is what I thought. Like, obviously, coming in now, we sort of glance through the shows and I go through them, but I don't really look at prices anymore because we've got so much to take in. But when you come and do the show for £19.97 across 2 flexible payments, it's a ridiculous.
I was looking at that. I was thinking, whoa, it's because they're not little stamps. It's hard to see, but they're sort of that size on my hand, some of them, and I was thinking a lot more than that anyway, but oh wow, you see, they're so versatile, absolutely. Oh, these are stunning, and they're so interchangeable. Like, you can use the dies with the stamps, but the stamps give such clean, simple lines that you can actually fill them in with all your own designs as well. These are stunning, and it's really strange that I have done my samples and I didn't see the girls' samples, and they're so similar. So it must be like when you see it, you gravitate to that. Oh, look at that.
That is beautiful. That is stunning. But for those people who maybe they're new to the world of crafting, maybe they've just started on the world of crafting. They've been in isolation for a while now. They're thinking, what should I do? Right, I'm going to start crafting. For me, and this is my personal opinion, these stamps are good for that as a new crafter because they're large images to colour in. They're nothing to be scared of. Am I right?
No, you're totally right there. The thing is, as you've seen in a lot of that, as you progress, you get more ideas, and people have used it for the background, so they've done all these backgrounds with them and then made a focal point of them. So yeah, you're totally right. You can make a simple card just with a focal point, one stamp, and that'll do it all. You don't really need to do anything because the stamps will do it for you, and that is it. So perfect for starting people or people who are a bit advanced and want. Because I've got so into flowers, I really have. Some of my favourite stuff now is based around flowers. Hint, hint.
Well, also, why I've got you on the phone as well, the papers that we're getting in this large bundle. So you're getting 4 A4 and 4 of the A12, 12 by 12 papers in here. The papers that you're getting with Studio Light, are they one-off papers? Are they papers that you can use for anything? Like, you can throw all your all your mediums at them, or can we only stick to one medium?
Nope, I tried watercolour, and you can see some of the girls have tried watercolour on them. They're really substantial. They're known now for the really good quality papers, but I love the print thing at the bottom that allows you to sort of use your colours with it. But I've used, and it was Paula who said it, there's one that's well, they're all double-sided, but it's got like a wood grain. And
this one?
Paula mentioned, and that one is great for photographing your work on.
Oh, yeah, we folded the corner. I don't think we've got a separate sample, but if you sort of folded it up like that...
Yeah, you photograph, or you've got a little box, that is brilliant. Put a plant on it and a pen, and it's really staged beautifully. And all those papers do it because I've tried. I wouldn't use the busy ones unless you've something black, but I never thought about that. So it goes beyond papercraft. You see, that's perfect for die cutting and scrapbooking. They're beautiful. Love them.
No, they really are.
Good bits out of that. Look at that. Great. I love that. You could put that in a frame on its own.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. Things like these you could put in... Because the amazing thing about Studio Light as well, you get the colours along the bottom.
Absolutely.
So you know what...
You die cut out that little bumblebee and just cut that flower into 6x6. You've got a card there, haven't you? Just a bumblebee on it.
Well, yeah, well, look at even these that we've got down the edge here.
The thing about the papers that I've found about Studio Light now is when you do get them, you look at them, but the first reaction you do is go to touch them because they've got so much texture. They look real. They look like a piece of fabric, or they look like wood. And I've sort of got a lot of papers now, but I haven't felt many that are this thick and this able to work on. And I wouldn't say that lightly. I wouldn't. But I do really, really, really rate these now. I really, really do. But I do think having the idea of being able to sort of make a card with papers and stamps and then display it on a page that you've created it with would look amazing. So yeah, It's really nicely displayed, that as well. But it's just bright and colourful. It's what we want now. Everybody's into the gardening and being out, and, well, I am trying.
No, it is true though. But as in my head, you are the queen of mixed media. You're the go-to lady for mixed media. Do these lend themselves to mixed media? Because obviously I just see them as cards. Obviously, because we've got loads of finished samples as cards.
Yeah.
But if you're a mixed media, could you put these on a canvas if you wanted to?
Just show you what I did with one of them.
Go on.
This is quilted. So you can quilt with it. It looks great on the back, doesn't it? But yeah, so it's quilted and stamped.
Oh, that's
And stitched
beautiful.
on. And then you can go back to your good old.
Look at that.
So that is so easy to do, really easy. But then your three-dimensional stuff, like this one, has got all the beads on it. So I haven't grunged these up because I weren't in the mood to grunge, and I'm not being rude, but all the little beads, I recycled them. So yeah, I think it's there for everybody. And just the finishing touch with the papers on it inside, it's really sunny and bright, really sunny.
The one you've got in your hand at the moment with the sunflower on. How did you get around? Because the butterfly's already on the card. Did you fussy cut the butterfly out, or did you just stick another butterfly over him?
Just stuck another one over it.
You'd never notice.
Well, the thing is, if you sort of leave it, you'll see it, but I coloured it as if it was part of the flower.
Lift it up a tad, Lou. Lift it up a tad.
Yeah, and cut the flower. And then I show you this little trick about making these bodies for them, because sometimes the body spoils some butterflies. But this was an old table mat that had beads on, and I took off and recycled them. But there's that paper again.
Lou, lift it up. Lift it up for me, Lou. Lift it up. There we go. Now we couldn't see what you were talking about.
Sorry, it's this bit here. So this bit, I coloured it the same colour as the flower, and then that way it doesn't look like the butterfly is missing, or it's missing. And then I did this little trick with the wire, it just finishes it off, and the beads, they look really cool. The beads.
Now, Lou, at the start of our conversation when I introduced you.
Yeah.
10% of the stock had already gone. Of the complete kit had already gone. And while we've been talking, nearly 20% now of the stock has already gone. Sum it up for me, and I'll let you go for your tea. Sum it up for me. Why do you think the big bundle is going so quick? Is it the value for money, do you think? Is it because you get everything? There's so much you can do with it?
Yeah, I just think Studio Light have got that reputation now, but it's the size of the stamps for the prices. And those little die cuts are so versatile. They work with everything across the range and all your other stuff. So to me, it's like a really good, it's like a working set. It'll help all your other stuff. And it's so lovely. You can see you can make any sort of card, whether it be a very sad sympathy, a congratulations. Nobody could be offended by these, Adam. Nobody.
No,
it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. You get sentiments in there as well. Right then, Lou, I'm going to love you and leave you, and I'll possibly speak to you at 8 o'clock.
Yes, I'm around.
That's
always.
There's nothing on the telly.
No, I don't have my hot cocoa then.
Oh, don't you? Is it half 8 you have here?
Stay up for you.
Oh,
I'll put my curler in,
you.
show you.
I like it, Lou. I'll love you and leave, and I'll speak to you at 8.
See you. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, I can't wait till Lou starts getting back in the studio. I really can't. The larger collection, nearly 20% of the stock now, has already gone indeed. Remember, you get both sets of stamps and dies, and you get a set of the papers as well. We're very busy across the board. Your one-day special, though, is at the bottom of the screen. If you want one of the set of the stamps, either or, so maybe you want the set of the stamps at the top or the bottom. They come in threes. You are going to get 2 of the stamps and a set of the dies as well. £19.97 on that. But for £19.97, for what you see here for one set, if you look here, that's your first flexible payment. So your first flexible payment for what you'd pay for one of them, yes, I understand you have to pay it again, but for one set of payments, so £19.97 here is for a set. Here is your first flexible payments, and you're getting these. So in theory, you're getting these for half the price. It works out. It's the best way to do it. You're getting your 4 A4s, your 4 12 by 12s, and you get all the stamps as well, so everyone's going to be happy. 495073 is your item number for your large bundle as well. Right then, let's crack straight in with our first demonstration, I think. Let's show you. There is so much on the show as well. There's other stamps on the show, other stencils on the show. Jump to the website to see all of them. I just wanted to get across the amazing value because I know this is not going to be around for long. Right, then let's jump in with our first demonstration. I think we're going to have a little look at this one, I think, the little poppies. Let's have a little look at Lou with another demo.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here with Studio Light again, a great selection. And I love this poppy. It's like a watercolour poppet. So I thought I'd try and get that technique with a really simple little thing that I was messing with. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm sorry about the glare on this, is this piece of acetate that the stamp comes on. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a little squiggle of, this is fired brick, and a little squiggle of brown in between. And then I'm going to get some water on this. Now I do know that this is shining, so I do apologise. But I'm just going to, and then wiggle it around a bit with my fingers. And then straight onto the watercolour paper. Now it doesn't matter if it runs, because all I'm trying to do is get a watercolour feel. Now on the paper it should sort of absorb it straight into it. If it doesn't, just pull it off and redo it. Perfect. And then if there's a little bit more, do a little bit more. So you can see now I've got the background there. So you can just see now the background's picked up all the colours. It's not exactly where it all should be, but it's more or less round. So now I'm going to dry it. And the best way to dry it is use your heat gun. And I'm using my journal paper out of the Studio Light journal. Now, what you can do, I know it's what the reason I'm showing you drying it is that you can see how much it lightens up. So I'll go away, totally dry it, and then come back in a minute and show you how much it has lightened, and then we can go on to see if we need some more colour on the background. Okay, that's it dried now, and I just wanted to show you that I think for my own purposes I need a little bit more colour on it. So you can see we did that, and it doesn't matter which way really, you can do either way, but I'm going to just think about a little bit more colour around the houses, around the flowers, and again spray with a little bit of water, and then just, because it sisses or resists on here, you get a really nice ethereal and watercolour mark, and because the paper's so receptive you get a wonderful texture. So just take that off. Now can you see how much darker that is? You can see the washes here. And now I'm going to go away and I'm going to dry that, and then we'll stamp onto it. Right, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the stamp in, and I'm going to use hickory smoke. Now, oh, a little bit extra there, what's that? And hickory smoke is not too dark, but I can build it up. This is to give me some depth in the background. So I'm just going to place it where I want my stamps to be, sort of positioned, and I'm just going to give it firm press. I'm not too worried about it being permanently straight or even. I just want some sort of resemblance. Perfect. I just want to be able to see where they are. So then what we're going to do is we're going to come in with some watercolours now. So I can just see the outline, and the outline, like I said, will serve as the actual shadows. So all I want to do now is I'm just going to get on any surface, I'll use it on the bit of the lid, and I'm just going to put a little bit on the fired brick, and I'm just going to go in with the watercolour now. So all I'm going to do, it's really simple, I'm just going to put a fine layer of watercolour all over where the flowers are, poppies or whatever you want to call them, because that way I can get a base colour. So just bring that, there we go. You can see how thirsty some papers are. So I'm just going to get a colour in, give it a wash, and this sort of shows where the actual poppy is sitting on the page. I'm going to bring in some other techniques in a minute. So that's the first one. So we'll bring in this poppy now. And you can see why I sort of positioned the colours there, because that's where the branches or the leaves or the petals were. And you get a really nice sort of watercolour effect. Don't be frightened to sort of go over the lines a little bit, because it won't matter, because this is only the first of many steps, and then we can always go back over. And can you see how the actual hickory smoke is causing a really lovely shadow? Just bring that in. Again, not being careful, never ran with this. There's no right or wrong way, because you want it to look like a watercolour. So do that all over. Do it with the brown on the leaves, on the petals and stems, whatever you choose. And then I'll be back once I've done that, a little bit more depth, and we'll go to the next step. Right, okay, you can see where the depth is, and the obvious colour. And you can see when I turn it over, you can see where it's beveled, and that means it's not dry. But I don't mind for this next step. But what you do need to do now is you need to have the picture near it, because you need to know, if you're not familiar with the stamp itself, where the dark and the light is going to be. So I've got my watercolour paints. You can use pens, anything you want. And I'm just going to drop in a little bit of where it would be really dark. Now, you can use watercolour pencils and just do the same. Only you do the same step that I'm doing now, but instead of doing this, you'd use a pencil, and then we can go on it with water later. So you're just following the guide, and that's why I love these Studio Light, because these give you all the sort of insights to where stuff is darker and lighter. So I'm just putting that on there, and it does look a little bit confusing at the moment, but once I blend it in. Right, so we started there, it looks a bit iffy, and I agree. So just blend out with your paintbrush. So you don't want to bring the colour too far in. You just want to blend the edges, sort of soften it. And then you'll see it starts to sort of look more three-dimensional. But you do need to know which way you're going, because if you don't, you could end up sending the paint the wrong way. And believe you me, that's something I do a lot. So, see, quite like that now. And there's one underneath here that's really quite dark. So I'm going to go in with quite a dark colour, and I'm mixing a bit of blue and red together to mix this. Just so that obviously is underneath there. And then I'll do the same here. This is just to suggest there's an edge underneath it. And you see, again, when you get it like that, just blend it out. Just blend it out. And leave it like that. Now, I'm just going to do all the others with some, and then the next step is I'm going to dry it after that, and then we'll put another layer on. But you do need to let the colours dry, because watercolours can lift.
I can only apologise. Lou, when she sends these videos in, named that the one-day special. And it wasn't the one-day special. That was a set of... The details were on screen for what you were watching, but we weren't going to show you those stamps yet. We were going to go straight in with your one-day special and show you a beautiful demonstration. But Lou sort of tricked us with the next set of stamps that we're looking at. The next set of stamps are from Studio Light again, and what I love about Studio Lights is they make a presenter's life a lot easier, because they don't give anything names. It's all numbers. These are your floral stamps, number 426, 427, 28, and also 429 as well. So you know, if you're going for your collection... can you tell, by the way, that I've matched to the one-day special my floral shirt with the florals that we have on the show. These shows aren't just thrown together, I'll have you know. A lot of preparation. But you are getting... Are you getting all four for £22.99? You see, I should really start learning these notes that you send me. For a Freedom member, it's £20.69 for four... stamps, 4 large stamps. 20% of the stock has almost gone. Well, we're almost there. We're clutching at 20%. We're very, very close to it. But look how large they are compared to my hand. If If I put my hand on the table, look, it goes all the way up to my watch, and I've got rather large hands, I've been told. But then you've also got the beautiful rose. Now this reminds me of the fairy tales. You know the Beauty and the Beasts? So you, once again, here we go, Jim, shrink plastic. You pop that on a bit of shrink plastic, paint it up in a little bell jar. The tiny little ones that you can buy would look beautiful. Well, you could do a whole array of flowers for these, couldn't you? You could really go 3D-esque. Stuff like, Ali, it does look at that for a finished sample. We literally thought that was, well, this one, we thought it was packaging for a minute. It's that good. Look at that. That's on the paper that we've got as well from your one-day special. Very busy for these. £20 and 69 pence. That is your freedom prize. 079307 is your item number. Thank you, little viewer, for watching. We know who the viewer is. We found out. It's John Lockwood. Now, he's my only one. My only little viewer. John, I've just seen your message. Now, we've got dies on the show as well, corresponding dies to match the stamps. Remember, it's all a floral theme. Now we're in the 200s for your floral dice at the end. Once again, you're getting 5 dies in total. 5 dies in total, £20 and 69 pence if you're a Freedom member. You can go to town. Now, look at this. I think this is from our Jimmy's scrapbook for his next little event that he's got coming up. But then you can simply use, so elegant the stamps are, add a bits of card or even a little bit of washi tape if you want. Look at these as well. These are absolutely stunning samples that I've got here. They are beautiful. And then we've also got the box as well. Look at that, and your white card. That is stunning. You imagine doing that for like a white anniversary. Or a paper anniversary. I think your first anniversary is paper, if you want an anniversary. You give that to someone, would be beautiful. I would absolutely love that. Alison from the Studio Light design team. Well, if you're giving this away, Alison, at the end, please do let me know, because that is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. £20 and 96 pence for your 5 dies that you get, because you also get those leaves in there as well that you can use for all of your items that you're seeing. 980719 is my item number. Right then. Last but no means least, now, you know me, I'm a big fan of a shadow box. I do love a boxed frame. It's easier if I spin these around. You will be able to see what each of the die sets does. It basically creates one of these dies that you were just looking at there. So one of them will make the house. The one that you're currently looking at will make the house. So this is the house one that you're seeing now. It comes with that little easel as well. So if you want to make your little easels, you've got the dies in there to make the easels. And then you've also got the instructions in multi-languages as well. And then you've also got your standard box frame as well. So now I was thinking about your photos. The photos you've got at home lying around, you don't really know what to do with. Add the florals to the edge. Really go to town with these. Just look at that for finished samples. Absolutely beautiful. And there is so much you can do with the box frame, because you can really go to town. You put a few of these together, you can really get the depth of that box frame as well. And it does all the hard work for you, because remember, they're dies, so all you have to do is one pass through your die machine and you are good to go. You imagine making a box frame, or one of the house box frames, out of the papers from the one-day special, in that wood look. Maybe you get that wood paper that we've got on the show in your one-day special, and then you put, maybe you went for the Blanche one-day special yesterday, and you put those fish with that wood and go sea, you go nautical, you go full flowers, you make a whole garden that we've got here at the moment. Look at that. I shouldn't have touched it because you're on it, because it's blatantly going to fall over. But it is beautiful. No, it's Rachel's posted because it tells me who's made it. But I saw that as well. But it is beautiful because you also get the mechanism on the back, so you can now pop that down. So now all your stands are going to stand up. They are going to stand up. Thank you, Rachel. It is beautiful of what you've created. But look at the price, £24.99. Now look at your saving, £25. Half price savings on these. Now, normally at this point, these sorts of prices are your one-day special prices. This is why we normally go, well, this is your one-day special. It's 6 dies in total. It's not. This is like a little added extra to the one-day special that you've already got. Now, I must tell you, everything's on extended delivery, because I don't think I've told you that. Everything's on extended delivery to the 22nd. I was just flicking through the diary. The 22nd is when it will be dispatched from. We're very busy. We've got queues on the phones already as well. The quickest way to get all these now would be to tap the app or jump onto the website if I was you. This is a very, very busy launch hour. Thank you for joining me for your launch of your Studio Light 1 day special. A 24-hour deal that will be here from now all the way through to tomorrow at 5 o'clock when it will finish, and we'll bring you another brand new 1 day special. But right, let's get into it this time. We've had a little rummage around. We've rooted through the box. We found the video tape. It's even a cassette here at Hochanda. We've popped it in. We found out it's your 1 day special. Let's have a look at another demo of your 1 day special this time.
Hello everyone. Really happy to do this one. I really like this one. We've got lots and lots of things going on. This is by Ginny Brinkman. So we've actually got the sunflower. We've got the wonderful leaves, and you can see this is done with watercolours, pencils, and shading. And we've got a butterfly sat on the sunflower. So what we're going to do is, the first thing we're going to do now is we're going to stamp the butterfly out. The butterfly and the sunflower. So I have got my stamping platform, I've got my piece of card. I'm going to now, I must admit, this is all I use now. Don't worry about that, it doesn't matter that colour, but I'm using the Wow embossing pad. Now I know this always sells out, but it's really good to have. I really love this because it stays stickier longer. So I'm just putting my piece of card there, and I'm going to bring it in and just show you. Now, if, oh, good job I did that. If you feel that you've missed a bit, with having the stamping platform, you can repeat it. So what I want to do now is do one, and this is Thursday paper, so I'm going to quickly emboss this one straight away, because if I don't, it will dry on me. So, and I'm using the black. Now I love this black because it's ebony black, and it's the regular one. But look at this now, look at this. So just bring that over here so you can see. And then that's my fingerprints. So can you see the detail there? And I'm going to use a brush to tidy it all up. But can you just see the detail and how lovely that is? So I'm going to use that now. Brush this off. But what I need to do is, before I emboss, just what I want to do is show you that I've got to repeat that and get the butterfly. But I can do that off screen. So I've got my butterfly and they're all done. Now I'm going to emboss it. So again, I've fallen in love with this heat gun. Because it heats that fast that I really have found that I can do some really fine fabrics and stuff with it that normally my other ones look similar. I've been in the past, so I like this. Now I don't mind if I have less speckles on, because it doesn't really matter to me, because we're going to add to it. Now when I've painted on top of this, you're going to see a different effect. You're going to see like a painterly effect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create the first two layers, and the first two layers are going to be like a yellow layer base. Now see that? That's my fault. Make sure that you emboss it all properly. But because I'm cutting this out, it doesn't really matter to me. And what happened then is, it didn't, can you see it didn't catch? So you need to make sure that it's all embossed properly. So I'm going to use a light and a dark yellow. So I'm just going to show you, I'm going to use a lemon. And a cheddar. So just going to put them on. And the first thing, which is really, really simple, I want you to do, is just tiny bit. And you're just going to go, the first bit is just on. And don't forget, this does not matter. Go over your butterfly and you're just going to put it on all over wherever the first layer of flowers and leaves. Go on and We'll come back when we've done that and we'll add some nice shading to it. But don't be worried because we're all cutting that out. So see you when you've done that. Okay, we've got the first layer on now, and I'm mixing a tiny bit of like an ochre colour with it, and just go into the middle. Now there's a reason for this, is because we're going to glue stuff onto this, so you don't want it shining through and spoiling it. So don't matter about your butterfly either, go over that. Right, because we're cutting all that out. So the next layer, what we're going to do is, there we go, that's better. So I've got that on. Now I'm going to put some detail in. So where the embossing lines are, we're just going to put little bits coming from the centre of the orange. Now, just a couple of brush strokes, don't be neat with them, and then blend it in with the tip of your finger. So I'll do that again, only on the edges from the middle, because if you look at a butterfly, if you look at a sunflower, you'll see that it has this beautiful halo effect of colour, and it mainly comes from the middle. It's very simple to do, very simple. And then if you want to, you can sort of add a little bit more with a brush stroke. And because the paint's laid down, you can apply colour to it. So, this is all more or less ready. Now what you do is, if you want to use pencils, I quite like the idea of using pencils now, because I think it just helps. So you just put a darker edge and a lighter edge. So simple. I can't understand, sometimes they make it so mystifying, and it's not, it's really simple. So what you do is, you just get the dark green off to a start with a little bit of water. I've added a little bit too much, and then overblend with the light over the top. Now as you can see, you need to bring in the orange and the yellow from the leaves, and you'll see how it warms it up and it makes that green a lot nicer. I'll just do one leaf because the other leaf I'll be chopping off. Because don't forget, we're chopping all this off. So a little bit there, and then blend the two together again. And then get your orange and your yellow from the flower and bring that in. And you might find, oh, there's not enough green in that. That's fine, you just go over with the green when it's dry. But I'll just show you this little bit now. When we get you get your oranges and stuff and yellows, in the flower itself when it's dry, there's nothing to stop you just adding a little bit more depth. Now this is just a watercolour pencil, and I'm just adding a little bit more, just at a tiny bit. If you can imagine that you colour like that, you're trying to get a blend out like that, so the darkest colour will be at one end, the lightest colour will be at the other. Right, and then when I add a little bit of water, I can blend that out. Now the reason I put it darker here is because we've got a butterfly coming out over there, so I just wanted to bring that out. And I would bring in a little bit more yellow there. So if you've got bits that you're not happy with, don't forget, bring the first colour back over the top, a bit like your alcohol markers and stuff, and then it blends back in. So we do all that until you're happy, and then we'll start with the beads.
She's a good egg. She's good, isn't she? You look at it to start with, and she won't mind me saying this, you look at it and you go, Lou, how are you going to get out of this one? But then, you do, and I do as a non-crafter, I look at it and go, that's what I'd look like, that would be my finished article. By the time Lou's put them little fingers to work, oh, it's a masterpiece, and they really, really are. And you can be creating these masterpieces when you get them home as well. Now, the details on your screen are for the large bundle that we're looking at. So you are getting in the large bundle. You're getting the Mayflower, which are the dies and stamps along the top. Large stamps as well. I just want to show you the size of the stamps that you are getting there. They are large. I don't know which is the easiest way for me to show you them. They are large stamps is what you're getting. Well, they would. This is like 3 of Derek's hands at the moment, we're looking at the moment. Very, very, I think we might need black card, Kirsty, my love. Beautiful lilies that you've got in there. Then you've got the butterfly dies as well. Down the bottom, you've got that beautiful sunflower. And I don't know what flowers these are, but they are absolutely stunning. Beautiful flowers. And then, oh my word, we're over 20% of the stock already has now gone. And we've not even touched on the papers that you're getting in the kit as well. You're getting 4 A4 papers and also 4 12 by 12 papers as well. They are double-sided. So in theory, you're getting 8 papers, depending on what you want to go for. Now, personally, if it was me, now only if your budgets will stretch to it, if I push them down like that, you can also see the other side of them as well, because I haven't got another sample of these, so I haven't got a pick and flick to show you. What I was going to say, though, if it was me, for £19.97 on the first flexible payment, that will get you everything that you see here, okay? And then, for your one-day special on its own, right, let's break this down slowly. Let's go back to basics. Are you with me? Good. So, for one, ignore that bottom row. For this top row just here, for these 2 stamps and this set of dies, £19.97. Now, that's all your budget might go to. And if that's all your budget will go to, if you've only got £20 to spend today, that is an amazing £20. That is beautiful. That is the Mayflower option that you're looking at the moment, the Mayflowers. The bottom set, so ignore the top set now, the bottom set you can go for as well. That is the Darling Buds. You're getting 2 stamps in there as well, large stamps that you can see just down the bottom. These are large stamps that you're getting here. And you also get these open flower as well with the sentiment, £19.97. 310363 is your item number. Right, let's change the details for the complete collection and let's break this down again. The complete collection is 6 that you see here. So 4 of the stamps, 2 of the dies, 4 A4 papers and 4 12 by 12 papers for £39.93. Well, how's that a deal? Well, look, your first flexi is the same as 3, and you're taking all the savings across as well. So you're saving £5, but you're actually saving more than £5.50 because you take everything along with you. £39.93 today will get you all of these and these as well. Now, with that first flexible payment, £19.97, that's opened your flexible basket. So anything else you put on the show now will be split into 2 flexible payments. So why not go for another set of papers? Well, that was snazzy how that disappeared then. Sort of fell down. I don't know how you did that. I quite like that. I'd never seen that before. Now, for £10, £10.99, this time you are getting 8 A4s and 8 12 by 12. So you're getting 2 of each if you buy them on their own. Large kit, you get 1 set. If you go for them on their own, you're getting 2 sets. So if you go for all of them, you go for the complete set and a set of these, you will have 3 sets of A4, 3 sets of your 12 by 12. And it would only be £4.99, £5.99. £5.99. £5.50 because it's 11 quid. £5.50 on your first flexible payments. What would that be? About £24, £25-ish on your first flexible payment will get you the complete kit and 3 lots of your paper as well. I do hope I've not confused you, but I'm trying to get you the best possible deal as I can. So I have a funny feeling these papers may go sooner than we think. Then the only way you're going to get them is in that large kit, but you're going to get less of them. Right then, let's go back to our second part of our demonstration now as well. So we started with the sunflower and Lou made it beautiful. She's now cut that sunflower out along with the butterfly, but the butterfly is in yellow. Did you notice? Well, let's go back to the second part of our one-day special demonstration.
Right, okay, so I've put the layers on. I'm happy with that. Do let it dry. And while that's drying out the outside, I'm going to look at the inside and I'm going to put some beads on. Now, you can draw with your glue if you've got, you just need a little bit of PVA, any glue that you can sort of strong enough to stick your beads on with. Now, the beads I got from recycling, they were placemats and I undid them. So, just put that on there. And then you just throw on your beads, and I mean throw on. Now, if you can see, I've just gone around the butterfly, and that's because you don't really need them underneath, but I'll show you some of the others I've done. So you just take that, you put your beads on, willy-nilly, then what you do is shake them off. Now, there's a reason you shake them off and put them back on, and that's because You try and do this otherwise and they just go all over. You'll be walking on them for days. You'll find them everywhere. So you pull them off again, and then what you can do is just bring them in and press them in. And you'll notice you've got different directions. It doesn't matter when you do this because your butterfly will sit there, your leaves are there. So if you get a paintbrush, the end of it, you can just bring them in. I'll just show you, just bringing them into shape. So you just push them in like that, and then they're sort of exactly where they need to be, and they give you that feel. Now you can turn them all up one way as well if you want, but I'm not going to do that. So we've got that one, and I'll just show you a couple more that I've done to show you what the effect looks like. I've done one on black paper using white embossing powder, so we've got more of a softer look. And then I've done one using no embossing powder, and just all I've done with that is like a hickory smoke. So you can see the difference you get. And when these beads dry, this is the oldest one, so that's dry most. They dry quite, quite substantial. So then what you do is you stamp another one, you go away, and you cut out your butterfly. Now, how I've done this is I've got the butterfly, I've cut it out of the flower, and I've used some sparkle paints on it. Now, you don't have to have anything sparkly if you don't want, but it's going to sit like that. So I've painted the underneath with a bit of sparkle, and I've done the antennae, and it's really easy. It's a little trick, I'll show you. So I'm using pliers, round nose pliers. You don't have to use that. I'm going to do this quite large so you can see. Obviously, I think I'd run a mile if there was a butterfly this big, even though I do like him. So this is how I start it. So you start it there, and you twist from the bottom, and you just twist, twist and twist. I'll just try and get it and twist that like that, go all the way up to the top, and then you can put a little bead in the bottom as well, because dragonflies, butterflies, they have like a little bobble on the end, some of them. Or you could just chop it off. So you go all the way up to the top. I'm not going all the way up to the top. But you can see on mine, that forms the body. And you can wrap, if you want to, I could wrap some more wire around there to create like bumps on the body. In fact, I'll show you. So if I wanted to create more bumps, I would just wrap some more wire around that, and I'd get like a mottled effect. I don't need that, so I'm just going to chop that off, but show you all sorts of effects with this. So then the very end of the antennae, all you do, you don't need round nose pliers, but they do really help. So you just twist. I'll do it again so you can see it this time. So you just put it in, you start with your wrist that way, you pull round on itself, and then I just like to knock it back into shape like that, because I don't like them to be too straight. They look a bit sort of animated, which is fine if that's what you want. I don't personally want that. So that then would sit in the middle of your butterfly. So you have your butterfly there, you glue that part, the abdomen part, to the butterfly, and you end up with that little piece there. So that little piece then can come and sit on your butterfly. So you can have it sat wherever you want, on whichever one you want, but you can see now why you colour underneath it, can't you? So I'm going to go away now and get my mount sorted, be back, and we'll do all the finishing touches to our card. The last bit to this is just adding all the finishing touches. So I've cut a circle out with my Orbis, and I'm just going to, it looks a bit stark for me, so I've got my watercolour pencil, and I'm just going on the inside edge, like that. Just turn it around a little bit, and it's not so much about, not on the card, I'm actually doing it on the actual spare bit of card, but it can't fail but to touch it. That's me with my cutting. I went a bit wrong today. So can you just see? So that when, turn that over, when I bring my brush into that now, I am just going to sort of get a really nice soft effect on it. This is, so I don't have that starkness, because I'm not a lover of plain white cards. They look brilliant, and I wish I could do them better, but they're not really for me. So all I've done is It's a real simple technique, and you're just sort of introducing water to the edge. And while it's wet, you can add even more. So wash it out to the sides. And although it looks a bit messy now, it actually looks quite pretty when you're done. So we've got that. And one of the pages that comes with the kit has got this wonderful, like a picket fence on it. So I thought that looked really good as like a garden fence. So the first thing I'm going to do is just bring that on there, and this will then sit on there, and then that'll sit on there. So all I'm going to do is just see how the yellow softens it all up now. So what I'm going to do is just, I'm just going to put this using 3D foam and a little bit more in the middle. Now I don't want it 3D, all I want is be able to just have the middle. I'm not going to bore you with that bit. And then just put that on there. Okay, in the middle, just about in the middle. Can you see I'm not worried about the edges, just more the middle. And then I've got my little butterfly, and I've got that to sit there. So I'm not going to put that on yet. The next bit is I'm just going on the inside of this, get my glue, and I'm just going to run it round the inside there, like that. And then all I do is put that to that. You can have it any way you want, centre, to the side, you name it. And it will, oh, I've just moved that a little bit. But try and get the lines of the fence, otherwise it looks like you've got a right wonky fence. So then you do that, and then you bring on, chop that bit off when it's dry, then you bring on your little butterfly. And I've done this with any metallic colours you've got. I'll just put that one there. I think she or he needs a little bit edging with that, but you can go on with your cards if you want, your pencils, and just put an edge on. But when I just chop this bit off now, like that, and then there, and there's the other examples I was trying out, is my finished Mayflower card. Very pretty.
Yes, indeed, an amazing demo. It does look good what she does. I give her a due. She's very good, Alu, with us. Very, very good. Also, I must tell you how long... Oh, we haven't got long left. Coming up next, a brand new magazine. Just saying. Issue 1, you don't want to miss it. Freebies that you can't get anywhere else. Just saying. Stay with me. But this is your one-day special. You are getting... Well, your one-day special are these, individually. A sets of 3 is what we're talking about. But the biggest value for money, everyone is going for it, is they're going for that large collection that you are seeing here. 2 flexible payments of £19.97. What does that get you? That gets you 4 stamps, 2 sets of dies with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dies in there is what you're getting. You're then getting 4 A4 papers and 4 12 by 12 papers as well, which are all double-sided, as you can see there. Your item number 495073 is your item number, and over 20% has already gone in the first hour alone. We are very, very busy for this brand new Studio Light one-day special. You are saving £5.50, but that saving is slightly more once you take the savings from each individual bits as well.